Chapter 521 What's the use of you alone? What? Hearing these words, Daimyo was immediately paralyzed on the throne with fright. Kill. Catch the real name of the country of fire alive. Break the land of fire. The voices from outside Daming City were also faintly heard. This suddenly made all the people in the entire Fire Nation's courtroom turn pale with fright. Where are the troops in Konoha village? As if catching a life-saving straw, Daimyo asked the courtier next to him who was in charge of contacting Konoha village. It will take half a day, the man said in a panic. Boom. The big name is completely paralyzed. Konoha village is still half a day away, and the people of Union Village are already approaching the city. Could it be that the heaven will destroy our country of fire? The big name of the country of fire said in despair with a bloodless face. The name is still like this, and the rest of the courtiers can be imagined. The whole court is in despair. Your Majesty, are you going to give up before the last moment? At this moment, a voice sounded from the door outside the court. Who? All of them were startled, and they hurriedly asked. Appearing here at this time, could it be an assassin? A group of samurai is about to protect the daimyo. And everyone's eyes are also looking out the door. I saw Shajirching in a white robe with sleeves in his hands, a long sword on his waist, and walked in with a smile on his face. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the same time. What a handsome young man. You are, the big name asked Shajirching's identity. Konoha has special combat power and is here to rescue daimyo. Shajirching Vivi bowed and introduced herself. The people of Konoha. Hearing Shajirching self-reporting his family, Daming became excited and quickly asked, has the army of Konoha arrived? There was hope in his eyes. Shajirching answered very simply, no. You won't tell us that you came alone? Asked a minister. Shajirching replied, yes. What's the use of you alone? Can you stop the fierce Union Village? What kind of calculus did you Konoha play? Are you making fun of our name as a toy? How long will it take for the troops of your Konoha village to arrive? Why can't it be faster? Do you want to see Lord Daimyo being killed by the enemy? The ministers were immediately excited, and all the anger that had been going on all along burst out towards Shajirching alone. But Shajirching is not the third generation of Hokage, and will not let them ask questions. Shut up. The sharp conqueror Haki released a trace, but it was enough to deter these ordinary people. Shajirching's eyes swept over these people coldly. Like a knife, these people couldn't help but quickly retreat, not daring to look directly. First of all, we are already marching with all our strength. We can travel such a long distance in one night, and only Konoha ninja can do it. Secondly, in order to be afraid that your excellency may make mistakes, I am here. Thirdly, if you don't know the military and politics, don't make noise to me, and let the people who really know the line speak out. The entire courtroom was silent. You come alone, can you stop the ninja in Union Village? Daming looked at Shajirching and said very suspiciously. That's right, what's the use of you alone, unless you're the first Hokage, and you have the strength to pacify the troubled world. Immediately, some courtiers agreed, and they doubted Shajirching's ability very much. Chapter 522 Don't believe me, just fend for yourself. If that's the case, then there's nothing to say, farewell, you can fend for yourself. After speaking, Shajirching turned around and planned to leave. This scene can't help but make the whole court feel unhappy. What kind of attitude is this, Nima? Don't do it if you say no. Is this the style of the Konoha ninja? Your Excellency, please stay. At this time, Morisuke opened his mouth and stopped Shajirching. Old gentleman, what advice do you have? Shajirching turned around and saw that it was an old man, so he asked in a respectful tone. The old man, the left prime minister of the country of fire, apologized to you for the disrespect of my colleagues just now. Damingchung, please ensure his safety. After he finished speaking, he was about to bow down to Shajirching. Of course, Shajirching couldn't let him bow down, so he jumped up and supported him. Don't worry, you will all live well. Shajirching glanced at everyone, then turned around and waved, wait for my good news. After speaking, he disappeared in place. Sir Morisuke, is he really reliable? Someone said very worriedly. In this regard, the big name agrees very much. Now, I can only trust him. Do you have any other better way? Morisuke glanced at everyone and asked. Everyone is silent. Let them talk about governing the country, they can talk about it, but fighting, that's all. A group of them are all literati who are helpless. Stand up, hold up, we must not let them attack. A strong man who looked like a general shouted from the city gate. Lay done furious thunder tiger. A group of Union Village ninjas shouted in unison. Boom. With a violent roar and a powerful tremor, the iron door that weighed several thousand pounds was slammed open. Unexpectedly, the city gate was knocked down by the thunderous explosion, and without exception, they all broke their hands and feet. Kill. The excited Union Village ninjas rushed in immediately, and they screamed again. The country of fire, the famous city, the city is broken. He can no longer stop the enemy's attack. It's over, the country of fire is over. The general leaned against the wall weakly, and his eyes lost color. Scary. But at this time, a slash that they had never seen before crashed into Yunren with a humming sound. Suddenly, a large number of people flew into the air. Ah! 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 There was a scream, one after another, and it was all Yunren's voice. Oh, I'm saved. At this time, the cheers of the soldiers of the Land of Fire resounded from below the city gate. This made the general have to look at it in a hurry. But I saw a young man in white, holding a long sword, just like a cold torrential rain, carrying out an indiscriminate attack on the ninjas of Union Village. One person and one sword, the Yunren who actually killed him screamed in horror, there is no one enemy. This is this. The general couldn't help staring wide-eyed in shock, a little unable to believe what happened in front of him. When did the country of fire have such a strong man, and treating Yunren as freehand as chopping melons and vegetables? But in 15 seconds, the more than 100 Yunren who rushed into the city all fell into a pool of blood. It's too powerful. Fighters of the Fire Nation, guard your gates. Shajirching threw off the blood from the knife and said to the excited soldiers behind him. Then, out of the city gate. Chapter 523. Just trust him. Yes. Although I didn't know each other, there was an inexplicable power in Shajirching, which made these soldiers involuntarily obey Shajirching's orders. Out of town. Damn guy, how dare you face our entire Union army alone, stop looking down on people here. Looking at Shajirching standing in front of them in white clothes, and Yunren, who had just killed more than 100 of his companions, all of them looked at Shajirching with murderous expressions on their faces. At the same time, in the hinterland of the Fire Nation. Lu Ju, is it really appropriate to let him support alone? Even if he is really as powerful as Hokage-sama said, it is impossible to block the 10,000 Union army alone. While hurrying on the road, Hazu said to Nara Shikaku next to him, and there was worry in his tone. Anything else we can do? Hearing this, Nara Shikahisa couldn't help laughing bitterly. Our primary purpose is to protect the daimyo. He is the only one who can save daimyo in time. Now, we can only trust him. Hearing Nara Shikahisa's answer, Hyuga couldn't help being silent for a while. Although it is indeed the case. However, he still felt a little unreliable. Fighting against 10,000 Union Village ninjas alone is a bit of a fantasy. The most important thing is that there are still 2 people here. The strength of Renjuli is not ordinary. And at the same moment in Konoha village, something happened that would make Nara Shikahisa's hands and feet cold. Konoha, feel the pain. A man with a vortex mask snatched the newly born 4th-generation son, Naruto Uzumaki. And an hour later, the strongest tailed beast, Nine Tails, was released. This means that Konoha can no longer send troops to them. Because just dealing with the Nine Tails is enough for Konoha to break his bones. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with the current Narashikahisa, and he doesn't know what happened. The front line of the famous city in the land of fire. Kill. In the face of Shajur-Ching, who is so arrogant and trying to create a scene where one husband is the only one, the ninjas in Union Village said that they must let Shajur-Ching know what fear and awe are. Then, they all formed a seal and released ninjutsu. All of a sudden, all kinds of thunder and lightning attacks were like wrapping Shajur-Ching in a sea of thunder and lightning. Moreover, a considerable part of the body is directly wrapped in thunder and lightning, and it is charged. Union Village, that is a village with a special fighting technique, ninja fighting technique. It is the strongest existence in close combat. Lightning armor. Seeing them like this, Shajur-Ching turned into a cold executioner after turning on the strongest state, and rushed into the Union Village ninja team. PFF'd. Bah. Boom. Only when you really face Shajur-Ching will you know how powerful this thin-looking young man is. Wherever he has passed, it can be said that people turn their backs on horses, and there is no enemy. Wherever he went, it was a bloody storm that directly stained the earth. He is like a god of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of everyone. No one can resist his knife. Chunin, kill with one knife. Jonin is still a one-shot kill. No matter how terrifying the attack, there is nothing he can't tear open. He is so relaxed and freehand, just like taking a walk in the garden. From his face, only peace can be seen. The ultimate calm, without the slightest bit of embarrassment, and without the slightest excitement. Some are just as quiet as death. Chapter 524 Ren Zuli vs. Swordsman Shajur-Ching. The ninjas of Union Village were even more horrified to see it. The special elite of their village was recognized by Raikage-sama and awarded to the captain of the Jinin with the word, Iron, Charui. The blood follower limit attack he unleashed, Lay Dun, Black Tornado, an attack that even Lord Raikage needs to take seriously, was also torn apart by him. Then, Charui's life was easily taken by Shajur-Ching. Moreover, the attack that no one released can break through the defense of Shajur-Ching. Not even the most basic shakes can be done. Such as abyss, such as a prison, unfathomable. Shajur-Ching alone brought deeper and deeper despair to the entire Union Village ninja. No one will believe it. 5 minutes into the battle, the situation was completely one-sided. Shajur-Ching crushed Union Village ninjas alone. This is too strong. The brawny general on the city gate looked at this scene, his eyes widened, full of disbelief. Before that, if someone told him that this scene existed, he would promise to unscrew that person's head and kick the ball. But now, he just wants to say that the world is big and there are many capable people. Damn, how can it be so strong? Bastard, when did Konoha have such a strong ninja? How can we fight this? We can't defeat this devil at all. 10 minutes into the game, 1/10 of Union Village had already died at the hands of Shajur-Ching. The sense of fear brought about by this powerful strength made Union Village ninjas feel a deep sense of fear for the first time. They are simply desperate. A sneak attack, an assassination, or even a suicidal wrap-up attack can't hurt Shajur-Ching in the slightest. His eyes are obviously closed, but he seems to be able to see everything. No matter what direction the attack is, it can't be hidden from him at all. The most terrifying thing is that Union Village ninja used 100 suicide attacks, that is, one person put 20 detonating charms on his body, and then wrapped Shajur-Ching in it, causing heavy damage. I thought that such a powerful attack could even shatter half of a mountain and hit Shajur-Ching. But let them despair. After paying 100 people's lives, Shajur-Ching was unscathed, but their Union Village ninjas were affected and injured more than 300 people. At that moment, Union Village ninja wanted to give up. Their opponents are beyond the realm of human beings, and this is a realm that can only be achieved by gods. Under the crush of Shajur-Ching's absolute strength, despair, fear, and deep shrouds over the Union Village team. Their morale has completely plummeted. So, at this time, someone needs to boost morale. Otherwise, they would have failed completely. Ninja of Konoha, don't be proud of me, but don't think that Union Village is empty. A cold female voice suddenly came, followed by an unimaginable terrifying light cannon, blasting away. Wherever he passed, the earth was torn apart into a deep pit, and there was an incomparably heavy oppression. There is no doubt that this is a blow that can destroy everything. Imaginary cannon. In the face of this light cannon, Shajur-Ching still couldn't see the slightest movement on his face, and his breath was condensed. Then, he swings his sword and slashes out a sword wave that makes the surrounding scenery lose its color. Yidao Lu Libo. Boom. The sword wave and the light cannon collided fiercely, and the bang shattered the earth hundreds of meters in a radius, and sent many ninjas from Union Village flying out. There are simply not many ninjas who can stand up. Chapter 525. What a disappointment. Yo, little brother, watch the boxing. At this time, a strange male voice came from behind Shajur-Ching, but saw a huge red fist with an exoskeleton, wrapped in a fierce chakra breath, blasting the air towards him. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. Shajur-Ching slammed away without hiding, also tearing the air, and even better, shattering the earth. Boom. Just at the moment of the fight, the owner of this octopus fist couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and then, it was blown away by the bombardment. A series of air rings were left in the air, and the man slammed into the mountains in the distance. Little devil, don't underestimate Union Village ninjas. At this moment, the female voice came again. Without giving Shajur-Ching a chance to react, a huge black and red palm shot him directly into the ground. But I saw that this was a monster with 2 tails, a dark red body, and a terrifying aura, but maintained a sense of reason. It is the 2-tailed Manzuli of Union Village, Yumu. Oh, Lord Yumu is mighty. Seeing this scene, the Union Village ninja, who had been shrouded in the shadow of fear, was finally able to raise his eyebrows once, and immediately let out a thunderous cheer. Not good. Shajur-Ching was knocked down, and the one who was anxious was naturally the general of the Fire Nation. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help praying in his heart that Shajur-Ching would never have anything to do. Otherwise, their country of fire will be over. And above the hall of the Fire Nation, a group of courtiers also received information from the city gate. When they learned that Shajur-Ching had suppressed the Union Village ninjas alone, they all gasped in shock, and then they burst out with shocking cheers. They never thought that Shajur-Ching could be so strong. One person suppressing 10,000 people is too powerful. Kinoha Village really sent me a very powerful support. It's really powerful. Daimyo thought so beautifully in his heart. Front. Little devil, taste the anger of our Union Village. Yu Mujin drank violently and strengthened the strength of his hand again, and the light on his body increased greatly. Boom boom boom. The earth continued to tremble and burst, and it sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. It won't end like this, please don't. The general on the city gate couldn't help but feel a kind of panic like falling into an ice cellar, which flooded his mind uncontrollably. As if to reassure him, the Nayugi who saw him suddenly made a shocked voice, how is it possible? Everyone couldn't help but look, but they saw that the soles of her tailed beast-shaped feet were slowly lifted up. Shajur-Ching actually stood up with one hand, and then said, Union Village's big killer, but air. It's disappointing that I have such high expectations. Hearing Shajur-Ching's words, Yumu Ren was instantly angry. She was about to roar and spit out scorching fire to drive away Shajur-Ching, but she was already attacked by Shajur-Ching. Chindori Ryu. In an instant, a powerful thunder and lightning that made the scalp numb came out from Shajur-Ching's body, and was wrapped by a wooden man. Roar! Yumu Ren suddenly screamed, and she didn't dare to neglect, she hurriedly retreated. This lightning is so terrifying. If she continued, she was afraid that she would lose her combat effectiveness and pass out of a coma. Chapter 526 Hit Hard. Two-tailed man pillar power. Escape, do you think you can escape? Shajur-Ching quickly formed a seal with one hand, then pointed at Yuki and said, thousands of sharp spears. PFF'd. There was no chance for Yuki, who has super agility, to dodge at all. A thunder gun as thick as an arm pierced through her body. Roar! The wooden man suddenly screamed again, and Shajirching came close. Yi Dao Lu, thunder flash. A group of Union Village ninjas only saw a cold and dazzling cold light flashing, and the body of the Yumu was almost cut in half. The exoskeleton has no protective effect at all and is completely broken. Yumu, who was severely injured, directly withdrew from the tailed beast form, with a deep wound on his chest, and fell into a coma. Yo kid, you're too much. At this time, a gigantic oppression suddenly came from behind Shajirching, a phantom-like fist, coming violently. And Shajirching hasn't reacted at all. Not good, run away. The general on the city gate looked at this scene and couldn't help shouting in horror. Just hit him so hard, Lord Kurabi. And the Union Village ninjas are so hopeful. Yumu Ren was defeated, and now, the only person who can give them a little hope is the eight-tailed man Zuli, Kurabi. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. But it is a pity that the hope of the ninjas in Union Village will definitely be broken by Shajirching. Boom. The entire battlefield is like an earthquake, the dust is rustling, and the powerful shock can be felt by the daimyo and others in the court. On the battlefield. Crack. A crisp cracking sound, so harsh. Everyone couldn't help but look over, but the exoskeleton on Rabbi's arm, the eight-tailed pillar, was shattered inch by inch. Boom boom boom. The ground beneath the two of them was constantly shattering, but Kurabi couldn't help but be shocked. Can't even state to be able to compete with the power. Where did this guy come from such terrifying power? Even the big brother is just like this. Then try my uncle's virtual dog cannon. I don't believe that you can defend at such a close distance. Thinking of this, Kurabi suddenly turned his fist into a palm, grabbed Shajirching's arm, opened his mouth and began to condense red, white and blue particles. Boom. Immediately, there was a huge oppression, and the earth blasted a large pit of more than 100 meters, and it continued to explode. The violent wind and waves actually made Vivi tremble in the big city, and the surrounding Yunren was forced to retreat by the constant flying. And Shajirching was directly entangled by Kurabi with 8 tails. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to break out. What greets him is only this virtual dog cannon full of destructive power. Lord Kurabi, come on. Just like that, kill him. Seeing this scene, Yunren couldn't help shouting excitedly. Their eyes are full of anticipation and hideousness. Kurabi, the killer bee, as expected of a perfect human pillar, much stronger than Yumu, who can't fully control the power of the tailed beast. At this time, Shajirching spoke, without the slightest worry or panic. Yes, but very calmly. If other ninjas encountered this situation, I'm afraid they would have died. But it's a pity that you met me. Hearing Shajirching's words, Kurabi suddenly had a strong ominous feeling in his heart. He quickly accelerated the speed of the virtual dog cannon, and wanted to end Shajirching before he could counterattack. Chapter 527 What about the 8 tails? Repression. However, armed, Shajirching actually wrapped a layer of armament hockey all over her body. Then, the lightning armor also appeared, and Vivi stretched out a little restraint. Kurabi was shocked. But before he had time to react. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. The moment the words fell, he only felt a huge force, which directly exploded all his restraints and shook him back. Yi Dao Lu lightning flash. Without giving him any room to react, Shajirching came close, the long knife was pitch black, exuding unparalleled sharpness, and passed him by. PFF'd. A wound across the entire chest made Kurabi fall into endless pain. Kurabi, leave it to me, this guy is not something you can deal with right now. In his body, his partner, the 8-tailed bull ghost, suddenly made a noise, and then, occupying his body, appeared in the form of a complete body-tailed beast. The 8-tailed bull demon, come. That huge body exudes an unimaginably terrifying aura, causing the city walls of the Kingdom of Fire to burst from the air. Beep beep. As soon as the eight-tailed bull ghost makes a move, you will know if there is any. He actually opened his mouth and it was a shot of light that destroyed the world, shrouding Shajir-Ching in. Shajir-Ching, there is absolutely no chance to react at all, and it is too late to use any evasion measures. This time, it's impossible to be safe. Yahweh thought in his heart, Shajir-Ching's strength is so strong that he has the illusion that he doesn't know if he can defeat it. But he had confidence in his blow. Unless Madara Uchiha, Chinsho Hasuma is resurrected. Otherwise, no one can block this blow head-on. But today, Shajir-Ching's name can be added. One-shot profound truth, execution. The air suddenly fell into a fierce atmosphere, the sky has changed, and the rumble trembled. The earth even cracked a deep hole. A sword wave that was horrified by bulls and ghosts, hit the virtual dog cannon. Then, even the false dog cannon sent a sharp edge against the sword wave, and was torn apart, and it was as easy as tearing tofu. Seeing this scene, the eight tails couldn't help shrinking their pupils, and quickly retreated, but their hearts were infinitely shocked. That is something that only Senju Hasuma and Madara Uchiha can do. Yao, where do you want to hide? Shajir-Ching's voice suddenly sounded in front of Yahweh, and he saw him walking in the air like a ghost. Then, when you raise your hand, a brazen sword wave bursts out. Shajir-Ching said, Yi Dao Lu Libo. The entire battlefield trembled because of this sword wave, and the earth kept cracking. Faced with this stern blow in front of him, the eight tails had nowhere to escape but had to deal with resistance. Boom. But this sword wave is so powerful that even the bulls and ghosts are surprised. At the moment of contact, he was cut, and there was a faint sign of being forced to retreat. After Shajir-Ching had done all this, he stepped back and put his sword into the sheath. Then, his hands formed a seal as quickly as a phantom, and immediately, he pointed to the sky and shouted, Thunderbolt, Heavenly Tribulation Thunder Punishment. Fall. Boom. A thunder and lightning that illuminated the entire Daming City, shrouded the eight tails. Lord Kurabi. The Yun ninjas were stunned and couldn't help shouting loudly. They thought that Shajir-Ching should have been defeated by Yahweh's own shot. This is the secret weapon of their Union village, and the strength is terrifying. However, they didn't expect that the eight tails would be suppressed by Shajir-Ching in 3 or 2 strokes. Chapter 528 A Complete Victory, a one-man victory. Ah! In the thunder and lightning, there was eight tails' painful roar. But thunder and lightning, it's just the beginning. Boom boom boom. The unimaginable thunder, which descended endlessly, battered the earth continuously, and the eight tails had no power to resist. This is this. The cloud ninjas are desperate. One by one, as if their souls had been taken out, they stood there dumbfounded. Looking at Kurabi, who finally fell into the thunder and lightning, and finally returned to his normal form, everyone trembled with fear. Some even cried in horror. And in the hall, the daimyo and the courtiers, watching the terrifying thunder and lightning attack like the robbery that day, their eyes were full of horror, and they kept swallowing saliva. They can't imagine how in this world, how can there be such a strong ninja? Where is this still human? This is already powerful enough to be called a god. The nation of fire, it's safe. At this moment, everyone from the big name to the ministers couldn't help but think so at ease. And on the battlefield. Everyone, do you want to continue? Shajir-Ching asked with a smile. The general clearly saw that when Shajir-Ching turned to look at Yun Renjong, there more than 8,000 people stepped back in fear at the same time. What is the enemy of 10,000 people? This is it. Yakianyan shinobi versus a Konoha man. In the battle, Konoha has the upper hand. 8,000 clouds forbearance. No one can make a sound. Why? No one answered me, which means, are you ready to continue? Shajir-Ching's hand was on the knife again. No, no. Immediately, Yun Ren screamed in horror, his eyes were full of fear, and he was about to collapse. Then why don't you retreat since you don't plan to continue? Do you want me to ask you to retreat? Shajurching continued in a hurry. No, no, no. Immediately, a group of ninjas shouted, incomparably fearful. Send a messenger, I need a prepared answer from your Union Village. Shajurching swept his gaze from the Union Village team, saying. Then, a silver-haired ninja with the word, gang, engraved on his arm came out. I'm the Commander-in-Chief, Ai Lui. Your Excellency Konoha Village. Looking at Ai Lui, Shajurching said, are you going to continue fighting, or just withdraw? Ai Lui couldn't help clenching her fists when she heard the words, and after thinking for a moment, she said, as long as you let go of the eight-tailed people behind you, we can retreat. It can be seen that he is under a lot of pressure, and his expression is quite struggling. But he is quite clear that if they continue to fight, they will not be the opponents of the terrifying Shajurching who is like a god. It will only be wiped out. No problem, I didn't intend to take him prisoner. Shajurching said very simply. Okay, this time it was our Union Village that made a mistake. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong guard in Konoha Village. Ai Lui also immediately stated that he would retreat, and sent someone to rescue Kurabi, who was seriously injured and comatose. This war is over. 20 minutes. It is the shortest war ever. However, it's up to you to prepare yourself mentally. The defeated country will have to compensate. Before Ai Lui and others left, Shajurching suddenly said this. I know, thanks for letting me know. This sentence, Ai Lui almost said it through gritted teeth. Then, they left in despair. Chapter 529 You are too late. Oh, we won. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the country of fire were boiling directly, and they made an unprecedented cry of exclamation. And Daimyo, after knowing that the war was over, and that it turned out that the country of fire was a complete victory, couldn't help but be stunned for a while. Then, he slapped the seat fiercely, and said with great excitement, okay, great, really great. Immediately, they summoned Shajurching, gave him the title of National Salvation Admiral Army, and rewarded him with thousands of jewels each. He even rewarded him with a large mansion to be built among Konoha. There are various servants inside. If Shajurching hadn't refused, Daming even wanted to reward him with a few beautiful women. So much so that when Nara Shikahisa and the others rushed over, the enemy didn't see it, but saw a leisurely and happy Shajurching. Where's the enemy? Nara Shikahisa looked at the Shira field outside the city, full of Yunren's corpses, but inside the city was a peaceful and stable daimyo city, which was directly messed up in the wind. Doesn't it mean that the situation is extremely critical, and that the city of Daming is at stake? Why after they arrived, they only saw Shajurching feasting, and there was not a single trace of the enemy's hair. The enemy. The troops have long since retreated. Just wait for the victorious parties to negotiate verbally with Union Village. Shajurching spat out the chicken bones in his mouth and said. Retreat. Victorious. Nara Shikahisa murmured with a bewildered expression. Then, he couldn't help being shocked, looked at Shajurching in disbelief, and said, you won't tell me, you defeated the army of Union Village alone. Nara Shikahisa himself was frightened by this idea. How could this be possible? It's absolutely impossible for anyone to sit there. What's the matter? Is there any problem with this? Lord Fourth Eye can instantly kill more than 100 Yanin with a single move, thus establishing the situation of the third battle. Ganyan Hidden Village retreats, why can't I retreat alone to the Union Village army? Quote. Shajurching raised her eyebrows and said indifferently. But he didn't know how much shock this sentence brought to the Konoha ninja. One person retreats 10,000 Union Village ninjas. Is this really possible? Nara Shikahisa couldn't help but look at the general beside him and asked, is it really like this? Hearing this, the general was not happy. He said, you people are really outrageous, you even question the words of the Admiral Army for protecting the country. At that time, the general was full of excitement, and vividly described the entire process of that battle to the Konoha ninjas and redepicted it. Nara Shikahisa and the others were more and more surprised and shocked when they heard it. Even after listening to it at the end, I still couldn't help but gasp, but the look in Shajirqing's eyes was completely different. At this time, Shajirqing said, "At the beginning, when I discussed with the 3 generations of Hokage, I only planned to bring 2,000 people to fill the scene because I was afraid that you would call me arrogant. But you also know the result later. The 3 generations of Hokage added to 4,000, and Mr. Nara, you added to 5,000. Actually, if you want me to say, it's only 10,000 Yun ninja army, and I alone is enough." Well, after listening to Shajirqing's words, Nara Shikahisa said that he was speechless. Chapter 539 Tales Only, Don't Worry. This forced dress is round and natural. He gave it full marks, and he was not afraid of Shajirqing's pride. Others can only sigh now that Shajirqing has real power. After all, the record is in front of them. Even if Shajirqing is suspected of talking big and bragging, at least he has the qualifications to pretend. Of course, before this, they will definitely say something after listening to it, arrogant and arrogant. Forget it now. One person retreats 10,000 yunren, how can anyone else do it except him? Everyone has worked hard for a long time. Here are 3,000 tales of going, 4,000 tales of various gems, and 4,000 tales of beads. You can divide it yourself. If there is nothing to do, take a rest, and let's go back to Konoha, where your strength is needed. Listening to Shajirqing's words, while the Konoha ninjas were depressed, they were not so depressed anymore. Sadly, they ran for nothing. What is not depressing is that there are no more casualties, and a small fortune can be obtained. Did something happen to Konoha? Nara Shikahisa keenly captured the meaning of Shajirqing's words, and asked aloud. That's natural. Shajirqing suddenly stuck to Nara Shikuji's ear and said, "The 9 Tails Rebellion." What? Then let's hurry up. Nara Shikahisa immediately became anxious when he heard it. Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Shajirqing's silence gesture. Shajirqing said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "It should be over soon. Don't worry, I left a clone in Konoha, so he won't mess with him." Calm and confident. Are you so sure? Nara Shikahisa's face was extremely serious. There is no room for sloppiness in this matter. Shajirqing smiled when he heard the words. There are still a lot of powerful characters in Konoha. Besides, don't forget there are 2 Hokage adults. Konoha, it's not just your Zuludi families. The rest of the civilian ninjas also have many powerful beings. At the end, Shajirqing said, "In the end, my lay clone will not stand by and watch. In order to deal with the 9 tails, I have left half of the chakra." After listening to Shajirqing's words, Nara Shikahisa couldn't help but sigh, "I hope." Then, he quickly completed the assignment, and after a brief chat with the daimyo, he took Shajirqing and his servants and quickly returned to Konoha. And in Konoha village at this time, there is thick smoke in all directions, there are ruins everywhere, the smell of burning, the smell of blood, hangs over Konoha village. "Thank you." Minato Nikas, whose horrified expression had not yet dissipated, said to Shajirqing Lei's clone, who had a somewhat dim figure. "No, I'm just protecting my sister Jasmine, don't think about it. If you want to thank you for giving your child to my sister. This is a very wise choice." Lei clone said coldly, without a trace of emotion. "Thank you so much, I really don't know what to do today without you." At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage also came over, looked at Shajirqing with relief, and said gratefully, "If there's nothing else, I'll go first, I have to check my sister's safety." After that, he left. I didn't expect that that's his true strength. Fortunately, he didn't stand against him. Otherwise, he said that he could destroy Konoha, and he really wasn't just talking about it. After Shajirqing left, the 3 generations of Hokage said with emotion and complicated expressions. Minato Namikaze agreed. Yeah, I thought it was his arrogant remark, but now it seems that he has full confidence. Chapter 531 9 Tails Rebellion. What is going on in all this? Everything has to go back to 2 hours ago. When Shikahi Sonara and the others were discussing the reliability of Shajirching, Konoha village also welcomed an uninvited guest. At the moment when Uzumaki Kushina successfully gave birth to a son Naruto, a man with a Uzumaki mask snatched Naruto. Then, everything happened according to the plot in Shajirching's impression. In order to save Naruto, who was stuck with a detonating talisman, Kushina was taken away by the masked man. Only, the difference is, when the masked man was about to take Kushina away and intend to hurt the stunned Jasmine, Shajirching stopped him. But he still untied the seal on Jushinai's stomach. However, this whirlpool masked man also fled the scene after taking Shajirching's 2 knives. Because Shajirching does not gossip and seal the 4 elephants, he can only watch the 9 tails being channeled out. At the moment when 9 tails appeared, under the mutual orders of Jasmine and the 3rd Hokage, he took Jasmine and Kushina to the shelter. However, on the way, he met the masked man again. However, just when Shajirching was about to start, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Minato Namaifeng. He handed Naruto to Jasmine and instructed Jasmine to take good care of Kushina, so he stopped the masked man. Then, Jasmine, who arrived at the shelter, asked Shajirching to help the 3 generations of Hokage. Because Jasmine saw the figure of the 3 generations of Hokage struggling against the 9 tails alone. Although she has been treated unfairly, she still loves Konoha, so she can't help begging for pity. Okay, I got it, you take care of yourself, I'll be back when I go. Naturally, Shajirching could not refuse Jasmine. So, he also moved towards the battlefield and rushed to the battlefield. Roar! The strength of the 9 tails, that is not covered. Just relying on the momentum is enough to suffocate the Shangnin, and the Chunin's legs are soft. The wind and waves generated by a slight movement, even if you are not careful, will be injured. Ah! 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 There were screams everywhere. Konoha's ninja, there was no way to confront the 9 tails head-on. And if you can't fight against the 9 tails, let alone seal him. Those ninjas in the seal class were completely helpless, and even accidentally brought disaster to Chiyu and sacrificed directly. Ape King Ape Demon Golden Hoop. Even the attack of the 3 generations of Hokage will not cause any harm to the 9 tails, and it will not hurt or itch. And the hated 9 tails, that is called a madness, wantonly destroying everything that can be destroyed. In the end, a tailed beast Jade sprayed out, destroying Konoha. This made the 3 generations of Hokage can't help but stunned, and hurriedly use the golden hoop to prop up the head of the 9 tails. But how exist the 9 tails, the boss of the tailed beasts? The agility is strong, and he jumped back and broke away from the golden hoop attack. Then, with one claw shot, the 3 generations of Hokage and the golden hoop rod were swept away directly. The wind and waves brought by it destroyed a house in an instant, and I don't know how many ninjas were knocked into the air. Anyway, when Shajirching rushed to the battlefield, it was such a desperate situation. The diameter of the tailed beast Jade has reached an astonishing 70 meters, and Shajirching's scalp is numb. 9 tails, in his estimation, the force value is at least 500 plus level. 8 tails are slightly inferior, with a force value of around 420 plus. Chapter 532 The Brave Fights the 9 Tails. Can't make you successful. The direction the 9-tailed beast Jade is aiming at is the direction of the refuge. How could Shajirching let him succeed? As a result, he stepped on the moon step and rushed to the 9 tails amid the exclamations of the ninjas. Who is that, who walks in the air? This is the limit of blood in the middle of the night. Come back, rush to the 9 tails alone, are you courting death? People kept shouting loudly, and even the 3 generations of Hokage felt that Shajirching was too chaotic. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. They shouted that it was them, and they couldn't change Shajirching's thoughts. His arm swelled up, and he punched Juwei's stomach. Bang! What made everyone stunned happened. This punch had the power to shatter the sky and the ground, and it had the speed to make the wind and thunder whistled in all directions. The nine tails were actually smashed into the ground by Shajur-Ching with a punch, blasting a 100-meter pit with a depth of 7 or 8 meters. Everyone clearly felt the breath of the nine tails, and instantly became weak. They couldn't help cheering instantly. But Kyubi was angry. There was a loud roar. He's so big, and he's only been beaten so badly by Chinchujujian. Now, what kind of thing is this Shajur-Ching? It hurts him so much with one punch. Unforgivable. He actually climbed up quickly, and the nine tails behind him were whipped from the air, and there was a sound of crackling, infinite horror. Be careful. A group of Konoha ninjas watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed and reminded again. Knifeless profound truth, execution. Shajur-Ching wrapped armament hockey with his right arm, and then, like a sword, he waved a sword wave that directly tore the sky. Boom. The power of this blow is truly the power to destroy everything. The tails that the nine tails swept away were all repelled. Moreover, Kyubi himself was hit by this blow, forced to withdraw a large distance, and was pushed directly outside Konoha. His chest was even torn with a deep, bone-deep wound. Where the nine tails passed, all the buildings were cut off. The cross-section is extremely smooth, without any obscure feeling. Hi. Looking at this scene, all the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but be shocked. Someone was able to confront the nine tails head-on, and he still had the upper hand. Roar. At this time, an extremely angry roar came. Then, a red light that illuminated the entire Konoha village swishes in front of Shajur-Ching. It's the virtual dog cannon from the nine tails. Not good. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened in horror, but it was too late to dodge. The fierce and heavy breath on this blow made them suffocate directly and completely unable to move. You can only watch the virtual dog cannon, and swallow them up in the next instant. And their only hope, Shajur-Ching seems to have not reacted yet, and there is no countermeasure. This made them completely desperate in an instant. The 3 generations of Hokage want to rescue, but they are completely too powerful. Knifeless profound truth, execution. When the virtual dog gun was about to devour Shajur-Ching, he moved. A sword wave that was even more severe than before, tore open the virtual dog cannon. Boom. The 2 places behind Shajur-Ching burst into flames with 2 beautiful mushroom clouds, and the sky-high heat wave quickly leveled everything around, and nothing could stop it. Roar. The nine tails had already rushed up, wrapped the heavy chakra in one palm, and slapped it directly at Shajur-Ching, giving him no chance to react at all. Chapter 533 End, Crush the Power of the Nine Tails. Hey! But Shajur-Ching dodged in an instant and appeared on the top floor of a house. After quickly forming a seal with both hands, he said, "Nine tails, it's over." Thunderbolt, heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment. At the moment when the heavy palm of the nine tails landed, an incomparably thick thunderbolt slammed down and smashed the nine tails directly into the ground. Roar. Nine tails roared angrily, wanting to resist, wanting to get up and fight back. But this day, Lei will not give him a chance. Boom boom boom. Just like the roar of God, the terrifying thunder lights continued to crash down. Illuminate the entire Konoha like daytime. At this moment, there is only the sound of thunder and roar between the heavens and the earth, and everyone can't help but look here. All of them showed shock, stunned, unbelievable expressions of all kinds of shock. They can't believe that this kind of overwhelming power like the gods is really what they, the ninjas, can have. And the 3 generations of Hokage near here, feel even deeper. He looked solemnly at Shajur-Ching, who was hunting in a robe. He was able to fight with nine tails, and how terrifying was Shajur-Ching, who could completely suppress nine tails. In the end, the nine tails were also weak and were bound to the ground by Shajur-Ching with lightning. And on the other side, Namikaze Minato also ended the battle with the masked man. Before the masked man fled, he looked at Shajur-Ching's figure and let out an unwilling roar. His eyes were full of resentment. If it weren't for Shajur-Ching, how could he fail? But he will not give up. One day, he will make a comeback. He wants people all over the world to experience the despair he once felt. And it all started from Konoha. Who let Konoha be the reason for all this despair? After repelling the masked man, the next thing is what the 3 generations of Hokage, the 4th generation and others just said. Minato, don't delay, hurry up and reseal the 9 tails. If you slow down, even with Kushina's powerful vitality, I'm afraid it won't be able to consume it. The 3 generations of Hokage spoke out to Nika's Minato. Got it. Minato responded, and he naturally knew that this kind of thing couldn't be delayed. When the Flying Thunder God disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already holding the pale and extremely weak Kushina in his arms. That is to say, Kushina, as a Vortex clan, has such a powerful vitality, and even if the tailed beast is stripped, it will not die immediately. If it was someone else, the moment the tailed beast was stripped, it would have died. No, Minato, I can't bear the full power of the 9 tails right now. But when Namikaze Minato was about to be sealed, Kushina suddenly said with a painful expression. So what? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato also panicked. Seal the 9 tails, his daughter-in-law can't hold the power of the 9 tails, there will be an accident. If the 9 tails are not sealed, Konoha will reproduce the tragedy again. Both are difficult. In the original book, he was able to divide the 9 tails into 2 parts, which was done only by using a forbidden technique. And, it was a desperate decision. But now, do you want to use forbidden techniques too? To be honest, Namikaze Minato really had such an idea at that moment. Don't worry, I have a way to do it. After all, Kushina is from the Kingdom of Vortex, the Kingdom of Seals, so naturally there is a way to deal with all this. Chapter 534 Join the Decision-Making Circle. But the question now is, who is the other half sealed on? Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato with a very pale face and asked. Seal it on me, Minato Namikaze said without hesitation. Then let's get started. Kushina has no objection, although this matter is indeed quite risky. Shajur-Ching is here. After seeing that Jasmine was safe and sound, Lei Clone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although expected, but no surprises are good after all. After that, under the organization of the Chunin, the refugees left the refuge in an orderly manner. The scene outside is tantamount to doomsday, with ruins. Only then did they know how risky this battle was. The post-war reconstruction is unfolding in an orderly manner. The team led by Nara Shikahisa and the others also returned triumphantly. At the same time, Shajur-Ching's name also spread completely, and his name shocked the ninja world. How terrifying it is to retreat a 10,000 Yunren army alone. The ninja world couldn't help but pay attention to Shajur-Ching, a monster that turned out. Other shinobi villages are called envy, jealousy and hatred. Why is this kind of evildoer only appearing in Konoha village? The land of tea. I knew it was impossible for a character like him to be anonymous. After Sasaki Hishi took a sip of the tea, he sighed with emotion. Somewhere in the ninja world. Shajur-Ching, he's a good guy. A certain middle-aged man with long white hair wearing a forehead guard with the word, oil, said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. In Konoha village, many people directly became loyal supporters of Shajur-Ching. Back to the cloud. Defeat the 9 tails. This is simply the savior God gave them Konoha. In this way, the enthusiastic Konoha villagers, in order to repay Shajur-Ching's kindness, are almost going to crowd out his summer charcoal specialty store. The good business makes Shajur-Ching have a headache. Several times he has called on the villagers to calm down, consume rationally, and not follow blindly, but the effect is too small. Helpless, Shajur-Ching, who is soaring because of too many people, had no choice but to pull the surrounding restaurants and bear this suffering together. And for Shajur-Ching's practice of making a fortune together, that's called a grateful deed. I can't wait to worship Shajur-Ching. Shajirching actually didn't want to have a headache, but there were too many people, and the pressure on the staff was too great. In just 2 days, his 2 employees were exhausted. In this regard, Shajirching can only give them a bonus for their dedication. But the more Shajirching rewards, the harder these people work. Well, for the first time, Shajirching started to hate herself for being so good at management. Maybe he is also the first person who will have a headache because the business is too good. Not to mention, the strong service level of Shajirching's store, the consumption level of high quality and low price, as well as the unique service method, soon made the Konoha villagers who were only planning to repay their gratitude, and completely fell in love with it. Because it's so awesome. Here, you can talk eloquently and talk about your ideals. You can also be in a private room, have a chat with 1, 2 or 3 friends, and have a romantic relationship. As for the rewards from the daimyo, Shajirching used them to fund the Konoha sanatorium. Buying people's hearts is one point, and the most important thing is to establish a good reputation, so that people like Mitomenyan who are always ready to stab people have nothing to say. Of course, the title of Fire Nations, National Salvation Admiral Army, also left Mitomenyan with nothing to say. Moreover, Shajirching also relied on this identity, coupled with some political considerations of Namikaze Minato, and officially entered the Konoha decision-making circle. Although it is a little underwhelming, but sometimes it can always make a difference. Chapter 535 You will regret it. Shajirching, Union Village negotiates, I will trouble you to go with the 3 generations of adults. At the post-war consultation meeting, Minato Namikaze looked at Shajirching who was sitting in the corner and said, I refuse. I think it's better for Lord Shikahisa Nara to do this kind of thing. Shajirching refused very directly. And his reason is very simple. The Yun ninjas probably hate me now, and let me go, aren't they afraid of intensifying conflicts? Hearing this, Minato Namikaze nodded and said, it makes sense. Shajirching has no interest in the content of the subsequent meeting. Among them, Danzo proposed to move the Uchiha clan to the border of Konoha village and secretly monitor it. The reason is that the Nine Tails Rebellion has nothing to do with them. Regarding this matter, Shajirching just said, to draw a conclusion without evidence, it is easy to cause contradictions, Lord Danzang. But on this matter, the 4 advisors, including the 3 generations of Hokage, agreed, even if the Hokage Namaifung Minato did not agree, there was no way. Naturally, Shajirching agreed, but it didn't work. Namikaze Minato, he is Hokage in name, but his power is not complete. It does not involve matters other than major events, he does have the final say. But once a major incident is involved, he has to be at the mercy of the 3 generations of Hokage. Just like the migration of the Uchiha family this time, he has almost no right to speak. Even the 3 generations of Hokage are often on the side of Namikaze Minato. It can't be said that Namaifung Minato's ability is not good. It can only be said that he is in Konoha, and there is almost no help. Few of the ninjas of the same period as him have the right to speak with Konoha, and they are weak. As for the 3rd generation, it has been nearly 20 years since he took over the position of Hokage from the 2nd generation of Hokage, and his majesty is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The loyal subordinates are full of Konoha, and a few are still in the Konoha decision-making circle. Moreover, his 3 comrades in arms are all figures in Konoha's core decision-making circle. What if the 3 generations stepped down from the position of Hokage, and what if he channeled his power to Minato Namikaze? As long as he is not dead, his opinions can influence those subordinates in the decision-making circle. Coupled with the 3 Danzo, it is even more difficult for Namikaze Minato to make independent decisions. Unless 3 generations die one day, this situation has changed. But then, it will be a new sight, let's not talk about it. Once the results of the post-war meeting were promulgated, it immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan. However, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyu just glanced at Shajurching and accepted the result. If he can, he wants to protest too. But it is a pity that the Uchiha family has long been unpopular under the long-term suppression of the top officials of Konoha. Now, with the existence of Shajurching, they have no room to resist. This does not mean that the Uchiha family has no opinion, they can only smash their teeth and swallow them. Shajurching looked at Danzang's smug smile and thought to himself, Tuanzang, you will cry in the future. Namaifeng Minato, it's not something you can do if you want to. 100 causes will have consequences, and retribution will come. In a blink of an eye, the time has come to the 49th year of Konoha. After 2 months of negotiations, the Kingdom of Cloud compensated the Kingdom of Fire with huge sums of money to quell the anger. And I am very grateful for Shajurching's name of the Country of Fire, and gave Shajurching a false position as a guard inspector. Although there is no real power, but this gave Shajurching more right to speak in Konoha. Chapter 536 Leading Teacher. After all, in name, he is now a quasi-second-class official of the Fire Country, second only to the Prime Minister. If you don't look at the face of the monk and look at the face of the Buddha, the senior management of Konoha village can only give Shajurching more right to speak. Of course, Shajurching's mansion was also built. Standing near the Konoha Sanatorium, it covers an area of 20 acres, about 120 x 110 meters, which is not too big compared to a mansion. Of course, Konoha is already huge. With absolute autonomy, Konoha shall not interfere. This made Jasmine's status soar all of a sudden, and she was immediately promoted to the medical captain, and her salary naturally increased. Shajurching did not become arrogant because of the change in status. He is still him, that leisurely, restless Shajurching. He can mingle with the children of the Konoha Sanatorium. Shenkei can chat with the old people in Konoha village all day long. Of course, you can also chat with the Konoha ninjas and enjoy the wine. Such Shajurching, naturally everyone is willing to get close. And Shajurching, after this, actually transferred to medical ninjutsu. According to him, in a chaotic world, it is also good to master one more craft. With his current status, if he wants to learn medical ninjutsu, naturally he will not encounter any difficulties. All kinds of medical cheats, let him read. After a long time, it is difficult for the Konoha ninjas to imagine that this young man dressed in white and as gentle as jade is the ruthless man who can defeat the Nine Tails head-on. No matter how you look at it, this is just a son, not a strong man. What did Shajurching learn medical ninjutsu for? Is it really for a living? For this reason, the high-level Konoha will naturally not believe it. But as long as Shajurching didn't mess around, they could only let it go. I'm really trying my best to transplant Sharingan in the future. Shajurching put down a scroll, rubbed his eyebrows, and said helplessly. Yes, to learn medical ninjutsu, is to transplant Sharatun. Leave it to others, he is not at ease. He was also unwilling to involve Jasmine. In a blink of an eye, the time has come to the 50th year of Konoha. This year, a genius came out of the Konoha Village Ninja School. After 1 year of enrollment, you will graduate successfully. It's Uchiha Itachi in the end, talent is not built. At this moment, Shajurching, who was holding a list, looked at him from a distance, and the 3 graduates who were full of excitement, murmured. Unfortunately, not under my hands. He shook his head like this and stood up. Hello, Teacher Shajurching. The 3 graduates, looking at Shajurching, who is like a big brother, said respectfully and excitedly. Hello, nice to meet you. Shajurching Vivi Isho, sunny and warm, directly made the eyes of those 2 girls look at her heart. It was the boy who couldn't help but be very excited. Shajurching's smile is so healing. Shajurching, then, let's start our first lesson of becoming a ninja. Yes, Shajurching became a leading teacher of Konoha. There's no way, who made Konoha's talents at this moment in an embarrassing situation of no connection. In order to solve this situation, Namikaze Minato had to specially promote a few leading junin. And Shajar Ching, who is very leisurely every day, has naturally become the target of Minato Namaifeng. Anyway, in the end, under the temptation of a lot of money, Shajar Ching agreed to bring a remuneration of 150,000 yen. Of course, Shajar Ching is not short of money. If he really wants to ask for a price, it must be at least 300,000 yuan. He was just really idle and wanted to pass some time before he agreed. Chapter 537 Mice in the Dark. The first class, in fact, can't say anything, just talk about ideals and talk about ninjas. Speak freely, without hesitation. In this way, Shajar Ching listened to these three children and talked about their ideals with bright eyes. There is no ridicule, warning, reprimand. Shajar Ching has always been a listener, even if some of their ideas are ridiculous. This makes the three children who were very nervous all feel a kind of encouragement, respect, and become more comfortable. And in the discussion with each other, the three children are also talking freely, and slowly they have a considerable understanding of their companions, and a light bond is formed. When the warm sun sets in the west. Okay, I'll be here today, let's go, I'll treat you to a good meal. Shajar Ching greeted his three students and went to his small shop. And this move naturally made the three of them shout, "Long live." On the way, these three people did not know how many envious eyes they received. Just kidding, their teacher is Shajar Ching. Back Cloud Ninja, the hero who defeated the Nine Tails. The point is, it's really handsome. I don't know how many people want to be taught by Shajar Ching, but they have no chance. But the three of them were so lucky to be selected by Shajar Ching to teach. I'm afraid I didn't save the galaxy in my last life. Why did he just choose these people? What the hell is he thinking? Konoha executives looked at the three students chosen by Shajar Ching, very puzzled. What do you think? These three ninjas are too ordinary. Talent, background, and grades are all just qualified, not excellent at all, let alone outstanding. They couldn't understand why the outstanding Shajar Ching chose students but three unusually ordinary people. What kind of medicine is he selling in his gourd? The three generations of Hokage and Danzo are extremely puzzled. Don't forget tomorrow's tasks, everyone. Looking at the three students with their chubby belly eating, Shajar Ching gently instructed. Yes, Teacher Shajar Ching. The three of them responded loudly, their faces flushed with excitement. When they think of the life that is about to unfold, they can't help but look forward to it. I can't wait for this day to pass quickly. This way they can learn from Shajar Ching right away. The underground of Konoha, somewhere unknown to Shajar Ching. Have you solved Shajar Ching? After Danzo heard the words of the man in front of him, he couldn't help squinting. He said in a cold tone, Men Yan, this is not an easy task, we need to think long-term. That's right, the person sitting in front of Shimura Danzo is not Hokage consultant Mito Kadome. Naturally, we have to take a long-term view. If this guy is not eliminated, it will inevitably become a major disaster that harms Konoha in the future. Mito Menyan said through gritted teeth. Is that really the case, Men Yan, do you really think so in your heart? Danzo suddenly looked at Mito Gate Yan, and asked with a faint look. Of course, do you still doubt me? When Mito Menyan heard this, he stood up excitedly, slapped the table and said. Danzang raised his brows and said in a slow tone, How could I possibly doubt you? Then, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, like a viper. This matter, we really need to discuss how to proceed, because he really has to. Chapter 538 Backpacker. Mito Menyan nodded. Well, I will find you when I have time. I must not let him be an outsider and shake the stability of our Konoha. Then he got up and left. After Mito Gate Yan left, Danzo, who saw him, suddenly laughed, and the laugh was terrifying, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity, and said, I was just worried that I wouldn't have the chance to carry out that thing, but I didn't expect the door to come out. Yan, you gave me an excuse. Very well, Since you are going to give me the pot, then I'm welcome. Danzang's face was full of hideous expressions, and he didn't take into account the fact that Nito Menyan still had comrades in arms with him. Maybe as Sha Zhiqing said, if a person is in the dark for too long, he will become dark. As for what the thing in his mouth is, it is unknown. Rizong, don't blame me, blame this era. Danzo said, with murder in his eyes. The next day, when Sha Zhiqing arrived at the appointed place, his 3 students were already waiting there early, all with dark circles under their eyes. Why, can't you fall asleep so excited? Seeing this, Sha Zhiqing couldn't help joking. Hey! The 3 scratched their heads. Obviously, it was exactly what Sha Zhiqing said. Come on, let's start our first mission. Looking at the 3 excited students with dark circles under their eyes, Sha Zhiqing shook his head helplessly. Putting the scroll in his hand into his sleeve, he took them to the Konoha mission. The first mission, the D-level mission, is to find the missing king. Yes, the mischievous king has run away from home again. Grandma Yoshino expressed her helplessness. But Sha Zhiqing is also very helpless. This is the 10th time Sha Zhiqing has received this task. Go, I'll leave it to you, come on. Sha Zhiqing found a shady place to sit down, and after giving an order, she took out the medical scroll and looked at it. Teacher is really working hard. Seeing this scene, one of Sha Zhiqing's 3 students said admiringly. That's right, this is teacher Sha Zhiqing. Hearing this, another man and a woman said at the same time, extremely proud. Then, they threw themselves into the task of finding the king. Sha Zhiqing took them to do this kind of task, and the purpose is very simple. Let them learn teamwork skills and lay the foundation for higher level tasks in the future. Another one is that they have money to do tasks, so they can subsidize a little for their household. Time, with the cooperation of Sha Zhiqing and the 3 children who are slowly getting in, most of the day has passed. Finally, at sunset, the 3 children, who were all a little embarrassed, came back. They have thick smiles on their faces, and their satisfaction is beyond words. Well done, the cooperation can be reached on the first mission, I am proud of you. For the 3 children, no amount of achievement can compare to Sha Zhiqing's praise. Sha Zhiqing encouraged them, keep working hard. Of course, the 3 children nodded again and again, yes. Immediately, after returning the king to Grandma Yoshino, Sha Zhiqing took 3 children and went to his small shop again. According to him, you can't treat the child badly. In a relaxed atmosphere, Sha Zhiqing analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of their practices for the 3 children. Just like a conversation, in this private room, the 3 children are sometimes very proud, sometimes depressed, and constantly switch. Chapter 539 Tread Water, Climb Trees. The 3 children are also talking and understand the aspects that they need to improve and develop. You can't help but have a clearer understanding of your future. 1 month has passed. Have you heard? The 5th class led by teacher Sha Zhiqing has already started to try to take on the C-level mission. I am so envious. They actually completed 32 D-level missions in a month. How could they never see that they still have this ability before? How the hell did they do it? They don't seem to be very strong. In Konoha village, each class discussed at the same time and in different places. Envy, puzzlement is full of them. They can't understand why the 5th class can be so good. Obviously all 3 members are mediocre. You must know that the 9th class where the excellent Uchiha Itachi is located has only completed 22 D-level tasks. But the 5th class has been completed 32 times, how did it do it? And while they were discussing like this, in the Konoha Medical Center. Okay, there should be no problem with your injury. After you leave the hospital, take more rest and don't get too excited. It should recover in 2 to 3 days. Sha Zhiqing, in a white coat, said to the ninja on the hospital bed. Thank you so much, Lord Sha Zhiqing, your existence is really a blessing for Konoha. The ninja was very grateful. Shajirqing has been doing it for more than half a year to become a medical ninja to cure diseases. From being unpopular at the beginning, to being praised later, and later becoming a core healing ninja. The time used by Shajirqing is only half a year. Perhaps it is by analogy. After all, in the world of pirates, I have seen Chopper cure diseases. Maybe it's because his talent is really good, and what others can understand in a few years, he can do it in a day or two. Therefore, after systematically studying knowledge for half a year, Shajirqing began to practice the line of, the unity of knowledge and action. While practicing, learning at the same time, confirming each other, and making continuous progress. In the beginning, Jasmine could still teach Shajirqing, but later, she was completely left behind by Shajirqing. There are fewer and fewer people in the entire Konoha Medical Center who can teach Shajirqing. The patient just now was on the verge of death at one point. If Shajirqing had not insisted on a dead horse as a living horse doctor, he might have been a handful of Lois now. According to the agreement, today is the time to teach them combat skills. I can't wait to think about it. Shajirqing changed his white coat and left Konoha Medical Center after finishing the disinfection work. When Shajirqing arrived at the appointed place, his 3 students, Ma Kuro, Fujino Ling, and Anmura Nobuomi were already waiting there early. Wait. Shajirqing smiled, and then, without dragging its feet, she separated a shadow clone, and the body sat down and said, "Today I want to teach you 2 basic skills of ninjas, treading water and climbing trees." Then, the clone demonstrated treading water and climbing trees successively. These 2 basic skills can save your life many times, so practice hard. In the past month, you have completed the team ability training, and starting today, you will start individual ability training. When you have mastered it, we will go to perform C-level tasks. There are already people in other classes who can perform C-level tasks alone. Shajirqing's words were like magic, making Majoro and the 3 of them suddenly full of fighting spirit. Chapter 540 Dissatisfaction is normal. Isn't it a C-level task? What others can do, we can do too. The 3 of Majoro can probably guess who the person in Shajirqing's mouth is. The person Shajirqing said is you, Uchiha Itachi. Not far from where Shajirqing and the others were training, there were actually several teams peeking at them. One of the team members looked at his team member Uchiha Itachi and said with certainty. Uchiha Itachi didn't answer. He just looked at the 3 of Majoro, and under the guidance of Shajirqing, he started training. Although it is said that as a precocious person, Uchiha Itachi often doesn't care about winning or losing. But when his team had only completed 22 missions, Ma Kuro and the others had 10 more missions than him. Uchiha Itachi would like to see what makes them different. But after watching it for a while, he didn't find that Ma Kuro and the others were different. Shajirqing is here. Control the chakra, spread it on the water, and create buoyancy so that you can stand on the water. Similarly, control the chakra and turn it into a strong absorption force, and then you can walk up the tree. Come, export chakra with me. There is nothing special about Shajirqing's teaching scene. It's just a personal demonstration, and then explain the precautions, and let Ma Kuro and the others explore it by themselves. These are nothing special. But the next little action of Shajirqing made these peeking students understand the reason why Majoro and the others were able to achieve such excellent results. After each of their failures, Shajirqing would encourage them, "It's almost a success, come on." Don't say that girls will be fascinated by Shajirqing's gentle words. It is a boy, that is the same, the encouragement received, it is not ordinary. But sometimes, some things don't work out with a word or 2 of encouragement. Half a day has passed, and Ma Kuro and the others still haven't succeeded. This makes them a little frustrated. Teacher Shajirqing, can anyone really learn these 2 skills in one day? Majoro looked at Shajirqing and asked. The reason for this question is because Shajirqing said to them earlier, as long as they learn these 2 skills within a day, they can promise to give them a ninjutsu. But now it looks like it's going to be a waste. Of course, there are many people who can do this kind of thing, and some people can even learn it in just a few minutes. Shajirching said with great certainty. Uchiha Itachi. Ma Kuro looked at Shajirching and said a little unconvinced. Shajirching heard Isho and said, yes, it's him. Why, don't believe what I say. Seeing Ma Joro's expression, how could Shajirching not know what he was thinking? Even if you can see the gap earlier, you will also be more attentive in the days to come. Shajirching sighed like this, then said to the grass beside him, Itachi Uchiha, come out after watching it for so long. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi appeared from the grass and greeted Shajirching respectfully, Teacher Shajirching. Ma Kuro, look out for you, what a real genius looks like. Shajirching's voice raised a few tones, causing Ma Kuro and the three to look at Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 541 The Gap Between Genius and Genius. Itachi Uchiha, next, watch my actions carefully. Without explaining anything to Uchiha Itachi, after Shajirching said this, his hands began to form seals. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. Shajirching opened his mouth and spewed out a linear flame that was enough to burn the entire sky. The temperature in the four directions has risen rapidly, and it has completely become a high-temperature hell. Let Makuro and the others retreat again and again. But after all, it's just a demonstration. Shajirching stopped releasing immediately. Uchiha Itachi, can you see clearly? Shajirching looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked. Majoro and the others also looked over, and they seemed to understand what Shajirching wanted to show them. But they were all in disbelief. Can someone really be talented to that level? See clearly, Uchiha Itachi replied with his head lowered slightly. Shajirching said, then let me see the results. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Shajirching and took a deep breath. Then, his hands also began to quickly form seals, and chakra boiled out from his body. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. Boom. A flame that is much smaller than Shajirching just now hit the sky. Although it is small, the temperature is not low, and the attainments are quite high. Hi. There is a sound of breathless air coming from all around. And Ma Kuro and the others also widened their eyes in amazement, looking at Uchiha Itachi's eyes full of disbelief. Makuro, that was a ninjutsu with AC difficulty level just now. It's 2 levels more difficult than stepping on water or climbing a tree. So, what do I mean? You should understand. Shajirching nodded to Uchiha Itachi, indicating that he could leave. Then he looked at Majoro and said, don't underestimate other people, there are always people whose level of evildoing is beyond your imagination. After all, Konoha village has no shortage of geniuses. Of course, Shajirching changed his voice again, you don't have to belittle yourselves, you can do what others can do. It depends on whether you are willing to work hard to study and think. Everyone has their own characteristics, so the learning process is also different. Hearing Shajirching's remarks, not only Majoro and the others were thoughtful, but others, including Itachi Uchiha, couldn't help showing a look of contemplation. If you don't want to envy others for being a genius in the future, just work hard until you turn yourself into a genius. This sentence may be nothing to Uchiha Itachi. But for other people, it is like drinking in the head, and it has an extraordinary effect. I understand, Teacher Shajirching, I will work hard. Of course, the three of them can understand the meaning of Shajirching's words. Shajirching's meaning is very straightforward. Genius always exists, but it is not impossible to stand side by side with or even surpass. The premise is that you are willing to work hard and your belief is firm enough. Majoro doesn't believe it anymore. With the teaching of a monstrous teacher like Shajirching, he can't achieve anything yet. Seeing them in this state, Shajirching felt relieved. After all the hard work was not in vain. Makuro and the others are continuing to practice again. However, those who secretly watched the scene just now looked at Uchiha Itachi in shock. Is this a genius? It's too scary. They looked at Uchiha Itachi and thought in their hearts. You can learn ninjutsu at a glance, this is too powerful. Chapter 542 The path you choose is your own responsibility. That's C-rank ninjutsu, don't you want to be so powerful? Some people who claim to be geniuses on weekdays like this can't help but feel the deep gap and despair. Uchiha Itachi's genius level, they can't keep up with flattery. In front of Uchiha Itachi, their so-called genius name is so pale and powerless. But this has also made many people make up their minds to work hard. This was completely beyond the expectations of those who led the team in the next period of time. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Ma Kuro and the others were finally able to skillfully use the 2 basic skills of treading water and climbing trees. The excited Ma Kuro and the 3 thought that Shajir-Ching would teach them ninjutsu next. But, unfortunately, I don't plan to teach you ninjutsu right now. Shajir-Ching's words, like a pot of cold water, quenched their enthusiasm and excitement. Fujino Ling asked unwillingly, "Why, Teacher Shajir-Ching?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Shajir-Ching replied, "Your foundation is not solid enough." "No thought at all." "Then the next item we will train is," Nobuomi Yasun asked aloud. The corner of Shajir-Ching's mouth twitched into a smile. "In the mission, turn these 2 basic skills into instinct. Then, consolidate the practice of the 3-body technique, further improve your proficiency in the use of chakra, and increase your life-saving means." Although it sounded so boring that they couldn't even understand it, they still chose to believe that Shajir-Ching would not lie to them. Therefore, they also know to be patient and do as Shajir-Ching said. 2 months have passed. When the other teams had already started to practice attribute ninjutsu, Ma Kuro and the others had just finished treading water, and the 2 skills of climbing trees became instinctive training. "Mr. Shajir-Ching, other teams have already started to practice attribute ninjutsu. If we don't start, won't we be far behind them? Is it really necessary to consolidate the practice of the 3-body technique? Uchiha Itachi and the others have already performed 5 sea-level missions, and I haven't seen them use the 3-body technique a few times. They all rely on attribute ninjutsu." Majoro and the others couldn't take it anymore, and they couldn't help but begin to question Shajir-Ching. "If you want to start training in attribute ninjutsu, that's okay, I can teach you. But if you regret it, I will not be responsible." Shajir-Ching put down the scroll in his hand, not tepid, but said some very cold words, the tone of which is unquestionable. There were different signs of struggle on the faces of the 3 people, and then, the expressions of the 3 people suddenly became firm again. Majoro said, "I have decided, Teacher Shajir-Ching, I will give up the 3-body technique to consolidate my cultivation. I'm going to start practicing ninjutsu directly, you teach me ninjutsu." Shajir-Ching said, "Are you mentally prepared?" Ma Kuro nodded heavily. "How about you two?" Shajir-Ching looked at Fujino Ling and Anmura Nobuomi again. "Rei Fujino, me too. Nobumi Yasunori, I continue to practice the 3-body art." "Okay, all of you are already qualified ninjas, and I believe you have already made your own minds." With that said, Shajir-Ching separated a shadow clone and left with Nobuomi Anmura. His deity took out the chakra test paper and handed it to the 2 of them. "Export chakra, test your chakra attributes." Chapter 543 I know what to do. Thunder is folded, the wind is split, the water is moist, the fire is burning, the earth is broken. After listening, the 2 pushed chakra into the test strip at the same time. One of the test strips in the hands of the 2 I saw was wet and the other was burning. Asakuro is fire attribute. Fujino Ling is water attribute. Well, it really is a pair of suitable opposite attributes. Ma Kuro, you can choose between the fire escape, divine fire technique and arrogant fireball technique. Fujino Ling, you are 2, you can choose between the water escape, the water wave and the water cut. Shajir-Ching gave a choice. This kind of treatment, maybe only Shajir-Ching's students can enjoy the whole Konoha. After all, Konoha's supervision of ninjutsu is very strict. The attribute ninjutsu taught is all designated. Want to choose, there are no doors. Moreover, this is the only time they can learn ninjutsu for free. For the ninjutsu behind, they have to use their own contributions to exchange them for konoha. Asakuro, I choose the magic of fire. Ryo Fujino, I choose water cut. Both of them made a choice, and Shajirching immediately took out the corresponding copy scroll and gave it to them. Then, one-on-one teaching started. Shajirching said while instructing, remember, when using ninjutsu, the speed of the seal is the most important thing. Unless you have the ability to control the situation, otherwise, the faster the seal, the higher the winning rate. And how to quickly and efficiently seal and release ninjutsu is what you have to do next. And not far from where they could see Ma Kuro. Shinmei, do you really regret this choice? They have already started to learn ninjutsu. Shajirching's shadow clone, hereafter collectively referred to as shadow clone, asked. No regrets, I know what I'm doing and I know exactly what I need. Nobumi Yasunori is a girl with a temperament similar to Hinata. She is determined and a little introverted. However, she is more assertive than Hinata. Then let's start the consolidation and practice of the three-body technique. When the shadow clone heard the words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile, and then, he began to consolidate and cultivate from Yuyin. Seal, transport chakra, control chakra, complete the effect. This is only the first step. Increase the printing speed, increase the conveying speed, and increase the chakra control. This is the second step. Precisely distribute chakra while maintaining high speed not printing, and improve the efficiency of chakra utilization. This is the third step. Finally, turning the third step into an instinct is the fourth step. The first step, the second step is not difficult for Yasunami Nobuomi. Starting from the third step, it started to be a bit difficult. And the fourth step, you need to go through a series of battles. A week has passed in their hard training. Okay, you have all achieved success in your cultivation. Then, starting from today, your training direction will be to fight against my shadow avatar. When hearing the news, all three of them showed different expressions. Anmura Nobumi was a little worried, while the other two were excited. Let's get started. After all three were ready, Shajirching's shadow avatar began the process of abusing vegetables. Stand up and keep going. Don't you think it's a pity to give up? It's a mere seal, can it be used when it is still, but not when it is in action? Shajirching is like a changed person, extremely strict, extremely indifferent, like a ruthless machine, destroying the three of Ma Kuro. Chapter 544 Genius, but that's it. Damn, I won't give up, Teacher Shajirching, look at me, I will definitely make you look up to me. Ma Kuro howled in pain, quite fighting spirit. Then, he fell into a more terrifying attack. The three of Makuro just need to keep releasing ninjutsu and keep getting proficiency in ninjutsu. If they don't want to be abused, they have to block Shajirching's attacks again and again. The pressure can be imagined. Of course, they are making great progress too. At least, Makuro has never felt that he has such a high talent. A month has passed. Have you heard? Makuro even fought to a tie with Uchiha Itachi in his fire escape ninjutsu skills. But that's not all. I also heard that he and his teammate Fujino Ryo successfully executed a C-level mission. My god, it's a bunker, and now I can successfully perform a C-level mission. As expected of teacher Shajirching, he can teach people like Majoro so well. On this day in June of Konoha 50 years, these gentes who graduated for half a year, gathered together and said this with envy. I really want to be taught by teacher Shajirching too. Makuro, Fujino Ryo and the other two are praised for their ninjutsu skills, even the 3 generations of Hokage. A certain ninja from a family force said with a look of longing. Yeah, I think so too, but unfortunately I can't do it. This sentence naturally resonated immediately. It's just that the last member of Shajirching's 5th class, Nobumi Anmura, was completely ignored by them. When they think about it, since they are not brilliant, they must be talented, so there is no need to pay attention. Konoha Village, in the Hokage building. Shajur-ching, you can't favor one over the other in terms of teaching. You can't just patronize the two outstanding people and forget the one who was left out. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Shajur-ching on the opposite side, and reminded me like this. What you said, when did I favor one over the other? It's just that they chose different directions. Also, to achieve this kind of thing, you can't just look at the surface. There are people who have accumulated a lot and become a blockbuster, and there are people who are late bloomers, canopy generations, aren't they? Shajur-ching couldn't help Isha when he heard the words. Naturally he knew what the 3 generations of Hokage were talking about. It's good that you have an idea, I don't worry about your level. With Sha Muyang's words, the 3 generations have nothing to say. And in another place, Ma Kuro is here. It's amazing, Ma Joro, I didn't realize you were so amazing. It's so enviable, Ryo Fujino, can you teach me how to use the water escape? As soon as Ma Kuro and Fujino Ryo appeared, they were praised by many genin during the same period, and they attracted much attention and were very beautiful. Welcome, everyone can do it if they work hard. Although the 2 of them are modest, their heads are almost up in the sky, and they are extremely proud. This is a feeling they have never felt, so that they feel that the so-called genius is nothing more than that. Don't you see the people they needed to look up to back then, but now they can only look up to them. This also makes them feel even more that they are buried geniuses, and as for the others, they are just their foils. Compared with them, the talent is far from the same. As for Anmura Nobuomi, she was completely ignored. Without any record, she has almost zero sense of existence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ma Kuro and Fujino Ling. Chapter 545 Asakuro's Ambition. However, not everyone admits Ma Kuro and their achievements. On the contrary, their dazzling eyes made some girls and boys in other classes look at Ma Kuro and their eyes with admiration. And this makes other boys and girls very uncomfortable. Yoshi, we have decided that we will also go on a sea-level mission in a few days. A group of boys suddenly said, and then they provoked Ma Kuro. Ma Kuro, what you can do, I can do too. HMPH, whatever you want, my target is Uchiha Itachi. Hearing this, Ma Joro snorted coldly, and said proudly, when he returns in a few days, I will challenge him to compete. When others heard his words, they all showed excitement. This kind of thing sounds very interesting. Ma Kuro, teacher Shajur-ching said that we shouldn't challenge Uchiha Itachi now. At this time, Anmura Nobuomi, who has never had a sense of existence, said. Mr. Shajur-ching's words are not necessarily all right, aren't they? At least, I think he is too arrogant. But after hearing those words, Ma Joro said so quietly, with a different kind of light in his eyes. That is the light called ambition, reckless. When everyone heard his rebellious words, they couldn't help being stunned. Fujino Ryo and Anmura Nobuomi couldn't help but change their faces, and then they were about to speak with anger on their faces. Oh, so that's how I look in your mind. At this time, a leisurely voice sounded behind Ma Kuro and the 2 of them, startling them. When he turned around, he saw Shajur-ching standing in front of them with a smile on his sleeves. For some reason, Ma Joro felt a coldness for no reason, which made him shudder. Shajur-ching spoke, his voice still gentle. It's really a good thing to have a fight with Uchiha Itachi. Since you want to, I think that if I block again, it will only make you more dissatisfied with me. However, you have to bear the specific consequences yourself, such as being expelled from the 5th class. Hearing Shajur-ching's words, the people around couldn't help but be shocked. This seems to be a bit heavy. Hearing Shajur-ching's words, Ma Joro couldn't help clenching his fists, his body trembling. He looked at Shajur-ching and roared unwillingly, Mr. Shajur-ching, he and I can successfully perform sea-level tasks, why do you still have no confidence in me? You never seem to think I have any hope of victory. Why? I have the same ninjutsu skills as him, why can't I defeat him? Are you underestimating me too much? This is the first time that Majuro has questioned Shajirching. When he said this, the people around him couldn't help but sweat for him. Shajirching is not an easy person. Fujino Ling was pulling him continuously, but to no avail. I'm just talking about things. Since you don't believe me and think I'm too arrogant, then go practice it yourself. The answer is deep and direct. Just hope that when the time comes, you can still be as confident as ever. The imagined Shajirching's anger did not appear, but Shajirching never gave Majuro any good looks. It will definitely be, Mr. Shajirching, I will tell you with facts, your thoughts are sometimes wrong. You underestimate your students. Also, I have a secret weapon, and I have the confidence to fight against Uchiha Itachi. Majuro looked straight at Shajirching and said without admitting defeat. Then, turn around and fly away. The error-free chapters of Pirates, a pair of writing wheel eyes at the beginning, will continue to be updated on 38kanshu.com. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend 38kanshu.com. Chapter 546 Teaching According to Aptitude, the game is coming. You two, are you still training today? Shajirching asked coldly as she looked at the two girls of Anmura Nobumi. Yeah, the two nodded heavily, without any hesitation. Let's go. Shajirching walked towards the training ground with his hands behind his back. And after Shajirching and the others left, the rest of the lower end all boiled up. Big news, Majuro actually rebelled against teacher Shajirching. No matter what he is, let's see in a few days, who is better between Makuro and Itachi Uchiha. Hopefully Majuro wins, otherwise, it's not easy to see Shajirching make mistakes. In the training ground. Ryo Fujino, you already have certain attainments in ninjutsu, and you should be able to understand the rest of the ninjutsu by analogy. You can't use other skills yet, let's not talk about it. Today, what I'm going to teach you is the fighting technique. If a ninja is not strong enough in the fighting technique, he is definitely not a qualified ninja, understand? To Fujino Ling, Shajirching taught the fighting technique. And for Anmura Nobumi, he finally started teaching Anmura Nobumi ninjutsu. Anmura Nobume's three-body technique has reached an excellent level. However, in Shajirching's dictionary, the meaning of the three-body technique is instant body technique, avatar technique, transformation technique, avatar technique. The importance is waning. And after the test, Anmura Nobumi turned out to be a wind attribute. Well, none of them match the attributes of Shajirching. Wind dun wind cut technique, or feng dun gale palm. Similarly, Shajirching gave Anmura Nobume a choice. Wind escape gale palm. Ankara Nobuomi actually chose the auxiliary gale palm, which surprised Shajirching. Immediately, the training begins. The same steps, the same method, Yasun Nobumi began to practice. It's just that, unlike Majuro and the others, Shajirching guided Anmura Shinmei to think about the nature of the wind, intentionally or unintentionally, during her cultivation process. Tear or condense. And Anmura Nobuomi chose to condense. In the blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. Shajirching was a little surprised by Anmura's talent. In just 4 days, she has completely mastered feng dun and gale palm. And condensed this nature into ninjutsu, and came into contact with the practice of changing nature in advance. Maybe, this will be a dusty bead, Shajirching said. At Ryo Fujino, he has also accomplished some fighting techniques, and Majuro and Shajirching naturally went to see him. Even if he didn't come to training for 4 days. However, Shajirching still gave him corresponding guidance and helped him complete the cultivation of his secret weapon, Fire Escape Dragon Fire technique. Although in Shajirching's view, it is impossible for a Sakuro to defeat Uchiha Itachi, but after all, they are still teachers. It's just that Shajirching will not forgive Ma Julong for slacking off his studies and provoking his majesty in public. But that's another story, we'll talk about it after the game is over. If Ma Kuro is smart, there may be a chance to return to the team. If you're not smart, forget it. On this day, stubbornly thinking that he had reached the same level as Uchiha Itachi, Ma Kuro set off. Go to challenge Uchiha Itachi, who just returned from the mission. Shajirching specially gave Fujinoling and Anmura Nobume a half-day leave and asked them to come and have a look. Naturally, this kind of thing is also indispensable for the attention of other people in the same period. Even the 3 generations of Hokage are here. Chapter 547 Fiasco, that's genius. It's too risky, Shajirching, how can you agree to such a request? The 3 generations of Hokage complained. I can't help it, the child is too old, I can't control it. Shajirching spread her hands, saying that she had no choice. In this regard, the 3 generations of Hokage gave him a believe in your evil look. Come on, Uchiha Itachi, I will show you my growth. I am no longer the one who can only envy you. Ma Kuro shouted out very confidently. Let's get started. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, if Majoro was Shajirching's disciple, he wouldn't even plan to fight. Fire escape sacred fire technique. Ma Kuro quickly formed the seal, and sprayed out a flame that surrounded it like a spring, wrapping Uchiha Itachi in it. The air was distorted, and the temperature suddenly rose a lot, and the 3 generations of Hokage nodded, it's even more powerful than last time. See it, Itachi Uchiha. Hearing the praise of the 3 generations of Hokage, Ma Kuro was even more excited. Fire escape how fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi Vivi stepped back, and the printing speed was more than double that of Ma Kuro. Immediately, a 5-meter-long fireball erupted, hitting the ring flame of Ma Kuro. Boom! The flame to the flame made Vivi tremble on the battle stage, and the whole stage was fiery red. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the sky came from behind Majoro, and he was promised by the limit trained by Shajirching, so he immediately reacted and left. But he saw Uchiha Itachi appear and punched him. But he was blocked by Ma Kuro, and he also hit Uchiha Itachi on the top of the knee with one blow. Alas, I lost. But Shajirching, who noticed this scene, suddenly sighed and said that Majoro was going to lose. The 3rd Hokage also sighed Vivi, as if to agree. Everyone looked inexplicable, only Anmura Nobuomi said, that's a stand-in. Boom! Uchiha Itachi, who was knocked out, turned into a stand-in. Ma Kuro was shocked when he saw this, and when he went to listen, Uchiha Itachi's voice came from behind him. Fire escape, the art of fireball. A huge fireball was oppressing in front of his eyes, so that Ma Kuro had no chance to release ninjutsu to resist. As for the 3-body technique, I'm sorry, Majoro couldn't even adjust chakra when he was completely panicked. In the end, Shajirching rescued him. But there is no doubt that Ma Kuro failed miserably. Why I lost? Ma Kuro couldn't accept this fact at all, and asked unwillingly. Shajirching did not answer him, but the 3 generations of Hokage spoke up to explain. Uchiha Itachi performs sea-level tasks because of his current status, and he can only perform such tasks, not that his strength is limited to sea-level tasks. Quote. And your strength only allows you to perform sea-level tasks. Hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage, Ma Kuro slumped on the ground. The 3 people who agreed with you to perform the sea-level mission a few days ago failed the mission and were all seriously injured and unconscious. Majoro, settle down, if you want to catch up with the genius, work harder. Especially when this genius is working harder than you. Shajirching threw out such a sentence coldly, and left with Anmura Nobume and Fujinoling. Young people, don't be too impetuous, take it step by step. It's definitely good for you to be motivated, but it's not good for you to be too aggressive. Learn from your teachers. Your teachers won't hurt you. What they see is farther than you. The words of the 3 generations of Hokage can be regarded as an end to this competition. Chapter 548 What a wrong decision. Ma Kuro has also completely become a legend. Of course, if it weren't for the third Hokage, he would probably have become a joke. That afternoon, Ma Kuro, who had a sullen face, came to participate in training again. But this time, Shajurching is not so easy to talk about. In order to let you know where you are now, I decided to take a test. Failed the test, ineligible for my training. Shajurching's tone was quite cold. You don't have to refuse. How to teach, whether you want to teach or not, is my freedom. I also have the right to fire a player at any time. If I make a mistake, I will bear the consequences myself. What does teacher Shajurching want to test? Majoro gritted his teeth and said, very angry. Fujino Ryo, Yasunami Nobuomi, choose one. As long as you are undefeated under them, you will pass the test, and vice versa. As soon as Shajurching said this, Fujino Ling and Anmura Nobuomi couldn't help but change their expressions. Anmura Nobume even waved her hand and said, Teacher Shajurching, this is inappropriate. Okay. Majoro agreed with one bite. I choose Shinmei. Ma Kuro directly chose the bullying Nobumi Yasun. Teacher Shajurching, change the way. Nobuomi Anmura pleaded aloud. Yes, Teacher Shajurching, give him another chance. Our team is finally established, please don't break us up. Fujino Ling also pleaded. Makuro, you think so too, let's change it. Fujino Ling looked at Ma Kuro expectantly, hoping that he could change his mind. She knows Anmura Nobuomi's current strength. To put it mildly, the current Asakuro can't even beat her, let alone Anmura Nobuomi, who she can't beat either. Nobuomi Anmura's three-body technique, especially the instant body technique, was a complete mess. Ma Kuro had no chance at all. Not to mention that Anmura Nobuomi still has such a terrifying wind ninjutsu. Of the three people above, Nobuomi Yasunori, who had the most solid foundation and the strongest strength, and Ma Kuro had no hope at all. It is impossible for him to defeat Anmura Nobuomi unless she releases water. No, just do it this way. Ma Kuro's eyes were full of light and he said, Uchiha Itachi, I'm not an opponent, can it be that I can't even beat Shinmei? Well, after Ma Kuro said that, it would be useless to say more. Are you ready, Shinmei? Ma Kuro said excitedly. Come on. Anmura Nobuomi nodded and said with a very determined look. Fire escape sacred fire technique. Ma Kuro immediately released a huge flame, and seeing this, Anmura Nobuomi hurriedly retreated, not daring to deal with it head-on at all. What's wrong, Shinmei, are you just running away? Fight me head-on. Seeing this, Ma Kuro couldn't help shouting proudly. This made Shajurching helplessly shook his head. Shinmei, do you have to release water to the land of water? You will only make him more flamboyant. If you really want to help him, just use your own true strength. Shinmei, don't hide it, fight me with all your strength. When will I need you to release water? Hearing Shajurching's words, Majoro's expression when he looked at Anmura Nobuomi was not very good. When will Nobuomi Anmura underestimate him? This makes him very angry. Shajurching said again, Shinmei, go all out, your kindness may not be understood by others. Just in time, let Ma Kuro see the rewards for your hard work over the past few years. Chapter 549. One defeat and another defeat, the mentality collapsed. Alright then, Nobuomi Yasunori couldn't help taking a long breath. Then, his face suddenly became sharp, and the chakra under his feet burst, and he rushed in front of Majoro. Ma Kuro's tone made her a little angry. After all, he is also a companion, and he kindly let him rejoin, but he has repeatedly said bad things to himself. Do you really think he has no temper? Hey! A kunai popped out of her hand, and ruthlessly indifferently slashed towards Ma Kuro's neck. Do you think this trick can do anything to me? You underestimate me. Ma Kuro shouted, and the same chakra burst out under his feet, and he withdrew. But, boom! When he withdrew, Anmura Nobuomi had already rushed in front of him, punched him heavily in the chest, and blasted him out. Damn, don't underestimate people. Ma Kuro immediately stabilized his body, and also grabbed a kunai, and slashed at Nobuomi Yasura who was charging at him. Ding ding ding. In terms of strength, Nobume Yasunori was still not enough to fight against Ma Kuro, and was forced to retreat. Nobume Yasunori, who discovered this scene, immediately backed away. Great opportunity. But Ma Kuro would not give up, and immediately released the ninjutsu. In his opinion, the outcome will be decided soon. Fire escape sacred fire technique. A swirling flame completely enveloped Anmura Nobumi, and she had no time to react. Seeing this scene, Majoro suddenly showed a proud expression. But, boom! Anmura Nobuomi, who was wrapped in flames, turned into a piece of wood. What? Ma Kuro couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this, and there was a sound of breaking the sky behind him. Nobuomi Yasunori appeared behind him, holding the Kuu thorn. It won't let you succeed. Ma Kuro turned around suddenly, and then he slammed a punch, avoiding Anmura Nobume's attack, and hitting her in turn. Just. This Anmura Nobuomi turned into smoke with a bang, it was just a doppelganger. And the kunai in her hand turned into smoke at the same time, and Nobuomi Yasunori appeared. Transformation. At this moment, with Nobuomi Yasunori in front of her eyes, Ma Kuro had no time to react. Ma Kuro, you lost. Anmura Nobumi held the kunai and pressed against Ma Kuro's back, and said neither saltily nor lightly. How is it possible? No matter what, Ma Kuro cannot accept this result. I don't agree, come again. Ma Kuro looked at Shajirching violently, asking for another chance. Nobumi Anmura, let him be convinced. Shajirching actually agreed. Hearing this, Ma Kuro rushed out immediately. Then, after the two of them were ready again, Majoro rushed over immediately, and the seal was still in his hand, fire escape dragon fire technique. A line of flames, fiercely coming. But this time, Anmura Nobumi didn't plan to run away. Wind escape gale palm. Facing the incoming flames, Nobumi Yasunori calmly yuyin. Then, push palm released a wind wave that distorted the air, blew the flame back with an absolute advantage, and blew Ma Kuro out. Ma Kuro, lose again. Impossible. This result was something Ma Kuro never expected. If it was said that Nobuomi Yasunori defeated him before, it was only a use of skills, but now, it is not. Nobuomi Yasura actually beat him with ninjutsu on the front. Etc. When did she learn wind escape ninjutsu? Ma Kuro looked at Anmura Nobuomi in disbelief. Chapter 550 You are expelled. He couldn't imagine that this teammate who had no sense of existence in his eyes had already learned wind escape ninjutsu. Moreover, the attainments are higher than him. 5 days ago, I forgot to tell you that Nobumi Yasunori's talent is much higher than yours. Shajirching finally stood up and retracted the scroll. I once said that the choice you make is your responsibility. Unfortunately, this team has nothing to do with you. The tone is indifferent and unusually ruthless. This is completely different from the Shajirching that Majoro knew at the beginning. He couldn't associate this Shajirching with that gentle and sunny Shajirching. Why, are you going to fire me for this little mistake? After listening to Shajirching's words, Majoro asked a little unwillingly. Small mistake. Haha, it's easy to say. Shajirching laughed after hearing this. Abandoned studies, no respect, do you think this is a small mistake? Besides, since you don't want to believe me, why should I continue to teach you? Shajirching's tone suddenly became cold. Don't take my kindness to you for granted. All the honors you have received so far are given to you by me. I can give it to you, and I can ruthlessly deprive it. This is the ninja, this is the reality. Ma Kuro, this is not holding back the school. There will be people who will tolerate you infinitely. Hearing Shajirching's words, Fujino Ling suddenly said, Teacher, can't you really keep him? Yeah, teacher, please keep him. Whoever doesn't make mistakes, just spare him this time. Nobume Yasun also pleaded. The anger just now returned to the anger just now, and she really wanted to drive Majuro away. She couldn't bear it. You don't need to say it. After seeing the results just now, I have made up my mind. Makuro has an arrogant temperament and is not suitable for the 5th class. I have already found another guide for Shengnan. How far he can develop in the future will depend on his good fortune. Anbu will give him information in 2 days. Shajirqing turned around, sat down in the place just now, and said, I can tolerate other mistakes. However, it is absolutely impossible to waste your studies and ignore your superiors. One can't get carried away after a little achievement. Shajirqing's words are simply heart-stopping, especially for Ma Kuro. Giggle. After Majuro glanced at Shajirqing, he left with a gloomy expression. Mr. Shajirqing, you are too cruel. Majuro will definitely hate you in the future. After Asakuro left, Nobumi Yasunori said with a gloomy expression. Ruthless. If this is considered ruthless, it may be that you haven't seen the real ruthlessness. Hearing this, Shajirqing just said this lightly. Really cruel. Hearing this, Anmura Nobumi and Fujino Ling couldn't help but look at each other, a little confused. Okay, keep training. Shajirqing didn't intend to explain anything more on this matter. And what about Makuro? Hey, what's so amazing? Isn't it just leaving your class? You don't have a master here, you have a place to keep your master. I don't trust my talent, and I can't make a personal appearance. Shajirqing, please wait and see, one day I will make you regret it. Makuro clenched his fists and said resentfully. Shajirqing naturally felt Majuro's resentful words, but he didn't care at all. Makuro wants to turn the sky upside down, but it's as hard as reaching the sky. With his talent, Chunin is the final end of his life. Chapter 551, Part 1, Different Opinions. Shajirqing said in his heart, Majuro, take a good look at your position. How did you come to today's achievements? I hope you know it, but don't really think you have 2 brushes. Otherwise, as long as you dare to twist your mind, it will be your doom. 2 days later. The 4th class was wiped out. Do you know about this? What? The whole army was wiped out. What happened? When it happened? I don't know at all. In the village of Konoha, such a news came suddenly among the just graduated shamanin. I heard that he made a bet with that Makuro and insisted on doing a C-level mission, but because his strength was not enough, he was killed by the enemy. Someone who knows about this matter speaks out. My God, that's too pitiful. Who said no? I heard that the heads of the 3 were sold by the betrayal, and now Konoha village is dealing with this matter. Oh, you have to do what you can. What others can do, doesn't mean you can do it too. Many people immediately joined the discussion. Hey, by the way, have you heard something? Suddenly, someone suddenly made a sound, causing the surrounding people to look over immediately. Seeing that this man didn't say anything, he couldn't help urging him to say, come on, how will we know if you don't tell me? The man did not hesitate, and said, I heard that there is still 1 person missing from the 5th class of teacher Shajirqing. For this quota, the major families have gone crazy. Hi. Hearing this news, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Who did not cherish it so much, and left the 5th shift, which is a holy place that we can't even get in without breaking our heads. Some people are very curious, how this place was vacated. Just now that person said a little embarrassedly, hey, it's really a bit of an afterthought, it's Makuro who quit. It's him. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help showing a clear look. It can be seen that everyone is somewhat prepared for this result. Also, Shajirqing's character, Konoha village, has also been heard. Jairus must be reported. That day, Makuro blatantly provoked his majesty, and he would not let Makuro go. It's just that everyone didn't expect that Shajirqing would be so ruthless and expelled directly. It was the same person who said mysteriously just now. However, there are also rumors that Mr. Shajirqing does not plan to add more people. I plan to use the two-man team as a special case. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be surprised again. Then, a young man in black said, "Never mind, leave these things to the adults to worry about, we should do whatever we need to do." "It makes sense," everyone said in agreement. They didn't even notice that not far from them, there was a Makuro listening to all this. "Damn, is it all so realistic?" he said angrily, clenching his fists. The report in his hand, the class he was about to go to, by coincidence, was the fourth class that was wiped out. My god, Itachi Uchiha successfully performed a B-level mission yesterday. This is too perverted. Anything more worthy of our attention than this, shouldn't it be the matter of Nobumi Yasunori? When it comes to Anmura Nobuomi, everyone can't help but feel a little indignant. Cut, that kind of hooligan, Teacher Shajirching will not let him go. Someone said angrily. Text. Chapter 551, Part 2, The Detached Status of Big Businessmen. But that guy is a big partner in the country of fire, and can bring huge benefits to the country of fire every day. If I remember correctly, Daimyo gave him a lot of preferential policies. This kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, it will be taken away. That guy, it is very likely that he will not be punished. I also think that this guy has done this kind of thing not once or twice. I heard from the seniors that several seniors have been forced by him before. Several people immediately raised objections. But Nobumi Yasunori is a student of Teacher Shajirching. Don't forget, Teacher Shajirching is the Admiral Army for National Salvation, the Guard Inspection School. This matter may not end so easily. Someone else has another point of view. Maybe, then let's wait and see what happens. Let's see if Teacher Shajirching can successfully maintain Nobume Yasun. In the end, they came to the conclusion that wait and see. And the reason for this is very simple. A day ago, an important businessman from the country of fire came to Konoha village to release a mission and stayed for 2 days to rest. And in this process, the behavior of this businessman is called a rampant. Never abide by the laws of Konoha at all, do whatever you want. Don't pay for meals, beat others at will. He didn't even give the ninja's face, he was equally arrogant and insulted. And the most important thing is that Anbu of Konoha village didn't dare to touch him, and this made a group of Konoha's ninjas daring to touch him. And this naturally made the businessman even more reckless. In the end, he even acted on the street to play with Enkyun Nobuomi, who was out shopping, and asked the guards to take Enkyun Nobai back, and he was called, accompanying maid. The ghost knows how Anmura Nobuomi would have been treated if Shajirching hadn't arrived in time and had been pinned to the ground with disheveled clothes. Shajirching imprisoned him. But the man was proud, even unscrupulous. He said harshly on the spot, "Boy, I don't care who you are. If you dare to do this to me, I will let you know what the price is. After I want you, kneel in front of me obediently, crying and begging for mercy." The high-rise of Konoha village at the moment. This matter is not negotiable, we must apologize publicly, and it is strictly forbidden to travel to Konoha in the future, and cancel all privileges in Konoha. Shajirching is like a piece of ice, with a resolute attitude. However, the country of fire has given him great privileges, and we can't change it. He's almost an existence not bound by Konoha's laws. Furthermore, if we deal with him, we will only receive endless revenge from him in the future, which will not benefit Konoha at all. Even if we report to the country of fire at the same time, the country of fire will accept his proposal first, and then it will be even more unfavorable to us. The 3 generations of Hokage smiled bitterly, thinking that these ninjas have the strength to open gold cracks and change the world. But now, there is no way to take an ordinary person at all, and he can only threaten him. How frustrating. This is the sad part of having no financial resources. In the regulations given to him by the Fire Country Daimyo, it is clearly written, in order to relieve the pressure on the envoy, Konoha village should provide 2 or 3 elite ninjas to serve him. Isn't the implication of such a regulation already obvious? Chapter 552 My people, move and die. Shajir, what can you do? Can you still be bigger than your name? The big names have already said, to be more tolerant and understanding of friends and businessmen, isn't that clear enough? Nito Menyon glanced at himself Shajir, but in his heart it was so cool. He thought, Shajir, you have today too. Shajir glanced at everyone. Well, a group of people looked embarrassed. Even his fourth-generation lord, his face is also embarrassed. This made Shajir somewhat disappointed. You don't have to intervene in this matter, I will handle it myself. But if you intervene and hinder me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shajir said coldly. Dragons have inverse scales, they will die if you touch them. A mere businessman dared to threaten and hurt his students. I really thought no one dared to touch him. What do you want to do, Shajir? Don't mess around. Seeing this scene, the 3 generations of Hokage were a little panicked. If you dare not do it, then let me do it. Blindly giving in will only fuel his arrogance. After Shajir finished speaking, he got up and left. The rest looked at each other in dismay, but nothing could stop him, or rather, dare not. They have no doubts about Shajir execution. They believed that if they stopped Shajir, he would turn his face and deny him. One day later, Konoha prison. Tell you, it's better to keep your eyes open a little bit. Don't look at who I am, dare to treat me badly, and wait for me to go out without your good fruit to eat. Don't hurry up and bring me a drink, find a beautiful woman, this empty room has no taste at all. I want a female ninja to vent. Hurry up. This is a middle-aged man with a 2-stroked mouse beard. He has a big belly, but he is dressed in fancy clothes and looks extremely shrewd. At this moment, he is screaming in anger. Outside the prison, these Anbu did not move at all. Are you all wood? Why don't you hurry up and act quickly for me? I'm neglecting me, I want you to walk around without food. No one is moving. You bastards, the trash at the bottom, dare to disobey me. If I hadn't paid for you to support you, you would have a good day there today. You don't even know how to report any kindness. Seeing this, the man's angry face instantly turned red with anger. He grabbed the rice bowl on the table and smashed it. Huh, the food in that bowl is really good, there are fish and meat, and the aroma is overflowing. It's a pity to throw it out. Bang! Anbu members all dodged, their jobs fell to the ground, and there was a sound. No one cares about him. Tap-ta-ta. At this time, footsteps came from outside the door. After a while, Shajir, who I saw, walked in. Ha ha ha, boy, I said it, you will come to apologize to me in person and let me out. Tell you, I'm so angry right now, I'm not going out. Unless you kneel down and beg me to go out, maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll let you Konoha village go. This man looked at Shajir, and sneered in his heart. Little devil, you are still a little tender when you fight with the master. I can play you to death at will, so that you don't know how powerful the master is, you really think I am a jerk. Quote. But just when he was thinking like this, Shajir suddenly laughed. Let you go out. Beg for mercy. He smiled extremely coldly, and the corners of his mouth were all icy smiles. I am the least threatened. Whoever touches me, I will let you understand what regret is. Cherish the hard-won safety and peace now. Chapter 553 You have disappointed me. Because next, what awaits you will be the end of darkness. I'll show you how ruthless the ninjas are. After speaking, Shajir turned around and left. As he approached the door, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He also ordered, give him a cell with various friends. Since he is lonely, just let those friends keep him company. Yes. How to listen, there is excitement in these Anbu voices. They had long hated this businessman in their hearts, but Hokage ordered him not to touch him. But now, they just want to say that it is still Lord Shajir who is decisive. To deal with this kind of scum, it is to make him look good, so that he knows what it means to be well behaved. Also, since such a good meal doesn't suit his appetite, then give him some coarse grains. I'll be responsible for any responsibility in the event of an accident. When you're done, leave. This made this man a little dumbfounded. What is the situation? Why doesn't Shajur play cards according to the routine? Then, he saw that the eyes of the dark part all lit up, and there was an infinite ferocious color flashing inside, which made him suddenly have an ominous premonition. What are you doing? I tell you, don't mess around, you all. In the end, there was a rapid and frightening scream in the cell, and then there was no sound. Outside world, summer house. Shajur, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around with Konoha. Minato Namikaze looked at Shajur and wanted to persuade him, but he was interrupted by Shajur before he finished speaking. Sir, you have disappointed me so much. Then, he said, since you Konoha don't dare to touch him, well, I will use the national civil power and official power. HMPH, he is really my Shajur student, is he the one who moves whenever he wants? Can he afford to pay for the damage to my precious student? Anmura Nobumi is still in the nursing home, and Jasmine takes care of her and guides her from time to time to prevent her from doing stupid things. The studies that had been steadily rising with great difficulty were also forced to be terminated. Whether it can continue to rise steadily after recovery is still a question. This feeling makes Shajur very annoying. Fourth generation, you don't need to intervene in this matter, but don't let me know that someone slandered Nobumi Yasunori. As long as you find out, don't blame me for not giving you face. Don't force me to stand on the opposite side of Konoha village. Hearing Shajur words, Minato Namifung naturally heard the anger, disappointment, and determination in Shajur words. He couldn't help sighing and said, I know, don't worry, that won't happen, I promise. Shajur gave him a cold look. I hope it. My fourth generation lord. Shajur naturally knew the troubles of Minato, and for Konoha, he couldn't act rashly. But that doesn't mean that he agrees with Namifung Minato's approach. That is to say, do nothing, not punish the businessman, but plan to compromise, make big things small, and small things. This is definitely not a good thing. This kind of weakness will only make others feel that you are more bullied. For the thugs and hooligans, you have to make him suffer, so that he will know the fear and will not continue to provoke you. It happens to have the authority of the Guard Inspection School. Although the army can't be mobilized, it is enough to be used as an imperial commissioner. All departments of the Fire Nation need to fully cooperate with me. I don't believe it. With such a big business, you don't have any black history. There's no need for you to stay in the world as a scumbag. Chapter 554 Silly Kids Talk Silly. Hasn't Sasaki Hishi always wanted to come to the land of fire to develop? This is a good substitute. As long as the interests are in place, there is nothing that can't be solved, and so is the daimyo. Konoha village really wants to be firm to the end, and he will definitely compromise. Could it be that you can give up your own safety to win over a businessman who is just a money bag? This is not realistic. Without the country of fire supported by Konoha village, all the slag that would be swallowed by other countries in an instant would remain. This is what Shajur plan is, to use Sasaki Hishi as a substitute for this businessman, and reach a cooperation with the country of fire. Then, in the name of the Guard Inspection School, he asked departments at all levels to cooperate with him to conduct a strict investigation of this businessman. Even if there are corroded people inside, there will always be fish that slip through the net. At that time, as long as it is found out, a lot of property can be found in the corrupt person's home. Once they are handed in, the name will probably die of laughter. And this kind of hello and me good thing, even if the process is a little bigger, so what, he won't say anything. As for Sasaki Hyaroyo, after he became the first consortium in the land of tea, he always wanted to enter the land of fire. But never had a chance. I have found Shajur several times, and secretly hope that Shajur can match him. In the past, Shajirching did not agree, because there are many merchant groups in the country of fire, and Sasaki Hishi couldn't get in. He also has no intention of destroying the commercial balance of the land of fire. But now, this envoy named Jichiro really angered Shajirching. Go wild in Konoha, and don't even look at where this is. In particular, it hurt Shajirching's apprentice. Konoha Medical Center. Nobu mi, it's alright, things will be over soon, don't worry, I won't let him go. You don't have to be under psychological pressure. You are innocent, and no one will gossip about you. I will wait for you to leave the hospital and continue to practice. Shajirching comforted Nobuomi Anmura, who was hugging him tightly and sobbing constantly in his arms. Ooh, teacher Shajirching, I am so scared, that person you, almost. Nobuomi Anmura burst into tears. I thought teacher you don't want me woohoo. Silly child, how could the teacher not want you, think about it. Shajirching patted Anmura Nobumi's back lightly, out of breath. Okay, take a good rest and get rid of the psychological shadow as soon as possible. After leaving the hospital, there are a lot of tasks waiting for you to do. Also, you have to work hard. Fujino Ling has been practicing very hard recently, and he is about to catch up with you. Hearing Shajirching's words, Anmura Nobume immediately said, well, I will definitely work hard, teacher Shajirching. Confident and firm. Then, she obediently went to rest. It's still you who is amazing, and she was completely relieved in a while. I suffered from your sister and I didn't comfort me for 3 days. Jasmine and Shajirching complain aloud. It's hard work, sister. Shajirching apologized. I've been busy with small things during this time, but I'll be fine in the future. I have time to accompany her. It's great that this girl can meet a good teacher like you. Jasmine exclaimed with admiration. In this regard, Shajirching could only laugh without saying a word. 3 days later, the country of fire, a certain department. Shajirching sat on the high hall, looking at the tall pile of documents in front of him, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Everyone, the time to become famous is now, and then, it's up to you. Chapter 555 Thunder Trend. Go ahead, according to the above situation, use the pre-planned strategy to deal with the things that you should deal with. I allow you to take some small favors as hard work, but... Having said this, his tone suddenly became cold. If you let me know that you are taking advantage of the opportunity to harass the people and greed, don't blame me for ruining your reputation. You should know how much power the guard inspection school has over you management officials. Hearing Shajirching's words, these people bowed respectfully and said in unison, don't dare. Then, they each left with their pre-assigned tasks. These people were all won by Shajirching by means, and they were basically underappreciated masters. On the other side, Sasaki Hiroyo has also come to the country of fire and has an audience with the famous name. All is ready except for the opportunity. Let the merchants in the country of fire understand how serious the consequences will be if you provoke me. Shajirching stood with his hands behind his back, extremely indifferent. Konoha at the beginning of 51. This is a day to remember. On this day, the second Lang merchant group of the fire country was deprived of all property for 18 major crimes such as the crime of stealing the country, the crime of rebellion, the crime of corruption, and the crime of disturbing the people. The business group was disbanded and all were demoted to slaves. And Jichiro, the head of the business group, was sentenced to relegated slaves to the border, detained independently, and sentenced to death for old people. No one has ever reacted, and a joint action from more than 30 departments including the judicial, law, administration, commerce, border and customs, etc., started like this. The mighty Jizero business group, disbanded. In the face of the state apparatus, what is the wealth that rivals the country? It's just a wedding dress for others. Is this the end? No. Among these more than 30 departments, there have been many reports at the same time. Then, in the face of absolutely sufficient evidence, the bosses of these more than 30 departments were all dealt with, or belittled, or demoted, or sentenced, or imprisoned. And the relevant personnel involved are as many as several hundred people. Shocked the halls of the Kingdom of Fire, and also shocked several other major countries. The most powerful people are naturally the whistleblowers from various departments. Almost all of them took the position of the boss of each department. Among them, Xia Zhiqing was awarded the title of Captain of the Guards because of his great credit, give the most money to the famous name, a total of 2.5 billion. This location is amazing. In control of the Imperial Guard Division of the Kingdom of Fire, he has the right to police officials across the country and conduct corrective investigations. From Xia Zhiqing's point of view, this is so different from the Jin Yiwei in his previous life. Every 3 years, the Kono division will inspect and send evaluations one by one. As long as the evaluation of the Minister of the Imperial Guard is not good, the performance of the Minister of Officials is also not good. Congratulations, it's over. Therefore, it has always been regarded as an existence that needs to be pleased. At a critical moment, it is just a little bit worse than the power of the Ministry of Personnel. And this, also made those new recruits who participated in this action, suddenly dispelled the idea of wanting to break free from Xia Zhiqing and kill him. Because I can't do it at all. From Xia Zhiqing's point of view, this position was given to him, and it was not without a name to check and balance, and the intentions of those officials who took the position of the boss were in it. As for the position vacated by Jichiro, Hiro Sasaki quickly seized the opportunity, successfully occupied it, and officially established a firm foothold in the country of fire. And this move also made the indomitable and super-privileged businessmen in the country of fire understand a truth. Don't offend Xia Zhiqing. Chapter 556 Ruthless, Xia Zhiqing's Method. If they can't see that this matter is led by Xia Zhiqing, then they are really stupid. So, in just one day, as long as the famous merchants in the country of fire came to Xia Zhiqing's residence to have a cup of tea with him, for fear that Xia Zhiqing's next target is himself. They understand that in front of the country, their power is still too weak. Even if they are rich. It's easy to say, well, water doesn't make river water, and if you don't provoke me, I won't ruin your jobs. When Xia Zhiqing's kind words made these businessmen relieved, they also deeply understood the horror of this 16-year-old young man. No conflict of interest, that's a courtesy. But when there is a conflict of interest, it is called a ruthless. Jiro is a very simple example. Congratulations, Mr. Gaosheng. After all the merchants in the country of fire left, Sasaki Hiro finally came. Hee, I'm happy and happy. I wish Chairman Sasaki a lot of money and a booming business. Xia Zhiqing also said very politely. Haha, the prize. Sasaki Hishi wants to be humble, but it is because of this that he is even more terrifying. Afterwards, after the two of them reached a dirty deal, they happily talked about it again. 2 days later, Xia Zhiqing returned to Konoha and brought back a few people. No one knew what they were going to do, but soon after, these people escorted several large trucks and left. And invited Konoha's A-level task, let a Shanjin lead the team, responsible for escort. Probably money, said the 3 generations of Hokage. The same is true, it is money. To be precise, it was the money that Nororo left in Konoha this time. Konoha executives did not expect that Xia Zhiqing's methods would be so terrifying. Effortlessly destroyed the Second Lang business group, and let so many high-ranking people directly step down, allowing the country of fire to complete a wave of power shuffling. The most important thing is that Xia Zhiqing is more popular among the people, and the people keep praising him for clearing the pests for the country of fire. Moreover, he also got such a super important position as the captain of the guards. This will undoubtedly increase his status in the high-level Konoha. But Konoha, they haven't the slightest way. Konoha prison. Jichiro, have you heard the news from outside? Xia Zhiqing glanced at Jichiro, who was sitting in a dazed and blood-red eyes in the cell, and said coldly, condescendingly. Fuck you, You devil, you are not human, how can you be so cruel, how can you be like this? Jichiro rushed over directly, clutching the iron door of the cell tightly, roaring extremely fiercely, but extremely weakly. It looks so pathetic. But he doesn't deserve pity. I remember that you were not like this at the beginning, that arrogance, but I still clearly remember it now. Also asked me to kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. Why, when I meet someone more ruthless than you, I'm cowardly. When I arrested you, I told you that you honestly apologized and obeyed the rules of Konoha village. It's okay to say that. I can pretend that nothing happened. Speaking of this, Shajirching's mouth evoked a hint of sarcasm, but you didn't listen, and you told me arrogantly, which will make me regret it. It's not worthy to give you shoes for a lowly person like me. Said my apprentice, it is her blessing that you can see her, and she should serve you respectfully and give her everything for you. Chapter 557 Repent to Death. When I, Shajirching, are as easy to provoke as others. You dare to touch my Shajirching's people. You really think you are something. I want to kill you, it's too easy. Shajirching turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, and said, you are in this prison, repent to the moment of death for those you have hurt and maimed. Whoever touches me, I will pay back 100-fold and 1,000-fold. After speaking, Shajirching left. No. Behind Shajirching, there was a heartbreaking cry of despair. Thank you so much, Teacher Shajirching. Enkyu Nobuomi recovered and was discharged from the hospital. Her parents took Shajirching's hand and thanked them repeatedly. They are all honest, living at the bottom of Konoha village, powerless and powerless. When I encountered that kind of thing, Kong was angry but didn't dare to vent. Because they can't provoke anyone. If there is no Shajirching, they may just be able to relax like this. My students, naturally do not allow others to hurt, I should do it. Shajirching was also very modest, then looked at Anmura Nobuomi and said, you haven't lost your skills. Nobuomi Anmura nodded confidently. Don't worry, Teacher Shajirching. Then, she said goodbye to her parents and left with Shajirching. Shinmei is really lucky to meet such a good teacher. Shinmei's father said gratefully. Shinmei's mother nodded in agreement. And at other people in Konoha village. Shajirching has become the hero in their hearts. Naturally, more people envy Anmura Nobuomi. Such an excellent teacher, why was she met by the ordinary one? But one thing that is very helpless is that they can only envy Anmura Nobume. Because Nobumi Yasunori did what they couldn't. That is to have the identity of Shajirching's student. Moreover, Shajirching is not recruiting new people anymore. This makes them envious even if they are envious. And there is no way to make yourself not envious. After all, the more envious you are, the more you will be dissatisfied with reality. But if there is no princess life, there will be no princess disease. In that case, Ji will only make himself suffer. 5th class. You don't have to wait, no one will join the 5th class until you graduate. Seeing the look of anticipation on Fujino Ling's face, Shajirching broke her hope very, ruthlessly. Start training. Starting today, I will teach you some hidden weapons and how to use other tools. And then, when you show a tendency, start targeted training. Here, Shajirching paused before continuing. Of course, I hope you are all-rounders. But I can only say that some things are really hard to come by. Both Ryo Fujino and Nobumi Yasunori are inclined ninjas. In the use of shuriken, kunai, steel wire, detonating talisman, and thousands of hidden weapons. Fujino Ling is more inclined to the use of detonating talismans, kunai, and steel wires. Cooperating with Shajirching taught her the technique of fog concealment. It was a perfect match for assassination. Especially her steel wire use method, Shajirching felt that it should be no less than Sasuke Uchiha. And Anmura Nobumi, she is more inclined to the shuriken, and the use of Chinban is not inferior to Uchiha Itachi. Since there is a tendency, Shajirching naturally began to teach the tendency. Chapter 558 Chunin Exam. There are previous impressions of seeing Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Sasuke and others using appliances. Coupled with some of his innovations, it's not a problem to teach these two lower tolerances. Time always passes quietly in practice. In the blink of an eye, it has come to Konoha 52 years. This year, after Uchiha Itachi was specially promoted to Chunin, he joined Anbu under the influence of family power. Since then, it has rarely appeared in front of the public. What this reflects is the conflict between the senior officials of Konoha and the Uchiha family, which is even more acute. Many ninjas also feel it. As for Fujino Ling and Anmura Nobuomi, within a year, they had gone from only performing C-level tasks to now being able to do some simple A-level tasks under the leadership of Shajirching. For example, half a year ago, the task of escorting Xiaoshui Kazama, the famous daughter of the Snow Country, was A-level. This task should have been handed over to Kakashi in the original book to perform. But in the end Kakashi had something to do and was taken down by Shajirching. Shajirching was still there and established a branch store. And let the country of fire and the country of snow reach a cooperative relationship, promote economic exchanges between the two countries, and enhance the friendship between the two countries. This made the name of the Kingdom of Fire rely more heavily on Shajirching. According to Daimyo's words, even if his purpose is unknown, at least it's good for me now, and it's a useful blade. In February, it is expected to be cold in spring. On this day, the always lively Konoha village was very lively. The crowd was crowded and bustling, and ninjas from various families appeared in Konoha village one after another. What's going on? Without him, the Chunin exam is here. According to the rules, you two should also take the Chunin exam, go ahead and show your style. Shajirching held a watch in his hand and said to the two of them. After becoming a Chunin, can't you perform tasks with teacher Shajirching? Fujino Ling said very reluctantly. Ha ha ha, silly boy, they are all in Konoha village, how come they can't see you? Shajirching couldn't help laughing when she heard the words. Oh, I really can't carry out the mission with you, this year is really short. Fujino Ling said with a breath. Fujino Ling, who is 13 years old this year, may never have thought of it more than a year ago. In just 1 year, she had the opportunity to take the Chunin exam, and the strength to definitely pass the Chunin exam. This is something only a genius like Itachi Uchiha can do. Look at their contemporaries, which one is still struggling on C-level tasks? Not to mention A-level tasks, even B-level tasks are not within their reach. Only the two of them have grown so fast in 1 year. And one person has mastered a highly destructive ninjutsu. Fujino Ling, water escape, water breaks waves. Anmura Nobuomi, wind escape spiral pill has no attributes, and wind escape chakra is injected into it, and it does not develop in the direction of spiral shuriken. All of this, in the entire Konoha village, only Shajirching can do it. Hearing Fujino Ling's words, Shajirching couldn't help laughing, and said, there is no banquet in the world that will never leave, and the day of parting will eventually usher in, isn't it? Besides, are you all in Konoha? If you miss me, just come and see me. After hearing Shajirching's words, Fujino Ling's face became much better. Okay, it's getting late, let's go. After saying that, Shajirching took Fujino Ling and Anmura Nobume to the Konoha Gate. Chapter 559 The Joint Examination of the 9 Great Ninja Villages. Leaf Gate. The arrival of the three of Shajirching immediately attracted attention. Of all the shamanen who participated, Nobumi Yasunori was the youngest. Because they are the only ones who graduated last year. The rest of the Jinin who participated were all graduates from the previous year. As that Nobumi Yasunori, who is called the second Uchiha Itachi, and Ryo Fujino, who is slightly inferior to the former. Looks pretty weak, I feel like a gust of wind can blow them away. Are they really qualified to be among the top 3 of the younger generation of Konoha village? I'm afraid it's not because of their teacher's light, I don't believe they have this kind of strength anyway. Many people looked at Fujino Ling and did not agree with their status very much, and some disapproved, even contempt. What do you think? Neither of the two women can compete with the strong. They even felt that they could easily defeat the two women. And the title of the three generations of Konoha's younger generation was proposed by the three generations of Hokage. The three are Itachi Uchiha, Nobumi Yasunori, and Ryo Fujino. Without too many greetings, everyone set off. The leader of Konoha village is the third Hokage. Taki Ninja Village is located in the north to the west of the country of fire. To the right is the country of iron, to the southwest is the country of grass, to the west is the country of earth, to the south is the country of fire, and to the north is the infinite sea. The location of the address is quite good, of course, which also makes it easy to become a battlefield of great powers. The lineup is quite big. The reason why the test site is in Tangren village this time is said to have been discussed by the four great powers. The purpose is to promote world economic development and restore world order. Just use this Chunin exam as a test of water, and use the final result to determine the economic weight. Shajirching seemed to have seen the scene of blood flowing into a river. The upcoming game is bound to be quite bloody. There are four major ninja villages participating in the competition: Konoha Village, Union Village, Sandian Village, and Yinian Village. The rest of the ninja villages, Tang Ninja Village, Kawanan Village, Rain Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village, and Taki Ninja Village, the village where Shigeki Nanao is located, as the organizer. In terms of scale, it is only a little bigger than the Chunin exam in the original. There was no words all the way, and when we arrived at Taki Ninja Village, it was already the second night. They also arrived with the ninjas from Sandian Village. The leader is Chiyo's mother-in-law. 2 days later, when Hanin Village also arrived, the participating teams were complete. In this Taki Ninja Village, all kinds of ninjas from each village gathered together like this. That is Shajirching, who retreated 10,000 yunren, so young. Mother-in-law Chiyo's attention couldn't help but focus on Shajirching. But Shajirching's eyes swept across the contestants. There are a lot of interesting people here. Shajirching said this, the corners of his mouth were full of excitement. In Yinian Village, he saw the future Earth Shadow Guard, the 11-year-old Kaito. In Union Village, he saw the future Raikage Guard, the 15-year-old ninja, Darui. In Taki Shinobi Village, he even saw the Nanao Ren Zuli. There are also many very interesting people in other ninja villages, and their strengths are quite good. And when Shajirching was looking at others, almost everyone present was looking at him. This young man, who holds the title of the Admiral Army for National Salvation of the Fire Nation, retreated 10,000 Yunnin records by one person, and suppressed the strength of the Nine Tails. It's so eye-catching, it's impossible to ignore. Chapter 560. The Melon Eaters watching the show. Especially the Cloud Ninjas. It was hard for them to imagine that such a handsome young man could actually hit the trump card of their village, the eight-tailed person Zuli, to such an extent. Only recently did the injury fully recover. As for the three generations of Hokage beside him, sorry. Compared with Shajirching, this old man can only show his peak strength when Konoha village is threatened with absolute death. Naturally, as Shajirching's students, the chances of Fujino Rei and Anmura Nobume being noticed by the public are also much higher all of a sudden. After seeing the two of them, many people can't help but have doubts in their hearts. Do these two girls really have the strength to take the Chunin exam? These two seem to be too ordinary. Compared with the other Konoha village contestants, the two of them really don't seem to be strong at all. But no matter what they think, the game is about to start. Unlike in the original book, there is no written test for this Chunin exam. The first one is the survival test. Enter the dark swamp forest in Taki Ninja Village, get another scroll corresponding to the scroll obtained by your team, and you can advance. And the rules are very simple. Live or die, just pass. Go. After the examiner gave the start order, everyone rushed out. But there are two exceptions. Ryo Fujino, Nobumi Yasunora. The two of them looked at the dark swamp forest with fright and panic written on their faces, and they were extremely resistant. Fujino Ling asked aloud, "Mr. Shajirqing, can you do it if you don't go in?" Shajirqing rolled his eyes helplessly and replied, "What do you think?" The two women looked at each other, then sighed at the same time, "We got it." Then, after cheering each other on, they entered the forest. This scene made many people in Shinobi Village look at the two women with contempt and playfulness. This kind of rubbish will surely die in the first level like this. When the game is over, Shajirqing, who sees the result, must have a very good-looking face. And outside the forest, the three generations of Hokage looked at Shajirqing. It's a bit too risky to let the two of them participate in this event. Yes, the three generations of Hokage are not confident, and the rest of the ninja village people can't help showing the appearance of watching a good show. They want to know how long Shajirqing's two female apprentices can last. Half an hour, 10 minutes, still. When they wanted to come, as long as the two vases of Fujino Ling went in, they would definitely not be able to come out alive. From the look of fear they had just now, they knew that they were not ready. But, really, it has to be said that quite a few people thought this way from the beginning. After looking at the two women who entered the forest, they moved almost one footprint after another, and they stopped and rested from time to time. Many people were planning to take action against them. But, bang! Every time the person who made a move on the two women suddenly stepped on the detonating charm that was impossible to step on. Or, it is to suddenly step into the swamp with one foot empty. Or, the blood bound by the sharp steel wire flows endlessly. Every time, it seems to have nothing to do with the two women, because they seem to be victims too. But everyone, for no reason, thinks that this thing is too weird. Don't take action against them. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as you take action against them, you are guaranteed to fall into all kinds of crises. Chapter 561 Depressed to Vomit Blood. Looking at Fujino Ling, these two girls who are like the silly daughters of the landlord's family, many people plan to observe first, and then change their target. Even if they both have the scrolls they want. After all, less than an hour after the start of the match, there were already 12 people trapped in front of them. This is so weird. Oops, fortunately there is a right one. Fujino Ling looked at the purple-red fire pattern scroll in his hand, and Anmura and Nobume looked at each other, showing a very happy look. Then they were hunted down. The person chasing them was Yun Ren. Jia, do you think you can run away if we are targeting you, Konoha-gai? The three Yun Ren looked at the frightened faces of Fujino Ling and Anmura Nobume who fled with horrified faces, shouting loudly. Give it up, do you think you two can outrun our brothers? Hand over the scroll and we can spare your life. These three Yun ninjas kept attacking Fujino Ling and the two. But the two girls ignored them completely and just ran away. Moreover, what makes these three Yun Ren depressed is that they can't catch up with Fujino Ling. The distance between them is always 15 meters. In the end, the three Yun ninjas got tired and fell down. The two women are still not blushing, their hearts are not beating, and their breath is long. At this point, if the three Yun Ren didn't know that the two girls were playing with them, they would be really stupid. It's too bullying, there is such a strong chakra, why should you run away? Isn't it bad to defeat us in a head-to-head battle? What are you doing pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The three Yun Ren complained angrily. Slightly. But what they got was just a grimace from the two women. This kind of thing keeps happening. Gradually, nearly half of the people in the entire forest knew about the deeds of the two girls. And Yun Ren, who had the most hits, gave them the title of witch. These two people, like people who came in to swim in the mountains and waters, did not have the slightest awareness of the exam. But unfortunately, the two of them had gathered all the scrolls long ago, and they could pass. This made those ninjas who fought so hard, but made the two girls watch the fun, feel depressed and want to vomit blood. Don't play like this. Therefore, when the two women met with the Konoha village team, seeing that the two women had already passed the scroll, the eyes of the other Konoha village teams were all rounded. They haven't gathered together yet, and the two girls of Fujinoling have gathered together. What's the situation? Why don't they know that Fujinoling and the two girls still have this strength? Just ask. The two women replied, "Good luck, I picked it up." Well, this answer is even more irritating. They can pick it up, why can't they pick it up? Many Konoha ninjas feel that the two of them came in purely to irritate people. Then, the people who were stimulated immediately launched a frantic collection operation. And the two girls looked at each other with a wry smile and headed for the exit. In this dark forest, they have had enough of what to play. Time to go out too. Outside the arena. You two came out so soon, why don't you play inside for a while? Shajirching seems to be not surprised by the appearance of the two girls. In the black blonde winter, everyone is just trying to snatch the scrolls. It's boring, so they came out. Fujinoling shrugged and said indifferently. And Anmura Nobuomi is Ruru Isho. Chapter 562. What a shame. Can't you watch other people's battles and know your opponents in advance? Shajirching sighed, very helpless. Oh, yes, that's okay. Upon hearing this, Fujinoling immediately patted his forehead, as if he had just woken up from a dream. But it's a pity that you can't go in again when you come out. But the performance of the two of them made the rest of the shinobi village disbelieve. They never thought that the first people to come out would be Fujinoling and the two. It's less than a day away. Especially when they heard that the two scrolls were picked up, many people felt depressed and wanted to vomit blood. So lucky, picked up a scroll, just what you wanted. Why don't those people in their ninja village have such good luck? Moreover, especially when they heard the two women say that it was fun inside, some people had already begun to doubt life. Feelings, it's okay if they pass so easily, they still play all the way. It's really human beings, it's maddening. Half a day later, when the two women were leaning on Shajirching, one of them put their arms around Shajirching, and slept sweetly. The second team came out. The Darui squad of Yunnan village. However, they look so much more normal. Exhausted, panting, tattered, a little weak in breath. Obviously, they fought all the way. We should be the first team. Darui handed the scroll to the examiner and asked casually. But the examiner replied, "No, you are the second team. The first team came out half a day ago." What? Someone is earlier than us. Hearing these words, Darui suddenly showed a look of disbelief. Then, they glanced away and saw the two daughters of Nobuomi Anmura, who were cuddling Shajirching like cats. Shouldn't you tell me that the first team is the two of them? Darui just felt a little ridiculous. But the examiner nodded affirmatively, and upon hearing this, Darui instantly shut himself off. It's a shame that they lost to two girls. But I'm very sorry, there are more people behind, who will be crushed by Anmura Nobume and the two. Therefore, when the latecomers kept coming out, when I heard that the first place turned out to be two girls, they all looked a little unsightly. 3 days later. It's exam time. Those who haven't come out will be considered eliminated. In this round, most of the people were eliminated. Among them, Konoha village was eliminated by 2 teams. 1 day off, the second round the day after tomorrow, please don't be late. When the examiner announced the next game, the villages of ninja also returned to their residences one after another. But no exceptions. Everyone remembered the names of Anmura Nobume and the two girls in their hearts. Remember the two girls who were on top of them and achieved the first result in the first round. The next round, but it has nothing to do with luck, you better pray that you don't run into me. A ninja from Yenian village said with a fierce face. Is it really just luck? Darui thought. He felt that Anmura Nobuomi and the two girls were not so simple. Perhaps, there may be something special about the two of them. Konoha Village, a certain ninja thought so in his heart. In short, there are many people who have ideas for the two women. Moreover, they all want to see what kind of performance they will have in the next round of competition. There are a lot of people who are dissatisfied with you two. I want you two to know how good they are. In Shajirqing's room, Shajirqing sat on the ground and said to the two of them. Chapter 563 Two Little Rich Women. Hey, just right for me. Fujino Ling actually showed a very excited look. This time, there are many powerful people, I really want to fight with them all once. Nobumi Yasunori is just VV Isho, no opinion. But in fact, this seemingly quieter Anmura Nobuomi is even more powerful. Next, Shajirqing roughly explained the situation to the two of them based on his own observation and understanding. The two listened very seriously, and there was no desertion. The next day, after the two women got Shajirqing's permission, they went shopping happily. Well, the hobby of shopping is really regardless of age, as long as it is a woman, it seems to have this preference. Shajirqing is naturally not interested in shopping, but he is also assured of their strength, so let them go crazy. Anyway, they have saved a lot of money this year, let them relax. On the street, the two women are like two magpies, roaming around various jewelry stores and clothing stores. The joy on his face could not be concealed at all. But after a while, the two of them already had big bags and small bags in their hands. But there is still no satisfaction on their faces. Still walking around. Not far away, there are other people from Shinobi Village looking at the two of them, and they can't help showing envy. They thought, it's good to have a rich teacher, you can do whatever you want when you go shopping. Seeing the two women hanging around in various high-end shops, and seeing that they and the others can only satisfy their cravings in a small ramen restaurant by the roadside, I can't help feeling frustrated. Luck is not comparable to others, no matter how financial resources are not comparable to others. It's really someone else's child, it's just a little bit more powerful. And some female ninjas, looking at the expensive and exquisite jewelry, luxurious clothing, and the confident and high-spirited temperament of the two women, can't help but show a bleak color. It's really incomparable to others. The two women, as if they were two suns, were extremely dazzling. But after a while, on this street, the two girls became the most beautiful boys. There is no way, whoever let the two women have something in their hands, that's more than one. So much so that when the two of them returned to their residence, they directly scared Konoha's companion. You two, do you have so much pocket money? A ninja from the Hinata clan asked in disbelief. Well, it's drizzling, it's just a small expenditure. Fujino Ling replied very happily. Hi. A group of people looked at the two women, and their eyes were a little bit like that. If the money they buy is a drizzle, how much are their real assets? 1 million, or 2 million. Just the things they bought were worth nearly 100,000. It's too rich. Just two little rich women. I said you two, I'm too excited. I'm not afraid that your parents will talk about you after buying so much. Shajirqing also saw what the two women bought, and couldn't help laughing bitterly. Don't be afraid, it's our own pocket money anyway, and it doesn't hurt to spend it. Fujino Ling Isho, the excitement in his eyes is still unabated. Well, compared with the two of them, the rest of Konoha are poor. The gap is too big, it's really shocking. The next day, the second round has begun. Ryo Fujino of Konoha, Nobumi Yasunori, show me the two of you. What if you have money? Here, the comparison is ultimately about strength. Fujino Ling and the two did not know that their happy consumption yesterday created a lot of enemies for them. There are many female ninjas. Chapter 564 We are the strongest. No way, compared with the two of them, all the other female ninjas seem so ordinary, even incompetent. Therefore, they will let Fujino Ling know today that they are amazing. They are no worse than Fujino Ling and the other two. Participating in the second round, there are 5 teams in Konoha Village, and the number is the largest. Followed by Yenian Village, 3. Then there are Yun Ninja and Sandian, and Taki Ninja Village, 2 each. The rest of the small ninja villages have only 1 team. The strength gap between the 5 major ninja villages and the rest of the ninja villages is just that big. But the remaining teams, without exception, are basically elites, and they are elites who have experienced the shadow of war. Therefore, they are more aggressive than those who grew up in peacetime. And the first game, unfortunately, Konoha Hyuga Feiyin vs Yunren Darui. Oh, the first one is Yunren Darui, it's interesting. When Shajir heard the result, she couldn't help being a little surprised. Come on, Feiyin, we must defeat that guy, let them know how good we are, and see who is the weaker chicken. As soon as the show starts, there is a feeling of burning powder. Hearing the words of Hyuga Feiyin's companion, Shajir couldn't help being a little surprised. Dare to Love, the team between these two has had conflicts before. Gia, I ran into Captain Darui. Konoha, surrender now, otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Before it even started, Yunren's ninja was already screaming. Humph, don't be complacent, Yunren's bastard, do you really think that your captain is omnipotent? Don't cry when you lose. Konoha is naturally not to be outdone, he responded and left, the smell of gunpowder is full. Go. In the field below, the referee gave an order, and the battle began. Hey! Darui drew his sword and rushed forward, the sword light flashed, and it was incomparable. This feeling seems a little familiar. Looking at Darui's aura, Shajir couldn't help frowning. It seems that there is a little shadow of you. The voice of the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly came, answering Shajir doubts. Looking at it this way, it is indeed a bit. After being reminded by the 3 generations of Hokage, Shajir realized this. Gia, this is our Lord Kurabi, who improved it according to the swordsmanship of your village Thunder Ninja Shajir. Taste this omnipotent power. The Yun ninjas cheered on Darui excitedly one by one. HMPH, what if I learned from teacher Shajir? I am not a persimmon. Bagua 64 palms. Hyuga Feiyin did not hide or avoid it, and went straight to it. Ding ding ding. I have to say that Hyuga Feiyin is very powerful, and Darui's sharp blade is completely helpless to him. Instead, he was forced to reveal several flaws. Such a Hyuga Feiyin couldn't help showing a more proud smile. The 8th diagram's field 128 palms. Hyuga Feiyin bullied him again and used the strongest move to suppress Darui. Okay, Konoha immediately burst into cheers. What's the matter, is this not going to work? Yunren. Looking at Darui, who only had the power to resist under his own 128 palms, Hyuga Feiyin couldn't help showing a ferocious look. Melee ability, their Hyuga clan must be the strongest. Chapter 565-566 Pretending to fail to resist was beaten. Since Darui was suppressed by him, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to take advantage of his illness. He started to swim around Darui, heading towards the acupoints on his body. With his white eyes, this is definitely a powerful move that is enough to defeat. As expected of the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, they are amazing. Darui was struggling to deal with Hyuga Feiyin's series of attacks and said, his defense is airtight, but he is constantly being repelled. It seems that there is only resistance left. This scene shocked the Yunren people, and some couldn't believe it. Ha ha ha, what? Is this the strength of your Yunren? It's like a soft-footed shrimp. That's right, I really don't know where you guys got the courage to yell at us just now. Seeing this scene, the Konoha ninja sneered at once. But it seems that if you don't come up with some powerful tricks, you will lose to you. Darui's eyes suddenly lit up, no longer as lazy as before. His blades suddenly became faster and sharper. Baby, base. After blocking all of Hyuga Feiyan's attacks, he jumped up and slashed out a sword wave with thunder and lightning. Go back to heaven. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Feiyan hurriedly defended, spewing a huge amount of chakra from both hands, turning it into a huge circular shield to protect himself. Boom! This sword wave was not able to help Sunshang Feiyan, and it did not break open and return to the sky. After confronting Huishan for more than 10 seconds, they dispersed. But when Hyuga Feiyan immediately dispersed and returned to the sky to pursue Darui, he went to listen and said, "The speed is too slow." Then, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a fan-shaped water wall, resisting Hyuga Feiyan. And at the same time lightning escape. Gratitude wave. The huge and complex thunder and lightning instantly enveloped Hyuga Feiyan. But Hyuga Feiyan did not lose his combat effectiveness just like that. He hurriedly broke free from the lightning and retreated, but Darui was already behind him. PFF'd. As the shining sword light passed by, Hyuga Feiyan's back splattered blood and fell to the ground. Darui's long knife rested on Hyuga Feiyan's neck and said, "I won." The referee announced the result immediately. How is that possible? Hyuga Feiyan's teammates looked at this scene in disbelief. Can't believe it's true. It was completely calculated. Shajirching sighed and said. Yeah, 3 generations of Hokage agreed. From the very beginning, Hyuga Feiyan has been using Bagua Zhang continuously to attack Darui, consuming a lot of chakra. And Darui, except for the physical exhaustion, hardly consumes much. And that sword wave consumes a lot, but the chakra used by Hyuga Feiyan for defense is even more expensive. Therefore, after that, Hyuga Feiyan's speed will slow down and eventually lose. The second game, Yoshiji Iwagakura vs. Toshiro Sagakura. The second game is about to start. This time, the 2 people fighting against each other are big men. No exception, their fighting style is quite direct and violent. The 2 are masters of earth escape. The battle is called a rough, like 2 apes. In the end, Yoshiji Iwagakura came out ahead and won the game. Hit him, hit him. Yeah, hitting him there, that's awesome. And Fujino Ling, well, as an audience, she is absolutely qualified. It happens from time to cheer others up, with a look of excitement on his face, as if he has forgotten that he is also a contestant. Chapter 567. That's all there is to it. After Konoha Village lost the first game, the next battle was like pouring donamies. In the 6 games, only 2 of Konoha's 6 players won. The reason for winning is because their opponents are from Shounen Village and are not strong. This makes the face of the 3 generations of Hokage a little not good looking. This is too shameless. Their dignified number 1 Ninja Village was far behind Union Village. 2 points for Konoha Village. Union Village 3 points. 2 points for Yinian Village. This kind of achievement is really embarrassing. Therefore, Yun Ninja and Iwa Ninja couldn't help but start mocking Konoha Ninja openly and secretly. Team Yun Ren, Yan Ren, this kind of feeling is so cool. Next game, Yun Ren Kayui vs Taki Ren K. A new battle begins. In Yun Ren's view, there is no problem with this battle. The opponent is Taki Ninja Village Ninja, it is impossible to lose. But Taki Ninja Village is really fighting hard this time. Yun Ninja is sure to lose this game. Shajirching suddenly spoke, causing everyone around him to be a little stunned. What did they hear? Shamuyang actually said that Yun Ren would lose. What an international joke. Will Yun Ren lose, just because of that unremarkable Taki Shinobi? Many people looked at the person in charge of Taki Shinobi, but saw that the man was closing his eyes and resting, with a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. This made everyone nervous for no reason. It seems that something is not right. HMPH, no matter what the hell you do, in front of absolute strength, everything is false. The person in charge of Yun Ren said this. The expression on his face was very excited and hideous. But the others couldn't help but look at the magpie in Taki Ninja Village. People like Shajirching will definitely not talk nonsense, so this magpie must have something special. But no matter how they looked at it, this magpie seemed to be quite ordinary. They didn't see anything different about magpies at all. But all this changed the moment the referee said it started. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Magpie, one punch solved the fight. As soon as no one else can react, the battle is over. Hi. The group of people couldn't help taking a deep breath, looking at Yun Ren who had rolled his eyes and passed out in a coma. He couldn't believe his eyes. When did Yun Ren become so weak? This magpie is worth noting. Many people thought so in their hearts, and their faces became solemn. The next game, Konoha Fujino vs. Sandian Village Mashi. Finally, it's Ryo Fujino's turn. She jumped down and entered the battlefield. Her opponent is also a woman, and she looks quite powerful. Because of the breath on her body, it is quite dangerous. It's finally time for you, Fujino Ling, let me see your strength, I hope you don't let me down. Mashi seems to have a lot of hostility towards Fujino Ling. At the beginning of the battle, a very powerful wind escape was used, which split the walls and the big trees in the field. Several times, Fujino Ling almost fell into a crisis of death. And Fujino Ling, in order to protect himself, constantly shoots Kue. But all of them were blown away under the wind of Mashi, and sparsely fell in various places. There is no kunai that can threaten Mashi. Fujino Ling, completely at a disadvantage. What's the matter, is the apprentice of the Thunder Ninja only so powerful? Looking at the embarrassed Fujino Ling, Mashi bullied himself with great pride and came forward, and slashed down the road. Chapter 568 What is the use of jealousy? Bang! Fujino Ling was forced to retreat directly to the corner of the wall. He seemed to be struggling to block the blow and asked, I really want to know, why are you so hostile to me? Hostility. Ha ha ha, then I'll tell you. Mashi shouted excitedly, because of jealousy. I'm jealous that you have a good teacher like Shajirching. Without her, you are nothing. I'm jealous that you have so much pocket money, why do you deserve so much money? I'm also jealous that you have such a beautiful face, why don't I? The more Mashi spoke, the more excited she became, and the more she spoke, the harder she spoke, and gradually bent Fujino Ling's arm. Is that so? That's a really great opponent. Fujino Ling showed a clear look, and then said, although you are miserable, I will not sympathize with you. Happiness is earned by oneself, not something that can be obtained by complaining about others. Also, don't use the words of Mr. Shajirching's students to deny my efforts and achievements. After speaking, she saw that she slowly countered Mashi. Her power was beyond Mazai's expectations. Seeing the bad situation, Mashi immediately withdrew. But she saw Fujino Ling smile. I saw Fujino Ling swipe his right foot on the ground, and then, as if hooking something, he pulled hard. Whoosh whoosh. In the air around Mashi, there was suddenly a very fast sound of breaking the air, and a slender film was seen, wrapping towards her in all directions. From all directions, from all kinds of tricky angles, there is absolutely no way to avoid it. No. Mazai's eyes widened in horror, but to no avail. The next moment, he was tied into a zongzi, and blood splashed. That extremely fast-moving movie viewing turned out to be a piece of steel wire. The end of the wire connects those kunai scattered everywhere. Turn the entire battlefield into a steel wire hell. I really want to thank you for your feng dun, otherwise, I really can't spread kunai all over the battlefield. Fujino Ling bowed to Mashi very politely, expressing his gratitude. But the contestants present could not help but show a solemn look. Mazai's strength is enough to make them pay attention. But Fujino Ling defeated her so easily. How strong is Fujino Ling's true strength? Let's just say that in this battle, every kunai appears in the right place. If this is not calculated, no one will believe it. But it is precisely because of this that Fujino Ling looks even more terrifying. In the face of a dangerous and deadly wind-escaping attack like Marcy's, she could still think calmly. And with the help of Mazai's wind escape, let Kuaidu reach exactly where she wants to go. How confident is she in her own strength? Everyone couldn't help but say in their hearts, as expected of Shajir-Ching's student, it's really scary. Kinoha Village Yasunami Nobuomi vs Iwagakura Ryoyoshi. The opponents of the next game are also out. Come on, Shinmei. Rei Fujino, who had a relaxed look on his face, encouraged Nobumi Anmura. The latter nodded easily. And because of Fujino Ling's battle just now, no one will underestimate Anmura Nobuomi anymore. Since it comes from the same school, the strength is not bad. Go. At the beginning, Ryoji, with a dignified face, slapped it on the ground with a seal, "Too done. Too Lu gun." Chapter 569. There is a price to pay for underestimating people. The next moment, a large piece of sharp earth spear swooped out from the feet of Anmura Nobuomi, and the forced Anmura Nobume immediately rushed forward and retreated. However, Ryoichi of Iwayan village had already been waiting for him at her place. With a ferocious look on his face, he charged back with his right arm to give Anmura Nobuomi a super powerful blow. He was confident that with this punch, Nobuomi Anmura would lose his combat effectiveness. One more punch after that and he can win the fight. It seems that we all think highly of her, thinking that she is as powerful as Fujino Ryo, but the result it's really disappointing. Yeah, I thought she could bring us some surprises, but as soon as she came up, she fell into a disadvantage. There was a sound of disappointment all around. But what is strange is that the faces of everyone in Konoha are a little strange. Doubt, puzzled. Yes, except for the 3 generations of Hokage, Shajir-Ching, and Fujino Ryo, everyone else has this expression. Since the ranking is higher than Fujino Ling, and he is also called the second Uchiha Itachi, will his strength be so poor? Uchiha Itachi is the second, meaning that the strength is only half a point behind Uchiha Itachi, and the gap is very small. They don't believe that Anmura Nobuomi, who has such a high evaluation, will be forced into a disadvantage like this. However, looking at the battle situation in front of them, they couldn't think of any way to get out of trouble. People are in the air, and there is nowhere to borrow. Moreover, that Ryoichi is already close at hand, and that punch is about to hit Nobumi Yasunori, and there is no chance of connecting with the seal. It's almost a dead end. The next moment, accompanied by a contemptuous smile on the corner of Fujino Ling's mouth. Everyone saw Anmura Nobuomi's hand, and a black shadow flew out like lightning, and it stuck on Ryoichi's arm. The severe pain made Ryoji's movements sluggish a lot. And Anmura Nobuomi is as flexible and light as a dandelion. After dodging this punch, he lightly stepped on Ryoichi's arm, and flew out a kick, hitting Ryoichi's head hard. Bang! Ryoji was blasted out, but he was born in Yenian village and has super physical fitness. Anmura Nobume's blow did not affect his combat effectiveness. Damn woman, look how good I am. He slammed the knot and slapped the ground, Tuden. Ant hell. The ground that Anmura Nobumi had just landed on suddenly softened and spun, turning into a vortex, trapping Anmura Nobumi in it without giving any chance to react. Tuden. Upon seeing this, Ryoichi was about to seal the seal again, completely defeating Anmura Nobume. Ankyu Nobuomi raised her hand and thousands of books flew out, extremely fierce, interrupting his seal. He dodged immediately, only to see Anmura Nobumi flying out with 3,000 copies. But it seems that because of poor technique, it can brush Ryoji's body without causing any damage to Ryoji at all. This scene, Ryoji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, what's the matter, Konoha guy, he can't beat him if he misses. Before the last word, was finished, he heard a sudden tinkling sound behind him. Then, a sharp pain suddenly hit from behind, making him scream. And Anmura Nobuomi flew out a shuriken and nailed it to the wall of the arena, connected to the steel wire and pulled it hard to break free. Then, a swoosh appeared directly in front of Ryoji, making people desperate quickly. You lost. It wasn't until the cold touch reminded Ryoichi that he reacted. And Anmura Nobuomi's 1,000 books have already touched his temple. Chapter 570 Konoha Village is very depressed. Unexpectedly I didn't play seriously throughout the whole process. Only the last this time, I was serious. That kind of throwing technique is too scary. Seeing the result, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. What did they just see? Nobumi Yasura actually used the chinpin that was shot out from the back to hit the previous chinpin, allowing them to regain their momentum and injuring Ryoichi. Moreover, the sudden body twisting technique at the end told everyone that Nobuomi Anmura hadn't fought seriously before. After all, with this speed, the race is over. It's like playing. Is this the strength of Shajir-Ching's students? It's terrible. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by Anmura Nobuomi's strength, and it was no less than Fujino Ling. Konoha has produced 2 amazing female ninjas. The eyes of other shinobi villages swept over Anmura Nobuomi and Fujino Ling frequently, and they all couldn't help but sigh. You defeated your opponent without using any ninjutsu at all. How strong is the use of ninjutsu? And those female ninjas present couldn't help feeling a deep sense of disparity and powerlessness in their hearts. The financial resources and background are not comparable. It seems that the strength is far behind. Fujino Ling and Anmura Nobuomi were so dazzling that they completely overshadowed them. Not to mention standing side by side with them, it seems that chasing them is not an easy task. Good job. When Nobuomi Anmura returned, Shajir-Ching praised her, and the latter was immediately happy, sweet Isho, and whispered to Fujino Ling. And the other ninjas in Konoha looked at her with completely different eyes. Only then did they understand why Anmura Nobuomi was ranked among the top 3 of Konoha's young generation, because Anmura Nobuomi was really strong. That Yenian village Ryoichi is actually quite powerful, and if they were to deal with Ryoichi, even if they could win, they would have to lose 800. It's impossible to do what Yasunami does, it's easy. The eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage are even more emotional. He did not expect Shajir-Ching to teach so much. Nobuomi Anmura and Ryo Fujino are really good, he is both happy and worried. The joy is that Konoha's face is bright. The best thing is that Shajir-Ching is too good, but it is really difficult to control. How to treat Shajir-Ching is a big problem. In the next battle, there is no Konoha's share. Although the level of splendid battles has always been high, there are few battles that amaze everyone. Among them, only the terracotta of Yenian village is an exception. He looks simple and honest, with a good face, but he defeated his opponent in 3 or 2 strokes, successfully advanced, and attracted attention. Days of Kurotoki points, all battles are over. In the 5 small ninja villages such as River Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village, and Tang Ninja Village, basically only one person made the cut. Only the host, Taki Ninja Village, has advanced to 2. In the 5 major ninja villages, more than 3 people have advanced. And among them, the 2 of Konoha's Nobuomi Yasunori. Darui of Union Village, Kitu of Yenian Village, Magpie of Takanan Village, and Saruki of Sandian Village. The 6 of them are the most dazzling existence among all of them. Everyone is also looking forward to the last game 3 days later. The current score, Konoha's situation is not good, the score is 5. It is 1 point lower than Union Village and Yenian Village. Sand Hidden Village is 4 points. The rest of the small ninja villages are all 1 or 2 points. For the battle in 3 days, you don't need to help me, just play your respective standards with confidence. Shajir-Ching looked at his 2 students and told them. Understood. Both women showed excitement, their eyes rumbling with fighting intent. Chapter 571 Unexpected. 3 days are coming soon. It's finally the last day. The ninjas in Union Village and Yenian Village were all excited. The score is higher than that of Konoha Village, they didn't expect it. But it's a good thing. Since there are advantages, then we must continue to carry forward. And this last round, the promotion rules are different. It's a ring system. That is, the winner will always stay in the field to fight. The first game, Yunren Mayu vs. Taki Shinobi Village Magpie. The first scene is the Magpie of the Man of the Year. Taki Ninja Village, Magpie wins. But the result of this first battle made the people of Union Village a little confused. They actually lost. That woman is so powerful. Originally, even if Darui and Kitu were side by side, they belong to the famous people. But few people really look up to him. After all, several other people were born in the 5 great ninja villages, only she was born in Taki Ninja Village. But now, her record makes everyone have to start to look up to her. Taki Ninja Village, 2 points. Next round, Iwayan Murata. Magpie's opponent in this round is Iwayan Village Ninja. Woman, I won't underestimate you like Yunren just now. So, your luck ends here. This rock ninja is obviously quite confident in his own strength, and he uttered nonsense to the magpie. Let me, Mr. Tien, come to end your myth. His breath is quite powerful, which also makes everyone agree with his statement. The others in Yenian village kept cheering him on. But, as the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, everything is false. No, but can I actually lose? Tien Tai, who fought against K for only 3 minutes, was completely defeated by K and completely lost his combat effectiveness. Hi. This made other people who haven't ended up taking a deep breath. It seems that they still underestimate the magpie. Taki Ninja Village, 3 points. Tanasuke Konoha Village, come on stage. Konoha's people came on stage, but everyone has seen his results. In a minute. Taki Ninja Village, Magpie wins. The Magpie of Taki Ninja Village has won 3 games in a row. Like a proud peacock, her provocative gaze swept over everyone who had not yet played. Damn guy, don't be too arrogant. Yan Ren, many people were furious, and their faces were quite ugly. On Q's face, he almost didn't write the words, everyone here is garbage. Shajercheng, Taki Ninja Village is determined to show it off, but it's okay, the next battle will be even more exciting. Tsuruki Sehikura, come on stage. The referee announced Q's next opponent, Tsuruki of Sandian Village. Please advise. Hexy from Sandian Village is a taciturn cold-faced handsome guy with a black gourd on his back. Hope you're as durable as those crap. At the beginning, the magpie rushed like a beast, and the terrifying chakra breath burst out on its fist. The people who lost consecutively in her hands were beaten by her fists. She seems to be enjoying it. In the face of the attacking magpie, she waved his hand, and several phantoms galloped out. In the face of the incoming attack, K whizzed and dodged, and when he reappeared, he was already close to the front. She shouted excitedly, "You are finished." Immediately, she was knocked out with a punch. Chapter 572 Strong in its own strong in the hand. Good. The people of Taki Ninja Village immediately applauded loudly. But Hexy, who was knocked out, turned into wood with a bang, just a stand-in. The real Hexy appeared behind K and shouted, "Sand when rain." From the gourd behind him, a piece of black sand and iron came out, turned into a bullet-sized dumpling, and blasted away. Seeing this, the magpie quickly escaped. Boom. The power of this sand and iron bullet is really terrifying, and it can easily penetrate the walls of the arena, leaving potholes the size of a fist. What a terrifying power. The rest of the people couldn't help being taken aback. This destructive power is almost comparable to some Jonin. Hexy, is he really just a shinobi? Ha ha ha, what if the power is powerful? It can't hit me, it's a wild match after all. The magpie's reaction power and speed are quite fast, and the sand and iron bullets can't hit her at all, always one shot behind. She said with a mocking provocation, "Ninja in Sandian Village, you will soon be my defeat." An LT, P and GT. But she didn't see that the sand and iron bullets that smashed into the ground were gone. Really? Facing Q's provocation, Hexy showed a smile. Sand and Iron Realm, Needle Forest. Hexy quickly formed the seal, and chakra poured into the earth. Seeing this scene, Fujino Ryo and Anmura Nobuomi couldn't help saying at the same time, "Magpie of Taki Ninja Village, you are going to lose." Puff puff. Before everyone was surprised, a thorn-like iron sand forest suddenly burst out from under the magpie. The range was so large that Kei didn't even have a chance, and pierced through his entire body, inflicting heavy damage on her in an instant. Moreover, without giving the magpie a chance to break free, the two blades made of sand and iron pressed against her neck and back respectively. As long as she has any changes, she will die. Damn. Kyu's face twisted in pain. She didn't expect that she would lose like this. She is not reconciled. But in the end, remembering his captain's admonition to him, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Her captain warned her, "Don't reveal your identity as a person." Yes, magpies are human pillars, and this secret cannot be revealed. Otherwise, it will cause controversy and be detrimental to Taki Shinobi Village. Hexy, very good, I remember you. You are a formidable opponent. Magpie admit defeat. Taki Ninja Village 4 points. This result has already made Taki Ninja Village very satisfied. Using his own sand and iron to communicate with the underground sand and iron to create this absolute field, this guy is our rival. Anmura Nobumi looked at Hexy, her face dignified for the first time. Fujino Ling nodded in agreement. The rest of the people looked at Hexy and couldn't help but get serious. The magpie of Taki Ninja Village, even I have no certainty of winning, this Hexy is really strong. Darui thought very heavily in his heart. Kitu's eyes are also flickering. I don't know what I'm thinking. Delui from Union Village, come on stage. Hexy's opponent, it was Darui's turn immediately. Trouble, this is not an easy enemy to deal with. When Darui heard that he was playing so soon, he couldn't help scratching his head with a headache. Go. After the referee gave an order, Hexy waved his hand, and the sand and iron bullets the size of 6 fists flew out, bombarding Darui. Boom. Darui waved his sword to fight, but he only felt that his strength was invincible, and he was continuously forced to retreat. Sand-iron manipulation. But in the face of Hexy, the power of any metal attack will be greatly reduced. Chapter 573 Darui, lose. Bang. The sword in Darui's hand that I saw was suddenly pulled towards Hexy by manipulation. If it wasn't for Darui's quick reaction and the evasion of the stand-in technique, he would have been hit hard by now. It's really desperately powerful. Not daring to use the knife again, Darui retreated again in the face of Hexy, who attacked again in front of him. For a time, there was no room for a counterattack, and he could only be forced to dodge. Seeing this scene, everyone in Union Village couldn't help but sank in their hearts. In the face of Hexy's endless sand and iron attacks, to be honest, without the speed and agility of Kyu's reaction, it is really dangerous. In just 2 minutes, Darui had been injured in 24 places. Blood loss, pain, and crisis make Darui's chakra quickly consumed. Moreover, whenever Darui wanted to use swordsmanship, Hexy could always react immediately and let his attack deviate from the target. He will also take the opportunity to launch all kinds of sand-iron hidden weapons, and the persecuted Darui is even more embarrassed, and his injuries become more serious. In this case, Darui didn't even have time to think about countermeasures. And Hexy is not a frizzy person, and he is steady, which makes Darui very desperate. In addition to avoiding the attack in front of him, he also has to beware of the attack from the underground. Magpie is so powerful, it's not just one move to lose. Lay done gratitude wave. Finally, Darui, who found a chance to breathe, immediately launched an attack. On the ground, a violent thunder and lightning spread out, besieging Hexy. Darui wants to control Hexy's range of action. Sand and iron wings. But what made Darui desperate was that Hexy actually flew. Moreover, with a wave of his hand, a dense mass of sand and iron turned into a dark cloud, covering the entire arena. No, he must not be allowed to succeed. Seeing this scene, Darui's heart is cold. If this blow is hit, he will definitely lose. He quickly formed the seal, and an unprecedented powerful aura erupted from his body. Land on black spot difference. A black thunder and lightning cheetah, roaring towards Hexy, was as fast as lightning, shocking. With this move, Darui took 30% of the chakra in an instant. He will not release it until it is necessary. Roar. Facing the thunder and lightning cheetah that was instantly thrown down in front of him, Hexy couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and hurriedly backed away. But thunderbolt, mysterious slash, cloud-flowing secret sword. Darui did not know when he rushed into the sky and appeared behind him. Immediately, the sharp knife wrapped in thunder and lightning ripped open his back and blasted him towards the thunder and lightning cheetah. This change was something no one had thought of, and no one would have thought that the battle situation would change so quickly. Everyone's eyes were on Hexy just now, and no one really noticed when Darui disappeared. Hexy. Everyone in Cheyenne village looked at this scene and couldn't help crying out in shock. But right now, sand iron our hand. Darui, who was about to land, saw two black spikes that pierced his shoulder and pinned him to the ground. Then, two long needles pierced his palm again, making him lose the chance to seal the seal. I have to admire, Darui, you are really amazing. Use that powerful attack as a cover, but the real attack comes from you. But you believe too much in your own tricks, and you didn't notice that I have replaced the main body with a clone. Hexy fell to the ground, looking down at Darui from a height, intact. And the one who was struck by lightning, everyone looked at, it turned out to be just a sand and iron clone. Chapter 574. Everyone is so embarrassed. You lost. Hexy moved his index finger, and the kunai, who was nailed to the wall for Darui to use as a foot, rushed to the sky. At this moment, Hexy touched Darui's neck. Hi. Seeing this scene, everyone can't help but take a deep breath. No one would have imagined that Hexy would be so powerful, and a powerful figure like Darui would not be an opponent at all. Really, have you been toyed with in the first place? Darui sighed in frustration, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Thinking of him, Darui, although he is not a genius, he is still the leader character of the youth generation in Union Village, and is valued by Lord Raking. But now, he has lost so completely. It's a misstep. In this regard, Cheyenne Village has already scored 6 points, equaling Yunnan and Yannan. But everyone's heart is cold, especially Yunren. The most powerful Darui have been defeated. What hope do they have? Even the rock ninja can't help but feel a lot of pressure. Hexy's power is beyond their imagination. Taki Ninja Murato, come on. The referee announced that the next contestant would come on. I abstain. Magpie has lost to Hexy. Taki Shinobu doesn't think he can be more powerful than Magpie. Abstain directly. In this regard, Taki Ninja Village was eliminated, with a total score of 4 points. Cheyenne Village, 7 points, first place. Hexy of Sandian Village should be the most powerful ninja. I can't think of anyone else who can defeat him. The two of Konoha Village, I guess not too. Hexy is so powerful, I can't think of how to fight with their means. Everyone began to discuss, and their eyes swept over Nobuomi Anmura and Ryofujino from time to time. But almost everyone thinks that Hexy is the strongest person. Magpie is already strong enough. With one punch, the soil wall of Yinian Village can be shattered. Defeated by Magpies. Darui is strong enough. The super strong Lei Dun attainments and extraordinary swordsmanship are obvious to all. It's not that Hexy is completely controlled by Hexy. Thinking that Hexy might just push it all the way, Xiaonan Village is better. Yunren, Yanren, these two great Renren villages can't help but feel sad. They think that their strength is not inferior to anyone else, and if they are finally crushed by the Cheyenne Village, known as a backcountry country, they have never been in their eyes, then they will really, long face. Even here in Konoha, many people are sighing. Sandian Village is going to come out on top this time. Our Konoha's results are really not very good. The implication is that I am not optimistic about the two of Anmura Nobuomi. No way, the two women didn't show their brilliance at all. Let everyone start to guess, the two women are probably only what they show, not as unfathomable as they thought before. Iwa Ninja Kitu, come on stage. Immediately after Taki Ninja Village, the hope of Iwahidam Village, Kitu came on stage. It can be seen that Kitu's face is very dignified. Fight, start soon. Two Dun Yansu collapse. At the beginning of the game, Kitu shattered the ground of the arena, reaching a depth of more than 10 meters, blocking Hexi's idea of attacking from the ground. Moreover, the earthquake caused by the broken earth successfully forced Hexi into the sky, because there was no place for Hexi in the arena. Kaitu immediately released two Dun Tu Shillong and chased away. For a while, Hexi, who was chasing, could only retreat. At this scene, the rock ninjas who saw it suddenly cried out excitedly. Chapter 575 Please God, let someone stop him. It seems that the situation is not as bad as they thought. Kitu is still very powerful. Next, Kitu used several anti-air ninjutsu, such as flying stone bullets, rock stick formations, etc. One after another. Hexi, who was chasing one after another, could only dodge in embarrassment, and was completely powerless to fight back. This made Yanren even more excited, and the rest of the people couldn't help but look at Kitu in shock. They did not expect that Kitu was so powerful. But there is a saying, focus too much on one place, and other places will become the source of your failure. But for a minute, just when Kitu thought that Hexi was getting more and more flustered by him, and he had the upper hand. The broken earth under his feet suddenly blooms again. The attack that defeated the magpie before repeats it again. When it was almost time to respond to Kitu, it was defeated. Thank you for helping me shatter the ground, so that the high-quality sand and iron below can be used better for me. Hexi's words made Kitu want to vomit blood in depression. Dare to love that one-handed trick of his own, and also help his opponent. The result of such a quick transformation, not to mention that Yan Ninja didn't react, and the rest of the people didn't react either. But after reacting, the eyes they looked at Hexi were even more horrified. Now, who else can defeat Hexi? Sand Hidden Village, 8 points. The winning balance completely fell to Cheyenne Village. And then, Kaorin Village and Grass Ninja Village were eliminated one after another, with a score of 1 point. Sand Hidden Village has reached an unprecedented 10 points. Shajirqing saw that in addition to the complacent look on Chio's face, the counted 3 generations looked better. Yanren, Yunren's leader, that's really making his face crooked with anger. With such a big gap opened by Cheyenne Village, what face did they have to go back? They can't explain it to their respective shadows, and they can't explain it to the daimyo. Can't give an account, the consequences are very serious. Economic support will never be cut off, and there may even be riots. God Amaterasu, let's stop Tsuruhi from Sandian Village personally. Yunren, the leader of Yanren, all prayed in their hearts like this. At the same time, Hexi proposed to rest for half an hour to recover his strength. Half an hour later. The next game, Konoha Village Yasunami. As soon as the result of Tsuruhi's confrontation came out, Nobumi Yasunori became the focus of everyone. Do your best. Shajirqing said this before Nobuomi Anmura came on stage. Hearing Shajirqing's words, the hearts of other ninjas in Konoha Village sank. Listening to the meaning of Shajirqing's words, Anmura Nobume is not a match for Hexi. But Nobuomi Anmura nodded heavily. What Shajirqing said did not mean that Nobuomi Anmura couldn't beat Hexi. It means to let her stop hiding and tuck, and exert all her strength. You are strong. The moment Nobuomi Anmura entered the venue, Tsuruhi's face suddenly became extremely solemn. This made everyone a little surprised. You must know that Hizike had never shown such a look before. His expression has clearly told everyone. Nobuomi Yasunori, very strong. Go. The referee gave an order, and everyone saw a shuriken flashing coldly from Nobuomi Anmura's sleeve. The angle is extremely tricky, almost all fatal. Hexy didn't dare to be careless. He had seen Nobuomi Anmura's superb shuriken skills, and he hurriedly used the magnetic force to attract it. But everyone saw Anmura Nobuomi suddenly forming the seal, and the speed was extremely terrifying. Chapter 576 Famous Teachers Produce Master Apprentices. No one saw what kind of seal she made at all, and they saw 5 vacuum jades spew out of her mouth at an extreme speed, blasting out of the air. Facing the vacuum jade in front of him, Hexy felt a strong sense of sharpness. There was no time to dodge, so I hurriedly summoned the iron sand and turned it into a shield to block in front of me. However, boom boom boom. The power of this vacuum jade is a bit beyond his imagination. His sand iron shield was smashed into several large pits, almost captured, and the whole person was forced to retreat several meters away. It's dangerous. Hexy couldn't help sighing, just about to fight back, but suddenly heard his teammates shout, "Be careful." What? She couldn't help being surprised, but he heard a sound of breaking the air behind him. The shuriken that he ignored was actually attacked by Anmura Nobuomi with a steel wire and attacked him from both sides. The iron sand shield. In the face of the incoming shuriken, he immediately created a defense to protect his 2 sides. But while defending this move, he felt the danger. The sight of Anmura Nobuomi has actually appeared in front of him, and a sharp 1,000 books attacked him again. What a quick body instant. Everyone around couldn't help but marvel at the speed of Anmura Nobuomi. This doesn't seem like the speed that a Jinin should have. Even some Jonin may not have such a fast speed. To actually fight me in close quarters, it's really self-defeating. But in the face of Anmura Nobuomi who was in front of him, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Hexy's mouth. Sand iron our hand. At the moment when the words fell, a dense long needle of sand and iron was like a torrential rain. It was so fast that no one could react, and it was about to shoot through Nobume Yasun's body. It's too late, it looks like I'm still going to lose. Nobume Yasumura is still in a hurry. Yeah, there may still be a chance to keep going, but now everyone around can't bear to see all this. In their imaginations, Nobuomi Yasunori was going to lose. Even if he barely escaped, he had already fallen into the rhythm of Hexy. However, the only thing they won't think of is wind escape gale palm. Anmura Nobume actually used ninjutsu, pushing her palms and blasting a gust of wind, blowing all the long sand and iron needles back. Hexy couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and subconsciously move the iron sand shield on the side to block him. Boom. The wind was so strong that the entire arena rumbled and BB burst. This made the leaders of the villages all surprised. It's such a strong level of concentration, it's almost as powerful as shinobi. Moreover, chakra's control is just right, there is no waste at all, but it achieves the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. This level, even if they themselves, can only be able to do it, or even worse. Now, Anmura Nobume actually did it, it's a little scary. When they looked again, they couldn't help but be shocked again. On the right side of Crane Shi, who was blown back by the strong wind, Nobuomi Yasunori appeared again, and a dense mass of thousands of books flew out. Damn. Faced with this situation, Hexy couldn't help but grit his teeth and said with great pressure. Anmura Nobuomi is just too powerful, a little bit beyond his expectations. However, don't think I'm so poor. Sand and Iron Realm Sand Explosion Thorns. From his right body, a thick iron thorn flew out. As soon as she was approaching Anmura Nobuomi, she pierced through her body before she could react. Chapter 577 Still Going to Lose. What a quick avatar. Seeing this scene, Hexy didn't have the slightest joy on his face, and he didn't feel like he had hit the entity. The next moment, Anmura Nobuomi turned into a stand in wood with a bang, and there were 2 burning detonating talismans attached to it. She couldn't help shrinking his pupils and quickly retreated. Wind escape vacuum jade. But behind him, Anmura Nobumi's voice and the wind bullet that made his scalp tingle came again. Whoosh whoosh. Hexie's reaction speed is absolutely top-notch, and he has flashed through so many powerful and tricky wind bullets. Sand when it rains. He knew that if he continued, Nobumi Anmura might continue to break out some strange attacks. Therefore, he intends to end the battle quickly. A piece of sand and iron bullet the size of a ball roared towards Anmura Nobumi. The power of this blow, even the team leaders watching the battle on the stage were secretly shocked. Can Nobumi Yasunori be able to stop it? They thought in their hearts. Obviously, they don't have much confidence. Shish. But what is shocking again is that, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Nobumi Yasunori managed to dodge it completely with the blinking technique. This. Everyone saw horror in each other's eyes. Hey, it's a hit, Nobumi Yasunori. But Hexie suddenly laughed. Looking at Nobumi Yasunori, who was frantically switching between the walls of the arena and the ground, he said, even if you have a very strong control over chakra, you can't defeat me without the bloodline limit. It's over. Hexie held his right hand and said rather slyly, Sand and Iron Realm Law Needle Forest. The next moment, just after the end of the Sand Shiu's attack, the heart-pounding spikes emerged from the ground again. Alas, are you going to lose after all? Seeing this move, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads. This move, even they are difficult to deal with, they do not believe that Anmura Nobuomi can fight. Wind escape vacuum jade. But the calm voice of Anmura Nobumi suddenly came again. They couldn't help but look. Anmura Nobumi, who they saw, was flexibly dodging from the pursuit of the spikes. And, finished the handprint. Bang! A group of extremely condensed huge wind bombs roared out of the air, shattering the dense sand and iron spikes, and arrived in front of Hexie. Wherever he went, the earth exploded. How is that possible? Hexie couldn't help but take a deep breath when she saw this scene. This was the first time that someone of his generation could deal with this move head-on, so he quickly defended. The strongest defense, Luo Sheng Shield. A ball of extremely condensed sand iron directly wrapped Hexie. The wind bomb slammed into the sand and iron shield, and the sound exploded, shaking the entire arena, but it was not able to damage the sand and iron shield for half a point. The strongest defense is evident. Sand and Iron Realm, Sand and Iron Strike. Without giving Anmura Nobumi a chance to rest, the various sand and iron scattered on the ground attacked Anmura Nobumi again. But this time, the always agile Anmura Nobuomi was bruised. Everyone couldn't help but look, but when they saw her panting and dodging, everyone couldn't help but react immediately. Anmura Nobumi's chakra is almost exhausted. Victory is mine in the end. Hexie, who felt this scene, was ecstatic. Let me tell you what despair is. He is not short of chakra, and he has more chakra than many Junin. Chapter 578. Pay at your own risk. But Anmura Nobumi is very embarrassed. Even when she was dodging, she still released her shuriken and fought back, but she couldn't break Hexie's defense at all. The final victory, in the end, seems to belong to Hexie. Everyone thinks so. Anmura Nobumi is at a disadvantage, and it is difficult to reverse the situation. It's over. Fujino Ling suddenly sighed like this, and everyone couldn't help but sigh heavily. They thought that Fujino Ryo said that Yasun Nobumi was going to lose. But, boom! The sound of a smoke explosion could not help attracting their attention. However, Anmura Nobuomi appeared in front of Hexie, and an energy ball with a humming sound appeared in his hand. And Hexie, looking at Nobumi Anmura who appeared in front of him, couldn't help smiling proudly. Even if you use the transformation technique to get yourself close to me, what's the use? You can't break my defense. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a click, and the iron sand shield actually shattered into a big hole. The energy ball in Anmura Nobuomi's hand stopped an inch in front of Hexie's chest. You lost. Yasun Nobumi looked at Tsuruhi and said. Looking at the cold energy ball on his chest, and then at the bright eyes and restrained breath of Anmura Nobumi. Where is there any sign of insufficient chakra just now? You pretend to be insufficient in chakra, let me relax my vigilance. Hexy reacted immediately and said angrily. Hearing this, Nobuomi Yasunori asked irrefutably, why, can't you? Hexy was speechless. How could it not be possible? After all, this is also a kind of tactics. Your strength is indeed the strongest in my history. I'm afraid even the newly promoted Jonin may not necessarily be your opponent, and you will eventually be consumed by you. But, speaking of this, Anmura Nobuomi's mouth was Isho. I'm not bad, I've played against several Shinjin, and I defeated them myself. As for chakra, my chakra is not as good as yours. But the strength is not strong. Not much with chakrado, there is no absolutely proportional relationship, isn't it? Nobuomi Anmura dispersed the energy ball, then, looking at the others on the stage, she said, next. At this moment, Anmura Nobuomi is really hockey. I actually won Tsuruki. Is this the strength of Nobuomi Yasunori? It's terrifying. Konoha Ninja looked at Anmura Nobuomi in shock. The strength of Anmura Nobuomi, to put it bluntly, it is no problem to easily crush them. That last move, what is it? It can break through Hexy's strongest defense. The people of Cheyenne village were even more astonished. Hexy is the strongest defense, but it can withstand the attack of the Junin without breaking the trump card. It was broken like that by Anmura Nobuomi, and Anmura Nobuomi is too strong. Don't you need to take a break? The referee reminded Yasun Nobuomi to start the next game. No, none of the rest deserves my rest. Besides, Anmura Nobuomi glanced at Fujino Ryo. I still have a partner who didn't play, it's not a concern. Nobuomi Anmura's words are really arrogant, and he doesn't care about the rest of the people at all. Immediately, the other ninjas in the ninja village were not happy. Arrogant guy, let me see your strength. Anmura Nobuomi's next opponent is still Sandian village, whose name is Denjiro. Chapter 579 Invincible. Come on. Nobuomi Anmura hooked at him, indicating that he can start. Arrogant woman, look at my power. Denjiro shouted, and a piece of hidden weapons flew out. The labor and management are the most powerful hidden weapons masters in the Sandian village, enlighten me. Wind escaped gale palm. Nobuomi Yasun took a long breath, and then, a gust of wind was blowing out that disrupted the air, and all the hidden weapons were swept back. That Denjiro was suddenly stabbed into a hedgehog, and was smashed against the wall by the wind, and a large human-shaped seal was printed. So far, Konoha village has 7 points. Next, Anmura Nobuomi said again, with a relaxed expression. Referee, Iwagakura Tsukuchi, come on stage. Then, the battle begins. Tu Dun Tu Liao, he started by adding a hard armor to himself. Then, he rushed like a tyrannosaur and shouted, I won't take you lightly like a idiot like Hexy. Then, wind escaped vacuum jade. 6 consecutive air bombs slammed Tongji into the wall heavily, and easily broke his defense. Hi. Seeing this scene, everyone can't help but take a deep breath. Anmura Nobuomi, this is really too powerful. Konoha village, 8 points. Next, Yunren, Yu-Ren, and Tang-Ren, 3 people from the ninja village, played one after another, but without exception, they all lost. No one has survived 10 moves in the hands of Anmura Nobuomi, and Anmura Nobuomi was crushed all the way. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage in this scene, it is a beauty in my heart. Their Konoha has already scored 11 points, and they come out on top, and their faces can be said to be full of face. The next game, Ryota Iwahidamura. The referee continues to announce Yasun's next opponent. However, Nobuomi Anmura suddenly raised her hand and said, I have no more chakra, let my teammates take over for me to continue fighting. Saying that, she looked at Fujino Ling, who gave her a thumbs up, and after watching it for so long, it was finally her turn to play. Damn, you look down on me. Iwagakura Ryota, who was about to play, slapped the handrail angrily. How dare Nobuomi Anmura ignore him so much and let Ryo Fujino fight instead of her? Did he think that Fujino Ling would definitely be able to defeat him? What a joke. The leader of Iwayan village's face is also a little unsightly. Anmura Nobume is too arrogant. Sister Shinmei, look at me next. Rei Fujino and Nobumi Yasura came to the court to look at Isho. Then, she looked at Ryota of Yenian village. Ninja of Yenian village, don't be too weak, otherwise, it will be boring. Giggle. Liang Tai suddenly clenched his fists angrily. He swore that he would make Fujino Ling look good later. Go. After the referee gave an order, the Liang Tai rushed over and shouted, Damn woman, watch me beat you. He was tall, and he punched Fujino Ling with one punch, and the air was roaring loudly. Imagine how powerful he is. However, Fujino Ling stepped back, his hands quickly formed a seal and said, Water escape fog hidden technique. Immediately, an extremely thick fog enveloped the arena. Ryota immediately went into martial law, and used the Sword of Earth Spear, to bless the defense. He has lost the trace of Fujino Ling in front of him. Water escape water cut. Ryota's voice came from Fujino Ling again. Then, he saw a shadow in front of him, raising his leg and drawing several water blades to break through the air. Chapter 580 You can't talk too much, it's easy to be slapped in the face. Woman, let you see how powerful the soldiers of Yenian village are. He even punched and attacked. Not to mention, all the water blades were smashed by him. He couldn't help but say proudly, Why, woman, do you only hide and seek? Don't you even have the courage to fight me head on? Giggle, I'm not going to fight head to head with a dummy like you. Ryo Fujino's joking voice came again, but this made Ryota even more angry. Damn it, I must make you pay. Ryo Tai roared, and the breath on his body suddenly became quite heavy. After all, the person who passed the second round is very strong. But, hey. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air in Ryotai's ear. He completely ignored it, and re-shot it on the ground. He was hit on the waist immediately, but it didn't hurt his fur at all. HMPH, stupid guy, with this three-legged cat kung fu, he can't even break my defense, and he wants to beat me. Liang Tai can't help but snorted in disdain. Shish. There were several voices breaking through the air, and Liang Taekwon waved his hand and blocked it. What, is this a waste of skills? Just in time, the fog has cleared, and your end has come. Ryota looked at the mist that had dissipated all of a sudden, and immediately smiled proudly, but her eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. Yeah, the end is here, Fujino Ling's voice came over at this time. But it's your end. After the fog cleared, everyone gasped in shock, and the leader of Yenian village couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Ryotai was surrounded by a piece of steel wire, and on the steel wire, there was a dense explosion of detonating talismans. Moreover, there are 2 detonating talismans attached to his waist. Fujino Ling is maintaining the handprint of the detonation of the knot. With just one thought, Ryotai will die without a place to be buried. Big man, you lost. Fujino Ling looked at the unbelievable Ryota and said with great pride. But evil. Ryotai felt extremely aggrieved and angry. He actually lost to a bitch in less than a minute. It left him with no light on his face. Good job. Yasun Nobume will also shout out aloud for a week. My strength, although not as good as Sister Shinmei, is more than enough to deal with you. Fujino Ling looked at Ryota, who was so angry that she could not wait to eat her, said proudly and calmly. Damn. Liang Tai resigned unwillingly. Konoha village 12 points. 3 generations of Hokage smile even brighter. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at Fujino Ling in shock. Although I thought that her strength would be strong, I didn't expect it to be so strong. What a strong water escape ninjutsu. I don't know who said this with emotion. The rest of the people were immediately convinced. The next game, Kazama in Sandian village. The referee announced the opponent of Fujino Ryo's next game. Kazama is a somewhat thin boy with long brown hair. Please advise. He was quite polite. But after the battle started, he seemed to have changed as a person, and the ninjutsu released quite violently. He is also a wind-type ninja, and with all kinds of attacks, Fujino Ling is almost breathless. Everyone couldn't help but look at the wind room in surprise. This wind room has quite good strength. It's a pity that he met Fujino Ling. Water escape water cutting technique. Ryo Fujino moves around the field like ice skating. When dodging Kazama's attack, the water blade she released really made Fengjian suffer. Chapter 581 What is too much? That water blade is enough to tear the walls of the arena, and its power can be imagined, and the wind splits back and forth. However, after 50 moves, Fengjian could no longer hold on, and he was defeated. In the arena, there are still people who have not played, and only one Yunren is left. Just when the referee wanted to announce the next game, Fujino Ling suddenly raised his hand and said, "That guy doesn't look very strong. Forget it, I won't bully him, I abstain." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Then, the ninjas in Union Village suddenly became angry. Fujino Ling actually gave them alms. Did they need alms from Fujino Ling? Look down on who? Too arrogant. 3 generations of Hokage, it's too much. Yunren, the leader of the team, looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and asked angrily. The 3 generations of Hokage did not expect that Fujino Ling would suddenly abstain from the vote. At this time, it is really difficult to explain. Excessive. My own lack of strength, who is to blame? Shajirqing suddenly spoke up and said coldly, "If you want to go too far, I don't mind going to your Union Village to go a little bit too far." As soon as Shajirqing said these words, Yunren's team leader was immediately embarrassed and angry, but even though he was trembling with anger, he didn't dare to speak. Shajirqing really went to Union Village to make a scene, and their Union Village would be a joke. In the end, Yunren's team leader could only press his anger and let it go. Who made their strength inferior to Shajirqing and Konoha? The rest of the people saw Shajirqing and Fujino Ling, and couldn't help sighing in their hearts. What a domineering character printed in a mold. Game over. With the judgment of the referee, this Chunin exam with a strong political meaning is over. Strictly speaking, this Chunin exam, the strength of the personnel is quite high. It's a pity that there are monsters like Tsuruhi, Fujino Ling, and Anmura Nobuomi. So much that geniuses like Darui, Kitu, and Magpie can only be eclipsed. Not to mention others. But whether you can become a Chunin does not depend on the final result, but only depends on whether your strength meets the standard of Chunin. On this point, the leaders of the major ninja villages make their own decisions. The outcome of all games is just for the final score. And the end result is really not entirely satisfactory. Konoha Village, 12 points. Sand Hidden Village, 10 points. Union Village, 7 points. Yenian Village, 6 points. Taki Ninja Village, 4 points. The rest of the ninja village only have 1 point. In this battle, the biggest winner is not Konoha Village, but Taki Ninja Village, which has been unknown for a long time, but suddenly became a blockbuster. And Yenian Village even vomited blood. If it weren't for Konoha's score, Yunren's score should be the same as them. This makes them hate Konoha even more. Therefore, Shajirqing rewarded Fujino Ling with a burst of chestnuts, and taught a lesson: the practice is not good, let's not set an example. After a not-so-friendly meeting, everyone left. Results of the meeting: all the ninjas who passed the second round were promoted to Chunin. After returning to the country of fire, the daimyo already knew the result of the game. The land of fire, the land of wind, is called a joy. In particular, the name of the country of fire, before the name of the 5 major countries, once again confirmed his unquestionable status as the largest country. The Kingdom of Wind also took the opportunity to have a good snort. He was the 4th child of 10,000 years, and now he has become the 2nd child in one fell swoop. How can he not be happy? And the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth are 2 big names. Their faces are really black like ink, gloomy and scary. Chapter 582. Now she is a rich woman. Especially the famous name of the land, when he learned that he was 1 point away from the country of thunder, and that point was given by the country of fire, he was even more angry. Why is the land of thunder so lucky? His country is not so lucky. After quarreling with each other, in the end, the economic share was also determined. Fire country 35%. The land of wind is 25%. The country of earth and the country of thunder are 25%. For the rest, the small ninja villages are divided by themselves. And the 2 women, Nobuomi and Mura, who made great achievements, also receive the reward of the name. Nobuomi Yasunori, the land of fire, Princess Yoshikawa, going Chinliang. Fujino Ling, the country of fire, Shangling Princess, going 100 Tails. Since then, the 2 women have the same title of princess as Tsunade. Nominally, Konoha village can't hurt them casually in the future. They must report the name of the country of fire, and make a decision by the name. Ha ha ha, a lot of money. The 2 women don't care about the title of princess. What they care about is this rewarded going. Thousands of taels of going. Shajir did the math for them, and if it was converted into money, it would be as much as 10 million yen. 100 taels is 1 million. Dare, I'm not as rich as you 2 rich women. Shajir couldn't help but lose his voice. Of course, he didn't agree to the idea of the 2 girls thanking him for sharing some of them. He replied, take this money yourself and use it slowly. You can invest and manage your finances. Anyway, you don't need to worry about money for the rest of your life. Hearing Shajir arrangement for them, Anmura Nobume and the 2 couldn't help feeling a little epiphany. No matter how good they are. But after all, they are just 2 little girls under the age of 14. Don't say 10 million, 1 million. Even if they were suddenly given 100,000 yuan, they would be lost all of a sudden. With Shajir face there, coupled with their current identities, Konoha village is naturally jealous of the property in their hands. But don't dare to mess around. However, the news that the 2 of them had won such a generous reward was spread throughout the entire Konoha village through the dissemination of caring people. Since the 2 returned to Konoha village, there has been an endless stream of people visiting. Some relatives who were unable to fight with 8 poles in the past have all appeared. It even includes some people who used to ridicule the 2 of them for being unpromising in the past. All came together. Borrow money, cry poor, ask for relief. That's called a passion, that's called a miserable one, so I can't wait to make offerings to the 2 girls as bodhisattvas. If it was in the past, the 2 women might have softened their hearts and rescued them. But after following Shajir, the 2 women have seen the dangers of the outside world. For these people who come to the door, they are not seen at all. Do not suffer from widowhood, but suffer from unevenness. The human heart will not be satisfied. Given this, other people will not be satisfied. After the trouble, there may even be an uncontrollable situation of Shengnin and Do Mi Cho. Naturally, they also caused troublemakers to do so. But what are the identities of the 2 women now? The princess of the land of fire, the apprentice of Shajir. If there is trouble, it will not be Shajir action, but also the officials of the country of fire. Not to mention that there are 2 girls behind Shajir help. This matter is resolved like this. In Konoha village, who dares to provoke Shajir? Don't look at the way he smiles. But if anyone dares to cause trouble on his head, there will be endless revenge waiting for him. Chapter 583. You only know how valuable you are when you lose it. A few months ago, there were a few rogues who wanted to take advantage of Shajir. Finally, in the face of hard evidence, the rogue was directly beheaded by Shajir in public, and finally died after struggling for a long time. Shajir ruthlessness is evident. After the Chunin exams, Anmura Nobumi and the 2 have become leaders, characters of the younger generation in Konoha village, and they are very popular. The strength is strong, the reputation is also big, the key is that the background is still strong. Such people are naturally the targets of the major families. If they can win over the two of them, plus the strength of Shajir behind them, it will be a great increase in strength. But in the end, the two joined Naruto's lineup, making Minato Naika's a huge boost in strength for a while. The identities of the two were also promoted from Genin to Chunin. After becoming Chunin, the two women could no longer continue to perform tasks with Natsumi Young. But with the current strength of the two, there is really no one other than Shajir who wants to convince them. Don't even think about the 3 generations of Hokage. After all, with the current achievements of the two, unless there is a special temptation, they cannot be shaken at all. What's more, Anmur and Nabume and the two know very well how their achievements now come from. Therefore, they will always be loyal to Shajir in their hearts. This matter gave Namikaze Minato quite a headache. But there is no good solution. Fortunately, the two women never leaked any secrets to Shajir, and they did things for Hokage wholeheartedly, which seemed to be two-sided spies. The results of the two girls are amazing. In just half a year, Fujino Ling has performed 18A level missions and 21B level missions. Nabume Yasunori did 20A level missions and 25B level missions. The boys of the young generation were completely out of breath. Shajir was not at all surprised by these two women's achievements. If it weren't for the fact that they were too young now, their experience and qualifications were not enough. They are now on the ninja. No matter how bad it is, it should be a special one. The outstanding achievements of the two girls, naturally, also suddenly attracted the attention of various countries and began to become famous. Nobuya Yasunori called White Killer. Because he often wears white clothes, and Fengdun is really terrifying, concise and fierce, killing people is really fast and efficient. If it weren't for the lack of chakra, it may be that the elite of the ninja can stop her. She has become an S-class dangerous person in the major shinobi villages. And Fujino Ling is even more feared, explosive witch. Although her strength is not as good as Anmur and Nabume, but because she likes to use detonating charms madly, the body of the enemy is usually crushed by the explosion. That scene was really like a devil descending. Therefore, her deterrent power is stronger than that of Anmur and Nobuomi, and she is also an S-level dangerous person in each village. But when the two women were so brilliant, there was one person who was secretly jealous and mad. Makuro. Yes, it's Makuro. When Anmur and Nabume and the two women were about to become the pillars of Konoha, he still held back. Still can only perform C-level tasks. B-level tasks, whether Makuro is willing to admit it or not, are beyond his scope of strength. After he really left the 5th class of Shajir, Majoro knew how superb Shajir teaching was. The 4th class that he is currently in, the time spent instructing Shangren is not to mention, and the teaching is still quite unprofessional. Everything is just scripted. Chapter 584 Asakuro's Awakening. It will neither lead to independent thinking, nor will it lead to in-depth analysis. It's really hard to learn something. Unless the talent is quite good. But, thinking of this matter, Majoro just wanted to smile bitterly. I'm just a mediocre person, how can I have any talent? Even the progress of his teammates who came from civilians couldn't keep up, and his talent was extremely mediocre. Not to mention learning anything. Makuro didn't believe that he would be mediocre to such an extreme at first. But the subsequent tests and battles slowly allowed him to accept the reality. He, Makuro, has such a mediocre talent. Only Shajir could polish him into pearls and make him shine. Thinking of this, he bitter Isho again. It turns out that the talent I thought was good, but it was based on the foundation of teacher Shajir. Leaving him, like a castle on the water, collapsed suddenly. Thinking of the past year, his eyes couldn't help but get wet again. From the very beginning, the angry horse in Sheni thought that he was a genius, and that he could shine and shine wherever he could. Later, he was ridiculed by his teammates, and he was despised and ostracized by the guide Junin. Makuro slowly accepted his fate, but he was still unwilling. It's just, so what if you were unwilling, what if you were jealous of the two daughters of Anmur and Nobomi? But it was just passing by. No, 3 days ago, his teammates mocked him. He didn't make any progress in a year. I'm afraid even a pig is better than you. Before the change, he must have fought up, but now, whatever. Maybe right. After a boring day of training, Asakuro returned to his home. Dinner, a bucket of instant noodles. This house was bought with the money he saved from the tasks he did when he followed Shajirching, plus Shajirching's financial support. If Shajirching hadn't helped him back then, he would probably still be living in Konoha Sanatorium. This is absolutely unbearable for him who is an orphan, but he is extremely competitive. He didn't allow himself to graduate, and lived in a nursing home like a parasite. Therefore, Shajirching really helped a lot at the beginning. There is a comparison, and I know how beautiful it was when I was in Shajirching's 5th class. But unfortunately, he buried it all by himself. All I can say is, humiliate yourself. It's been a year, and Huodun has not made any progress. What I can do now is to keep practicing the 3-body technique. But what's the use of it? I can't apply what I've learned about the 3-body technique. What's the difference between learning it and Bai Shui? Ma Kuro leaned against the wall and sighed, washed his hands, and went to refine chakra after dinner. However, Ma Kuro didn't know that he had been observed by someone for several months. Forget it, is it my student? I am too soft-hearted. A certain person took out a scroll from his arms and whispered, Ma Kuro, I hope this training will really make you respectful. Then, he threw the scroll into Ma Kuro's arms and left with a swoosh. Phew. Suddenly being woken up by a heavy object, Ma Kuro couldn't help but be startled. When he opened his eyes, he saw a large scroll in his arms. He couldn't help but be startled, and all he saw was written, Ma Kuro personally opened it. Majoro suddenly had a guess in his heart, and his heart couldn't help but speed up suddenly. He swallowed and opened it. The few big characters that came into his eyes made him tremble with excitement, and tears flowed down all of a sudden. Chapter 585 or Mr. Shajirching. The Essentials of Practice. The first line in his eyes is such 4 big characters, with iron-painted silver hooks, and pen with dragons and snakes, very imposing. Ma Kuro expanded it a little further, and it said, I didn't leave the 3-body technique to practice, I did a good job. It seems that you can still think. This sentence made Ma Kuro almost burst into tears. A series of emotions such as grievance, suffocation, pride all poured out. Only then did he know that that person was still paying attention to him. For a while, he had the feeling of a wandering wanderer who suddenly received a letter from a loved one. The content of this scroll is enough for you to cultivate and advance to Shangnin. If your talent improves, it may not be necessary to become one of the elites. I hope you work hard. I also hope that you are respectful and modest, and you must know that Mushu Yu Lin Zili. If you don't change your arrogance in the past, I will not save you. After reading one line, Ma Kuro was about to cry. So much so that after reading this short 200-word exhortation, his eyes turned red. The content that follows covers the nature of Huodun, changes in shape, as well as the cognition of Huodun, and the transport of chakra. There are also hidden weapons, ninjutsu coordination, fighting techniques, etc., with pictures and texts. In the end, he also presented a spell of wind immortal fire. A total of 20,000 words, usually less than 10 minutes. This time, Majoro read word for 5 hours, and by the time he finished it, it was already midnight. Teacher Shajirching. After reading it, Majoro couldn't help feeling sad, moved, and regretful again, and it was a mixed feeling in his heart. Then, he cheered up and vowed to himself that he would definitely live up to Shajirching's expectations for him. As expected, Teacher Shajirching is amazing. After reading the training instructions Shajirching gave him, Majoro couldn't help but feel a sense of smoothness. I just feel that what the guide Junin said in the past, now I understand it all. Majuro immediately felt the extraordinariness of Shajirqing. Then, just follow Shajirqing's method. Later, the 4th class's instructor, Kamijin, was surprised to find out. Majuro, who had never been enlightened at first and was scolded by him as a pig's brain, suddenly seemed to be enlightened, and suddenly became extremely intelligent. The progress is called a rapid awe. He thought it was because his teaching level had improved. I wanted to humble myself, but I didn't want to be directly said by Majuro, you don't know what level you are. Just a mediocrity like you, a genius has been taught to be a fool by you. My progress has nothing to do with you. After all, I know what my level is, and if you want to enlighten me, you are not worthy. With Ma Kuro's words, the angry director, Junin, can be said to be a smoke from the 7 apertures. He announced on the spot that he would fire Ma Kuro and let him fend for himself. But after Hokage learned that, it is not allowed. No way, the director Junin had no choice but to keep Ma Kuro. But he told Ma Kuro bluntly that he would not teach Ma Kuro half a cent from now on. In this regard, Ma Kuro has no fear. Shajirqing said that the scroll could enable him to cultivate to the level of Shangnin, so he would definitely be able to. He believed in Shajirqing. But this incident also caused some waves in Konoha, and some joinin were slightly hostile to Ma Kuro. Namikaze Minato knew that this kind of thing had to be dealt with, otherwise it would cause trouble later. Because Majuro was a former student of Shajirqing, he let him deal with it. Therefore, Shajirqing, who was very helpless, had to bring his new students to the 4th class. Chapter 586 Konoha 3 New Stars. To be honest, I'm so disappointed in you. Hearing Shajirqing's words, Majuro couldn't help but clenched his lips in frustration, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. There, the arrogance of the previous bickering with the guide Junin could be seen, but there was no breeze. The guide around him, Junin, snorted even more, and was quite arrogant. But just when he was disheartened, Shajirqing patted him on the shoulder again. Vivi Isho, however, it's much better than before. After all, I've grown up. I'm proud of you. With just those words, Ma Kuro couldn't help but burst into tears in an instant. Trembling with excitement. Of course, there is something wrong with your approach as a guide to Jonin. Shajirqing turned and walked towards the guide again, his eyebrows twitched, and he said in a somewhat unkind tone. I often scold my subordinates for being pig brains, but I don't understand. How can we not cause conflicts? Harmony is the most important thing in everything. This kind of thing, Hokage-sama, 3 generations of adults, and our senior management do not want to continue to happen, understand? To be honest, although Shajirqing is kind on weekdays, when he really frowns and is serious, it is quite scary. Years of slaughter and high positions made him so powerful that Danzo and Sandai felt a little uncomfortable. Coupled with his strength, how could this Jonin be able to bear it? Yes. How dare Shangren dare to resist such high-level officials as Shajirqing? He is not only a high-level executive of Konoha, but even a high-level executive of the Fire Nation. Few people in Konoha dared to provoke him. Do it yourself. Before leaving, Shajirqing patted Majuro's shoulder again. The latter nodded heavily, unable to control himself with excitement. Although the conflict has been settled, the guidance of Junin will naturally not have any good feelings towards Ma Kuro. Favoritism has begun to emerge in all respects. But at this moment, Ma Kuro is no longer afraid. Relying on the essentials of cultivation given to him by Shajirqing, his progress is getting faster and faster. At the beginning, it was only able to gain an advantage in the confrontation with teammates. Then, it became the winner, and then crushed, and finally, the 2 teammates together were no longer Ma Kuro's opponent. The following year, in a B-level mission, he encountered A-level betrayal and forbearance, and the guide was defeated and killed. Ma Kuro stepped forward, defeated the rebellion, rescued 2 teammates, and was promoted to Chunin with excellent results in October of the same year. And because of the strength of killing A-level rebellion, he was named Konoha Red Wolf. Good at making fire escape, and fighting fiercely, like a wolf, hence the name. In this regard, Shajirching's 3 students became famous. At the beginning of Konoha's 1954, the 3 of them carried out the border mission of the land together, and worked together to kill 2 S-class rebels. And successfully escaped under the pursuit of the 5-tailed person Zuli, and became famous in the ninja world. Known as Konoha 3 Nova. Awarded by various ninja villages, the honor of giving up the task without being punished. Ma Kuro, after 2 years behind the 2 girls of Yasunori Nobumi, ranks with them again. The 3 of them are also known as the strongest combination in Konoha village after Pig Deer Butterfly. March. The 3 passed the Shengnin exam and became the first beings to be promoted to Shengnin in peacetime. The oldest person at the time, Nobuomi Yasunori, was 15 years old. The other 2 are 14 years old. April. The 3 challenged Kakashi. Makuro lost. Fujino Ling flat hand. Nobuomi Yasunori wins. Many people were quite surprised by this result. That is Kakashi, the peerless genius of Konoha. It was unbelievable that he would lose to Nobuomi Yasunori, who was 5 years younger than him. Chapter 587 Stand Firm. As for the 2 girls, Nobuomi Yasunori, they thought that Ma Kuro would go mad after losing, but they were still very worried. But he didn't expect that this time, he was quite calm and accepted the result of failure. This makes them happy. Of course, their excellent performance once again made them the superstars of Konoha. However, the most troublesome thing is that none of the 3 can be drawn. Only loyal to Hokage. This makes Namikaze Minato very satisfied. Danzo once wanted to incorporate 1 or 2 into his root organization. Naruto's current lineup is too strong, and he is uneasy. But Shajirching said that the root organization is not conducive to the development of the 3 people, and directly refused. In order to win over the 3 of them, Namikaze Minato naturally gave them what they wanted, powerful ninjutsu. The 3 of them learned some illusion techniques and sealing techniques under the hint of Shajirching. The effect of illusion has been experienced by the 3 of them. To escape from the pursuit of the 5-tailed person Zuri, Yasun Nobuomi's powerful illusion is a very important reason. Damn Shajirching. In the past 2 years, with the rapid rise of Enkyun Nobuomi and the 3 of them, secretly I don't know how many people cursed like this. There are other ninja villages, and there are also Konoha villages. For example, Danzo, Mito Gate Flame Stream. Of Shajirching's students, the most dazzling is naturally the 3 of Anmura Nobuomi. But in the 52nd year of Konoha, that is, after the Chunin exam where the spoils were divided, he took 2 more classes. All graduate in 1 year. And now, these 2 groups of graduates are already Chunin, their strength is not bad, and they are famous outside. Among them, there are many people who Danzo despised before, but are now jealous. But it is a pity that although these people are from civilians, they are all inheritors of the Will of Fire, and they are all from the Hokage faction. Of these people, Danzo didn't get a single one. No way, there are 3 generations of Namikaze Minato, and Shajirching supports him. In addition, Shajirching has a special status and has a great influence. Almost as long as the 3 generations agree, there is nothing he can't do. Therefore, in just 4 years, Konoha has fully recovered under the management of Minato Namaifung, and his economic strength has reached an unprecedented height. Namikaze Minato has the qualifications, strength, and popular aspirations to stand side by side with the 3 generations, all of which are praised. Danzo couldn't hold him back anymore. Up to now, Naruto Minato's position of Hokage has been completely settled, and he has been able to compete with Danzo and a group of advisors. And Shajirching, because he is too good at training students, has been called Professor of Ninja World. The current Konoha is proud of being taught by Shajirching. But unfortunately, Shajirching never taught family children. Only teach ninjas of commoner origin. This made civilian ninjas all become fans of Shajirching, which greatly increased his authority. This is what Namikaze Minato admires. Silently, it has a large number of supporters. The memes are really quite clever. However, Minato Namikaze is not worried that Shajirching is not good for Konoha. He could feel that Shajirching was not interested in Konoha's power struggle. Not even interested in Konoha, or even the hegemony of the ninja world. The only things he was interested in seemed to be only two: teaching, and business. In just 2 years, he not only taught a group of pillars to Konoha. More importantly, his business has spread to 7 countries in the ninja world. Now he, not to mention the daily gold, is almost half a fight. The real thing is the wealthy. Chapter 588 God is not fair. I heard that the taxes he pays to various countries every year amount to tens of millions in total. No one knows how much the real income is. After all, these amounts are after various discounts. At first glance, no one would associate this young man who was kind, sunny, handsome, and dressed in a white coat, saving lives and wounds, with a millionaire. You know, Shajirching is only under 20 this year. But his achievements are beyond the reach of many people in their lifetime. With wealth, power, and ability, this kind of man is really excellent. It was enough to press his peers out of breath. Fortunately, there is only the same incomparably monstrous Namikaze Minato of his generation. Hello, Teacher Shajirching. Mr. Shajirching, I want to be your student. Teacher Shajirching. Walking on the street, people kept saying hello to Shajirching. Hee, look at fate. Look at fate. Shajirching also responded with a smile, very polite. It makes sense that everyone wants to be Shajirching's student. First of all, his teaching level is superb, and the learning process is very lively and interesting. Secondly, with Shajirching, the standard of living will also be significantly improved. After all, Shajirching's current net worth is so high, it's easy to invite the students to eat something good. Finally, Shajirching is also superb in medical ninjutsu and can take care of various injuries of students. Most importantly, he is so handsome. Shajirching has now become the Prince Charming in the hearts of Konoha girls. But unlike Shajirching's happy atmosphere here, the Uchiha family belongs to the family. Bastard, this senior Konoha deceives people too much, too much. Let's not talk about moving us to the Konoha border, let the whole village hate us, and greatly reduce our supplies. Is this going to force us to rebel? And that Shajirching, why don't you support us with such good conditions? HMPH, what a good thing Shajirching can be. As a high-level executive, he has no achievements and is weak, and he knows how to scrap people's fat and accumulate dirty capital. A group of people from the Uchiha clan were talking with righteous indignation, and the group was excited. Since the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha 48, Konoha's ninjas have begun to hate them more and more. Among them, Shimura Danzo was the most extreme, even proposing to move them to a border area where birds don't shit. The point is that this excessive proposal has been passed. The people of the Uchiha family are angry and aggrieved. It's so deceiving. Why did they move their dignified Konoha first family to the Konoha border because of an unwarranted crime to be a watchdog? It is bearable, and it is unbearable. If only that was the case. However, other families also looked down on them, and mocked them openly and secretly. When will their Uchiha clan be mocked by them? Therefore, various fighting incidents occur frequently. But the senior officials of Konoha always favor others, and the Uchiha family has always suffered. Before, they endured. They thought that if they took a step back, these people would also take a step back, and everyone was peaceful. But how to say something? Take a step back, it's getting worse. Hold it for a while, the more you think about it, the more you get angry. The concessions of the Uchiha family have not only reduced the prejudice, accusation, and ridicule they received, but have instead increased. Chapter 589 Jumping into the Yellow River Can't Wash It. Every time they think that some ordinary family members dare to sit on the heads of their Uchiha clan to make trouble and bully them unscrupulously, they want to vomit blood. When did the Uchiha clan have such a low status? So far, they have endured for 6 years. They are not going to endure it any longer. They have had enough. While conscientiously responsible for Konoha's patrol work, he was constantly being criticized by others. They did well, as they should. It's their fault if they don't do it well. Why? They are going to resist. Since the top officials of Konoha are not benevolent to them, then they are also welcome. They are fed up with the malicious suppression by the top officials of Konoha, such as Shimura Danzo, and they are fed up with the hypocritical care of them by Namikaze Minato and others. In short, in their opinion, Namikaze Minato cares about their special preferential policies. Or restoring their original status, calling for peaceful coexistence, etc., are just hypocrisy after the fact. The purpose is just to appease them, to drain their last use value. So, they quit now and don't eat this set. Now that I know how important they are, why didn't I see what you guys had to say when Shimura Danzo raised his opinions? He actually let that humiliating condition pass. They have decided. They want to be the owner of Konoha themselves. They want to control their own destiny. They want revolution, resistance, and overthrow all injustice. They are paranoid, and they selectively forgot about the preferential policies that Bofeng Minato has given them over the years, and also forgot the financial support that Shajirching has given them. All they see is just unfair. They even thought that all the top management of Konoha had done was what they deserved. This is what Konoha owes them. This is the result of their struggle. So, having tasted the sweetness, they decided to continue to fight harder and gain more benefits for them. Until the end, he turned himself over to be the master and became the master of this Konoha. At that time, they must let the family who bullied them in the past pay the price they deserve. Their Uchiha family will not be bullied by anyone. As for whether they can resist successfully, they are confident. Their elders said, "Don't worry about Shajirching, he will be in danger immediately." It won't be long before the entire Konoha is in danger of losing itself. According to reliable sources, there will be foreign enemies invading and spreading Konoha's forces for them. The success rate of their revolution is very high. It's just that they have to solve one thing now, which is to convince their patriarch that Uchiha Fuyu agrees to this matter. But soon, they will be able to convince their patriarch in no time. Even if he never agrees. But it doesn't matter, as long as all the elders agree, his patriarch is just a decoration. Alas, ignorant, I was deceived and even helped people with money. I don't know whether the source is reliable or not, so prepare to rebel. And, if the rebellion was successful, I would have done it already. But Uchiha Fuyu is very clear that they want to rebel successfully. Even if the factor of Shajirching is put aside, at least another 10 years will have to be accumulated. But I can't leave you alone and live alone, and I have to help you take responsibility. After all, who made me the patriarch of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha rebels, who would believe that my patriarch is not responsible? Looking at the excited clansmen under the stage, Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but sighed in self-deprecation. Chapter 590 Konoha Internal Crisis. The fourth-generation Hokage couple, the third-generation Hokage, and the student Shajirching are not easy ones. Not to mention that there are still many elites in Konoha. How easy is it to rebel? But he is about to be emptied now. These people have gone crazy and completely lost their minds. Now all they can think of is how to rebel. Even if he is the patriarch, as long as he disagrees with their opinions, he will be called a traitor by them. Oh, if I knew this earlier, I arranged for a few more people to enter the Anbu. Only arranging Itachi to join Anbu alone is too little help. Uchiha Fuyu sighed weakly and leaned on the chair behind him. He seems to have seen himself wait for the people to fail in revolt and then be executed collectively. Although he didn't know who was secretly inciting these clansmen, he gave them such great confidence. But he knew that he must have something to do with the senior management of Konoha village. The Uchiha clan is trying to rebel. Why aren't the senior officials of Konoha watching out for them all the time? Although the policies given to them by the 4 generations are getting better and better, the financial support is also getting more and more inclined. But what's the use? And it didn't work. On the contrary, Danzo's surveillance on them has been strengthened. Despite the increased surveillance, 99% of them are Danzo's private actions. However, even if Danzo and Shidai were not in the same group, would his clansmen believe it? Probably not. In their eyes, people like the 4th generation and Danzang are just a white face and a red face. The ultimate goal is to suppress their Uchiha clan. Alas. There are all kinds of complicated melancholy in my mind, completely incomprehensible. Uchiha Fuyu can't help but sigh. He began to wonder how to grasp the future of the Uchiha family. He also began to be confused and hesitant. Everything in the future, how to develop, what kind of road will it go? He has no point in his mind. The other side. Root tissue. How is it, Danzo, how are the idiots of the Uchiha clan now? Mito Menyen's eyes flashed with terrifying light, and he asked impatiently. Don't worry, Menyen, don't you worry about my work. Shimura Danzo sat across from him with a face full of bamboo. How are the other 3 ninja villages and the foreign aid organization being contacted? Mito Menyen asked again. It's almost the same. The 2-year competition has made the land and the land of thunder dissatisfied for a long time. As soon as I communicated with them, we immediately hit it off. In addition, this time Wuyin village also participated. The winning rate has improved a lot. When the time comes, just wait for our order. Yenian village, Union village, and Wuyin village will send troops. As for that organization, it's just an eye-opener for money. Don't worry, they will do good things when they receive the money, and I can rest assured about their reputation. We, just wait for the day of success. There will never be any mistakes. Hearing Danzo's words, Mito Menyen was still a little uneasy, and asked, can that organization really kill Shajirching? Don't be a half-assed person, then we will all be in danger. The thing that Mito Menyen cares about most is still whether he can kill Shajirching. This thing is the top priority. If this matter is difficult to handle, then in his opinion, the rest of the matter will not be able to be carried out at all. Chapter 591 Power Moves People's Hearts. As for whether Konoha village can win against Yenian village, Union village, and Wuyin village at the same time, he doesn't care at all. Because he believed in Konoha's strength. Moreover, he and Danzo have made corresponding military preparations. I have the confidence to drive away these 3 ninja villages. But he didn't think about what kind of disaster it would bring to Konoha if he couldn't. In the past few years, in order to deal with Shajirching, he has already completely conspired with Danzang. He also joined the great plan of Danzo to create the 4th Ninja World War outside, and to create Konoha Uchiha's rebellion internally, so as to seize Konoha's right to speak. Become the only person who has the right to speak among Konoha. Mito Menyen is an old fox. Although he didn't see that he was used by Danzo at first, he became the unlucky person who helped him take the blame. But with more contact and more thinking, Mito Menyen naturally found out that something was wrong. Under the pressure of Mito Menyen, Danzo had no choice but to confess his plan to Mito Menyen. Completely pull Mito Menyen into the water. At first, Danzo thought that after Mito Kazuto listened to his plan, he would resist. To this end, he even prepared swordsmen. As long as Mito Menyen's state is not right, he will deal with Mito Menyen immediately, and he can't let him ruin his plan. But he underestimated the ambition of his comrade in arms. After listening to his plan, Mito Menyen showed ecstasy. Although there was only so much time, it was still accurately captured by Danzo. Only then did he know that he was not the only one who coveted the position of Hokage. But Mito Menyon also said, I know my abilities, and my power is not as good as yours. I know my position. I will participate in this revolution, and I will not compete with you for the position of Hokage, but I want you to grant me the right of first advisor after becoming Hokage. The first advisor is where Danzo is now. Danzo thought about it, and then agreed. What he has is a way to check and balance Mitomen inflammation. Moreover, a Konoha is so big that he can't manage it alone, so giving Mitomen Yan great power is a good way. Moreover, there are other advisors who divide his power and check and balance him. It is impossible for him to challenge his own majesty. Moreover, with the addition of Mito Menyon, the success rate will be even greater. Danzo even has an even bolder idea. If he fails, he will put all the blame on Mito Menyon and let him be his scapegoat. Of course, this kind of thing is all about each other. He believed that Mito Menyon almost had the same idea. Use each other as a scapegoat. Of course, if they were still second-generation Hokage disciples back then, or if the second-generation Hokage were still in power, they would never have had such nasty thoughts. But now, it can only be said that power has completely corrupted them. What comrades in arms, what brotherhood, what fetters, what will of fire? Where existing interests matter. For the sake of profit, they can even betray Konoha, putting it in a dangerous situation that may perish. Not to mention the mere comrades in arms. They have already been ruthless, and the 6 relatives do not recognize them. In their eyes, only their own interests are the most important, and they are completely selfish. After the 2 old foxes had a new discussion, they determined that their plan was indeed feasible, and after there were no loopholes, they began to repair and improve it. Chapter 592 Stupid Decision. Now is not the best time. They still have some background. So, they have to keep lurking. And this is what they both want to see the most. This matter is very important, and there can be no mistakes. Any mistakes are fatal. Success is just one step away from failure. They don't allow themselves to fail. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Rock Hidden Village. Ha ha ha, what a stupid decision, Shimura Danzo. No matter how brilliant your previous record is, no matter how calculating you are. But this time, you really made a big mistake. But it doesn't matter, I don't have any loss, but I can get more benefits, why not do it? Anamu said with a sarcastic look on the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo, this incident will definitely become a stain on your life. It seems that you are really carried away, you can think of this kind of thing. Before this, it was absolutely impossible. In your mind, there is absolutely no chance of such a mistake. Onogi squinted his eyes. Sarutobi Hizen, you don't think about it. When you worked hard to develop Konoha and strengthen Konoha, your good brother, former comrade in arms, was thinking about how to dismantle your stage. Weaken Konoha. Quote. Shimura Danzo, you deserve to be the 5th Hokage just with your trash. It's beyond your own power. Hey, I seem to have seen the day when Konoha was destroyed. As the 3rd generation of Earth Shadows, Onogi knows too well what kind of abilities a shadow needs. Shimura Danzo. Forget it, even his kind of rubbish who only plays tricks and secretly harms people, he also wants to take charge of a ninja village like Konoha. It's just a chicken knife to kill a cow, it's beyond your own power. He is now looking forward to watching Konoha decay in Danzo's hands. Farther overseas. The Land of Thunder, Union Village. It's a God-given opportunity, Shimura Danzo, since you want to give us a chance, then we're welcome. The 4th Raikage held a piece of information in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more happy he became. It's really stupid. I didn't expect that Shimura Danzo in the darkness of the ninja world would one day stumble. The secretary of the 4th Raikage, Mabuyi, couldn't help laughing when he saw the content of the information. In her opinion, Shimura Danzo's practice is simply digging a grave for Konoha village. If he really followed his approach, even Konoha successfully drove away the invaders. His Shimura Danzo successfully ascended the position of the 5th Hokage. However, he doesn't have much Hokage talent. After taking over a dilapidated Konoha after becoming Hokage, can it really stabilize and develop? There is a shortage of troops, people's hearts are fluctuating, and all kinds of problems are placed in front of him. If it can't be solved in time and effectively, it might be a civil strife. At this time, will other shinobi villages just watch? No, of course not. Azabui can say with certainty. If there is such an opportunity, the Union village will immediately kill the carbine. He ripped off a piece of meat from the tiger, Konoha, and strengthened himself. Who doesn't want the heritage of the first ninja village? At that time, how will he, Konoha, deal with the coveting of various powerful enemies without the excellent admiral? What Mabui said is not an alarmist nor an exaggeration. Chapter 593 Old Confused, Danzo. After all, according to Danzo's idea, the 3 generations of Hokage will surely die. Shajirching will also be seriously injured in a coma. No one can't wake up in a year or two. Namikaze Minato will also be seriously injured and imprisoned by him. It can be said that he broke Konoha's arm and reduced Konoha's troops. In fact, Konoha village, which was once in a hurry, may be destroyed just like this, disappearing into the long river of time. 4th Raikage. It's really cruel, even willing to attack his comrades. However, Shimura Danzo may have forgotten. What about killing the 3 major Hokage, imprisoning the 4th Hokage, and severely damaging Shajirching? Does he think this 5th Hokage will get him? Not to mention the 1st generation, the granddaughter of the 2nd Hokage, the 3rd Hokage disciple, Tsunade, one of the 3 princesses of the Fire Kingdom. It is the teacher of the 4th generation of Hokage, one of the 3 ninjas of the 3rd generation of Hokage, Jiraiya, and there are more supporters than him. Unless he can kill Jiraiya and Tsunade all at once. Neither of these 2 are easy people. Hey, Danzo, what are you going to do? As long as there is turmoil in Konoha, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, won't watch it. With his appeal, your efforts are likely to become his achievements, and everything you do will eventually become someone else's wedding dress. On the other side, other countries to the west of the Land of Fire. In Yuyan Village, where the Shao organization is located, there are also many people discussing this matter. But without exception, it's all sarcasm. Watch the show. Danzo's idea, their unanimous behavior, it can be described as a foolish move. Back to Konoha Village. Hello, Teacher Shajirching. In a semi-open private room in the summer charcoal specialty store, a group of 9 people divided into 3 groups. After seeing Shajirching coming in, they could not help but respectfully say out. They looked into Shajirching's eyes, admiration, gratitude and excitement, all kinds of emotions. Hee, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Shajirching squinted her eyes and responded with a smile. These 9 people are exactly the 3 graduating classes he has brought over the years. Nobuomi Yasunori and the 3 of them are one of them. There is nothing else to call you here today, just get together. To save you from saying that you haven't seen me for a long time, and that you miss me again, it will give me a headache. After Shajirching was seated, like the big brother next door, he chatted with them without any airs. Soon, the atmosphere was lively. Of course, Shajirching's purpose was not just to chat with them. Of course he has something to look for these people. I heard that Danzo has changed recently. Sakanuro. 3 rounds of wine. Shajirching glanced at one of them and asked. Yes, Teacher Shajirching, he has been very close to Elder Mito Gate Yan recently. I always feel like they're planning something bad for Konoha. The young man named Sakanuro replied. He seems to be only 13 years old, and his appearance is quite honest, but who would know that he is an elite of Anbu? Walking very close to Mito Gate. Wouldn't it be detrimental to Teacher Shajirching? Hearing Sakajiru's words, Anmura Nobumi's eyes narrowed immediately, and murderous intent flickered. After several years of training, the current Anmura Nobuomi is no longer the submissive girl she used to be. Although it still looks so peaceful, once it is serious, it is extremely sharp. Chapter 594 Undercurrent is turbulent. If he dares to be detrimental to teacher Shajir Ching, I will try my best to kill him. Majoro said fiercely, the most fierce. The rest also nodded. They will never allow anyone to hurt their teacher Shajir Ching. What are you bastards talking about? Is this the kind of thing you should say? After hearing this, Shajir Ching couldn't help but waited for a look at these people. I teach you ninjutsu for you to protect Konoha. It is for you to use it for self-defense and to protect your own safety, not for you to cause turmoil. Yes. After listening to Shajir Ching's words, these people couldn't help sticking out their tongues, with an innocent expression on their faces. Sakanaro, continue to pay attention to Danzo and the others, they are likely to be detrimental to Konoha. Konoha is a piece of pure land, and the 4 generations of Hokage are also a heroic existence. No one is allowed to destroy this kind of harmony. As for Mito Menyon, don't worry, he wanted to harm me, hundreds of years too soon. Shajir Ching ordered. Yeah, I see, Sakajilang responded and fell silent. Konoha has people like teacher Shajir Ching. It's really a blessing that has been cultivated in several lifetimes, but some people just don't cherish it, and even want to destroy it. It's really worth killing. Fujino Ling suddenly said, his face was full of sarcasm. As for who the person who should be killed in her mouth is, it is unknown. Okay, that's it, pay more attention. Shajir Ching let out a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, isn't Konoha 54 years old and can't stand it anymore, Danzo? In this life, because of Shajir Ching's appearance, Namikaze Minato did not die. Therefore, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha family has eased. However, it seems that there are still many contradictions and misunderstandings. Shajir Ching could feel the undercurrent surging in Konoha. Moreover, according to the news from his Chamber of Commerce, Yuyan Village, Yenian Village, Union Village, and several other ninja villages are not very safe. In particular, Yenian Village and Union Village are already ready to move. It's an eventful autumn. Shajir Ching has also lived in this Konoha for 6 years, and has some sense of belonging here. Although I didn't think about stopping the Uchiha clan's rebellion. However, he did not want to see Konoha turmoil. Therefore, an exploration team of the Chamber of Commerce was formed. It is impossible to have no intelligence organization anywhere. Shajir Ching, who has experience in controlling major forces, understands this very well. It's just that there are always some people who don't want Konoha to settle down. This made Shajir Ching very disgusted. If it hadn't been for Minato and Sandai Hokage to persuade him, and he also didn't have enough evidence to prove that the wicked person who disturbed Konoha was Shimura Danzo, he would have destroyed Danzo's nest long ago. Although I don't agree with Danzang's behavior, I have to say that Danzang's way of doing things is still very clever and watertight. Even Shajir Ching's observation haki can't invade into his root organization. The forbidden sealing technique blessed in the conference room can isolate observation haki. Moreover, I just wanted to sneak in and listen to what he was doing, but I couldn't do it. Whenever he had something important to discuss, he would always be under martial law. With that level of vigilance, it was difficult for Shajir Ching to sneak in. Who let his root organization have people from the Hinata clan? Chapter 595 The Calm Before the Storm. The effect of that white eye is really insightful, and it can see through every cell of your heart, liver, and lungs. To this end, Natsumi can only use the ability of observation haki to communicate with animals and let them be spies. Then, get the memory of a few words, piece together and add it by yourself, and get the general information after a reasonable analysis. As far as the current information is concerned, as Shajir Ching guessed, Danzo is going to take action against the Uchiha family. It's just that I don't know how long it will take. Naruto office. The storm is coming. Shajirching sighed as he looked at Minato and Hokage 3. Yes. Both of them nodded in agreement. They all have their own intelligence channels, and naturally they all know some secret things. I just didn't expect that Menyan would also be involved in it. As for Danzo, alas. The 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hyjin said with a bit of disappointment. If you look closely, you will find the faint murderous intent in his eyes. For him, as long as it is a threat to Konoha's safety. Even if that person is his comrade in arms, he can make a ruthless attack. Hearing the words of the 3 generations, Shajirching felt awe in his heart. Obviously, in his words, Danzo belongs to someone who is sure to die, and Mito Menyan can also consider keeping a living. In the original book, Konoha's fighting power was insufficient due to the Nine Tails Rebellion and the death of Namikaze Minato. In addition, the existence of Danzo is needed to deter the quartet, ensure the stability of Konoha, and deal with some dark things. Therefore, even if Danzang goes too far, he will just scold him a few words, and it's over. He won't do anything to Danzang. But now, Danzo does not have such a good life. Namikaze Minato did not die, and Konoha's combat power was not only not damaged, but increased. Konoha has no external worries and less internal turmoil. At this time, Danzo, who is already too powerful, if he dares to go out of his way, he will be greeted by 3 generations of bloody treatment. The lightest is also captivity, and deprivation of all powers. The heaviest, death. If only we could stay safe, the big family of Konoha will definitely be stronger. Namikaze Minato said so. But unfortunately, some people just won't let you do. Shajirching pondered Isho, and then left. Seeing the back of Shajirching leaving, Sandai and Minato Namikaze couldn't help squinting. In fact, in their hearts, the biggest threat to Konoha is Shajirching. Instead of some Danzo, Mito Gate Flame and his ilk. But so far, Shajirching has not shown any disadvantage to Konoha. Because, even if the 2 are very jealous of him, they can only endure it first. On some huge island farther away. This is the country of water, one of the 5 major countries, and the location of Wuin village. Kinoha village, hum. Since Shimura Danzo wants to give us a chance, how could I miss such a good opportunity? Konoha, feel my pain, and remember this pain forever. A masked man with half of his body hidden in the darkness, his face contained excitement, savagery, etc., and said in a low voice. Even because he was too excited, his body trembled. Although the interior of Konoha village has been turbulent, on the surface, it is still calm. Everyone still performs their duties, making Konoha look quite stable. But more and more people have noticed the unusual atmosphere. But I noticed that there are very few people who really know the source of this instability. Chapter 596 3 Ninja Villages, Invasion. In this way, the time is in the midst of instability, and came to the 54th year of Konoha. February 15th. The sun on this day is very big, the sun is quite abundant, and it is warm on people. The breeze blows from time to time, gently and softly, making people feel sleepy. The streets are also bustling, and the people have smiles on their faces, talking to each other. Sing in a low voice, talk in a big way, what a picture of all beings in the spring scene. Originally, all this should be quite beautiful and stable. Even Shajirching sipped a little wine and lay lazily admiring the scenery. But 3 urgent reports of life and death from different directions broke this peace and stability. Urgent report. Union Village, Yenian Village, and Wuyin Village sent troops at the same time, a total of 35,000, and they are coming. When I heard the news, to be honest, even Minato and Hokage 3 could not help but feel chills on their scalps and chills all over. The information on this that I saw reads, Yenian Village, 12,000 troops, leader, Watai Village 2, high-level combat power, Wuweiren Zulihan, lowest, Kitu, hunting, Didera. Union Village, 13,000 troops. Leader, Mo, high-level combat power. Eight-tailed Manzuli, two-tailed Manzuli, Darui. Wuyin Village, 10,000 troops. Leader, 4 generations of Mizukage Yagura. Advanced combat power, 7 people of ninja swords. With such a force, I am afraid that even with the power of Konoha, it will be difficult to fight against it. Only when Konoha Sanin was still there, the troops were sufficient, and the interior was stable, could they be able to fight. Now that the undercurrent is surging inside Konoha, and this kind of stubble has appeared outside, it really makes the scalp numb, and it can't be dealt with at all. So many people have been dispatched, it really makes people have to panic and be afraid. This time, even Shajirching couldn't help showing a dignified look. Even for him, it would be difficult for him to fight against 3 ninja villages at the same time. Especially when there are so many troops. These people are determined to perish Konoha. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage is also abnormally solemn. This lineup is even more severe than the Third Ninja World War. At the beginning, the major ninja villages were only coming in waves one after another, and there was still a chance to breathe. But now, there is really no chance to breathe, and at the same time it is coming. Even the 3 generations of Hokage can't help but feel despair. 3 generations of Hokage said, "Hurry up and hold the Shangnan conference, you must make a decision as soon as possible. There is no delay." Namaifeng Minato, Shajirching and the 2 have no opinion. And just when they held a meeting, somewhere in Konoha village, Uchiha Zishui stood quietly in place, with a firm look flashing across his face. "I will stop the rebellion, but I will never let you take advantage of it, Danzo. It's impossible for me to agree to your excessive demands. If you dare to coerce, I won't be polite to you. If you have a seed, try it out, it's a big deal." Although Uchiha Shisui has the will of fire, this does not mean that he is stupid and loyal to Konoha, and he will follow any instructions from Konoha. Hokage's correct order, he will obey. However, Danzo's order is not necessarily so. He will have choices to execute. He is very aware of the wolf ambitions of this person Danzo. Isn't he the one who caused the current state of the Uchiha family? Chapter 597th Condition of Group Possession. Uchiha Shisui, what do you think about my conditions? You should know that your Uchiha clan has no way out now. The conditions that the old man gave you are already the most tolerant and reasonable, and it is also the best result your Uchiha clan can get. Danzo came here with a group of subordinates, looked at Uchiha Shisui, and said proudly. His conditions are very simple, the same as the conditions he proposed to Uchiha Itachi in the original. That is, let Uchiha Shisui participate in the suppression of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. In return, Danzo can spare Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke on behalf of the top management. If it is really the plot in the original work, Uchiha Shisui may agree. After all, at this time in the original book, Minato has been dead for 6 years, and Shajirching does not exist. At that time, the situation was bleak. There is no hope for the Uchiha clan. Promising to the group is indeed the best result, whether it is in Konoha village or in the Uchiha family. But now, times have changed. Uchiha Zishui firmly believes that there will be better results for him to choose. He believed in Minato, Shajirching. These 2 people, there must be a better way to solve the rebellion. Therefore, his answer is, "I refuse, Danzo-sama. I believe that Naruto-sama will make a better choice. If there is nothing else, I will leave." After speaking, he clasped his fists and planned to leave. "You are courting death." But after Danzo heard this decision, his face was extremely gloomy. He actually rushed to Uchiha Shisui and launched an attack on him. The members of the root organization behind him also immediately surrounded Shisui Uchiha. Prevent him from escaping and affect Danzo's actions. Golden Binding. Uchiha Zishui was naturally on guard against Danzo, but he did not forget that Shajirching once told him to be careful with Danzo. Danzo was instantly frozen. Before the people from the root organization could react, Uchiha Shisui disappeared in a swish. Between a few moves, there were many phantoms, and all the members of the root organization fell vulnerable. After such a low voice, Uchiha Shisui turned around and left. He said, "Lord Danzo, please stay here for 2 hours." After 2 hours. Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of breaking the sky behind him. He couldn't help being startled, and turned around immediately, only to see that Danzo's speedy seal was released on him by an illusion. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but stun for a moment, and immediately unlocked the illusion, but Danzo's hideous face was already in front of him. His hand was like a shooting star, and Uchiha Shisui watched as his hand stabbed into his own eyes. Then, with a hard grab, he grabbed one of his writing wheels. Ah! Such a sudden change was completely unexpected by Uchiha Shisui. But things are not good for him, so leave quickly, he must stop the Uchiha clan rebellion from happening. He believed that there must be a way to solve the rebellion. But how could Danzo let him go? Danzo came here today with the idea of not leaving alive. It's about time to execute his plan, and he won't let go of anyone who might affect his plan. In his heart, Uchiha Shisui is already a dead man. Chapter 598. The mountains and the rain are coming and the wind is filling the building. Several members of the root organization appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui, blocking his way. Fire escape how fireball technique. Uchiha Shisui quickly released a super large flame ball, and immediately forced these people back. Then, a teleportation technique left. Seeing this scene, Danzang couldn't help clenching his teeth. He didn't expect his subordinates to be so bad. Not even a single injured person can catch up. But he will never let Uchiha Shisui go, so keep chasing him away. And while they were chasing like this, among Konoha, the summoning order of Shanjin was resounding throughout the core area of Konoha. All Junin, go at the same time. Anmura Nobomi said in her heart. It seems that the matter of Mr. Shajirching's shun is about to happen after all. The rest of the Junin's heart probably thinks the same way. The arrival of this moment can be said to be in their expectations, but also beyond their expectations. Because it came a little too fast. However, when everyone arrived, they discovered a very interesting thing. Shimura Danzo of Hokage Consultant was not there, but Migo Gate Yan was sitting there, as if it had nothing to do with him. And the most amazing thing is that none of the Uchiha clan's Jonin arrived. The heart against Konoha has been made public. This is not unexpected. After all, they all feel the Uchiha clan's rebellion. However, Shimura Danzo is not there. This thing is really interesting. What is he doing? This kind of critical time is not there, but it is very imaginative. Sooner or later, but at this time, it is a coincidence. Looking at the third Hokage with a gloomy face, the fourth Hokage with a slightly dignified face, and Shajirching with a calm and indifferent face. Everyone thinks that this Shangnan meeting may be very interesting. After everyone fully arrived, the three generations of Hokage glanced at the audience, everyone quieted down, and then the meeting began. At the same time as the Shangnan meeting, the Uchiha clan. You are blatantly disobeying Konoha, do you have to start at such a time? Uchiha Fuyu looked at the old Uchiha who were blocking him in front of him, extremely angry, and asked gloomily. Yes, not at this time, where will there be such a good opportunity in the future? Don't think about it, things have already started to happen just as that person said. This is our best chance. At this time, the top executives of the wood industry are completely out of control, and our success rate is the highest. Patriarch Uchiha Fuyu, now, it's impossible for you to stay out of it. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, we rebel, even if you don't do anything, you can't be innocent, and you will even be questioned as the first criminal. Come on, patriarch, join us, we need your strength. Let the men overthrow the oppression together, turn over and become the masters, we are the masters of this Konoha. A group of Uchiwa old crazy bewitched rogue. Coercion and inducement, nothing more. Alas. Hearing these people's words, Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help sighing heavily. The expression is quite lonely, and the loneliness is mixed with a trace of disappointment and anger. Behind him, Uchiha Makoto looked at him with a worried expression, and couldn't help pinching the corners of her clothes. All of this in the clan happened so fast that it was too late for people to react. She could even be said to be caught off guard. Chapter 599 Uchiha Rebellion. Fuyu, you. Uchiha Makoto wants to persuade Uchiha Fugaku not to agree. However, she looked at the elders in front of her who were glaring at her, and the clansmen took a look, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Now, where can they stay out of trouble? The moment they had this thought, they were half-footed into hell. Now in front of them, there is only one choice, rebel. Otherwise, there is only one dead end. Konoha will never tolerate a group with rebellion and continue to live in Konoha. It seems like a minute, and it seems like a year. No one knows how much Uchiha Fuyuke, the patriarch, has been thinking about in this minute. But the moment he opened his eyes, his aura had completely changed. Sharp, confident, without any confusion. Go. He spit out 2 words coldly, murderous intent awe-inspiring. Yes. Hearing Uchiha Fuyu's decision, all the Uchiha clan members jumped up in excitement and screamed wildly. Then, they rushed out in a swarm. Boom. Just 2 seconds after these people rushed out, Uchiha Fuyu staggered backwards, as if all his strength had been emptied out of his body. Is this really the only way, Fuyu? Uchiha Makoto supported him with a bitter face. She could feel the fluctuations in her husband's heart. The husband, who has always been confident, steady, and indifferent, is now trembling all over. It takes a lot of courage to make this decision. Especially Uchiha Fugaku is not a supporter of the rebellion policy. It can only be like this, even if I know that they are hitting the stone with an egg, I can only do this. If you don't let them experience despair, they will not die. Even if I suppress them, they will only blame me and continue the rebellion. That will only reduce their vitality even more. Uchiha Fuyu glanced at his wife apologetically, and said, I'm sorry, I have troubled you, and involved you who are innocent. Uchiha Makoto stretched out her hand to block Uchiha Fuyu's mouth, shook her head, pulled out a slight smile and said, husband and wife are a pair, and they are in trouble together. As long as it's you, it doesn't matter. It's not just death, there's nothing to fear. As he spoke, Uchiha Makoto's tears flowed down, and she said in a trembling voice, it's just Itachi and Sasuke, they were so young they were. Speaking of which, Uchiha Makoto was already crying. Uchiha Fuyu took her into his arms and sighed heavily. What does it mean to jump into the yellow river can't be washed away, now it is. Father, how can this? At this time, a figure suddenly rushed in. He was a little disbelieving at Uchiha Fuyu, and said a little angrily. This is probably the general trend, Itachi. You also know the thoughts of the people in the clan, so you should also know that they can't persuade them. There is only one thought in their minds now, and that is rebellion. Uchiha Fuyu's words are extremely weak. The person who came, it was Uchiha Itachi. He could also feel the powerlessness and bitterness of his father. He gritted his teeth and rushed out again, causing Uchiha Fugaku to shout, Itachi, come back, you can't stop them. He thought that Uchiha Itachi was going to stop the rebellious clansmen. But he was surprised to see that Uchiha Itachi rushed towards the Hokage building. Chapter 600 Strict Deployment. That's fine. Maybe this is the best outcome. Uchiha Fuyu is confused now. He is completely unable to think normally. Hokage building, conference room. The enemy is approaching, and we need to respond immediately. I propose to send 21,000 troops and divide them into 3 teams to fight. Also, for Yenian village, we can ask Sandian village for help. This will also reduce the pressure between us. What do you guys think? It was the 3 generations of Hokage who spoke. He was someone who had experienced 2 wars, and he made the most reasonable response all at once. There is no problem with the deployment itself, however, we are currently lacking a team leader. We don't have anyone else who can lead the team except for you, Lord Sandai. The person who spoke next was Shikahisa Nara. 4th Hokage, Advisor Shajir-Ching needs to stay in the village to guard against unpreparedness. Among the remaining people, Chief Hyuga and the 3 chiefs of Arzuluti have leadership skills. However, the enemy's high-level combat power is too much, but we can't deal with it. We also need more ninjas with strong strength and leadership ability to fight against the enemy. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage in combat power. Without a strong commander on the battlefield, it will be difficult to boost morale and guide the situation. It could even lead to more serious morale problems. After listening to Nara Shikahisa's words, everyone couldn't help being silent. Yes, as Nara Shikahisa said, with the current strength of Konoha, there is no shortage of basic troops, but there is a lack of high-level combat power. There used to be Sanin, but now, there are no more. Orochimaru defected, Tsunade was afraid of blood, the only one who could fight Jiraiya, and there was no news. They all thought in their hearts, if only Jiraiya was there. Almost all the people present were ninjas who had experienced war. It is very clear that without a strong and qualified commander, the already unfavorable battle situation will become even worse. The commander is the sole pillar of a team. Only those with great prestige, great strength and great wisdom can be competent. Its importance is self-evident, and Jiraiya has this ability. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became a little depressing. Don't worry about this matter, I have contacted Master Jiraiya, and he will join this war. And he will serve as the commander of Union Village. At this time, the 4th Hokage Wave Feng Minato suddenly made a sound, which made everyone excited and heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, if Jiraiya-sama joins, then there will be no problem. The 2 commanders are already in place, so you can fight with confidence. Nara Shikahisa's face was relieved, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Then, he continued, then, according to the procedures of the previous war, Haiyi and I will be deployed in the middle, leading the intelligence unit and the communication unit to be responsible for designating and conveying instructions. Dingza and the Inuzuka clan are in charge of logistics and transportation. When necessary, join the battle. The rest of the family and all the ninjas, wholeheartedly participate in the war. After saying that, Nara Shikahisa looked at Namikaze Minato. No problem, very detailed decision, so it's decided. Namikaze Minato, the 3 generations of Hokage nodded one after another. Then, Union Village sent 10,000 troops. Fuin Village sent 8,000 troops. Sandian Village supports 3,000 people. How would you like to distribute troops like this? Nara Shikahisa spoke up again and made a force deployment. Chapter 601 Uchiha Itachi's idea. Good. Yes. No problem. Namikaze Minato, the 3 generations of Hokage, and Xiaochun all spoke up one after another. Everyone, at this time, Shajir-Ching, who had never spoken, suddenly spoke up. Everyone couldn't help but look at him, but they heard him say, when paying attention to the 3-way enemy attacking, there are some places we need to pay attention to. Hearing his words, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but gleam, and said, for example. He thought that Shajir-Ching would speak of the Uchiha family. This is what everyone in the audience thought. After all, apart from the Uchiha family, there seems to be nothing worthy of their attention. But, I'm not talking about the Uchiha family. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Shajir-Ching's words. He didn't seem to think that Shajir-Ching would play cards out of the way. And this village deserves our attention. Saying that, Shajir-Ching touched Yuyan Village. Rainian Village. Seeing Shajir-Ching's actions, everyone couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Why does Yuyan Village need their attention? Did they have any necessary connection to this war? There is a mercenary organization in this village, and I suspect they are likely to join the war. As far as I know, Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, is in this organization, so. Shajirching didn't finish his words, but he believed that everyone present understood what he meant. It doesn't hurt, just join in, we just need to be vigilant. Let's start the discussion below. After listening to the 3 generations and pondering for a while, they proceeded to the next topic. Then, they discussed the matter of seeking help from Sandian village and the tactical matters of the 3 battlefields. At this time, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened wide, and an Anbu broke in. The Uchiha clan rebelled, he said in a very low voice, bringing this shocking news. Everyone present could not help but feel a heavy pressure coming. House seemingly endless rain. The Uchiha clan rebelled, so wouldn't their tactics be stranded? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little hesitant, and they all looked at Hokage and left. No changes, everything is going on as usual. The Uchiha clan's rebellion is suppressed by me and advisor Shajirching. Namikaze Minato made a stern voice, with a majestic face, and made a decision. 3 generations and other consultants have no objection. Yes. The people's hearts suddenly became bottomed out. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage looked at the Anbu who sent the message. Uchiha Itachi, why did you come to send the message? The Uchiha clan rebelled, you. But this Anbu took off the mask, and he was a genius of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Itachi. At this time, he appeared here. What was his intention? The eyes of many people present suddenly became unkind and sharp. But Uchiha Itachi seemed to be ignorant of the unkind and sharp eyes of everyone. He said firmly, I request not to send troops to suppress it for the time being. I am willing to persuade the family's rebellion to capitulate and minimize the impact and damage of this incident. No way. Xiaochun refused without even thinking about it. I agree too. The 3 generations of Hokage also nodded in agreement with a dignified look. If it was before, maybe I could give it a try, but now I'm sorry, Itachi Uchiha, I can't promise you. Even Namikaze Minato disagrees. Why? Uchiha Itachi was a little unwilling. Looking at the top executives, he wanted a reasonable explanation. Chapter 602 Nothing can be done. Konoha is facing a foreign invasion and is in a critical state. No accident is allowed at this time. And the rebellion of your Uchiha clan is a huge variable. We don't have time to wait for you to persuade us to surrender. We must resolve the civil strife as quickly as possible. Then confront the foreign enemy. Minato Namaifung explained. Is there really no room for negotiation at all? Uchiha Itachi asked a little unwillingly. He asked himself whether he could stop his clan with his own abilities. This can reduce a lot of casualties, and also allow Konoha to avoid a lot of losses. Let Konoha in a more stable situation. To face the impending crisis. No, there are some things that you can't touch yet, but we must be on guard. Uchiha Itachi, it can only be said that your Uchiha clan was used, just hit the muzzle of this gun. In addition, those clansmen of yours are immortal. If you don't let them see the gap and despair in reality, they will never give up. Shajirching also said, which made Uchiha Itachi suddenly desperate. Shajirching participated, and Uchiha Itachi saw no hope. This is an overwhelming strength enough to make any despair. Gather your troops and prepare to go. Itachi Uchiha, you'd better stay out of it, don't get involved, or else, you'll have to be cut off at once. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Uchiha Itachi, whose face was ashen, and said with a warning. Is there really no room for a party at all? Uchiha Itachi asked again. This moment is the most desperate moment in his history. No, Sandai said firmly and affirmatively. Then, he left with Minato Namikaze and the others, and deployed his troops. Uchiha Itachi watched in despair as the group passed by him, and then stumbled out of the conference room. By the Nanga River, Uchiha Itachi came here to relax. His mind is full of all kinds of melancholy. But he never thought that someone had already come here one step ahead of him. Seeing this figure, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be surprised. Uchiha stops the water. This figure is Uchiha Shisui. Brother Zishui, why are you here? Uchiha Itachi hurriedly stepped forward, but what he saw in front of him made him startled again. One of Uchiha Shisui's eyes turned out to be empty. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui is covered in bruises, and his breath is weak. Seeing Uchiha Itachi coming, Uchiha Shisui forced a smile. Then, he said to him, Itachi, the family will be handed over to you. Now only you can do all this. Then, without waiting for Uchiha Itachi to say anything, he dug out the other eye and gave it to Uchiha Itachi. While Uchiha Itachi was stunned, Uchiha Shisui jumped off the Nenga River with a look of relief. No. Uchiha Itachi sighed in disbelief and wanted to stop it, but he couldn't do it at all. PFF'd. The heavy object fell into the water, and then it was submerged by the rolling river. No, I can't stop it either, brother Zishui. Uchiha Itachi slumped on the ground helplessly, tears overflowing, and the 3-go jade writing wheel eye also turned into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Root tissue. I still underestimated this guy. I didn't expect that he would escape like this. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha family. Danzang looked at the kaleidoscope writing wheel in the liquid in his hand, and said sharply. Chapter 603 Pain, come. But it doesn't matter, one is enough. In addition to the next genocide, I can get more Sharingan. In Konoha's square, a total of 21,000 troops gathered completely. After 3 provocative speeches, Nara Shikahisa announced his battle plan and set off in 3 steps. At the same time, the intelligence department also sent a signal to Cheyenne village for help. The war is about to begin. In this battle, the commander of Karayan village is the 3 generations of Hokage, and the generals under his command are Konoha Sangzangshin and others. In Union Village, Jiraiya is the commander-in-chief, and his subordinates are Kakashi and others, as well as Kasina of the 9-tailed Zuli. The rest of the people wait, support Cheyenne Village. Stay safe and come back alive, understand? When parting, Shajirching looked at a few of his students, and asked in a deep voice. They all answered confidently, don't worry, Teacher Shajirching, you will definitely return safely. But Shajirching clearly saw that quite a few people had no confidence in what they said. Then, it's time for us to act too. Namikaze Minato and Shajirching looked at each other and said at the same time. The Uchiha family, it's time to give birth. Namikaze Minato's face was extremely serious. Beside him, a group of Anbu has gathered. These are what he used to deal with the Uchiha family. The root organization still has 2 major advisors, and I will leave it to you to supervise. During the period when I suppress the rebellion, I will trouble you to pay more attention. After saying that, Minato Nike is left with Anbu to suppress the rebellion that ravaged Konoha. At the rebellion, some Anbu are already fighting. But these Anbu are obviously not the opponents of the people of the Uchiha family, and the formation is also retreating again and again. Until Namikaze Minato joins. But what Namikaze Minato didn't know was that Shajirching had sent a clone to mix in, ready to take his eyes. Shajirching is here. Danzo, I hope your brain is still normal, don't get into the water and do things at this time. That said, Shajirching always felt a little uneasy in her heart. Feeling a little nervous. Where does this feeling come from? Could it be that place? In this world, there are not many people who can make Shajirching feel this way. There are also the 6 Taoists, and the 2 legendary ninjas, Senju Izrama and Uchiha Madara. Then, Pen's 6 paths barely counted half. Thinking of this, Shajirching probably knew the source of this unease. And immediately, the person who appeared in front of him also confirmed his conjecture. Pain, it's really you. Shajirching looked at Tiandao Pain with a silent face in front of him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Pain Ludao, very strong. According to the breath from Shajir Ching's observation hockey, the force value should at least start at 490. Of course, it's not even close to the strength of the Nine Tails. This is also normal. In the original book, Pen Ludao never defeated Jue. Thunder Ninja, first meeting, I am. Looking at Shajir Ching, Tiandao Pain was about to introduce himself when he was interrupted by Shajir Ching. Pain, I know you. You are a god. Shajir Ching had a smile on the corner of her mouth. But it was extremely cold, but I don't believe in God. If God blocks me, I will kill God. Do you want a taste of God killing? Pain. Shajir Ching especially emphasized the word slaying the gods. Chapter 604 Let's go together. Arrogant. Tiandao Pain was directly angered by Shajir Ching. It seems that only by letting you understand the power of God can you know the gap between you and me. After all, Tiandao Pain raised his hand to push, and said coldly, Almighty push. Boom. A huge repulsive force pushed the air away and blasted Shajir Ching out. But before Tiandao hotshots showed their pride, Shajir Ching, who was blasted out, slammed into a piece of wood. And Tiandao Pain also heard Shajir Ching's cold and majestic voice, Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. PFF'd. Without giving Pain the slightest chance to react, a thunder gun pierced through his chest. With Shajir Ching's current strength, it is too easy to deal with a heavenly pain. Almighty push. Tiandao Pain couldn't accept the fact that his chest was pierced, and immediately a terrifying repulsion burst out. One blade stream Libo. But in the face of this repulsion, Shajir Ching confronted him head-on. A terrifying sword wave was slashed with one knife, and the repulsion was torn apart, causing Tiandao Pain to evade quickly. He actually confronted Almighty Push head-on. This guy is a bit too powerful. In a certain cave here, a scrawny, red-haired young man murmured in such a surprised tone. However, I am a god, how could I possibly lose to you? With a loud shout, he increased the output of chakra. Almighty push. Tiandao Pain blasted out an almighty push again, even more powerful than before. Yi Dao Lu Tiger. Shajir Ching rushed forward. The whole person was like a sword that broke the sky, and almighty push was torn in half with a cold light. Even Tiandao Pain didn't have time to react, and there was a blatant hole in his chest. Heavenly Pain, please invite the rest of your friends, otherwise, you will be buried in Konoha today. Shajir Ching wiped his finger on the fire sword, and there was lightning flashing. He has entered the lightning armor mode, and all attributes have been increased. Boom. Hearing Shajir Ching's words, Tiandao Pain's momentum suddenly exploded. How could Shajir Ching know about his other bodies? This matter, but only two people know. How did Shajir Ching know? Where did this guy know about all this? It was still the same red-haired youth in that cave, but at this moment, his face was twisted together and he said. Pain has 6 ways. This is a secret that only he and the woman he trusts the most. Moreover, he also believed that the woman would not betray him. But how on earth did Shajir Ching know all this? Want to know. If you want to know, beat me. Shajir Ching showed a very awkward provocative smile, and then rushed out. Fighting in Konoha, he still can't let go. Don't try to escape. Seeing that Shajir Ching was about to leave, Tiandao Pain shouted, Universal Pull. A powerful gravitational force immediately acted on Shajir Ching, but it did exactly what he wanted. Chidori Sharp Gun. A thunder gun that was as fast as a meteor once again pierced through Tiandao Pain's body. Chapter 605 Even with this little strength, he dares to be called a god. What, just this little strength? Shajir Ching stopped on the eaves, looked at Tiandao Pain who had been hit twice by him, and said jokingly. Pain Ludao, only 6 people are dispatched together to have super strength. With just one heavenly Dao Pain, no matter how strong you are without cooperation, it will be difficult to make waves. Bastard, how dare you provocate the majesty of God, Thunder Ninja, you are doomed. It is an unprecedented shame for Tiandao Pain to drink violently. He is God. It is absolutely intolerable to be injured twice by a mortal. Ha ha ha, then come and chase me, all the answers will be there. Sha Zhiqing couldn't help laughing. To be able to make Tiandao Pain so angry is also a very fulfilling thing, isn't it? Sha Zhiqing was really afraid that he would say something to him at any time. A bag of rice carries several floors, a bag of rice carries a second floor, and so on. At this time, a space vortex suddenly appeared behind Sha Zhiqing. A person wearing a white mask, holding a large number of detonating charms in his hand, was about to stick it on Sha Zhiqing's body and said, "Successful." Humph. But Sha Zhiqing sensed it immediately, and couldn't help snorting coldly, but Tiandao Pain would not let such a good opportunity go. Master tricks, a momentary flaw, but also fatal. He rushed in front of Sha Zhiqing in an instant, a black stick flew out of his sleeve, and he stabbed Sha Zhiqing's back. This time, he wanted to let Sha Zhiqing know that he was wrong. Overlord's spiritual impact. Chidori. An incomparably vigorous and visible wave swept away in all directions. There is unimaginable oppression and deterrent power. The masked man just felt that his soul had been smashed heavily by someone, and he was in a trance, so he cried out in pain. But what immediately greeted him was a heavy blow from the heart. This current of up to 300 million volts quickly deprived him of his vitality, and, with a blow from his heart, he almost died. If it wasn't for his body shifting a little distance, this blow would have pierced his heart. Rao is so, the current of 300 million volts has completely made him lose his combat effectiveness. He is now the fish and meat in Sha Zhiqing's hands, and can only be slaughtered by him. The masked man was horrified and regretted. But I can't escape if I want to. He couldn't help but feel a deep despair in his heart, and in that scarlet kaleidoscope, there was an unprecedented panic. He never thought that Sha Zhiqing would be so powerful. So much so that he didn't even have a chance to escape. Bang! And the attack of Tiandao Pain's black stick didn't even penetrate Sha Zhiqing's defense, but was kicked out by Sha Zhiqing with a kick. In the cave. PFF'd. The red-haired man suddenly spit out a big mouthful of blood, and his face was even more surprised. As expected of the Thunder Ninja, I underestimate you. However, don't think that's the end of it. Next, I'll show you the majesty of God. The red-haired man's eyes were full of awe-inspiring murderous intent, and his face became even more gloomy. Sha Zhiqing is here. Shish. Behind Sha Zhiqing, a sound of breaking the air suddenly came from all angles. And, at this time, Tiandao Pain released the universal pull, again, sucking Sha Zhiqing towards him. In front of Sha Zhiqing, several more pain appeared and launched a cunning encircling attack, which was about to push Sha Zhiqing into a corner. Chapter 606 Understand the Power of God. Sha Zhiqing immediately released the masked man like a dead dog. Then, the fire in his hand danced rapidly as if it turned into a cold light, and all the enemies who were attacking were forced back. Then, when he turned around, he slashed with a sword and stabbed him with a black stick again, Tiandao Pain. Bang! Sparks flashed, sound waves burst. Tiandao Pain was completely unable to resist the terrifying power on Sha Zhiqing's knife, and was shaken back. Sha Zhiqing would not be merciful. He immediately bullied himself and swung a knife, and Tiandao Pain hurriedly resorted to almighty push to fight. Hey! Several figures suddenly appeared behind Sha Zhiqing, those people just now. They all held black sticks and stabbed Sha Zhiqing. What's more, a big fat man rushed directly to Sha Zhiqing. How could Sha Zhiqing let them succeed, and immediately retreated? But one of them suddenly grinned Isho, and then, even with his arm folded, it was just a few missiles. It's Shira Du Pain. Hey! Sha Zhiqing immediately waved a sword wave to intercept the missile cannon. And in the smoke and dust of the explosion, a cold girl has already grabbed Sha Zhiqing's head close. It's human. Sha Zhiqing did not dare to neglect, this guy can pull away his soul. But behind him, the big fat man rushed over again. It was a hungry ghost. Can absorb all chakras. Rangyaku, Tempest Kick. Shajirching wants to force Pain back from these two ways. But how could Tiandao Pain let him succeed? What he has been waiting for is this moment. If he lets Shajirching dodge, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Try the power of pain. Asshole, I am a god, no one can challenge my majesty. Even if you are the Thunder Ninja, you can only submit to me. In the cave, the red-haired young man shouted loudly, his expression quite ferocious. Universal pull. Tiandao Pain drank violently, and the super-gravitational force acted on Shajirching, which attracted him to Tiandao Pain. Chidori's spear. Shajirching drank violently, and also responded. But this blow was suddenly rushed by the hungry ghost Dao, absorbed in pain and joy. And when the hungry ghost Dao passed by, the fist of Shira Dao was already in sight. Bang! Even through the thunder light armor, Shajirching felt the tremor of a powerful force. The heaven and the earth resonated and rumbled. Even Shajirching couldn't help but feel that his blood was surging. Shira Road is indeed a battle king. Boom! He flew out like a shooting star. Quickly hit the air. But he immediately felt as if he had hit something soft and buffered a lot of strength for him. Just before he was happy, he felt that his chakra was fading fast. Shajirching immediately knew who was the one who provided him with a buffer. Hungry Ghost Road. He directly grabbed Shajirching and began to use his ability to absorb it like crazy. Hey! The girl from the human world came close again, with a faint blue light in her hand, which was an attack that could act on the soul. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. Shajirching shouted, and a destructive force spurted out from behind, shattering the hungry ghost Dao directly into the sky. Then, a single blow from Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, knocked the human girl out. Thunder Hunter, understand the power of God. But Tiandao Pain didn't know when to open and close his hands and shouted, Planetary Devastation. Chapter 607. The slap came too fast. Om. A small black sphere rose into the sky, making the air buzz. Then, a terrible thing happened. The earth was torn apart and sucked into the sky. Crack. A terrifying pulling force appeared, as if the gravity of the entire planet was acting on him. Even Shajirching had no way to resist, and was pulled up into the sky. Chirp. Asura Road's head suddenly popped open, and chakra gathered inside. Then, it turned into a light cannon comparable to a virtual dog cannon and flew away, to hit Shajirching again. Armed. Shajirching felt that his movements were a little sluggish now, but he did not dare to neglect. Armament Haki covered the flowing fire sword, and a shocking sword intent erupted, hitting the light cannon. But Shira Road actually came close, with chainsaws, long swords, long spears, and even energy cannons popping out of his hands. I see you this time, how to resist. Looking at Shajirching, who was cornered, Tiandao Pain's eyes flashed. And the red-haired man in the cave also showed a proud smile. This is the end of rebellion against God. Thunder Ninja, bear the pain. Mortals can never rebel against gods. Gods are omnipotent. In his mind, planetary devastation is absolutely invincible. No one can resist this blow. He has self-confidence, even the 9 tails can't resist. This is one of his strongest trump cards as a god. Back to the battlefield. When Tiandao Pain focused all his attention on Shajirching. Behind him, a lantern grass man quietly took the masked man away. This kind of attack, just want to beat me, you are really naive, Pain. Shajirching laughed, the power erupted, and the sword intent was vertical and horizontal, like an awakened wild beast. His right hand stabbed out, which was a Chidori strike, which directly shattered all the attacks of the Asura Dao and pierced through his body. Then, horizontally, tear him apart. As for planetary devastation, facing the huge boulders that were constantly being attracted from the ground, Shajirching seemed to light up as if his whole body was lit up. One knife style, profound meaning, Quanri. The unimaginable terrifying power erupted, the sky was shattered, and a huge pothole was rolled over. A ray of sword energy pierced out like a hole through tofu, piercing the huge meteorite suspended in the sky. HMPH, do you think you can resist this move like this, naive? Don't think you can provoke the power of God. Before the last word, Yan, was finished, there was a shattering sound of click, and the gravitational force acting on the ground of Konoha suddenly disappeared. The stone suddenly fell, and Shajirching stood in the air on the moon step, looking down at Pen Ludao, who avoided the stone like a god. At this moment, Shajirching is the god. And Pen Ludao is nothing but a clown. PFF'd. In the cave, the red-haired young man shouted again, but he didn't know if he was too excited or the backlash was too big, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was already very pale, and now he looks even paler. Asshole. The red-haired youth was full of anger, and he was angry for a reason. Tiandao Pain said in a second that Shajirching is a person who is beyond his own power. He even wants to challenge the majesty of God, and wants to fight against planetary devastation, a divine trick. Unexpectedly, Shajirching slapped him in the face in the next second, breaking planetary devastation. Chapter 608 It's over, Pain. Calm down, Nagato, don't let him lead by the nose, you are a god, and you can think about problems correctly only by being calm. A cold and arrogant woman beside the red-haired man looked at this scene and opened his mouth to remind. I see, Xiao Nan. After listening to the woman's words, the red-haired man, Nagato took a long breath to calm down. On the battlefield. Fight, go on. Shajirching rushed directly to the hungry ghost realm. This guy has to be killed. In the original book, Jiraiya spent a lot of chakra by this guy. Spirituality. But obviously, Nagato would not let him succeed, and immediately let the animal Dao summon a powerful psychic beast to stop it. On the other side, Hell Dao is repairing the broken Asura Dao. The mere beasts dare to get in the way. Shajirching sneered disdainfully, the cold light flashed, and no one saw how he used the knife, and all the psychic beasts summoned by the animal Dao fell down. Then, in the face of the beast Dao who is going to attack again, and dodge out, there are also those who want to rush over to attack him, the human Dao, the heavenly Dao Pain. Shajirching shouted in knots, 1,000 birds flow. A dense and manic thunderbolt ripped apart the earth and flew around, with terrifying destructive power. Tiandao Pain and others did not dare to neglect, and immediately withdrew, and the seal of the beast was interrupted. Only the hungry ghost Dao, who was dodging originally, rushed over and wanted to absorb chakra. But Shajirching suddenly laughed. This smile made Tiandao Pain feel a little flustered for no reason. Shajirching, who was seeing him, quickly formed the seal, and then pointed to the sky and shouted, Lay done, heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment. Boom. Rolling dark clouds gathered, and there was a rushing electric light roaring, and then, a shocking thunder light smashed towards Tiandao Pain. Even if it has not yet come to the earth, it has already knocked the earth out of a wide pothole. The entire Konoha trembled because of this thunder light, with terrifying power. Hi. Facing this blow, Tiandao Pain was horrified. Nagato, who manipulated him, even felt a strong sense of oppression, his whole body tightened, and he felt fearful, unable to resist. This feeling, like facing an invincible enemy, made him tremble. Super Almighty Push. He hurriedly manipulated Tiandao Pain to release the strongest move, a blow with the power to push Konoha to fight. Boom. The nearby area was completely shrouded in lightning, and the terrifying explosion shattered everything around it as if the end of the world. But is this the end? How can it be? Shajirching finally took it seriously, how could it end like this? Boom boom boom. Another manic thunder light crashed down, and the target was the other 5 Pain. Super Almighty Push requires a lot of energy from Nagato, so the effort for the other 5 is not enough. And this is exactly what Shajirching wanted. By attacking the illusion of Hungry Ghost, Nagato thinks that his target is Hungry Ghost, and focus on Hungry Ghost. Then, at this time, use the Heavenly Tribulation Thunder punishment to aim at Tiandao Pain, so that Nagato's attention is suddenly shifted to Tiandao Pain, and all his energy is on it. In this way, Shajirching can easily eliminate the other 5 pain. Otherwise, if you don't do some tricks, it's really not that easy to beat them with the difficulty of Pain's 6 paths. Chapter 609 Terrifying Strength. In Shajirching's observation hockey, in the Thunderlight, Wu Dao Pain had no time to resist, and was wiped out by the manic Thunderlight that could destroy everything. Of course, when the Thunderlight dissipated, Konoha also turned into ruins within a range of nearly 500 meters. But unfortunately, it is close to the residence, and the residents have been evacuated to the shelter in advance. Otherwise, it is really possible to cause huge casualties. Then, it's you next. Heavenly Pain. Shajirching looked at the last Heavenly Dao Pain, and saw that he was bruised, bones were thick, and his body was crippled. However, before Shajirching could act, Tiandao Pain turned into smoke and disappeared. Has Nagato started? I really underestimate you, the reaction speed is quite fast. In this regard, Shajirching could only touch his nose. It's really a bit unpleasant. Shajirching returned his sword and sheathed it, looked at his embarrassed outfit, couldn't help sighing, and disappeared in place. In the battle just now, he roughly estimated the force value of Pen's 6 paths, 510. But without knowing his abilities, for a ninja, the danger may be higher than that of Nine Tails. After all, the Nine Tails can still be sealed, and cannot be reborn, nor will it absorb chakra. The battle with Pain Ludao was the most enjoyable battle after he came to this world, and the battle with the Nine Tails. 80% of the strength has been exerted, and the process is also thrilling. I am really looking forward to fighting with Madara Uchiha, Senju Hashima. It's just that I may not be able to wait for that kind of time. Well, forget it, let's go back and fight Kaido, Big Mom and the others. The way of fighting in this world, after all, doesn't match the way I fight. Shajirching shook his head and left. Shajirching has left. However, Nagato in the cave couldn't believe this result at all. Since he got Rinnegan, he who claims to be a god has never been defeated by others. A demigod and a demigod, he's just a chicken and a dog. Those S-level rebels in the ninja world can only submit to him. Even if it is Renzuli, he can easily suppress it. Before that, Nagato even felt that he had no opponent in the ninja world, so he pretended to be a god. But today, he actually lost, to Shajirching, and it was a fiasco. Shajirching wasn't hurt at all, just a little embarrassed. But he lost 5 pens. If he hadn't reacted quickly and recalled Tiandao, I'm afraid the whole army would have been wiped out. This is unacceptable to Nagato. I am used to being invincible, but suddenly there is someone who is more invincible than him. It should be the same for anyone. How can there be such a powerful ninja? This is impossible. Nagato's fingernails were pinched into the palm of his hand, and his face was twisted and sinister low. This blow was too deadly for him. Shajirching directly shattered his invincibility. Since then, he has either collapsed, or he has worked hard. Another unknown somewhere. It's evil. A person who is tightly wrapped in white matter still has lingering fear in his eyes, but he has a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. The Thunder Ninja is strong to this level. This sentence, he is full of powerlessness. Too strong. Since the awakening of his kaleidoscope, he has only suffered at the hands of Minato Namikaze. But even then, he still has the energy to escape. It's just not as good as people. Chapter 610 Where is Danzo-sama going? However, this time, he doesn't even have the ability to escape. Shajirching defeated him so easily, and severely injured him to the point of death. The point is, he didn't even know what happened, and he was hit so hard. The unknown is the most frightening thing. He swore that he would never provoke Shajirching without absolute certainty in the future. He doesn't want to die again. Root tissue export. Lord Danzo, where are you taking so many people? Shajirqing changed her outfit, put her hands on her sleeves, and asked with a smile on her face. How are you here? Seeing Shajirqing, Danzang's pupils couldn't help shrinking, and he could see the horror in it. According to his plan, at this moment, Shajirqing should be the leader of the Shao organization and lose both, so there is not much fighting power. How could it appear here, and, still alive, without any injury? Why, Danzo-sama, I'm surprised to see me here. Glancing at Tuanzang's face, Shajirqing said jokingly. HMPH, Hugh's bloody mouth spit, how could this old man have such thoughts? Get out of the way, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan requires the strength of this old man, and it must not be allowed to cause trouble to Konoha. Danzo looked at Shajirqing with a serious face, and scolded loudly. Is it really just suppressing the rebellion of the Uchiha clan? Shajirqing seemed to be able to see through Danzang's inner thoughts, and asked in a leisurely manner. That's natural. What, do you suspect that the old man has other purposes? Danzang's face suddenly turned gloomy, watching Shajirqing speak in a bad tone. How come? How dare I doubt Danzo-sama? Since it's all support, let's go all the way. Please, Danzo-sama. Shajirqing put on a very respectful appearance, and let Danzang pass by. Humph. Danzang didn't know what medicine Sha Muyang sold in this gourd, so he could only snort and be right. When Shajirqing, Danzang and others arrived, the battle had already reached a fiery stage. After all, it is the Uchiha clan, which is much more powerful than the Hyuga clan, who claim to be the strongest. The troops are quite rich, even if it is against Anbu, which is directly under Hokage, it is not difficult. Even because of the large number of people, it once suppressed the Hokage team. Shajirqing, it's great that you're fine. When seeing Shajirqing and Danzo coming, Namikaze Minato was really happy. Really happy. The reason why Minato Namikaze was so rude is because when Minato Namikaze just participated in the battle, there was a terrifying momentum in the direction where Shajirqing was. That battle can be felt even from a dozen miles away. Namikaze Minato is very clear that only Shajirqing can make such a movement in Konoha. But this movement lasted for a long time, making Minato, who was accustomed to Shajirqing's 3 or 2 fights, suddenly sink to the bottom. He knew that Shajirqing had encountered a formidable enemy, otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on for so long before appearing on their battlefield. Later, the terrifying meteorite appeared in the sky, and even Shajirqing was sucked up by the meteorite. At that moment, Namikaze Minato only felt like falling into an ice cellar. Shajirqing is too important to Konoha, he is an important deterrent. Without him, Konoha will definitely have many crises. Fortunately, Shajirqing broke through that defense later. Chapter 611 Surrender, Uchiha. But the battle after that rose to a new level in an instant. When the rolling thunder and shocking Minato, he couldn't help worrying about Shajirqing. It is necessary to use such a terrifying thunder, how powerful the enemy is. Can Shajirqing really defeat him? Then, the huge movement suddenly disappeared, and the deadly silence made Minato Namikaze even more uncomfortable. He guessed in his heart that Shajirqing would not lose both sides with the enemy and perish together. If this is the case, he can't deal with Danzo who is secretly eyeing, and other reactionary forces. After all, because of the invasion of foreign enemies, it was enough for him to deal with the rebellious Uchiha clan alone. And the Uchiha family also did not miss this opportunity, and they kept hitting their morale. The effect is remarkable. The morale of Anbu members has been slumped a lot, but Minato Namikaze has no way to improve their morale. Shajirqing does not appear. Any of his agitation words are just nonsense, a castle in the air, without any substantial foundation support. The battle situation is going downhill. If Shajirqing doesn't show up again, they will really lose. Fortunately, now Shajirqing has appeared, and appeared in front of them intact, which instantly injected a shot of cardio tonic into the wave. When Shajur-Ching came, morale immediately improved. Moreover, Namikaze Minato no longer has to worry about the people who are staring at him in the dark. These people, with Shajur-Ching in them, dare not make trouble. Surrender, Uchiha clan. I know many of you are forced. Continuing to fight is just a dead end. I can promise you that as long as you surrender, only the main personnel will be held accountable. We will not implicate your children, and give you better treatment and environment for the Uchiha family. How? Namikaze Minato shouted loudly, preparing to persuade him to surrender. The idea of Namikaze Minato is great. But unfortunately, it is not suitable for the Uchiha family. HMPH, rhetoric, no sincerity at all. Our Uchiha clan will not surrender. Today you die or I live, kill. The people of the Uchiha family didn't buy it at all, but they became even more vicious. Then there is no way, Lord Hokage, let's suppress it by force. Konoha needs to restore order quickly, and there are still many things to deal with in the future. Shajur-Ching sighed, half pitiful glanced at the people of the Uchiha clan. Then, he glanced at the lonely Uchiha Fuyu again, and said to Danzo, Lord Danzo, it's up to you. Of course, the latter is bound to give an offensive order to a member of a root organization behind him. Alas! Seeing the addition of the root organization, Minato Namikaze couldn't help sighing. Then, his expression suddenly became extremely firm. Since the Uchiha family is unwilling to surrender, they can only suppress it with absolute force. He glanced at Danzang and said, I really thank Mr. Danzang for appearing in time, which relieved my urgent need. I didn't expect your troops to be so abundant. Danzo couldn't help but snorted after hearing Minato Namikaze's words. His original plan was to use force to suppress the rebellion of the Uchiha clan when Shajur-Ching and Pen Ludao were fighting to the death, and then forcefully seize the power of Namaifung Minato. Then, collude with Mito Manyon, take control of Konoha, and put Namikaze Minato under house arrest. Chapter 612 Things That Shouldn't Be Taken Away. When Minato was placed under house arrest, Shajur-Ching could not get out of his body, and he might even be severely injured and comatose. He and Mito Manyon would naturally be able to outperform Xiaochun and complete this power seizure. As for the 3 generations of Hokage, in his plan, this is already a dead person. But who would have thought that Shajur-Ching appeared in front of him unscathed, disrupting all his plans? Moreover, he also exposed his hidden troops in front of Minato. What a big mistake. With Danzo's troops joining in, coupled with Shajur-Ching's deterrence, where is the Uchiha clan an opponent? They originally thought that at the moment of the Konoha crisis, the troops should be empty, and they should be successful. Who would have thought that even if the troops were empty, the remaining troops would be enough to deal with their rebellion? Finally, the rebellion, at 8 o'clock in the evening, was over. Uchiha Fuyuke and Uchiha Makoto became the leaders of the rebellion without a doubt, and were escorted to the most conspicuous position. Alas! He sighed deeply, already looking like he was ready to die at any time. Since there is nothing to do, the old man will go back first. After Danzo finished speaking, he was about to return with the members of the root organization that he talked about. Although the most desired goal has not been achieved, at least, the collection of writing wheel eyes has been completed. Namikaze Minato couldn't deny it, but Shajur-Ching suddenly laughed and said, wait a minute. Danzo couldn't help shaking when he heard the words, and he couldn't help but groan. Did he find something? Thinking of this, a haze flashed across his face. But immediately, he denied it. Impossible, I'm so secretive, how could he find out, unless he already knew that my plan was almost the same. Thinking of this, he pretended to be serious, his eyes were quite bad, he turned around and asked, I don't know what's the matter. Consultant Shajur-Ching. Lord Danzo, you have indeed worked hard to suppress the rebellion, but... Speaking of this, Shajur-Ching's tone suddenly became playful. If you shouldn't take things away, it's not in line with the rules. After listening, Danzang's pupils shrank, and the horror in his heart couldn't be added. But he is an old fox after all, and his ability to open his eyes and talk nonsense is not bad. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Advisor Sha Zhiqing. He was very dissatisfied and asked, I took something that shouldn't be taken away. Sha Zhiqing also laughed when he heard the words, Lord Danzo is really good at joking, and he is really forgetful. Since you don't remember, let me remind you. Sha Zhiqing's tone suddenly became icy cold, and her eyes were incomparably sharp as she said, sharing round eyes. Hearing Sha Zhiqing's words, Minato Namaifeng rushed forward as if he was suddenly stabbed. Sha Zhiqing, you are not kidding. Namikaze Minato said in disbelief, but there was a hidden fierceness in his eyes. Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help showing his anger. If this is true, then Danzo will really be outraged. Oh, of course it's not true. All the troops of this old man are under your surveillance. How can you have time to do this kind of thing? After listening to this, Danzang looked at Sha Zhiqing sarcastically and said. He said recklessly, if you don't believe me, Lord Hokage can go and check my team. Chapter 613 Everyone gets their money. But if not, Danzang's tone suddenly became unkind. Advisor Sha Zhiqing, you have to take responsibility. He asked himself that his technique was hidden, and no one but him knew how to obtain it. Moreover, Namikaze Minato might not really dare to investigate. The matter is of great importance, and he doesn't believe that Namikaze Minato has the courage. But sometimes it's not good to be too arrogant. It is easy to be slapped in the face, and even put yourself in a place of doom. Does this still need to be checked? Saying that, Sha Zhiqing grabbed one and slapped him on the forehead, and the chakra flame appeared. I saw a sealing technique appear on this person, and then a pair of writing wheel eyes fell out. The expression on Danzo's face instantly froze. The surrounding atmosphere also solidified in an instant. Minato Namikaze had expressions of shock, anger, and disappointment on his face, but his eyes became sharper and sharper. Danzo, you bastard. It was Uchiha Fugaku who was the first to break the silence. Like an angry lion, he shouted at Danzo. Maybe if he hadn't been tied up, he would have rushed over and tore Danzo. Sir Danzo, do you have anything else to say? Sha Zhiqing picked up the pair of bloody, fresh writing wheels on the ground and asked. You, Danzang pointed at Sha Zhiqing, and didn't say anything for a while, but his face was extremely ugly. Lord Danzo, let all the members of your root organization go back with me to be investigated. If there is no Sha Zhiqing, at such a critical juncture when the troops are weak, it is really possible that the big things will be reduced to the small, and the small things will be dealt with later. But now, Namikaze Minato will not hesitate. There are indeed many people in the root organization, and his Anbu subordinates are not vegetarians, and they have been surrounded. Coupled with Sha Zhiqing's shock and deterrence, making these people avoid the rat, he has the confidence to control the situation. Moreover, now that the evidence is sufficient, I am not afraid of Danzang's denial. How do you know this? Don't you have a spy inside the old man? Tuanzang stared at Sha Zhiqing and asked fiercely. Ha, this kind of thing still needs spies. Sha Zhiqing smiled, with great contempt. I used my ability to sweep it away, and they told me themselves. Don't forget, I can communicate with cats and dogs, and naturally, I can communicate with humans occasionally. Hearing Sha Zhiqing's answer, Danzang's face suddenly looked like a concubine. He knew that he had fallen, and he had a big somersault. But it doesn't matter, it's not a big crime, isn't it? His position will not be shaken. Next, he will let Sha Zhiqing know wrong. Take it away. With the order of Minato Namikaze, these members of the root organization were taken away by Minato Namikaze and his Anbu. The Uchiha family was handed over to Sha Zhiqing. This rebellion that spread throughout Konoha was suppressed like this. Konoha restores calm. The next day. Today, let's discuss the handling of the Uchiha family. With a tired face, Minato Namikaze looked at the advisors present and said. Among them, Xiaochun turned calm and Shajir was in a daze. Danzo's face was ugly, and Mito Menion's face was even more panicked. Last night, a total of more than 100 pairs of Sharingan were found from Danzang's subordinates. Then, after they were all destroyed, they were burned on the spot. Danzo's loss is not too big, he really hates Shajir now. Chapter 614 Mitoman is panicking. Of course, Danzo was only reprimanded by Minato Namika about this matter, and it would not affect his status. After all, although this matter is not very glorious, it is not a capital crime. As for Mitoman Yan, his panic was because he didn't get a signal from Danzo all night last night. Later, when he saw that Danzo was actually escorted back, he directly thought that Danzo was exposed. Until now, he has not gotten the slightest word. How can he not panic? He had agreed with Danzo to rebel and seize power. He was afraid that Danzo said something unfavorable to him last night, so how could he not panic? He frequently asks Tuanzang, hoping to get some hints from him. But it's a pity that Danzo is in a very bad mood right now, and he doesn't have the heart to flirt with anyone. At this time, Minato Namikaze said, Everyone, let's discuss the follow-up of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. My opinion is that the main personnel will be killed, and the rest will be sentenced to imprisonment according to the size of the crime. The children of the Uchiha clan will not be held accountable, and they will be taught, and the Uchiha clan's patriarch and his wife are coerced and can be dealt with lightly. After speaking, he looked at the crowd and asked for their opinions. Turning to bed, Xiaochun asked, It seems that such a light treatment is not enough to shock people. Danzang snorted coldly, The rebels should all be wiped out. Why should Master Hokage be a woman? Do you have to repeat the same mistakes to be satisfied? Mito Menion also nodded in agreement. Although he doesn't know what's going on now, he and Danzo have the same opinion on the Uchiha family's affairs. As far as now, the three of them have almost the same opinion, and feel that the sentence of Namikaze Minato is too light. What about you, Consultant Shajir? Minato Namaifeng seemed to have expected this situation long ago, and was not surprised at all, and then asked Shajir. This article by Shajir is quite critical. I agree with Danzo-sama's opinion, not killing people is not enough to shock people. Hearing Shajir words, Minato couldn't help being a little surprised, even unexpected. He did not expect that Shajir would suddenly sing against him. But Danzo and Mito Menion are not surprised. Shajir, who has always been against them, actually stood on a united front with them today, which made them overjoyed. Only Namikaze Minato was very anxious. Without Shajir support, he would not be able to do the next work. Just when he wanted to hint Shajir and let him support him, Shajir said again, Don't get me wrong, I haven't finished yet. Shajir, but those children are indeed innocent, and the 3 or 2-year-olds are also affected. If they don't understand anything, they will face extinction. This is not appropriate. I support Hokage-sama, kill a group, punish a group, and pardon a group. I believe that with the guidance of Lord Hokage, these people will take the right path in the future. Besides, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan should be related to the fact that some people always treat others with unnecessary and specify policies. There is a saying that officials force the people to rebel, and the people have to rebel. If I were treated like this, I would rebel too. No one can stand to be stabbed in the back for blood and sweat. Shajir words are very rude. The spear is directed at Danzo and the others. Isn't that the group of people who treat others with unnecessary in Shajir mouth? Chapter 615 Danzo, you have today too. HMPH, Advisor Shajir is really joking. What does this have to do with this old man? On the contrary, if the old man hadn't moved them to the border, the loss of Konoha would have been even greater. It's fine if you don't show merit to the old man, and you scold the old man, what's the point? This is not where you confuse black and white. Danzo responded in a very bad manner, and his eyes were full of sharp brilliance. Mito Menyon and Xiaochun both looked at Shajirqing with a gloomy expression, their eyes sharp. Danzo consultant, you have the grievances of persecuting the Uchiha clan before, and then you are the one who sees the shaker in the chaos. Shajirqing pondered Isho, I have reason to suspect that you did this on purpose. Also, Danzo-sama, your root organization members are a bit too many. This is beyond the norm. Are you planning to rebel, or do you think Hokage-sama's Anbu is not enough to protect Konoha? As soon as Shajirqing said these words, it was as if a bomb had been detonated, and several people present could not help but hum in their heads. Even Namikaze Minato did not expect Shajirqing to say so. But he immediately reacted, if this perfect opportunity is missed, there will be no more in the future. He also asked aloud, Lord Danzo, give me an explanation, otherwise, I also know that the members of your root organization have been disbanded and reorganized. Danzo's face suddenly darkened, and his fists hidden in his sleeves clucked loudly. At this moment, his face turned ashen with anger. I agree with Naruto-sama's approach. Danzo understood the reason why he was attacked and threw out his own conditions. Hearing Danzo's answer, a pity flashed in Nikaze Minato's eyes, and he sat back. Danzo avoided answering the question of his own organization members, and instead agreed with his point of view, which made him feel aggrieved when he was beaten on cotton. But now that the soldiers are out, he doesn't dare to force Danzo too much. If something bad happens, he, Hokage, is to blame. Danzo's sudden reversal made Mito Menyon and Kaharu feel very uncomfortable. For a long time, these old guys, relying on their seniority, have always fought against the young Hokage like Minato Nikaze. At one time, the Wave Wind Water Gate was emptied, and took the opportunity to seize a lot of benefits. They were even about to see Minato Namikaze as a puppet and didn't take him seriously at all. It's just that the existence of the 3 generations of Hokage has greatly suppressed them and made them dare not be too presumptuous. But this time, the 3 generations of Hokage went on an expedition. They thought they had an opportunity and thought they could completely suppress Minato Nikaze and seize the benefits. I never thought that without the 3 generations of Hokage, they would lose in a blink of an eye. It gave them a bad feeling. And watching Danzang and the others deflated, Shajirqing felt a sense of comfort. In itself, he has a grudge against Mito Menyon, and this guy is against Shajirqing everywhere. Danzo, who may feel that Shajirqing has affected his interests, is also finding fault everywhere. In recent years, it was because Anmura Nobuomi and the others rejected his invitation to the root organization, and they harassed them from time to time. For example, when the Land of the Land encountered the 5-tailed Manzuli, Shajirqing later verified that it was Danzo who did it. But at that time, Shajirqing had no evidence, plus the 3 generations of Hokage interceded, and even got through Jasmine to intercede. To be honest, Shajirqing was really angry and helpless towards Jasmine, and later, this matter was over. Chapter 616 Bright Willows. But Danzo still has to find fault with Shajirqing and his students from time to time. Shajirqing and Danzo have had a grudge for a long time. And now, given the opportunity, how could Shajirqing not take revenge? And this is just the beginning of Shajirqing, who must be reported by Jairus. Next, Namikaze Minato will not let go of those excess troops from Danzo. And Shajirqing is more concerned about his human experiments. He wants to hide in a group and lose his reputation. It's just that there is still a 3rd generation of Hokage, so it's a bit difficult to start. The prestige of the 3 generations of Hokage is too high. If he blocks it, public opinion will not prevail. And Namikaze Minato also respects the 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage do not agree, and he will definitely not execute it to the end. In this case, the whole operation is nothing more than an anticlimactic, but it is easy to scare the snake, and it is impossible to kill with one blow. In the end, it will fuel Danzo's arrogance. This is not what Shajirqing wanted. In the end, after some intense discussions, the solution to the Uchiha family was released. Kill the main participants, the initiators, and the remaining participants will be sentenced to 10 years or more in prison, hoping to be a new person when they return. The Uchiha family patriarch and his wife wait for their release and manage the Uchiha family. The children of the Uchiha family will not be punished, but Uchiha Itachi is promoted to Shangnin, and Uchiha Izumi is promoted to Chunin. Relocate the Uchiha clan, explain the truth of the Nine Tails Rebellion, restore the Uchiha clan's treatment, reputation, prohibit discrimination against the Uchiha clan, and live in peace. To be honest, as soon as this policy was introduced, many villagers could not accept it. But for the sake of both Namikaze Minato and Shajirching's signatures and guarantees, they believe in the Uchiha family for the time being. Needless to say, Shajirching, the great hero of the country of fire, the super popular rich man of Konoha, the super popular mentor, the first-class powerhouse. He is also a big hero of Konoha, turning the tide, saving Konoha from distress, and devoting himself to solving problems such as illness and poverty. It is an absolutely positive image. And Namikaze Minato, since he served as the fourth Hokage, the public has seen the results. Absolutely trustworthy Hokage. Therefore, even if there is a slight criticism, they are still willing to comply. When Uchiha Fuyu heard the verdict, he was stunned for a while, and then thanked him with a complicated expression. The majority of the Uchiha clan members were also shocked. I thought they were all dead, but in the end, who would have imagined that a considerable number of people would not have to die? Most importantly, their children will not be implicated. Let's take a look at the situation after going out. If my Uchiha family is really not treated unfairly, why not give up on him Konoha? Many people have come to their senses after being arrested. Konoha is not an existence that they can fight against, and the idea that they want to rebel is just a ridiculous idea from the Arabian Nights. Patriarch, I regret not listening to you, but I still have the cheek to beg you, take good care of my boy, let him grow up in peace, don't think about it, and don't repeat the mistakes I have made. Many people looked at Uchiha Fuyuke with a complicated face and knelt down and pleaded. Don't worry, I am the patriarch, this is my responsibility. I will ask Hokage-sama to visit you every other month. After speaking, he sighed and left. Of course, there are people who wake up and regret it, and naturally there are people who do not repent, or pretend to be asleep. Chapter 617 Transplant the Writing Wheel. This is all Konoha's conspiracy, watch it, you all have to die. What is not to be held accountable? I think, this is just a plan to delay the army, and when the Konoha soldiers return, it will be your death. These words naturally shook the confidence of those repenting Uchiha clan people. But how could Shajirching and Namaifung Minato couldn't think of such a thing, so they came to comfort these people in person. They may not believe it, but Shajirching, they absolutely believe it. Because of his identity, he is not only a Konoha Hokage consultant, but also a guard inspection school in the country of fire. It is impossible not to be trustworthy. After appeasing these people, the next things Namaifung Minato will be easy. Danzo wanted to make a move, but unfortunately, Minato Namikaze would not let him succeed. Directly dispatch a team of Anbu to enter the root organization, and every move is under control. And Mito Gateyan was frightened and panicked by Shajirching's sentence. Danzo-sama seems to have planned something with you, and he didn't dare to move. The remaining one is Xiaochun, who can't turn over the waves. Namikaze Minato and Shajirching have patience. Just waiting to slowly clean up these three old guys, the 3 generations of Hokage can't protect them for a lifetime. Although the process is a bit more complicated, I finally got it. In a certain secret room in the Sha mansion, there is actually a decoration of an operating room. Shajirching looked at the transparent bottle in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This bottle is filled with solution, and in the solution, a pair of writing wheel eyes floats. 1-3 hook jade, 1-2 hook jade. This is exactly the person Shajirqing wants to match with the person who wants to match. Let's get started. Shajirqing lay down on the operating table and handed the bottle to the shadow avatar dressed as a medical ninja beside him. This matter, Shajirqing can rest assured only if it is handed over to the shadow clone. Isn't he learning medical ninjutsu just for this day? Healing the sick and saving people is just a matter of buying the hearts of the people. The transplant process went pretty smoothly. The matching is also quite successful, and there is no excessive rejection. Moreover, under the powerful mental power of Shajirqing, the other eye has also evolved into a three-goose jade. It feels good to see the light again. Shajirqing squinted at himself in the mirror and said. With Shajirqing's control, when you don't want to use Sharingan, you can naturally turn it off. Outsiders can't see anything. Moreover, even if he suddenly has eyes, it is not strange. After all, as Konoha's well-known medical ninja now, it's nothing to make a fuss about having an eye transplanted. As long as he doesn't use a shaker, no one can say anything. That's how you can be considered a normal person. Of course, Shajirqing, who is accustomed to squinting, couldn't change for a while now to do things with his eyes open. But observation hockey has improved a lot during this time, and this is probably the only gain. System, when will you wake up? I've been in this world for 6 years, you can't let me stay for another 6 years. Sha Muyang thought in his heart. But what he didn't know was that he was likely to stay for another 6 years. Even longer. Now that the interior of Konoha has basically settled down, it's time to end the external war and recuperate. On this day, Minato Namaifung approached Shajirqing and discussed this matter. Chapter 618 The Death of Three Hokage. Where does Naruto-sama want to support? Hearing this, Shajirqing raised his brows, wanting to hear the opinion of Namaifung Minato first. In this way, his answer will have enough leeway. Hearing Shajirqing's words, Minato couldn't help sighing secretly, deep scheming. Then, after thinking about it, he said, Misty Hidden Village. Hearing Minato Nikaze's answer, Shajirqing showed an unexpected expression. Seeing this at Namikaze Minato, I couldn't help being a little surprised and asked, do you think so too? Wuin Village has always been isolated from the world, and no one knows how many troops it has. If it weren't for Union Village's aggressiveness and the dispatch of 2 people, Zuli, to make our troops tense. How could Your Excellency Lu Ju only send 8,000 troops to support Wuin Village? 8,000 troops to support Wuin Village is really inappropriate, but under the circumstances, there is no other way. Now that the interior of Konoha is generally stable, it is natural to support the Wuin Village battlefield, and we cannot let our army bear unknown risks. After hearing Shajirqing's words, Minato Namikaze let out a long sigh and said, You agree with me. As for Wuin Village, I'll leave it to you. I know that your strength is the highest in the world, so it's just right to send you there. Konoha is currently short of troops, so forgive me for not being able to send you additional manpower. It doesn't matter to me that one more person or one less person, all set off. Shajirqing didn't care that he didn't have a subordinate. Yeah, Minato nods his head, and Shajirqing exits. Not long after, Minato Namikaze got news from Anbu, Shajirqing has left Konoha. Shajirqing chose to support the Wuin Village battlefield, and there was another reason why he didn't tell Minato Namikaze. After all, my sister is there, I will definitely go there in person. The actual situation, just as Shajirqing expected, was terrible. Because of the isolation of Wuin Village, it is extremely difficult to inquire about news. Therefore, the Konoha army, who did not know the strength of Wuin Village, had an accident after 3 days of fighting. And this accident was like a bolt from the blue for Konoha. How could this kind of thing happen? That's... With a gloomy expression on his face, Hinata clenched his fists. He looked at the man lying in a pool of blood in disbelief, and said hoarsely, Dr. Ninjutsu, the 3rd generation of Hokage. On the 3rd day of the war, 2 reinforcements suddenly arrived from Wuyin village, all of them wearing auspicious clouds with a black background. Some people recognized them on the spot. They were Tang Ninja Village S-level Rebel Ninja Feijuan, and Taki Ninja Village S-class Rebel Ninja Capital. Originally, there were 3 generations of Hokage in charge. Even if the enemy is present, the Konoha side also has the Hyuga clan, and the Konoha 3 new stars are helping, and the Konoha army is not afraid. However, just this morning, the 4th generation of Mizukage, together with Feijuan and Jiaodu, fought against the 3rd generation of Hokage in the village of Wuyin. At the beginning, the 3 generations of Hokage fully demonstrated his strength as a ninjutsu doctor, and a pair of 3 did not fall behind. However, all this changed after the flying section scratched the 3rd Hokage and set up that battle. That Feijuan started to self-mutilate while standing in the battle, and every part of his self-mutilation was repeated on the 3 generations of Hokage. Everyone didn't have time to react, and the flying section pierced through his heart. The 1st generation of Shinobi, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hizen, actually only had time to perform the forbidden technique, the Ghoul Seal, and abolish the right hand of the 4th generation of Mizukage, and then he fell sadly. Chapter 619 The excitement brought by Sha Zhiqing. This result directly caused the Konoha army to be in a state of mourning, the morale plummeted, and it could even be said that the army was defeated. Even with the prestige of Hyuga Hazu, it is not enough to restore morale. What? The 3 generations of Hokage-sama have fallen. Even though Nara's deer have been in war for a long time, they have calmed down. But when I heard the news, I couldn't help but be shocked. Then, there was a little disbelief. That is the 3 generations of Hokage. After the 2nd and 3rd Ninja World War, Shinobu is safe and sound. Did you die like this? It's so unrealistic. But whether he believed it or not, it was true. When he passed the news back to Konoha, Minato Namikaze was also shocked. He did not expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would die in action. This is an amazing thing. Hurry up and send the order. Advisor Sha Zhiqing has already rushed to Wuyin village, so everyone must hold on. Namikaze Minato is Hokage after all, so he quickly gave the order, regardless of the pain and shock. He knew that Konoha's army must be panicking now, like scattered sand. Stabilizing morale, this thing is very important. No matter where Narashikahisa dared to neglect, he passed the news to the army on the front line of Karayan village through Yamanaka Kaiichi. Mr. Sha Zhiqing is here. It's great. If there is anyone in Konoha who can give these people confidence, then Sha Zhiqing must be one of them. Suppressing the 9 tails, riding Poyin Ren alone, how powerful. Oh. Sure enough, when they heard the news that Sha Zhiqing had arrived, everyone immediately burst into an unprecedented high morale. With Sha Zhiqing there, they believed that they would be able to drive the enemy out. Why did these guys from Konoha village suddenly feel like they were taking stimulants? Their morale soared. What happened? And this made the people of Wuyin village a little confused. Don't worry about so much. Konoha today is just a mass of loose sand, and the combat power is greatly reduced. Seize the opportunity, it will change if you are late. We must teach Konoha a lesson so that we can get the resources we want. The one who spoke was Mizukage Yakura, the 4th generation. Yes. Everyone took orders, and they all led their troops to launch a fierce attack on Konoha again. Jia, Konoha guy, surrender now, don't be stubborn anymore. Do you think you can still fight against us? That's right, just put down your weapons and surrender. Without the 3 generations of Hokage, you are nothing. Ha ha ha, you are now a group of bereaved dogs, surrender. The absolute advantage we have over you, you are just doing nothing. No matter how much you resist, it will not change your final fate. The ninjas of Karayan village were madly speaking against the morale of the Konoha army. However, it was okay to say before, now that Konoha's ninjas knew that Sha Zhiqing was coming, there was only infinite indignation in their hearts. The words of the ninjas of Korean village will not only not damage the morale of the Konoha ninjas, but will only make their morale even higher. The mourners will win. Bang! 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 And this, in Konoha's various high-level combat power, is most vividly shown. What's the matter? Could it be that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, one of the 7 dignified ninja swordsmen, has only so much strength? Anmura Nobuomi held a long knife in hand, and actually suppressed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish at a disadvantage. Chapter 620. It must be nice to have you as a gift. Why, your 3 generations of Hokage died, why do you still have such strong morale? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost asked with a puzzled expression. You know, before this, he has been suppressing Konoha ninja. He didn't realize that Anmura Nobuomi had such a strong strength. Why all of a sudden, Konoha's ninjas, like taking stimulants, are fighting with high spirits, not to mention, their strength has soared. Seeing the Konoha ninja fighting desperately, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish is a little confused. HMPH, how can I tell you such a secret thing? Upon hearing this, Nobume Anmura despised Isho, and kicked it out after raising her leg. Wind escape vacuum jade. Enkyun Shinmei quickly formed the seal, and a terrifying high-pressure wind cannon blasted out, and the ground was blown apart. Shark muscle, devour me. But the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish can become a group of 7 ninja knives, and the natural strength is extraordinary, and the shark muscle that can devour all chakras is blocked in front of it. Although the shark muscle cannot swallow the chakra attack. However, his defense is the same as that of his elder brother Isofuk Mio, capable of defending against most ninjutsu attacks. As long as the host chakra is strong, he even dares to fight against the tailed beast Jade. Unfortunately, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is the least lacking in chakra. Therefore, the Zigwa Mountain Puffer Ghost that I saw was only shaken back by more than 10 meters. Even if the earth shook and burst, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish was never injured in the slightest. Moreover, in the face of Yasunya Nobuomi, who was rushing over, he launched an attack on the ground, Ninja, Needle 1000. His brown-yellow hair instantly turned into 1,000 sharp books and flew out, piercing through gold and stone. Bang! But Anmura Nobuomi's reaction speed was even faster, and with a bang, it became a stand in wood, and there were several detonating charms attached to it. Make the most of it. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish couldn't help being surprised. He quickly stepped back, and was affected by this explosive talisman, and he couldn't get any better. But the profound truth of Kendo Fei Lu. Anmura Nobuomi appeared from behind him, and turned into a streamer and passed by with the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish. Bang! The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost turned into a stand-in. But he drank it out in pain. Damn woman, you annoyed me. But there was a deep bloodstain behind him. His stand-in technique is still a step behind. That's right. Exactly what I want. Facing the angry Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish, Anmura Nobuomi was not afraid at all, only excited. If you can behead 1 level before teacher Shajir Ching comes, it must be a good gift. In the eyes of Anmura Nobuomi, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is just prey. Damn woman, give me death. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish swung the shark muscle and slashed, shouting, cut down. Boom. But as a disciple of a kendo master like Shajir Ching, Nobume Anmura worked the hardest, and his swordsmanship was equally extraordinary. No matter how fierce and cunning the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is, there is no way to break through the defense of Nobuomi Anmura. Just kidding, no matter how fierce the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish is, it is not as fierce as Shajir Ching. HMPH, woman, taste my power. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish suddenly grinned, and Anmura Nobuomi secretly said that it was not good, so she wanted to step back. But the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish will let it go, and the heavy blow hit Anmura Nobuomi's knife, and shouted, eat the kai. Chapter 621. You are dead today. The shark muscle, which had been wrapped in bandages, broke through and pierced out the thorns and tore the bandage. He stabbed Anmuranobuyumi's arm, pressed Anmuranobuyumi tightly and started tearing frantically, tearing Anmuranobuyumi directly into pieces. Woman, die, how can you challenge the majesty of my watermelon mountain puffer fish? NLT, P&GT. Seeing this scene, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost smiled proudly. Then, he pressed harder and went away, and Anmuranobuyume was directly bent his arm, and the shark muscle was torn even more violently. Anmuranobuyumi's arm was bloody, and chakra was devoured frantically, making her weaker and weaker. As expected of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their strength is really strong. Anmuranobuyume only felt a terrifying sense of crisis surrounding her. This feeling has not been felt for a long time. Only when he was pursued by the 5-tailed Manzuli at the beginning. But I'm not going to throw in the towel. Anmuranobuyume drank violently with a pale face, and slammed into a stand-in and disappeared. Do you think you can escape, woman? The watermelon mountain puffer fish suddenly put the shark muscle on the ground with a pestle and began to seal it. Water escape. Just as he was about to release ninjutsu, Nobuyume Yasunori appeared from behind him. In his hand, he holds a blue energy ball that exudes a powerful tearing power. Wind escape spiral pill. But the watermelon mountain puffer fish suddenly turned around and shouted, the art of hidden mist. Anmuranobuyume was instantly dazed and completely lost her goal. Gia, woman, your life is mine. The voice of the watermelon mountain puffer fish is ethereal and full of murderous intent, making people panic. Really? There was no panic on Anmura's face, and before taking a long breath, the handprint was completed, wind escape gale palm. In the midst of a gigantic wind, Anmuranobuyume shook out 1,000 copies. Ha, you thought you were using Fengdun. Ah. Before the complacent words of the watermelon mountain puffer fish were finished, they suddenly screamed. Found you. Anmuranobuyume grinned Isho, and rushed towards the place where the screams were just now, and the spiral pill appeared again in her hand, die. She is confident that with this move, she can hit the watermelon mountain puffer fish. But. What? Where the screams came, there was no trace of the watermelon mountain puffer fish. Gia, do you really think that the 7 people who endure the sword are in vain? The voice of the watermelon mountain puffer fish suddenly came from behind Anmuranobuyume, followed by an extremely fast sound of breaking through the sky. Accept death, woman. The watermelon mountain puffer fish was drinking violently, and Anmuranobuyume was right in front of him, and he was confident to kill him with one move. Whoosh. Anmuranobuyume's double-duty technique was too fast, and the blow of the watermelon mountain puffer fish was still in vain. Hey! Behind him, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and without even thinking about it, he flexed his shark muscles and fought away. Hey! But Nobuyume Yasunori is gone again. Shish! Anmuranobuyume actually started to use the instant body technique continuously, making the watermelon mountain puffer fish miss a hit, and his troubles multiplied. HMPH, self-destruction, I want to see how long your instant body can last. Although the instant body technique is good, it needs to consume a lot of chakra. Nobuyume Yasunori has absorbed so many chakras, and now uses the teleportation technique frequently. He believes that Anmuranobuyume's chakra will bottom out soon. And just as he expected, Nobuyume Yasunori stopped. Chapter 622 Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, Die. Bang. It was another blow to touch, and the watermelon mountain pufferfish couldn't help laughing proudly. What's the matter, woman, where did all your strength go? With such a soft blow, are you embarrassed to come out and show shame? However, since you delivered it yourself, I will accept your life. Hee, is that so? Anmuranobuyume suddenly laughed when she heard the words. I should give you this sentence. My life, you're afraid you won't be able to take it. But your life, I'll take it. When the words fell, she saw a sudden burst of powerful force, which shocked the watermelon mountain pufferfish. The watermelon mountain pufferfish couldn't help laughing. If you want my life, you deserve it. Women, talking big has to pay a price. The watermelon mountain puffer fish directly chased away. In this fog, he is the absolute master. Hee hee, is that so? Then you should take a look at yourself, watermelon mountain pufferfish. Anmura Nobumi's voice came again, full of pride, and the watermelon mountain pufferfish couldn't help but look at his body. It doesn't matter if you look at it, it almost scared his soul out. Dozens of detonating charms were already pasted on his body. Do you think I use the shunshu technique frequently because I can't find an opportunity to attack? No, I'm just taking advantage of your arrogant mentality to build the plank road in the open and darken the warehouse. Your good day is here. Blast. Nobai and Anmura drank violently, but the ghost of the watermelon mountain puffer fish was frightened, and drank in fear. No. Boom. A huge explosion set off a manic fire wave and violent tremors. With the terrifying destructive power, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost whose half of his body had been blown up appeared in front of the crowd. Then, Anmura Nobume's ruthless knife ended his life. Wu Ren was horrified, and after the sluggish forging, the Konoha ninja burst into the sky with exclamations. Oh, Nobumi Yasunori is amazing. Nobu Yasun is beautiful. It's so reliable. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen who are famous in the ninja world, and one of the admiral of Wuin village. Nobuomi Yasunori actually killed an opponent of this level with her own power. It really gave Konoha a big boost and boosted his morale. This kind of achievement is even more astonishing than the joint force escaping from the 5-tailed Manzuli. After all, this was done by Nobuomi Yasunori alone. On the contrary, Mist Ninja's morale plummeted. That is the pride of their village. They were killed just like that. Just kidding. Successful, woman. But just when the crowd cheered like this, a sharp red phantom suddenly appeared behind Anmura Nobuomi. What I saw was a 3-edged sickle attached to a chain. It's flying. Asshole. Seeing this scene, everyone in Konoha couldn't help but torn apart, but it was too late to rescue. Fire escape dragon fire request. At this moment, a loud shout came along with a straight line of flames, knocking the sickle away. A young man with extremely sharp eyes and a long sword appeared beside Anmura Nobuomi. Don't try to hurt our hero. If you can't protect your companions, Teacher Shajirching won't spare me. Who can say such a thing, besides Ma Kuro? Che, the little devil in the way, this will kill you. Feijuan rushed over again, but right behind him, several kunai shot towards him. Chapter 623 Fierce Battle Corner. Ding ding ding. Feijuan quickly returned to help and blocked Kuwu. He shouted, "Who is it?" But what responded to him was an even more severe kunai, which made him suddenly angry, facing it directly, not dodging or dodging. Oh, it's really a headache for you not to avoid it. But it's okay, it's almost finished anyway. A female voice came, and Feijuan saw a smiling, carefree girl in front of him. You know what? I studied you carefully and found a good way to kill you. As she said that, she saw her flying out of kunai again, but without waiting for the flying section to dodge, she automatically dispersed. Kunai is distributed in various parts of the flying section, and the dog's teeth are different. Looking at this scene, Konoha's group of ninjas seemed to understand something, and they couldn't help showing excitement and anticipation. Feijuan, your time of death is here. The girl suddenly stood up and laughed. What a joke, woman, you haven't hurt me yet, where is the death period? The flying section exploded immediately, and he drank angrily. Hee hee, is that so? Then let's show you a miracle. The girl isho again, and then yanks her fingers back. In an instant, a phantom fluttered around Feijuan, and then thousands of steel wires turned into a network of silk threads, tying Feijuan together. What made Feijuan suck in a breath of air was that the steel wire was actually full of detonating charms. Hey, wait. Feijuan began to panic. Pay for the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. The girl suddenly drank violently with scarlet eyes, and the fierce murderous intent broke out. Then, a fire soaring to the sky rose in place, and the terrifying destructive power was vented towards the surroundings, causing the fighting ninjas from all directions to retreat quickly. "No, all the corners save me!" Feijuan screamed. Even if he had the body of immortality, he couldn't bear this kind of tossing, and even if he didn't die, he had to peel off his skin. And this girl who released the detonating talisman, who is not Rei Fujino. But she didn't notice that behind her, an enemy was approaching. "Woman, I will accept your heart." Haiden's accomplice, the corner with several lives, suddenly appeared behind Fujino Rei. The lightning flashes spread over Fujie Ling's body, and after paralyzing her and unable to move, he stabs her back and wants to dig out her heart. "Be careful." Not good. The people of Konoha were startled again, but they couldn't get away, just watching Fujino Ling being pierced through the heart. "No!" A group of Konoha ninjas shouted in grief. Crash! But they were so excited that the Fujie Ling they saw turned into a pool of water flowing down, and it was water. Water escape, water breaks waves. Not far behind Jiaodu, Rei Fujino reappeared, spewing out an extremely sharp and condensed high-pressure waterline, with the terrifying ability to penetrate everything. Che, what a sly kid. What kind of person is Jiaodu? His strength is much stronger than Feijuan, and he immediately avoided it. And the flying section has been blown into pieces. Before Konoha Ninja did anything to him, he was picked up by the Trap Master corner. "It's okay, Sister Shinmei." After Kakato retreated, Fujino Rei came to Anmura Nobuomi in a flash, looked at Anmura Nobuomi, who was covered in blood, and asked worriedly. "My face is pale like this, do you think it's okay? The enemy is the 7 ninja swordsmen after all." Anmura Nobuomi smiled bitterly. She is really approaching the end of the game now. Chapter 624 Infinite Crisis. However, Sister Shinmei's harvest is also the biggest. Tisk tisk tisk, the 7 ninja swordsmen, I'm starting to be jealous. Fujino Ling said with a pity face, "It's a pity that that guy escaped by luck. There is no way, who will let us not have the advantage now? Otherwise, we can still fight and besiege that corner, and we may not be able to achieve something." Ma Kuro also had a look of pity on his face. "But that's enough. 1 death and 1 injury to Admiral in Wuyin village is enough to relieve our Konoha a lot." Nobuomi Anmura took out a porcelain bottle from her chest, poured out a pill of military rations, and swallowed it. These are not ordinary military food pills, but specially made by Shajir Ching, which have a good and fast recovery effect. As expected of Mr. Shajir Ching, the shot is a fine product. After swallowing a ration pill, Anmura Nobuomi's face suddenly improved. She immediately formed a seal, and then, she even used the palm immortal technique. Looks like it's right to learn palm immortality from teacher Shajir Ching. It's just right now. Seeing this scene, Fujino Ling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Anmura Nobuomi's face has returned to normal now, and her injuries are constantly healing. It won't be long before you join the battle. Yeah, the situation is still quite unfavorable for us. I didn't expect that there are also powerful young generations in the mist. Ma Kuro glanced at the shark-faced youth who was trembling with Hyuga's feet and still had the upper hand, and couldn't help showing a dignified look on his face. Ma Joro, this man named Gonpersimmon Ghost Shark seems to be a bit more powerful than his boss, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Fujino Rei, that woman named Terumi Mei should not be underestimated. That terrifying bloodline limit really makes your scalp tingle. Nobuomi Yasunori, there are still 4 generations of water shadows eyeing, we can't last long. Speaking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but sigh. Even if the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish died in battle and the flying section was severely damaged, the Fog Ninja still had an absolute advantage. Although the 10,000-strong army is now only more than 7,000, the Konoha army has dropped sharply from 8,000 to 4,000. The disparity between the strength of the enemy and us will soon reach a ratio of 2:1. Mr. Shajir Ching, you have to come quickly. If you don't come, we will all be killed here. Nobuomi Yasunori said that, of course, it makes sense. The 7 ninja swordsmen in Wuyin village are not the only one, the watermelon mountain puffer fish. Noba guys, surrender, do you think you can fight against us by killing a watermelon mountain pufferfish? Let me tell you what despair is. Lay done thunder burial. A man with a violent face raised a long blade and shouted violently. Then, the ground that I saw was suddenly covered with thunder and lightning, and the ninjas from all directions did not have time to escape, so they were directly attacked. Ha ha ha, just because you guys want to fight against me, the Black Holea, it's really courting death. Thunderbolt lightning tornado. He saw that he was covered with thunder and lightning, and then turned into a violent tornado of thunder and lightning, raging away. Wherever he passed, there was a scream, and a large piece of Konoha ninja was blasted out. The rest either escaped, or were swept away by the aftermath, causing heavy damage. This man is the Black Holea, one of the 7 members of the ninja sword. On the other side, a man with a huge long sword was slaughtering mercilessly, and no one could resist. Chapter 625 Crisis is deep. The big knife in his hand is like a killing blade, and it can even absorb blood. A group of Konoha ninjas saw with their own eyes a joinin from the Hinata clan, killed by this man within 50 strokes. Loquat Shazang, behead the owner of the broadsword. Majoro looked at the man with a solemn expression, and unconsciously touched his chest, where there was a shallow scar. 2 days ago, he had fought against this Loquat Shazang, and after fighting 200 moves, he was severely injured by a knife. Loquat Juzo is very powerful, but the guy behind him called, Man Demon, is not bad. Makura looked at the man whose face was covered with bandages and had no eyebrows. Man Demon never cuts again. A very ferocious beast. And that Ringo Yuri, I heard that although he is not in good health, he is being trained as the heir of Thunder Sword and Tooth. Rei Fujino's eyes turned to another girl who was fighting a difficult battle in the Chunin team. Ringo Yuli is probably the one that makes them the most worry-free, because her strength is the weakest. Weak enough to break through the siege of Chunin. But even so, we don't have the slightest advantage. It has to be the Sunfute Patriarch and the other family patriarchs who are strong enough to keep us up to this point. Rei Fujino turned to look at Hyuga Hazu, Inazuka Hana, Chu Dao Dingza and these people. Then, their eyes swept across Asma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Abizi Mori, and Gecko Hayate. Without these people, how could Konoha survive until now? However, if teacher Shajir doesn't come, we won't be able to hold it anymore. Yakura, Kaoru, these 2 guys are staring at each other. That flying section seems to be immortal, and our current situation is still quite dangerous. Nobumi Yasunora, who had recovered 7088, got up and said, Alas, it's only a moment if you can stop it. Now I can only trust teacher Shajir. The 3 sighed like this and joined the battlefield again. Their joining immediately relieved a lot of pressure. Yasunami Nobuomi vs Dried Persimmon Ghost. Fujino Rei vs Terumi Mei. Ma Kuro vs Loquat Juzo. So, where is Shajir, who is so missed by them? Nobumi Anmura, you must hold on. Don't die, I will be very sad. Shajir was covered in thunder and lightning, flashing like a phantom. But even at this speed, it took Shajir half a day, and he still only walked half the distance. It will take hours to reach the battlefield. Shajir, who is also at a loss, has a huge amount of chakra and is prepared in advance. 3 shadow clones were also left to refine chakra in Konoha. There is no chakra depletion. Otherwise, even Shajir chakra will be exhausted. I didn't expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would die in battle. Feijuan and Jiaodu also appeared there. Sure enough, did the Akatsuki organization also join? No, it should be said that the guy joined. Wuyin village suddenly attacked. I think it was that guy's idea. The figure of the masked man appeared in Shajir mind again. If he hadn't underestimated me that day, it wouldn't have been so easy to defeat him, but if that's the case, maybe we'd have a good fight that day. Oh, it seems that God does not give face. Shajirching knew very well that the masked man was not weak. How could he be weak with his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? It is impossible for the weak to control the 4 generations of water shadows. Chapter 626 will definitely come. And my sister, please don't have an accident, otherwise, my mind will explode. Shajirching's eyes, the 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes turned extremely fast. Only the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye can give him precise direction and visual balance in the high-speed movement. But Konoha's battle situation is still going downhill. After Jiaodu joined the battlefield with the rebuilt flying section, the Konoha army, who was already stretched enough to deal with Kirin, suddenly fell into an irreversible disadvantage. They are dying more and more. 100. 200. 500. 1000. 2000. 2999. Konoha's army, in just 4 hours, only the last 1,500 people are left. Facing the siege of the army of 7,000 fog hidden, Konoha ninjas are desperate. Do we really have any hope of winning? Many people are lost in fear. Looking at the huge army of Wuyin village coming in, they could only shrink in groups and were completely forced into a desperate situation. It has only been 4 hours, and all the high-level combat powers, such as the 3 new stars of Anmura Nobuomi, Asuma Sarutobi, and other family patriarchs, are already out of breath and are all injured. Especially Yasun Nobumi. After killing the watermelon mountain puffer fish, he used illusion and ninjutsu, with the result of losing both sides. He severely damaged the dried persimmon ghost. It can be regarded as the only thing that can boost morale in this bleak battle. Otherwise, Konoha ninja, it is really possible that they will not be able to persist until now. But now, no matter how persistent, there will be no advantage. Of the remaining 1,000 people, who is not scarred and consumed too much? If you want to fight against the wolves and tigers, how can you do it? Even Anmura Nobuomi is now so weak that the Chunin can hit her hard. Konoha's ninjas, at this point, do you still want to continue to resist? Give it up. Do you think your persistence can wait for the rescue? Even your 3 generations of Hokage are broken in our hands. You don't think you can be stronger than the 3 generations of Hokage? The one who spoke was Mizuka Gyakura, the 4th generation. HMPH, there is no precedent for Konoha ninja to surrender. Isn't it death? What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, someone will avenge us, so what are you afraid of? Hyuga Hazu took a step forward, her face full of uprightness and seriousness, completely unmoved. Ha ha ha, you are talking about the Thunder Ninja Shajirching, but so what? Yagura Ferocious Isho, it would take more than 3 days for a normal ninja to get here from Konoha village. It will take more than 2 days for an elite ninja. Even if Shajirching is alive, it is impossible for him to arrive in 1 day. But how long can you last? 10 minutes? Half an hour? Ha ha ha, it only takes a few minutes for us to solve you. At that time, when Shajirching arrives, we have ended the battle and returned to Wuyin village. If he dares to come, we will make him come and go. These words were extremely confident, and the hearts of all the Konoha ninjas sank again. They know very well that Yakura is not lying. HMPH, Teacher Shajirching's strength is something that you, a frog at the bottom of a well, can measure. We always believe that Teacher Shajirching will definitely save us from the crisis, just like the retreat of Union Village's attack back then. But it was Fujie Ling who spoke up. Chapter 627 Last Minute. That's right. How can you understand the power of Shajirching? Teacher Shajirching will definitely come. Majoro also shouted, extremely firm. That's right, it will definitely come. Several voices echoed. But they were all Shajirching's students. Immediately, the entire Konoha army was agitated and shouted in unison, yes, it will definitely come. Incredibly firm. HMPH, stubborn, kill me. Let's smash their unrealistic fantasies. Yagura snorted coldly and gave the order to attack. The Kurigakushi ninjas couldn't wait for a long time, and immediately rushed to the Konoha ninja like hungry wolves. Puff puff. When the time came, people turned their backs and screamed constantly. However, they were all ninjas from Konoha village, and a tragic mood instantly filled the entire battlefield. In a blink of an eye, the number of Konoha ninjas, who were already weak, dropped sharply to 500. Nobumi Anmura, Rei Fujino, the main ninjas, have received special care. The wounds on the body are so numerous that the scalp is numb. Anmura Nobume only felt that her vision was starting to blur. The body is extremely heavy. Every movement is extremely painful, and there is a thick, heavy hissing sound like pulling a bellows between the throats, and it has reached the end of the shot. All resistance is almost the body's voluntary response. Nobumi Yasunori, Rei Fujino, and Ma Kuro are not much better. Just as tragic, there is almost no power to fight back. Another minute has passed. There are 200 people left. Did the sky kill me, Konoha? Hyuga Hazu was panting in grief and despair, thinking like this. Nobuomi Anmura was in trouble, and he wanted to save him, but the enemy in front of him would not allow them to do so. Is this the end for me? When she was really on the verge of death, Anmura Nobume felt that she was no longer as panicked as before. Some are just peace and quiet. This time, I want Konoha to bleed heavily. Let them also taste our heavy losses back then. Yakura shouted violently, and gave the order to kill with a ghastly face. Yes. Almost all of the ninjas from Korean village were killed. Just kidding, how can someone from the land of blood fog be kind? Everyone is a ruthless master. The more you kill, the higher your status. Are you going to die? I'm really unwilling. Ma Kuro could feel the fierce breath coming from all directions, and showed a sad smile. If I knew this earlier, I should have said goodbye to teacher Shajirching. Fujie Ling thought with great regret. The sky is full of kunai, and the shuriken has enveloped them. On the other side, there is a large piece of mist ninja holding a sharp blade, stabbed forward fiercely. Konoha ninja, your life is over. Yagura shouted fiercely. Really, how do I think your luck is over? At this time, an extremely cold voice suddenly came. Then, a violent and fierce wind blew, and all the kunai and shuriken were blown away. Hundreds of mist ninjas were even blown away. All of them were splashed with blood, and they were hit hard in an instant. Wherever the wind and waves traveled, the forest was all torn down, the earth was torn apart and turned into a rubble. Who is it? This sudden change shocked everyone in Korean village, and Yakura couldn't help but drink violently in the direction of the wind and waves. Chapter 628. Try it to find out. Don't you think I can't get there? I'm here now, and you still ask me who I am. Yakura and the others saw a slightly slender figure with a long sword in hand, walking in like a walk in a garden. He clearly did not release any power, but the air was distorted around him, and everyone even felt that the scene in all directions was blurred. The originally noisy battlefield suddenly quieted down. There is a heavy oppression falling on everyone, and there is an uncontrollable feeling of panic, which emerges from the heart. Cold sweat suddenly wet the clothes of the mist ninjas. He is obviously a person, but it makes the mist ninjas have the illusion that they are irresistible. When the man was less than 100 meters away from them, they took a few steps back together. Kinoha village, Shajirching, everyone, Mist, how are you? This man is naturally Shajirching. Gollum. Seeing Shajirching appearing in front of them, all the mist could not help but swallow. The shadow of the famous tree of people. In the face of Shajirching, who retreated Yunren's army of 10,000 with the power of one person and suppressed the Nine Tails. They only felt that their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. Shajirching, you are here so soon. Yakura also looked at Shajirching very solemnly. Then, he immediately reacted, HMPH, so what? You must be exhausted by now. He believed that even Shajirching would be exhausted by running such a long distance, and the chakra consumption was too great. You'll find out if you try it, Yakura. Shajirching looked at Yakura and showed an extremely playful smile. Confidence and calm. All the ninjas in Konoha couldn't help but feel a deep sense of peace of mind. Good job, Shinmi, Ling, Ma Kuro. Natsumi Young looked sideways at the 3 wounded Anmura Nobuomi, and praised them. Of course, we are the apprentices of the Thunder Ninja, how can we not have a good record? Fujino Ray said with a painful grin. Restore chakra, heal your wounds, and leave the rest to me. Shajur-Ching said to Anmura Nobume and the other 3. The 3 of them immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, knocked down a military ration pill, and then closed their eyes and recovered. Shajur-Ching, don't be too self-righteous. At this time, a black shadow swishes before Shajur-Ching. It's Yakura. He stabbed out, the air was wrinkled, and the sharpness was amazing. Be careful. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but reminded in horror. But it was too late. The knife has been infinitely approaching Sha Muyang's face. Die. Yakura's eyes are full of tyrannical expressions, insanely insane. Death, where did your faith come from? Shajur-Ching's indifferent voice sounded. Everyone saw that he clenched his palms into fists, and his fists suddenly turned black, as if he had touched the air, and smashed on the long knife that was in front of him. Bang! Like steel colliding, a harsh roar erupted, and then crack! As soon as he heard the sound of shattering, the long sword in Yakura's hand shattered into pieces. And Shajur-Ching took a step forward, and that fist, with the power to destroy even the world, slammed into the horrified Yakura's abdomen. Cuckoo! Yakura's eyes were about to protrude, and his face was twisted together in pain. Then, with a bang, it crashed into the Mist Ninja army, and a large piece of Mist Ninja flew all the way, screaming incessantly. Chapter 629 Overwhelm the audience. Lei Dun Flying Thunder Sword. But just when everyone thought it was over, Shajur-Ching's voice once again attracted their attention. I saw Shajur-Ching surrounded by terrifying thunder and lightning, and then turned into an extremely sharp long sword, which was kicked out by Shajur-Ching. Boom! This sword, like a roaring light cannon, was blown away from the ground, and wherever it passed, flesh and blood flew, and the body splattered. No one could resist this blow at all, and a large piece of flesh and blood was blown away right next to it. If you are hit directly, a big hole will explode in your body, and your life will be lost in an instant. With this single blow, more than 50 Mist Ninjas were killed, 120 seriously injured, and 50 slightly injured. Bang! As if there was an earthquake, the terrifying tremor shook the earth open, shaking up a fog. Ah! Another scream came, and everyone couldn't help but look, but saw the 4th generation of Water Shadows with a sword in the chest, rolled up with flesh and blood, and was nailed to the ground. A terrifying thunder and lightning lingered on him, and he almost lost his combat effectiveness in an instant. Hi! Everyone couldn't help but stare at Shajur-Ching in horror, and their eyes were full of fear. Too strong. That was the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura. As soon as the battle started, he was hit so hard that he was about to lose his combat effectiveness. This monster, can we really win? Even the 4 generations of Mizuying-sama. In an instant, they had the intention of retreating in their hearts. Looking at the bloody corpse of their companion lying on the ground, they were afraid that the next one would be themselves. And the people on Konoha's side couldn't help but burst into mad shouts. Is this the strength of Teacher Shajur-Ching? It's the first time I've seen Teacher Shajur-Ching take action. Anmura Nobuomi and the others also opened their eyes and said in amazement. Mist Ninjas, are you ready? Shajur-Ching stroked Lu Huo's sword with his left hand, and a flame called, killing, burned in his eyes. Jia Jia Jia, Wu Ren is afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Thunder Ninja, obediently hand over your heart to Jiaodu. At this time, Feijuan's insidious voice came from Shajur-Ching's side. Then, his sickle flew over. Be careful, Teacher Shajur-Ching, don't let him take blood. Nobume Anmura quickly reminded. Understood. Shajur-Ching naturally knows Feijuan's ability. Bang! Hold the knife to block the scythe of the flying section. But before he could make the next move, his companion horns had already deceived him like a phantom, punching him hard. Count me in two. On the right of Shajur-Ching, the owner of the big sword beheaded, and the Loquat Shazang also rushed over to block Shajur-Ching's retreat. How can I be absent from such a scene? The Black Holea held the twin blades shining with lightning and rushed behind Shajur-Ching. In an instant, Shajur-Ching was surrounded by enemies on all sides. No. Seeing this scene, Anmaranobumi couldn't help but be horrified. Jia, I'll see how you deal with it this dangerous situation. Feijuan's dark voice came again. Thunder escaped Chidori Flow. No one saw Shajur-Ching's seal at all. As soon as he saw him, he waved his hand, and a manic thunderbolt appeared from his body, which spread to everyone. Jia, I am the holder of the thunder saber and teeth. Do you think that thunder and lightning will have any effect on me, you idiot? Shajur-Ching's lightning was directly absorbed by the long knife in the hands of the Black Holea. Chapter 630 Astonished. But PFF'd. A thunder gun pierced his body like light. There was no chance for him to react at all. Ah! When the Black Holea screamed, the screams of the other three people were also heard at the same time. All they saw was thunder and lightning all over their bodies, screaming and flying upside down. Thousands of sharp guns, multiple bursts. Shajur-Ching held both hands. Like a conjuration, the three thunder guns were as fast as lightning, and they pierced their chests without giving Jiaodu, Feijuan, and Loquat Shazang a chance to react. Ah! It was screaming again, and all they saw was the smell of burnt stench all over their bodies, and their bodies twitched. The Loquat Shazang turned into wood with a bang, and then appeared in the Mist Ninja army with a serious injury. The Black Holea's eyes widened, and his breath slowly disappeared. Feijuan screamed in pain, and there was a crackling sound from behind Jiaodu, but he didn't die. In one round, one person died and three were seriously injured. Gollum. Everyone saw the horror in each other's eyes. This kind of strength that hits the enemy hard like playing is a bit too scary. Is this the strength of one person retreating 10,000 yunren? Really strong. Konoha Ninja was extremely shocked in his heart. Watching Shajur-Ching fight is simply a pleasure. The kind of smooth, relaxed and freehand feeling, let people linger. Since you're not dead, it's better to be dead. With a flash of Shajur-Ching, he appeared in front of Feijuan, the cold light flashed, Feijuan's head fell to the ground, and his body was dismembered. Then, he grinned at Jiaodu, and Jiaodu couldn't help but stunned, his pupils shrunk into needle-like shapes, too done to spear. Just as he was about to use the earth spear technique to strengthen his defense, he felt the pain of being pierced through his body from behind. Wow! There was a black line coming out of Jiaodu's mouth, and he saw that his chest was pierced by a sword and a hand. With that one heart just now, you've already lost 3 hearts and 2 lives left. Shajur-Ching's voice resounded in Jiaodu's ears like a magic voice, but it made him feel terribly cold. Shajur-Ching actually knew the secret of his local resentment. Doesn't that mean he probably knew how to kill himself? Thinking of this, the corners panic. He immediately invoked the fire attribute that had not been destroyed, and the thunder attribute heart attacked Shajur-Ching together to force him back. But Shajur-Ching had long since disappeared behind him. Where? Jiaodu, who has never panicked, felt a deep sense of fear at this moment. Here. Shajur-Ching's voice sounded in front of Jiaodu. Jiaodu panicked, and before he had time to react, he saw a cold light flashing in front of his eyes, and then, a familiar feeling of pain came. Fire attribute heart, broken. No. Jiaodu shouted in horror, and then, a avatar escaped without a trace. At the same time, at the location of Feijuan, a pitcher plant man quickly swallowed it. Roar. At this time, another roar came from behind the Mist Ninja army. Immediately, a super hot light cannon that exuded manic chaos flew away. Wherever it passed, the ground was sunken and pushed out into a deep tunnel. It's a virtual dog cannon. Get out of the way. Konoha Ninja can't help but drank his scalp numb. But in the next scene, Konoha Ninja was stunned. The Fog Ninjas were also stunned, and their mouths widened in shock. Chapter 631 Powerful to Despair. What did they see? Shajirching actually split the virtual dog cannon with a single sword. Gollum. Everyone was terrified by the scene in front of them. That is a virtual dog cannon, a super attack that can make ninjas desperate. How can it be such a weak chicken in the hands of Shajirching? Roar. A phantom bullied Shajirching in an instant, smashed the air with a punch, and rushed straight to Sha Muyang's face, smashing his head into meat sauce. Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king guns. But Shajirching actually hit it hard again, wrapping armament hockey with his fist, and it smashed the air, wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder, and collided with the phantom that came, the three-tailed man column Ryakura in a rampant state. Roar. I heard a scream from Yakura, and the ground burst into a 100-meter crater, blasting all the ninjas around. Then, Yakura also flew out like a cannonball again, and the air exploded continuously. Bang! The ground under Shajirching's feet once again burst into a 50-meter broken pit, and the gravel splashed through the air. The crowd was shocked again. It takes a lot of strength to repel the three-tailed person Zuri head-on. Countless in the world. Only the 3 generations of Reikage who passed away from Yunrin village can do it. But now, one more person has been added. Shajirching. Up. Terumi Mei and others all looked at each other, and then they all rushed towards Shajirching. If they don't attack, they may have no chance to attack. No one would have thought that in just 1 minute, Jiaodu, Feijuan escaped, Loquat Shizang was seriously injured, and Black Ho Leia died. Want to have sex together? Come on. Seeing this, Shajirching grinned Isho, and without dodging, went head-to-head with Terumi Mei and the others. The art of melting and dissolving monsters. Terumi Mei took out his own killer blood, the limit. He sprayed out a yellow-brown wave with a powerful corrosive power, to completely block Shajirching's way. Shajirching stepped back immediately, he didn't want to face this corrosive current. But behind him, the dried persimmon ghost shark actually grabbed the shark muscle and waved it over, making Shajirching's body tense. Have you conquered the shark muscle so quickly? You are indeed the strongest user of the shark muscle. Shajirching blocked the knife cut by the ghost shark, and then lifted his foot and a Renkyaku tempest kick smashed him out. Water escape rain 4 sharks. The instant the dried persimmon ghost shark was split and flew out, he actually released his attack and came towards Shajirching. The 4 water sharks charged towards Shajirching with rolling momentum. Thunder Blade Technique Thunder Fang. Before Shajirching could deal with this water shark, another attack came from behind him. It turned out to be Ringo Yuli, who attacked him with the thunder blade and teeth in his hand, and thunder and lightning roared. Thunder escaped Chidori Flow. Thunder and lightning attacks are the least feared by Sha Muyang. A thunder and lightning burst out from behind him, blocking all of Ringo Yuli's attacks, and countering them with an absolute advantage. Ah! Ringo Yuli may not have imagined that Shajirching's lay-done attainments would be so powerful that he was instantly hit hard by lightning. When the shark was about to attack him, he disappeared in a swish. Damn! Terumi Mei couldn't help biting her lips when she saw this scene. Shajirching is too powerful. Powerful enough to make people despair, even if they are not serious at all, they are still despairing. Chapter 632 What about the strength of the human column? Yo, Terumi Mei, what are you thinking? It's not a good thing to be distracted on the battlefield. In Terumi Mei's ear, Shajirching's playful voice suddenly came. Terumi Mei couldn't help shivering, but she saw that Shajirching had actually arrived in front of her. Her eyes were extremely deep, and there was a powerful force acting on her mind, making her feel like she couldn't move suddenly. Illusion, gold binding, Shajirching said in a low voice. Terumi Mei couldn't help shrinking her pupils. Looking at Shajirching's young face, she felt infinite despair in her heart. Roar! The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura suddenly reappeared behind Shajirching, and punched out with a punch. With unimaginable power, the air exploded. Bang! No one saw how Shajirching made his move, and the blow of Yakura was safely caught by Shajirching. The aftermath of the terrifying power smashed Terumi Mei behind Shajirching into the air. It's time to do it too, Yakura. Shajirching actually made a seal with one hand, which made the onlookers horrified. Absolutely can't let him succeed. Terumi Mei shouted and reminded. Water escape water shark bullets. Dried persimmon ghost shark Jayan created a giant shark and rammed towards Shajirching, trying to stop Shajirching. Water escape water dragon ball technique. The mist ninjas who have been watching who can't get in on the action have also quickly formed seals and attacked Shajirching. Lay done furious thunder tiger. Shajirching said in a low voice, and a gigantic tiger rushed out from behind him. It was 50 meters high and 100 meters long. It roared and roared the audience. Thunder and lightning were raging. It was like the arrival of the gods, and even the sky turned black, making people desperate. Roar! The thunder tiger rushed out, and the water shark disintegrated after 2 seconds of confrontation, and a piece of water dragon bullet only blocked the attack path of the thunder tiger. Wow! Damn! Only when you really face Shajirching will you know how terrifying he is. The terrifying oppression brought by this thunder and lightning tiger alone has made the mist ninjas desperate. This heavy sense of oppression made them feel like they were about to breathe. Fortunately, in the end, they still blocked this thunder and lightning tiger. Bang! 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 Eating a cut grows a wisdom, and Yagura has learned to behave, and will not give Shajirching a chance to attack. Directly engaged in a high-speed and fierce battle with Shajirching, with a powerful fist, constantly hitting Shajirching's long sword, making a sour sound. But Yakura must have miscalculated. In terms of high-speed combat, Shajirching has never been afraid of anyone so far. Rankyaku Tempest Kick. Shigen Finger Pistol. Chidori Spear. Chidori. Everyone looked at Shajirching, who seemed to be able to use his entire body as a weapon. In a high-speed battle, with the resources of Thor, he crushed Yakura, the three-tailed man, with an absolute advantage. S2, _. A group of mist ninjas wanted to say that they were too enchanting, but in the end, they still couldn't say that sentence. Roar! 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 In addition to roaring, Yakura can only roar. How could he have imagined that Shajirching would be so powerful that hitting him would be effortless and easy? Get out of the way, let me limit him. At this time, Terumi Mei's voice came again. When she saw that she quickly formed the seal, and was about to release the ninjutsu, a thunder light had already pierced the air one step ahead. Chapter 633 Thunder Hell. Hi! Terumi Mei's whole body was blown up, and at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Shajirching is waiting for her to take action. To kill her with one blow. And this blow, she was too late to dodge it. Just as she was about to be penetrated by the thunder gun, a figure waved a huge black shadow in front of her. Bang! The thunderbolt was blocked, and the man was shaken back in front of Terumi Mei, but he stood still, never reaching Terumi Mei. Now! The man shouted in a low voice, and Terumi Mei immediately reacted, and finished the seal in one go, boiled escape skillful mist art. Seeing this scene, the crowd quickly backed away. And the person who blocked the Qiandiao sharp spear just now was none other than a ghost shark. He grabbed the severely injured Ringo Yuri and stepped back. What a pity, I almost killed you. Terumi Mei. Shajirching, who was fighting fiercely with Yakura, said so regretfully. But before Terumi Mei could speak, Shajirching suddenly laughed. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's over, and I'm almost done with it. Shajirching suddenly burst out with incomparably violent thunder and lightning, and instantly wrapped around Yakura's body, making him paralyzed for such an instant. And Terumi Mei's skillful fog technique had already begun to corrode Shajirching's lightning armor, but he was not panicked. Then, everyone, please ask for yourself. Shajirching suddenly grinned and showed a big smile to the mist ninjas. Terumi May couldn't help but be a little confused, and looked up. Then, I couldn't help but take a deep breath again. Rumble. In the sky I saw, dark clouds gathered, thunder and lightning rolled, exuding the breath of world destruction, covering a radius of several kilometers, completely shrouding their Wuyin village army inside. Not good. Run away. Seeing this scene, Terumi May couldn't help reminding her in horror. Her voice was hoarse, and her face was full of fear. It's too late, Terumi May. Shajirching showed a devilish smile, and then, a thunderstorm slammed into Yakura's body. Roar. Yakura had just broken free from his paralysis, and had not had time to show his power. It just felt that a force of billions and billions of powers acted on him, making him feel like he was about to be crushed. Instantly lost the power of resistance. Boom boom boom. The thunder continued to fall, and there was a wailing in the fog. There were screams everywhere, and the charred corpses were flying all over the sky. The earth is broken, the heaven and the earth are sinking, this is a desperate hell on earth. The dense thunder and lightning, like the wrath of the gods, completely defeated the mist ninjas. Shajirching, this is a completely impossible opponent. It was a godlike existence, how could they have defeated it? Asshole. Terumi May is roaring, her heart is bleeding. Even she can't fight against this dense thunder and lightning, completely impossible. Originally, if Ringo Yuli hadn't fainted, there might be a way to deal with it. But now, there is only despair left. Terumi May, she has the heart to save those mist ninjas. However, she was helpless. She didn't know how to resist this violent lightning. Chapter 634 Resolve the War. This thunder and lightning, like the wrath of the gods, is too strong, so powerful that people can't breathe. The people of Konoha were also stunned. Although I have already seen the power of this move. However, when I see it again, I am still shocked. With a single blow, Mist Ninja was defeated. What a terrifying existence this is. Just when the Fog Ninjas still had 2,000 or 3,000 remnants left, Shajirching actually stopped the thunder and lightning. How are you, Mist Ninjas, do you want to continue fighting? Looking at the terrified Mist Ninjas, Shajirching asked with a grin. The Mist Ninjas immediately shook their heads as if they had been granted amnesty. Just kidding, it's not an opponent at all, how to fight? Ha ha ha, since you don't fight, why don't you retreat? When Shajirching said that he turned his face, staring at the frosty eyes and asked. The group of Fog Ninjas that I saw were directly frightened and fought a cold war together, and then they looked at the top commander at the moment, Terumi May. The eyes are full of desire. Withdraw. Terumi May clenched her teeth tightly, unwilling, and looked at Shajirching in fear for a long time before she said sullenly. Oh. There was a burst of cheers from among the Mist Ninjas. Then, under the gaze of a group of Konoha ninjas, they quickly withdrew their troops and left. It's like I don't want to stay here for half a second. Before leaving, Terumi May gave Shajirching a deep look, leaving an extremely angry and resentful look in her eyes. This made Shajirching a little confused. This wins. The Konoha ninjas couldn't react for a while. When he reacted, there was a sudden burst of shocking cheers and weeping with joy. They all looked at Shajirching with incomparable admiration. It's this man. With the power of one person, he defeated the Mist Ninja and created a myth again. Okay, prepare for the follow-up of the war, be on alert for 2 days, and you can prepare to return. Shajirching turned around, rubbed his temples tiredly, and said. The rest is up to you, Sunfoot Patriarch, you know, I'm not good at this kind of aftermath. Shajirching looked at Rixiang Rizu and said. Okay, leave it to me, there's absolutely no problem. Hyuga Hazu patted her chest with a bang. Shajirching nodded, then found a place to sit down, leaned down and closed his eyes to rest. Continuing on the road, coupled with the high-intensity battle just now, he is an Iron Man, and he will be exhausted. Everyone didn't bother Shajurching, they were doing their own thing. Konoha village. Has the army of Wuin village retreated? That's good. After hearing the news from Yamanaka Kaiichi, Minato Namikaze breathed a sigh of relief. Just like him, there is also Xiaochun who goes to bed. The army of Union Village aspect is about to end. God bless me Konoha, I finally got through this catastrophe. Namikaze Minato said happily. Yeah, turning to bed Xiaochun nodded, and then she couldn't help but look sad, and said, I don't want to talk about the death of the sun. Why are Menyon and the others, alas why are they involved in this kind of thing? And LT, P and GT. Turning to bed, Xiaochun sighed very weakly and sadly. I didn't want to believe it at first, but, there is no way, the evidence is conclusive, there is sufficient evidence that Konoha was invaded, and the two things that instigated the rebellion of the Uchiha clan have something to do with him. Namikaze Minato also sighed and said with great disappointment. Chapter 635 Heroic Triumph. In Konoha prison. Danzo, you bastard, you betrayed me. Mitomen Yan's roaring drink, like a wounded tiger, chooses and devours people. Why would he say that? A day ago, Minato Naikas investigated the fact that Konoha was invaded by the Six Paths of Pen, and the Uchiha clan revolted, but unexpectedly received an anonymous letter, which contained information that Mito Menyon colluded with foreign enemies and instigated the Uchiha clan rebellion. Namikaze Minato urgently summoned Anbu to arrest Mitomen. Then, in the face of conclusive evidence, Kaharu, who came to bed after hearing the news, couldn't help but favor Mito Menyon. I can only watch him get arrested and brought to justice. It's strange that Mito Menyon was caught very calmly, and there was no resistance at all. This was a big surprise to Namaifung Minato. After all, this kind of thing is too weird. He doesn't believe that Mito Menyon will obediently accept his fate. Danzo, on the other hand, watched from the beginning to the end, although Minato Namikaze felt that this matter must have something to do with him. But there is no evidence. Namikaze Minato also has no way to take Danzo. Now it's time to discuss the part of the right to discuss the vacancy of Menyon. How should it be distributed? Turning to bed, Xiaochun looked at Minato Namikaze and said, is Hokage-sama taking over, or is the old man taking care of it and having Jiraiya come back to take over? She never mentioned Danzang from the beginning to the end. Obviously, she also knew that Danzang was unreliable. Nikaze Minato was a little surprised when he turned to bed. Xiaochun seemed to see Nikaze Minato's surprise, and smiled. Before, I was against you everywhere, fighting for power and profit, not against you, nor for what I wanted. I just think you are not mature enough to take charge of Konoha and let Konoha develop normally. Quote. Now it seems that it is old and demonic, and it is time to take a back seat and do what a consultant should do. Her Isho, I can finally give you the burden of the second generation Hokage-sama, Hokage. Although I don't know how true it is that Xiaochun's words are real, but Xiaochun's willingness to cooperate, that's the best. Turning to bed, Xiaochun seemed to know that Minato would not just trust her, so he shook his head helplessly. Then, she said, the matter of Menyon is very strange. If Lord Hokage is interested, please check it out. After all, Menyon is also awe. After turning to bed, Xiaochun didn't finish her words, but Minato Namikaze understood what she meant and said, I know, this matter is indeed very strange, and this matter may not have anything to do with Danzo consultant. Namikaze Minato squinted his eyes and said, it's not possible to do such a thing just by relying on consultant Menyon alone, there must be someone helping him. As for who this person is, Namikaze Minato's biggest suspect is naturally Danzo. But Shajurching is also a suspect of Minato Namaifung. Although he ranks last, there is Xiaochun who is sleeping in front of him before that. But this kind of thing, of course, will not be said. 3 days later, Shajurching returned to Konoha with more than 100 Konoha ninjas. Seeing these people returning to Konoha, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but be moved. Seeing these people, you can imagine how tragic the battle with the Mist Ninja Army was. Good work. Namikaze Minato looked at Shajirching and said with emotion. I brought you back, Hokage-sama, I'll leave the rest to you. Shajirching yawned and looked sluggish. Chapter 636 Ninja World Famous. Okay, leave it to me, you go to sleep. Namikaze Minato laughed when he heard the words, and took over these Konoha ninjas. The war in Wuin Village is over. Next, we will have the energy to deal with Union Village and Yenian Village. Namikaze Minato thought like this: when Shajirching came back, someone would deter Tuanzang from letting him mess up. It's over so soon, as expected of Shajirching, it's beyond the old man's expectations. Danzo narrowed his eyes, his face dignified. But fortunately, the old man has wiped his butt clean. Danzang breathed a sigh of relief again. What about Shajirching? There is no way to take him without evidence. A week later, Shajirching set off to support Cheyenne Village. In just one day, the news of the retreat of Yenian Village came. Suddenly, Konoha Village and even the Kingdom of Fire were excited. Another week later, the army of Union Village was defeated. In this regard, the three-way army attacked Konoha, and finally ended with a complete victory in Konoha Village. After this war, Shajirching's name resounded throughout the ninja world again. With absolute strength, let the Wuin Village army fall into despair, defeat Wuin Village by one person, and win the Wuin Village battle. Then, in the Battle of Yenian Village again, he defeated the three generations of Tsuchikage and Onogi in one move. Laid the foundation for Sand Hidden Village to defeat Yan Hidden Village. In the end, he even frightened Union Village's helper, Orochimaru, the Scorpion of Red Sand, also from Akatsuki's organization, with the name of Peerless Fierceness. Lay the foundation for Jiraiya to overwhelm the army of Union Village and win the victory. The name of the first person in the ninja world is well deserved. Konoha May, 54. A month has passed since the battle that shocked the ninja world. Konoha has completed the post-war recovery work, and it is a happy scene. On this day, the sun is shining, but Konoha Ninja can't feel any warmth. Instead, it just feels cold. Because on this day, a memorial service for the three generations of Hokage and the dead ninja was held. Over the whole Konoha, there is a breath of back pain lingering, suppressing silence. The memorial service of the three generations of Hokage is naturally a crowd. Countless ninjas were sobbing in low voices. The three generations of Hokage are highly respected in Konoha Village, and his sacrifice is really a bolt from the blue for Konoha. If it hadn't been for Namikaze Minato and Shajirching who had withstood the pressure and successfully repelled the enemy, they really wouldn't know what to do. But no matter what, the three generations of Hokage will not come back. Konoha is also broken. There are huge losses caused by the invasion of foreign enemies outside, and there is a lack of combat power caused by the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Konoha, the most dangerous moment has come. Konoha, now it's just an empty shelf staring at the title of the #1 ninja village. It is necessary to develop, supplement and enrich the combat power quickly. Otherwise, Konoha will really decline. Therefore, after the memorial service is over, the next thing to do is to fill in the vacuum of power after the death of the three generations of Hokage, and the place where Mito Gateyan stayed. There needs to be someone to take it on. In the end, according to the agreed results, the full power of Mito Gateyan was taken over by Namaifung Minato. The location of the third Hokage is added by Jiraiya. Mainly because Jiraiya doesn't trust Shajirching very much. The purpose of his stay is to help Minato Namito to suppress Shajirching and prevent Shajirching, whose reputation has reached a new height at this moment, from being highly successful. So as not to weaken the authority of Hokage. In this regard, Shajirching is very helpless, and can't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Chapter 637 Post-War Compensation. He really worked hard for Konoha, but Konoha executives still suspected him. Really ignorant of good people, Konoha, he has no interest in meddling. If he wanted to get his hands on it, Konoha would have already fallen into his hands. These people are really not satisfied with learning. I want him to do my best, but I don't want to trust him. How can there be such a good thing? Do you really think he is Konoha's sharp blade? He can hit wherever he wants. If I had known this, it would have been better for you to fend for yourself. Why should I make fun of myself? Shajirching naturally publicly expressed his dissatisfaction, and then left after leaving threats. Believe it if you love it, forget it if you don't. He Shajirching is not Konoha's wage earner. No one's subordinate. Come when you are called, and leave when you are called, not for Shajirching. Perhaps realizing his inappropriate behavior, he came to visit and apologized in person. The attitude of Namaifeng Minato and other high-level officials towards him has also improved a lot, and the behavior of suspicion and exclusion has also decreased a lot. Shajirching also borrowed a donkey to go downhill, and nothing happened. But Shajirching is very clear that this is just that they still need themselves now. Once you don't need it, you won't be so polite. Shajirching is too lazy to care about them. If he really wants to do it, he is not afraid of anyone. The whole Konoha added up, it may not be able to stop him. Besides, he doesn't have no back moves. Shao Organization. We must pay more attention to the Thunder Ninja. This guy is our #1 enemy. We must have enough information about him. Tiandao Pain said to the members. Both Feijuan and Feijuan agreed to understand Shajirching's terrifying Jiaodu. Orochimaru and the Scorpion of the Red Sand are also very dignified. After all, they have never seen their self-proclaimed God, boss who is so jealous of a person. And the 3 ninja villages that were defeated, it is really a dark cloud at this moment. No one would have thought that their carefully prepared army had an absolute advantage, but in the end, they lost. Thunder Ninja. They couldn't help roaring in their hearts. If it wasn't for this person, how could they have lost? But no matter how angry they were, the post-war negotiation finally came. After detailed talks with daimyo from various countries, Union Village, Yenian Village, and Korean Village sent messengers to negotiate compensation with the Fire Nation. Among them, the most stressed is Union Village. Their daimyo originally did not agree with sending troops, but under the persuasion of various forces, they reluctantly agreed to send troops to attack Konoha Village, the country of fire. He once said, "If you lose, it has nothing to do with me, don't ask me to wipe your ass." But Union Village was really defeated. Can his name stay out of the way? Of course not. Otherwise, who will protect his safety? But when he thought of bleeding profusely, the big name of Leijiguo bleeds in his heart. This time, it is impossible to satisfy Konoha Village with something 3 or 2. Also worried are Wuyin Village and Yenian Village. Especially Yenian Village, who often deals with Konoha Village, is too aware of Konoha's temperament, and when he gets the chance, he will speak loudly. When I think that they still have Shajirching now, it makes me even more headache. But all of this has nothing to do with the victorious Konoha, Cheyenne Village. The place to negotiate is chosen at the respective borders. 3 places, Konoha Village sent 3 representatives. Chapter 638 The Art of Negotiation. As for Union Village, Jiraiya. Regarding Wuyin Village, Shajirching. In terms of Yenian Village, Hyuga Hezu. The first to arrive was Shajirching. According to the regulations, Shajirching has the right to bring 2 guards. And the 2 guards he brought were Nagumi Anmura and Rei Fujino. As for Majoro, if Shajirching didn't take him, it doesn't mean he has no mission. Shajirching instructed him and some junior brothers in Anbu to pay attention to Danzo's actions. The task is not too difficult, but it also requires a lot of effort. A certain port in the south of the Land of Fire. Here, we welcome the delegation from Wuyin Village, the Land of Water. Shajirching looked at the representative of Wuyin Village with joy, Terumi Mei, and said, "Representative of Wuyin Village, hello." As soon as Terumi Mei saw Shajirching, she couldn't help but feel the horror and fear in her heart, but then came a strong sense of grievance. It was this man who made their wooing village the loser. And when he saw his two guards, he couldn't help clenching his teeth. One is one of the 3 stars that has now become completely famous, Silver Butterfly, Yasunami Nobuomi. The other one is also one of the 3 stars in the ninja world, Fujino Ray. 3-star, this is the title of the ninja world for Anmura Nobumi and the others, which is consistent with the meaning of Sanin. Konoha is so powerful. Terumi Mei is so powerful that she doesn't know when she will be able to find her way back. In a certain convention hall, there are only 2 groups of people here today. The delegation of Konoha Village, the Land of Fire. The delegation of the hidden village of Mist in the Land of Water. Here, Shajir-Ching, who was rich and powerful, was directly wrapped up. The Fire Nation troops are on guard outside. Then, if there are no problems, let's start, Hermitage of Hidden Mist. I don't know if it was Terumi Mei's illusion, but she always felt that Shajir-Ching had a strong playful look on her face. Hey, let's get started. Terumi Mei snorted coldly, her face quite ugly. Immediately, the 2 discussed the matter of compensation. The compensation plan has been discussed by both parties in advance. But how to get the other party to accept their own conditions is up to the individual. And Shajir-Ching, choose to come directly. With absolute power, let Terumi Mei not accept it, but also accept it. Moreover, he also asked Terumi Mei to talk about the conditions first, so that Terumi Mei could not grasp her own details at all. From the very beginning of the negotiation, it was a wrangling meeting. The 2 sides are constantly fighting with each other, constantly fighting for their own interests. But, before defeating the side, Wuyin Village finally lost a lot of confidence. Therefore, arguing that it is just a good thing to say. There are not many interests that really win for Wuyin Village. On the contrary, he has been passively accepting many unreasonable demands of Konoha Village. For example, opening the ports of the Country of Water, letting the Country of Fire establish a trade zone, and the Country of Fire will manage it by itself. This matter is completely unacceptable to the Country of Water, which has always been closed to the country. However, in the end they can only recognize it. There are many more unreasonable requests like this. For example, in the management of the Tongsheng port area, Wuyin Village has management rights, but no decision-making power. In other words, they can arrest people, stop riots, etc., but they can't deal with these people. This is simply rubbing the sovereignty of the Country of Water on the ground, but they have to agree. Because Shajir-Ching never said a word of nonsense, Terumi Mei also couldn't figure out the details of Shajir-Ching. So, I really don't know where Shajir-Ching's bottom line is. Chapter 639 Weak countries have no diplomacy. Moreover, the further the request is, the more excessive it is. In order to avoid greater losses, Terumi Mei can only agree to those unreasonable requests in the front. Of course, she could only refuse what was completely unacceptable. I thought that Shajir-Ching would refute, but I never thought that Shajir-Ching would agree with her refusal. Terumi Mei instinctively felt something was wrong. When the conditions were almost finished, Terumi Mei suddenly found out that the conditions behind Shajir-Ching were all irrelevant. For example, what promises to never attack Konoha again? Cooperate with Konoha, the Country of Fire, and strengthen economic exchanges. These contents are not what Terumi Mei imagined at all, they are getting more and more harsh, and it is getting harder and harder for her to accept. At this time, if she doesn't know that she has been tricked by Shajir-Ching, then she will really live in vain. Your Excellency Shajir-Ching, it's too much. Terumi Mei angrily leaned against the table and questioned, her eyes like flames. His chest was heaving with anger. Excessive. Hearing this, Shajir-Ching leaned back on the chair and smiled. She laughed very arrogantly, and then sneered, "Weak countries have no diplomacy, understand?" Terumi Mei couldn't help shaking like an electric shock when she heard the words, "Weak countries have no diplomacy." She murmured twice, and then she slumped on the ground weakly, with a sad look on her face. Let's go, the task is completed, it's time to go back and rest. Shajurching got up and left with Anmaranabume and the two. Asshole. Shajurching, one of Terumi Mei's two guards, shouted angrily, but did not dare to take any action at all. Yes, weak countries have no diplomacy, how sad. In the end, according to the conditions of Konoha, the country of water compensated the country of fire, Konoha village, with 2.1 billion yuan, opened the trade port of the country of water, and agreed to the country of fire to establish a trade port area, and the country of fire had the final decision. The Konoha village Ninja Taedongshang port area is not under the jurisdiction of Korean village, and Korean village shall not interfere. Moreover, preferential treatment must be given. The country of fire is responsible for taxation, the country of water has no right to levy, etc. The unequal treaty between the land of water and the land of fire is hereby signed. I heard that after seeing this treaty, the daimyo of the land of water vomited blood and passed out. The first sentence after waking up was, "A weak country has no diplomacy, and sincerity does not deceive me. My country of water, why should I suffer such a calamity?" Since then, the saying that weak countries have no diplomacy has spread widely in the ninja world. The daimyo of the land of water is depressed, but the daimyo of the land of fire is happy. And it's ecstasy. No one would have thought that Sha Muyang was so good at negotiating and won such great benefits for the country of fire. He doesn't care about the 2.1 billion indemnity. Even a small country can take it out. What he was looking for was the trade port area. Anyone with a little brain will understand the value of this thing. It can be said that this thing is much stronger than the 2.1 billion indemnity. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the hero of my country of fire, he is too strong. The name of ecstasy directly rewarded Shajurching with 500 million, and the position was also promoted to the deputy commander of the guard. With this position, many officials in the country of fire have to compliment Shajurching. After all, this is the first-class position in the country of fire. There are only 3 superintendents in the whole country, but they are in charge of the details of the officials in the world. Once you offend him and reveal a little bit of details, your career will be over. Even the Prime Minister would not dare to be presumptuous in front of any of his lieutenants. Chapter 640 Strong Position. Of course, Shajurching was quite a talkative person. After all, the world is unpredictable, and no one can say that there will be no place for them in the future. Moreover, this kind of position similar to Jinyiwei can become the public enemy of the world if you are not careful. Too domineering, not conducive to their own development. So, there is nothing wrong with having a good relationship with them. And Shajurching's good words also made these officials more favorable to him. Therefore, Shajurching's stores in the land of fire naturally received more preferential policies. Naturally, Shajurching once again gave more discounts to the people of the land of fire, which made the reputation of Shajurching's sculptures even louder. But Shajurching's promotion made everyone in Konoha depressed. The most depressing thing is Jiraiya. He had subconsciously forgotten the identity of Shajurching. Until this time, he didn't know how much risk he had in excluding Shajurching. It is rude to say that as long as Shajurching said a word, Konoha village is likely to suffer a great disaster. After all, the Minister of Finance of the Fire Nation has a strong relationship with Shajurching. And Danzo, it's even more panic. His dirty deeds can't stand to be investigated. He now regrets handing over Mito Gateyan, and he also regrets plotting against the 3 generations of Hokage. Without Mito Gateyan to help him block the gun, without the 3 generations of Hokage favoring him, he only knew how sad his life was. To put it bluntly, she is similar to a beautiful woman who has been stripped of her clothes and left with a pair of panties. She can't hide her secrets at all. The rise of Shajurching's position has also given him more power and a stronger voice in Konoha village. At least, Jiraiya doesn't dare to offend him now. Of course, Shajurching didn't plan to fight with Jiraiya and the others, and harmony is king. With Shajurching's powerful treaty in front of this pearl, and the results of the negotiation between Sun Chong and Sun Ya, there was almost no splash. It's only been mentioned occasionally. Only when talking about Xia Zhiqing will the people show pride and emotion. Xia Zhiqing's prestige is getting higher and higher. All this makes Jiraiya very worried. And Xia Zhiqing has no time to worry about those things. He is now discussing with the consortium representative of the Land of Fire on how to rationally develop the trade port area of the Land of Water. The purpose of Xia Zhiqing's creation of this trade port area is to make a profit and let him have a stronger voice in this world. With the right to speak, speaking can be more powerful. Up to now, Xia Zhiqing himself is a big boss in black and white. Whether on the surface or behind the scenes, he has become a behemoth. Even the corner of iceberg is enough to make people stunned. That's why Jiraiya started to panic. But don't underestimate Jiraiya. His wealth is no lower than those in power of these consortiums. Moreover, he has traveled in various countries, has rich experience, has made many friends, and has a good reputation in various countries. Such a person, even the great name of the country of fire, should treat each other with courtesy. Those Fire Nation officials are not necessarily willing to offend Jiraiya easily. This is also why Jiraiya dared to offend Xia Zhiqing, who was already in a high position at the time. Because he himself is a great behemoth. And now, Jiraiya is beginning to panic in Xia Zhiqing. One can imagine how high his status is now. Chapter 641 Tuanzang's old nest has been taken over. Everyone, let's get started. For the development of the Tongsheng port, make an agreement as soon as possible and leave it to the daimyo for review. I declare in advance that all standards must be strictly in accordance with my requirements. It is better to be short than to waste. If you let me know who is messing around, don't blame me, Xia Zhiqing, for turning her face and not recognizing anyone. The trade port area has already attracted the dissatisfaction of the country of water. If there are still people who mess up to intensify the conflict and disrupt the development plan, the long sword in Xia Zhiqing's hand will not recognize anyone. Yes. These consortium owners can't help but nod their heads, and their hearts can't help but sigh. The original careful thoughts have been temporarily suppressed. They have been working with Xia Zhiqing for a long time, and they are very aware of Xia Zhiqing's temper. To be honest, there is no word of kindness in his heart. Don't you see the Watanabe consortium that ranked in the top 10 in the country of fire 2 years ago? Just because of excessive greed and wanton looting of the people's money, was it investigated and dealt with quickly. Although it has nothing to do with Xia Zhiqing from beginning to end, who would think it has nothing to do with him? After all, half a month before the Watanabe consortium was investigated, Xia Zhiqing warned the person in power, but the person in power of the Watanabe consortium didn't listen. Now, Xia Zhiqing's position has risen again. How could they not listen to Xia Zhiqing's words? They don't want to become the next Watanabe consortium. Even the Sasaki Chamber of Commerce, who is very close to Xia Zhiqing, would not dare. Immediately, several people spent 2 days discussing the development plan. After another day of revisions, it was submitted to the daimyo for approval. After the daimyo made some minor adjustments, it was handed over to Xia Zhiqing to implement. And appointed Xia Zhiqing as the chief inspector, responsible for the development. 1 month later. Konoha Village, meeting room. Your Excellency Jiraiya, Your Excellency Hokage, just disbanding the root organization like this, Your Excellency Danzo has no opinion. Xia Zhiqing has just returned from the trade port area of the Land of Water. During this month, Xia Zhiqing has supervised their implementation of every important plan. Then, after leaving behind a few of his political confidants to supervise the details, he returned to Konoha. As soon as I got back to Konoha, I heard that the Danzo force was disbanded and most of the powers of the consultant position were stripped away, so I couldn't help being a little surprised. Can he have an opinion? After listening to Xia Zhiqing's words, Jiraiya Isho pushed a document in front of him. Seeing Xia Zhiqing's expression of surprise, there are not many such things. This is. Shajurching couldn't help looking at the information, and then, his eyes widened. I saw that the insidious activities of Danzo were recorded on it, including inciting the Uchiha Rebellion, human development experiments, etc. The more Shajurching looked, the more frightened she became, and the more she looked, the more she knew why Danzang didn't dare to resist. Hi, really hi. After Shajurching read it at a glance, she couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. In the face of this information, Danzo would not dare to mess around even if he would quibble again. This is what we got through our investigation this month, and Danzo-sama naturally won't have any opinion. Zilai also has a faint gaze, not knowing what he is thinking. Surprise, since then, the development of Konoha will be much smoother. Shajurching was overjoyed and congratulated from the bottom of her heart. Konoha is fine, Danzo loves to do things. This sentence made him a little surprised. He could see that Shajurching's words were sincere, not a hypocritical compliment. Chapter 642 The Power is in Hand. Haha, you're joking. Jiraiya then smiled, and the smile contained a lot of things, complicated, relaxed, solemn, etc., which made people unable to understand his thoughts. But anyway, today's Konoha has indeed begun to become alive. At least, the half-rotten root of Danzo has been removed from Konoha, and it can also play its role as a root. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort came from the door behind Shajurching and the others. But seeing Danzo come over with a gloomy face, his face is quite bad. The whole person looks like he is 10 years older, and Muchi is so angry that it does not match the fierce Danzo in the past. Danzo-sama is here, let's start today's meeting. Seeing Danzo coming, Namikaze Minato immediately changed the topic. Then let's get started, today our theme is. Zilai also took over the conversation and opened the prelude to this meeting. The meeting lasted until the afternoon. The efficiency of the entire meeting is unprecedentedly high. Because there is almost no voice of opposition, even if there is, it will not cause too much waves. Namaifung Minato, Jiraiya, one has a novel and stable idea, and the other is stable and has a big picture view. The opinions they put forward are basically quite reasonable, even Shajurching can't fault it. Naturally, the three of them agreed, and they moved to Xiaochun, and it was useless for Danzo to disagree. Moreover, Xiaochun also agreed to go to bed, Danzang can't cry alone. He now deeply understands the feeling of aggrieved when Namikaze Minato was first in power. Unfortunately, now the feng shui turns. There are two focal points of this meeting. The first one, with the support of the daimyo, the Konoha army is developed and strengthened, so this means that a lot of guidance is needed to start teaching. Second, revise the management opinions of the Uchiha clan again, so that the Uchiha clan can better integrate into Konoha, let go of the past quarrels, and grow Konoha together. When he heard this opinion, Shajurching knew that his leisurely days were over. Sure enough, one of the guides on Jinan is him. Not only him, Kakashi, Matekai, and even Shajurching's three already famous students, Nobume Yasunori, all of them became the guide to Shangnan. Among them, there are two other individuals who attracted Shajurching's attention. Yawa. Shajurching glanced at Minato and said, I got a good talent. The other one is Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha family. Shajurching was a little surprised that Uchiha Shisui never died. It's kind of interesting that it didn't die like in the original book. Seeing this, Shajurching couldn't help but have a guess in his heart, and silently probed out observation haki. Sure enough, just as Shajurching had guessed, there was no special fluctuation of Sharingan on Danzang's right eye. It seems that this eye has been returned to its original owner. Shajurching was very helpless about the fact that he wanted to become a guide. But under the serial persuasion of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, he could only accept it. Who made him work harder? If possible, Minato Namaifung and Jiraiya did not want Shajurching to be the guide. Because he can turn students into his subordinates as soon as he serves as a guide for Jonin. But there is no way. Who can let the current Konoha be in vain, can't let go of any useful person. The matter is settled. Chapter 643 Konoha is crazy. And the Uchiha family is now stable. Those who have been released from prison one after another also understand the impossibility of resistance. Coupled with the current preferential policies of Konoha, they already feel quite satisfied. Therefore, except for a small number of unforgivable people who still refuse to wake up to accept reality. The loss of the Uchiha clan is not too heavy, at least half of the clan have been released. The family business is still there, but it will take a few years to develop. On this day, in Shajirching's roast meat shop, the three of Anmur and Nobumi looked at Shajirching with a sad look on their faces, and they looked so pitiful. Why, I started to panic when I became a guide for the first time. Shajirching naturally knew why they looked like this, took a sip of wine and said jokingly, "Oh, Mr. Shajirching, don't make fun of us." Seeing that Shajirching, who was already 22, was still so playful, Fujino Ling couldn't help but said coquettishly, Yes, Mr. Shajirching, it's okay for us to receive training. Let's guide others to train. We are really blind and don't know where to start." Majoro also rubbed his hands, and looked at Shajirching in a bit of awe, but he was also anxious. "Follow the steps I once instructed you to cultivate, and you're halfway done. The other half is that you communicate with your subordinates and understand the process. If you have done a good job in these two aspects, even if your students are not all excellent, they should all have a high standard." Shajirching said calmly, but all three of them scolded Isho. Then he looked at Shajirching and said, "It's easier said than done. Or, Teacher Shajirching will take us for a few days to familiarize us with the process." Shajirching glanced at them again and said, "This is what you want to say this time." The three of them were guessed, and they scratched their heads again and laughed shyly. Then, the three pairs of eyes looked at Shajirching expectantly at the same time, without blinking. "Okay, how can I not give face to my students, but only for 2 days? If you don't study hard, then I have no choice. We will definitely study hard and not lose face to Teacher Shajirching." Shajirching, who the three listened to, agreed, and immediately assured with great excitement. "Shajirching is on the move, be safe." The next day, I don't know who spread the news that Shajirching would lead the class to train 9 of Anmura's subordinates for 2 days, which caused an uproar in the village all of a sudden. My God, those 9 people are so lucky. I really want to be taught by Teacher Shajirching. Why wasn't I assigned to Teacher Shajirching's class? There are envious madness. This is a great opportunity, we must seize it and strive to get ahead, understand? This kind of opportunity is 1 in 1,000, you must do your best to learn, you know. There are also those who cherish them very much, and keep telling their children. As everyone knows, there are no students that Shajirching can't teach. The students he has taught are quite excellent, even if the talent is not high and the background is not good. Just like that, at the 7th training ground, a group of 12 people gathered in front of Shajirching. The 3 of Anmur and Nobumi stood behind Shajirching, watching Shajirching's every move. Chapter 644 Fight the Bell. It's a pleasure to be your teacher. But that doesn't mean you can be happy. From today, you are a ninja. But if you are qualified as ninjas, you need to tell me with your own grades, understand? Shajirching's face is very serious, all eyes are lowered, no one dares to look at him. Yes. But even though these genin people were in a panic, they would not show their timidity in front of Shajirching, and responded in unison. Then, the first lesson of the school starts now. This lesson is to test your teamwork ability. I believe you already know what it is. Yes, it is to fight for the bell. Then, you must be very clear about the rules. Your 3 teachers and I each have 2 bells. The person who did not grab the bell in the end will be punished. If the performance is unqualified, all the staff will be unqualified, understand? Shajirching said very sternly again, but this time, there was one person who did not avoid his gaze, but just looked at him like this. Shajirching couldn't help but deepen his impression of him. Got it. Even though everyone was flustered, they were afraid that the person who didn't grab the bell was themselves, but they didn't want to show their timidity in front of Shajirching. Very good. I hope you can understand the real purpose of grabbing the bell. If you don't understand, then I think it's hard for you to learn from me. I will discuss with you for an hour. After an hour, your destiny will depend on your own consciousness. After Shajirching finished speaking, he left with his hands behind his back. Around the 7th training ground, there are ninjas. Among these people, there are Kakashi leading the team, and Konoha various ninjas. In fact, there are even graduate genin who came to watch Shajirching's training with their respective guides. Among them, Shajirching also saw Uchiha Shisui. After seeing that his eyes were still alive, he nodded towards him, his lips moved, and he said a few words to Shajirching. Shajirching immediately interpreted it, and the words were, "Thank you." The three of Anmura Nobuomi came over, and Majoro asked, "Is this way, Teacher Shajirching, to avoid the kind of thing I did back then?" Speaking of this matter, the three of them couldn't help being silent for a while. This matter is really out of time. Shajirching replied, "With this consideration in mind, those who don't understand cherish the ninja who are considerate and considerate of their companions are not a fully qualified ninja. But more, to cultivate their teamwork ability. It's better to understand now than to understand in blood later. Isn't it? Think about this matter as soon as possible, the better it will be for their future development." Well, it's true. On this point, the three of them have no opinion. Rei Fujino asked, "However, what if they don't pass? Are they really going to be sent back to Konoha school?" Anmura Nobumi and Ma Kuro also nodded, very curious. Of course, there is no trust. I gave them an hour to discuss. If they still can't understand my intention, then go back to study and further study, so as not to harm others. Shajirching shrugged helplessly, but what she said was extremely cold, making her scalp tingling. Chapter 645 A Task That Cannot Be Done. The process of guidance is like this. If you need to be strict, you must be strict. If you need to relax, you should relax. Credit is the foundation, and means are assisted. You are all here, you should understand the importance of credit. All three nodded at the same time, indicating that they understood. Then, Shajirching told them about some guidance training methods. It was indeed the first time for the three of Anmura's Nobuomi to have dark eyes. If they didn't tell them, they really didn't know where to start. There is a saying that everything is difficult at the beginning, but when the beginning is done well, the rest is easy. He believed that the three of Anmura Nobuomi could still do it. The observation guide, Junin, just watched the 12 people and divided them into 4 groups for discussion. Afterwards, it was considered as a large group to discuss together, brainstorming ideas, and the eyes could not help flashing different colors of enlightenment. Shajirching's training method seems to be no different from theirs, but the actual implementation is different. Not only are the effects different, the effects don't seem to be exactly the same. And this scene made Shajirching Vivi smile. Nobume Anmura knew that this was the expression that Shajirching would only have when she was very satisfied. An hour soon passed. Shajirching returned to the front of the 12 people, and then said to the three of Anmura Nobumi behind him, "Grab the bell and fight." When the three heard the words, they immediately appeared in front of their respective students, and then took out their respective bells. Go. With Shajirching's order, the 4 groups immediately separated. The 3 students of Shajirching rushed towards Shajirching from different directions, and they all had a must-see in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Shajirching nodded again. But that's not enough. Shajirching's hands were like dragons, and he grabbed the 2 by their necks and threw them out. The remaining one went around behind him, put his foot on his ass, and kicked it out. If you want to get a bell, you still need to use your brains. My bell is not so easy to get. Shajurching shook the bell at his waist and said with a hint of provocation. Hey, interesting. Hearing this, Shajurching's 3 students all grinned isho, showing a strong interest. Then, the 3 of them rushed over again. Boom bang bang. But in 5 seconds, the 3 people flew out again. Come again. Shajurching hooked at the 3 of them, and the provocation became even stronger. Come again. The 3 of them drank violently and rushed over again. Bang. 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 The 3 kept flying out, and then, under the provocation of Shajurching, they continued to pounce. Persevere and keep going. But no matter how they used their tactics and how they cooperated perfectly, they were always separated from the bell on Shajurching's waist. It's obviously there, but it's just not available. Many people think that Shajurching is too strict, too harsh. He is clearly bullying people. With his strength, how could these 3 newly graduated genin be his opponents? They may never get the bell they want from Shajurching. But Shajurching didn't say stop, the 3 people didn't say it was unfair, and the rest were embarrassed to say anything. Do you want to admit defeat? Anyway, if you keep going, you won't be able to get the bell. Once again, the 3 of them were thrown out, Shajurching said extremely coldly. Contempt, Pride. Chapter 646 Something called Bondage. You won't admit defeat so easily. Teacher Shajurching, don't underestimate others. But how could these 3 concede defeat? It's so hard to become Shajurching's student, what a rare opportunity. Besides, until the end, who knows if it will work or not? Until the end, how does Mr. Shajurching know that we can't do it? We are on, Mr. Shajurching. The leader roared and rushed towards Shajurching. Okay, ambitious. Shajurching isho, full of satisfaction. Alas, how is it possible to succeed? If you think about it, you will fail again. If you want to win the bell from Shajurching, it is impossible to think about it. Alas, what a waste of effort. The surrounding ninjas couldn't help sighing and said. It's not that they don't believe these people, but this kind of moth to the fire, they have seen it many times, and they are already numb. Teacher Shajurching, do you really not give any chance at all? The battle here for Anmura Nobumi is over long ago. It's just that Shajurching is not over, they don't know how to proceed next, so they have been watching Shajurching's situation here. The Shajurching that I saw turned sideways, a bell disappeared with a swoosh, and then stepped back, and the other bell disappeared. Then, he stepped back abruptly and said, okay, it's over, congratulations on finally grabbing the bell. Shajurching announced the result. The 2 who grabbed the bell were naturally happy, while the one who didn't grab the bell looked sad and downcast. And the person who didn't grab the bell was exactly the one who once looked at Shajurching. Then, according to the regulations, you will be punished if you fail to grab the bell, then I think you should all be ready, so let's start implementing it. Shajurching glanced at the 4 genin who didn't grab the bell, and his face was full of icy expressions. Yes, the boy standing in front of Shajurching, who had tried with Shajurching, was just about to open his mouth to accept the punishment. Unexpectedly, his 2 companions suddenly said at the same time, Teacher Shajurching, we are willing to bear the punishment for him, please forgive him and let him go. Having said that, the 2 bowed deeply and pleaded. Oh, you are willing to bear the punishment for him. Then you should think about it, in case you don't satisfy me, but you will be expelled by all the staff. Shajurching's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, completely inhumane. The 2 of them looked at each other, then looked at Isho, with firm expressions in their expressions, we are sure. Without Kinosuke's cover, we would never get the bell. If we left him, we would rather start over again. Been here. Quote. This young man named Kinosuke heard this, and his eyes suddenly became wet. He never imagined that his 2 teammates would be willing to give up everything for him. Hey, we're a whole, we can't do it without you. One of them grinned Isho, quite free and easy. Yes, it's a big deal to come back for another year. Otherwise, I can't make it through. The other person also smiled, all indifferent. The surrounding ninjas listened to the words of the three of them, and their eyes could not help but flash with horror at the same time. In just an hour, the fetters were exorcised, and Shajur was too terrifying. Obviously the way is similar to them. Chapter 647. You are all qualified. What about you? Do you want to learn from them too? Give up your future for those who didn't get the bell. Shajur looked at the other three teams again, and her eyes became even colder. Hearing this, the 9 people couldn't help but glance at each other, and they all saw the struggle in the others' eyes, and they were apprehensive. They clenched their fists nervously, and cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. The scene suddenly became quiet. The quiet atmosphere made them feel even more nervous, and their faces were flushed. Then, they gritted their teeth at the same time, as if making a decision, and drank out of breath. Yes. Don't pay attention to our companions, we might as well start all over again. This sentence, like taking out all their strength, made them all slumped on the ground. But their expressions suddenly became extremely relaxed. After all, they no longer had any scruples. Now, it's up to Shajur decision. Everyone can't help but look at Shajur and leave. He saw that his face was extremely gloomy, his eyes were as sharp as knives, and he swept over everyone, causing them to tremble. You guys are well. Shajur voice that sounded like it came out of hell resounded in everyone's ears, causing them to suddenly show a look of dejection. Shajur is so angry, it seems that there is no drama. I decided. Shajur didn't seem to see the urgency on the faces of Anmura Nobuomi and the others, and her tone was solemn. You are all qualified. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned for a moment, then they were all in disbelief, and then they shouted out in a carnival. Oh! Only by shouting wildly can they express the excitement and joy in their hearts. They hugged each other and comforted each other, but the tears couldn't be stopped, and they were peaceful. Looking at Shajur again, where is the cold look just now, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his face is full of satisfaction. This expression made everyone feel a deep sense of satisfaction. Shajur wouldn't show such an expression easily, so, obviously, Shajur was very satisfied with their performance just now. Everyone, Shajur spoke again, and everyone shut up at the same time and looked at him. Tonight, on the 2nd floor of my shop, don't be late. Oh, long live teacher Shajur. Hearing this, everyone shouted happily again, and almost didn't rush up to throw Shajur. Then, I also hope that in the days to come, you will always remember this moment of your day, the meaning of companionship, and the bond between you. Shajur eyes were kind and swept across the crowd, saying, yes. Everyone shouted in unison seriously. Then let's go. Shajur gave an order. A group of 12 people looked at each other and walked out of the 7th training ground, shoulder to shoulder, and the relationship was quite close. It's really insightful. No wonder the students he taught are so united. A group of onlookers, the guidance of Shangren, looked at Shajur who was leaving, and they all knew it in their hearts. With such a strong bond, can we not unite? In Shajur small shop. When Shajur changed his clothes and arrived here, Anmura Nobume and the other 12 had all arrived. Everyone's face is full of joy, anticipation, it can be said to be restless. Chapter 648 First Mission. It's no wonder they are like this. After all, they are people who have been approved by Shajur. There seem to be very few people who can do this. Looks like I'm the last to arrive again, ha ha ha, then don't hide it and enjoy the food. With Shajur order, the banquet to reward his 5 internal organs began. In order to be afraid of being restrained by these people, the 3 of Yasun Nobuomi were specially called to another table next Monday. Otherwise, these 12 people would have been restrained enough in front of Anmura Nobuomi and the 3 of them. With this person in front of them again, they will probably be even more unable to let go. Calling Anmura Nobuomi and the other 3 over, Shajur naturally also has her own purpose. Well, you should have a preliminary idea for the next teaching. Shajurching took a sip of the wine. After all, he is an adult now, and he can finally drink. Probably, but I still want to see how Shajurching will train next. Let's see what else we need to improve. Nobume Anmura nodded, then looked at Shajurching full of anticipation, and said slyly, I have already applied to Lord Hokage, and he agreed to extend your training period from 2 days to 7 days. Hearing the words of Anmura Nobuomi, Shajurching couldn't help knocking her, and said angrily, even your teacher dares to calculate, it's time to fight. Nobumi Anmura stuck out her tongue, very playful. Hey, I knew Mr. Shajurching was the best. Hearing that Shajurching did not reject Anmura Nobumi, he was immediately excited. Can I refuse? It seems that there is no room for refusal, after all, but someone has already done it first. Shajurching rolled her eyes at her. Anmura Nobuomi was really getting darker and darker. Nobumi Yasunori just laughed. A banquet that lasted more than 2 hours. Before leaving, Shajurching admonished, I'll give you a day off tomorrow to relax, and the day after tomorrow is the day you officially start training. You are about to usher in your own difficult years, so prepare yourself mentally. Hearing Shajurching's words, Keijisuke and other 12 people couldn't help showing surprises. They heard another meaning from Shajurching's words. Shajurching will continue to serve as their guide to Shangnan. Don't be excited, it's only for a week. After a week, you still have to train with your own guides. Shajurching cast a glance at the excited crowd, and said casually. But even so, it was enough to make them happy. Shajurching's teaching, every day is a day. It can be said that the more the better. On the 3rd day, Keijisuke, who had rested for a day, appeared in front of Shajurching, all full of energy and high fighting spirit. The face is full of pride. Without him, after learning that they would continue to be taught by Shajurching for a week, I don't know how many people envy them. That's Shajurching, and being able to be taught by him for so long is a huge profit. This is an E-level mission, looking for the wealth of Grandpa Shankei's family. It's only 1 day, so I'll leave it to you. Whether it can be done or not depends on your respective ability to cooperate. Shajurching handed over a task to everyone and said, Yes, we will definitely get the job done. It's the first time to perform a mission, but these people are very happy. Chapter 649 Konoha Signboard, Shajurching. It's useless to talk about it, you have to prove it with actual actions, go ahead. Shajurching glanced at them and said, Yes. The 12 Kinosuke responded loudly and left happily. It's so good, just like us 3 years ago, naive. Seeing these people leaving, Anmura Nobumi said with emotion. Who would have thought that in 3 years, we will grow to such a degree? It's really a future that can't be bullied. Fujino Ling also sighed with a memory on her face. Regardless of the past and future, let's just fight for the day. Ma Kuro clenched his fists and said firmly. Hearing the emotions of his 3 students, Shajurching couldn't deny it. Then, I took out a scroll, which was about the development of the Tongsheng port area. Although people are not in the country of water, the things that should be paid attention to, still have to be paid attention to. You can do it too. Of course, it is impossible for Anmura Nobume to go to the 3 of them. Like Shajurching, she supports being the shopkeeper and doesn't care about anything. They went to the mission location of the 12 Kinosuke people, and went to supervise and observe. According to Shajurching's teaching method in the past, when the team was in a bottleneck, he gave some guidance so that they could continue to fight. So far, it's doing pretty well, and these people are doing their best, but they will continue to do so in the future. If someone gives me bad things, I have to be sorry. Shajurching spread out the scroll, took out the pen and started writing on the scroll. The Naruto building not far away. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, I really don't want him to become a guide to Jonin. The means of buying people's hearts are too powerful. Seeing Shajurching sitting cross-legged under the shade of a tree and writing quietly, Jirai also said with envy on his face. Once, he once had such a life. Yeah, he already has his own will, and, with a high position and authority, we can't touch him. Namikaze Minato also sighed. He was both happy and worried about Shajirching's existence, but in general, the joy outweighed the worry. By now, Shajirching had already become Konoha's signature. Without this signboard, Konoha would have been breached several times. Alas, let him go, as long as he hasn't threatened Konoha. Jirai also sighed like this. Shajirching's power made him despair for a while. In this world, he has yet to find a ninja who can balance Shajirching. Such a powerful and uncontrollable person is still in a high position in Konoha, and I don't know if it is the right choice. Time, just in the cooperation, quarrel, reconciliation, understanding, and collaboration of Kinosuke and his party, a week has passed. It's been a week, and you've all grown up a lot. I believe you've all learned a lot. Then, you have to train hard in the future. Do you understand? Shajirching looked at the 12 eyes in front of her with incomparable determination, and the little guys who already had cooperation bonds with each other could not help but feel a little emotional. Yes. The 12 Kinosuke thought they would be sad, but when it happened, they found that they would not. Some only have a full sense of harvest, a sense of accomplishment, and a sense of inspiration. This is something they have never experienced before. They never felt that training turned out to be such a comfortable thing. Not only is it fun, but you can also learn a lot of things you've never noticed before. Chapter 650 The Rich Shajirching. Then, let's go. Tonight, we will see you on the second floor. Shajirching said with a smile, and the 12 people immediately called out with joy. But don't mention it, only the rich and powerful Shajirching can do this kind of thing. Who made him rich? With his current worth, he can almost buy Konoha. So Hokage had to feel emotional from time to time, and if he borrowed money from Shajirching, he would sell Konoha to him. And in all this, the happiest one is Shajirching's elder sister, Jasmine. My brother Shajirching is really amazing. This is one of her most frequently spoken words, full of pride. She never thought that one day she would have a younger brother. I would never have thought that my younger brother would be so good at doing business. And it can do such a big business. But Shajirching seems to be doing a trivial little thing and doesn't care. This made Jasmine sigh with emotion. People who do big business really don't care about these small money. Every time Shajirching heard Jasmine teasing her, he just wanted to say, "That's because I've seen a lot of money in another world, so I'm naturally calm." But there was no way he could say these words to Jasmine. Time, like the sand between your fingers, is gone forever. In a blink of an eye, it was the beginning of April in Konoha 56. It has been a year and a half since Shajirching led Kinosuke and other 12 people. It was the turn of spring and summer, the temperature of the sun was just right, and the wind was also a little anxious. If you find a cool place, sit or lie down, take a sip of wine, and read the newspaper, it should be excellent. A certain man named Shajirching would enjoy doing just that. Lying in the shade of a tree in my yard, sipping a little wine and shaking my calves, life is so pleasant. The surroundings are quiet and the atmosphere is relaxed, except for the chirping of Vivi's birds, or the rustling of grass or leaves. But soon, this quiet atmosphere was interrupted. Mr. Shajirching, it was successful, it was successful. A hurried voice came from outside Shajirching's courtyard. I saw a 13-year-old youth with sharp eyes and firm eyes, rushing in with a look of joy. It's amazing, Mr. Shajirching, we all passed, and our grades are among the best. The young man said this to Shajirching lying on the chair, his face was full of excitement. Hee, I have to thank you for your own efforts. Without your efforts, there would be no achievement today. Shajirching was not surprised and said very calmly. Those geniuses have all been compared by us, Teacher Shajirching, they all said that you can master magic and can transform our aptitude. This young man looked at Shajirching with admiration on his face, his eyes were extremely hot. Shajirching waved his hand and said, I don't have any magic, I just provide you with a way to think. Teach that knowledge to you in a method that is most acceptable to you. It is a blessing for you to realize that it is your blessing. If you do not realize it, you can only say that your skill is not enough. Calm. Okay, Kinosuke, go crazy, you have worked hard for more than a year, now you have the capital to show off. Shajirching waved his hand in a driving tone, quite impatient. Hey, yes, Teacher Shajirching, you still understand us. This young man is Wei Jisuke, and he immediately showed a happy expression when he heard Shajirching's words. Chapter 651. Isn't this normal operation? Have you heard? Kinosuke was a blockbuster, and actually defeated the genius of the Hinata clan. Isn't this a normal operation? You don't think Shajirching's students won the first place? That's right, his classmates can't lift their heads up every year and become the most dazzling existence. I really don't know what kind of magic he has. Obviously, everyone was just a mediocre person in the beginning, but when they got into his hands, they all became geniuses. On this day, Konoha was full of voices of discussion, and there was no lack of envy and exclamation. Walking on the road, each of the 12 Kinosuke felt an unprecedented comfort. This sense of achievement, and the feeling of being amazed, really makes people feel as if they can fly, it's so comfortable. Of course, under the guidance of Shajirching, they have already understood what it means to keep a low profile and keep a low profile. Therefore, even though they achieved impressive results, they never showed the slightest arrogance on their faces, nor did they look down on anyone, being peaceful and modest. Let those who lost to them feel a little better. Naruto Office. It's been a year and a half since I started teaching, what a prodigy. Even if it's a Junin exam, it's too hard to give in, but because of age and qualifications, only the Junin exam can be taken, even Sarutobi teacher is not so good at teaching. Jiraiya looked at Kinosuke and the others, and once again realized what a genius is. 130 is already very slow, at least for Shajirching, it is slow enough. In 1 year, he handed over the 3 of Yasen's Nobumi, who all possess the same level of strength, but could only be tested by Chunin. And in that Chunin exam, it shines. Neifeng Minato sighed sadly behind him. Shajirching's evildoer has already made him a former genius breathless. Even if he has worked hard enough. It's just that whenever he thought he was about to catch up with Shajirching, Shajirching can always let him know that he is still far away from him. Even if he is open-minded like a wave of wind and water, sometimes he can't help thinking in his heart, since Yu Sheng is born, why Sheng Liang? One era does not need 2 geniuses. In the past year, the ninja world has remained unsettled. It's just me, Konoha, a little calmer. Namikaze Minato looked at the sky in the distance, and there was some emotion in his tired expression. The position of Hokage, only when you really sit on it, will you know how difficult it is. Even a genius is like a wave of wind and water, but he can't help but tremble and walk on thin ice. I am afraid that one mistake of my own will cause irreversible consequences. Yeah, the rest of the 4 major ninja villages are not very peaceful. Jiraiya also knew the meaning of Namikaze Minato's words. The past year and a half. As if the rest of the 4 ninja villages had agreed, various things happened one after another. First, there was a riot in the village of Cheyenne Village, resulting in the death of 18 medical ninjas assisted by Konoha, which had a great impact. Then, Zuli, the 8-tailed man of Union Village, suddenly rioted. Among them, there is the figure of Orochimaru, and Union Village sent people to find trouble in Konoha Village. Then, the genius Jonin of Union Village, Deidara, the strongest explosive ninja, defected. Joining the organization named Shao, who once killed 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha Village sent people to put pressure on Iwayan Village. In the end, Mizuka Gyakura, the 4th generation of Kurikan Village, fell ill and died. Terumi Mei appeared on the stage of the 5 generations of Water Shadows, opened the Foggy Village, traded with the trade port area, and changed the name of the hometown of blood fog. Chapter 652 Terumi May, what do you want to do? It can be said that in the past year and a half, the workload of Namikaze Minato has doubled. Either you are threatened by a certain ninja village today, or you will condemn a certain ninja village tomorrow, and beware of the rise of some ninja villages. It's not tiring. Fortunately, Shajirching helped to solve the matter of the trade port, which relieved him a lot of pressure. In terms of political and military capabilities, Minato Namaifung is not inferior to Shajirching. However, when it comes to the economic level, he stops cooking. The same is true for Jirai. When I see economic matters, I get a big head start. In the entire Konoha, the only people with strong economic ability are Danzo and Shajirching. In particular, Shajirching is simply a natural economic expert. In the eyes of Namaifung Minato, the problem that seemed to be extremely big and completely impossible to start with, in the hands of Shajirching, it was solved at once. Therefore, Namaifung Minato simply handed over all economic matters to Shajirching. The turmoil is a little turbulent, but at least it is peaceful on the surface, and there is no war. This is the greatest benefit. Absolute peace does not exist, and Jirai also understands this. In this chaotic world, it is almost enough to be able to save yourself alone. In the shade. There are really too many refugees in the land of water. Shajirching looked at the news in his hand, and Vivi couldn't help frowning. I don't know what kind of pillow wind Terumi May blew to the name of the country of water, and he kept recruiting civilians. Naturally, as one of the trading ports, the area under the jurisdiction of Shajirching has become one of the gathering places for refugees. But Shajirching couldn't refuse. After all, the population is a valuable asset in this troubled world. However, batches come every 2 or 3 days, which is annoying. But when there are too many refugees, it is easy to cause trouble. The ghost knows how many people with hearts are in there. Terumi May, what are you trying to do? Do you want to take the opportunity to sneak in a spy? Shajirching rubbed his brows, and immediately attributed this matter to Terumi May. After all, in more than a year, he has uncovered several waves of spies from Wuin village. Terumi may not be the most outstanding among the 5 shadows, but her mind is not inferior to any old fox. After taking charge of Wuin village for only 1 year, it has already made Wuin village a lot stronger. Recruit talents, develop the economy, and strengthen the military force. She stumbled as a female figure, stabilized Wuin village, and changed the impression of Wuin village's hometown of blood and mist. Today's Wuin village, after you go there, you will never feel that this is the place that still had the name of hometown of blood mist a year ago. Calm and settle. Even Shajirching has to admit that this woman is very powerful. I don't know if it's because of me. If you don't cut it, you won't defect. The dried persimmon ghost shark has never left, and the loquat Shazang is still alive. There is also a talent in Wuin village. Shajirching said that, of course, there is a basis for it. Now, there is only a drop of the knife, and the long knife sewing needle has no owner. The other 5 knives already have owners. Moreover, there are also people with weird blood boundaries like Ghost Lantern Shueyu. The current strength of Wuin village cannot be underestimated by anyone. After all, the 3 tales of Hidden Mist village did not disappear like in the original book. Chapter 653 Trade Port Area. Oh, forget it, let's take a trip yourself. Who made me not allow others to touch my things? Shajirching got up, packed up the things that were going on a long journey, got the pass from Hokage, and set off towards the land of water. Unlike many ninjas who are afraid of the sea and seasick, Shajirching can be said to be the person in the entire ninja world who is least afraid of the sea and never gets seasick. He was even able to travel all over the world on a boat by himself. What storm, tsunami, seems to be worthless in front of him. This makes Shajirching, who is already strong enough, add a lot of mysterious colors to his body again. In this regard, Shajirching just wanted to say, what is this compared to the devastating weather in the New World? The land of water, Hamishima. Check in, don't get crowded. Go to bathe and change after registering, don't bring germs into the city. After taking a bath, you will receive a sign and you will be given free food. At the same time, someone will give you work guidance, so you don't have to worry about finding your way out of life. When Shajurching arrived here, the work of accepting refugees was proceeding in an orderly manner. Shajurching looked at these people at work, Vivi nodded. He knew that among these refugees, there must be many spies. After all, the novelty of the trade port area, once it came out, caused a huge sensation in the world. It is not known how many countries are ready to follow suit. Therefore, it can be said that there are thousands of manpower sent out in the open and secret, and they all want to learn from the learning experience, and then copy the past. As long as individuals can understand the benefits of commercial ports. Don't you see the country of water, which has been lagging behind before, after establishing a trade port area with the country of fire, the economy has developed rapidly. Otherwise, the name of the land of water will not open up so many trade port areas immediately to attract investment. But as long as the secrets are not involved, some spies Shajurching will turn a blind eye and let them pass the test. It's good to share with everyone. The countless historical facts of Shajurching's previous life have already told him that eating alone will not work. The direction of Shajurching is the location of the management department of the commerce port area. However, along the way, some sights made Vivi frown. But he didn't say anything, but came to the management department of the Tongsheng port area. There are more important things waiting for him to solve. The District Management Department of Tongsheng Port is a management team composed of representatives of various business groups. Here, they are almost the emperors of the earth, who control the life and death of everyone in this trading port area. It can be said that they are absolutely aloof. But at this moment, as soon as they heard that Shajurching was coming, they all greeted him respectfully, not daring to have the slightest bit of air. Everyone, stay safe. Shajurching greeted them very politely, and asked them to quickly say, don't dare, the commander-in-chief is polite. Shajurching's identity here is naturally not a high-level Konoha village, Konoha Yorin. It is the deputy commander of the guards of the Fire Kingdom who manages these business representatives. Several people took their seats one after another, arranged according to their identities. Lord Superintendent, it's not a solution for these refugees to always accept it like this. The population density is getting bigger and bigger, and the contradictions are getting bigger and bigger. The plans you made in the past are too tolerant of these refugees. Let them become more courageous and act recklessly to the extent that they have already harmed the interests of the immigrant people of our country of fire. If you don't change, our work will be difficult. From the very beginning, someone poured bitter water on Shajurching. Chapter 654 It's my wishful thinking. I came here for this matter. The management plan is indeed my wishful thinking, so let's revise it. We must not sacrifice the interests of law-abiding citizens to meet the excessive demands of those people. Shajurching blushed a little when he heard this, and pretended to say it with a serious face. Really, you finally agreed, great. Hearing that Shajurching agreed to the request to amend the regulations, these people immediately stood up excitedly. No wonder they were so excited, it was because they had been troubled by some refugees before. However, they could not be severely punished because of the management bill, but could only sigh and beat their chests, and suffered a lot of criticism. Moreover, after these refugees have done bad things and found that they have not been severely punished, they have become more and more reckless. Their actions naturally brought more refugees to join in. It has seriously affected the order management of this trading port, and harmed the interests of the citizens of the Land of Fire and the local citizens of the Land of Water. There have been many folk voices saying that these refugees will be expelled. Naturally, this caused a lot of contradictions, making the situation in this trade port area even more turbulent. And this has affected the commercial development of this trading port. Many people have come forward to ask them to revise the management bill. But these managers, in awe of Xia Zhiqing's power, how dare they move? So many people have resentment towards Xia Zhiqing. Tell me about your ideas, the improvement plan, you can all talk about it. Xia Zhiqing asked them to express their opinions. However, after hearing his words, the people he saw showed a trace of embarrassed smiles. Then he said, "Actually, to tell you the truth, before you came, we have already formulated a more complete bill, please take a look." With that said, the person closest to Xia Muyang took out a scroll from his arms and carefully handed it to Xia Muyang. "Look if there is anything else that needs to be revised, if not, we can almost implement the promulgation." This person looked at Xia Zhiqing with an uneasy expression and asked in a low voice. Xia Zhiqing didn't answer him, just looked at the contents on the scroll, frowning from time to time. This scene made these people feel anxious and restless at the same time. Looking at Xia Zhiqing's expression, it seems very difficult for him to agree to this new bill. Of course, if Xia Zhiqing did not agree, they would not dare to mess around. Don't look at the fact that they usually say that Xia Zhiqing is pedantic and young, and they say that they have to persuade Xia Zhiqing to change. But when Xia Zhiqing really appeared in front of them, how could they still have the slightest thought? Absolutely gone. Under Xia Zhiqing's super aura, they only had two words in their hearts: obedience. I dare not have any idea of resistance. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet, the depression was uncomfortable, and I couldn't breathe. Everyone's eyes were looking at Xia Zhiqing expectantly. They didn't say let Xia Zhiqing agree completely, as long as Xia Zhiqing agreed with the above half, they can govern those refugees ruthlessly. After an hour, Xia Zhiqing put down the scroll, closed his eyes, and fell into silence. This made the representatives of these various groups even more nervous. They all had an ominous premonition. Chapter 655. They are unkind, and I am unjust. The above bill needs further discussion. After a long time, Xia Zhiqing said such a sentence. Alas! When the delegates heard this, all of them couldn't help but turn gloomy, downcast, and very disappointed. When I say what are you missing, I mean the bill is too lenient and needs to be discussed further. Seeing their appearance, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help sighing again, but he couldn't help but smile a little bitterly. What? It's too loose, what else is needed? Let's discuss it again. Hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, these representatives still didn't react for a while. When they reacted, all of them couldn't help showing ecstasy. Really, that's great. They jumped up with excitement, and they were so happy that they burst into tears. It's hard work, I've taken this for granted and neglected human nature. Xia Zhiqing stood up and apologized to them. How dare these people bear it, quickly retreat. Then, a few people sat down again, and began to manage the bill and began to discuss it. Since I give them face and they don't want it, then don't give it. If they are unkind, I am unjust. Article 1. All people living in the management area are divided into 3 classes, enjoy different treatment, and must not overstep. Among them, all the people from the land of water and the people who immigrated from the land of fire are the first-class people. There are outstanding contributors among the refugees, awarded the second class, with many characters. The rest are the third class, awarded to the Xuanzi congregation. Finally, those with bad temperaments and others will be given the lowest rank, and those with yellow characters will be given the lowest grades. Those who do not make great contributions will not be allowed to upgrade their grades. In addition, all levels are not completely fixed. If the Tianzi group commits a crime, it may also be reduced to the yellow letter group all the way. If the yellow characters make outstanding contributions and have good character, they may be promoted all the way to the heavenly characters. After Xia Zhiqing finished speaking, he glanced at everyone, and then said very sternly, this article should be placed in a conspicuous position at the front of the bill, in red and bold. No need to discuss, no public opinion. Enforce it. Everyone, do you have any comments? He looked at the representatives of the major business groups present and asked. No, this is the best way, it will definitely inspire their fighting spirit. These people looked at each other as if they knew Xia Zhiqing for the first time, and they all saw shock in each other's eyes. Who said that Xia Zhiqing was kind and peaceful, mediocre and incompetent? This is clearly a ruthless man who is decisive and skillful in killing. Treat you well, don't cherish it, well, let's be ruthless, without any hesitation. From him, there is absolutely no trace of the smiling Xia Zhiqing that made people feel close to him in the past. And the following revisions made them more fully aware of Xia Zhiqing's ruthlessness and clever methods. In terms of punishment, it can be said to be severe, but there is also some human touch. For example, the sentence, in special circumstances, the management team can unanimously determine that the punishment can be reduced as appropriate. But in terms of rewards, they are quite generous, enough to make many people forget the severity of punishment. It wasn't until this moment that they remembered that Xia Zhiqing was a murderer without blinking an eye. How could he be gentle? The more revisions to the back, the more smiles on their faces. Chapter 656 Don't Give Any Face. They have almost seen the wailing of the aliens. Their arrogance will definitely be smothered, and they will be honest from now on. Just like the most classic, but also the most ruthless one, the crime of rape shall be punished with a fine, and in addition to flogging, you must wear the moral ring issued. The so-called moral ring is a black collar around the neck, which records the time and name of the criminal. Always remind the criminal himself, or others, that this person has done such a thing. It can be said that it does not give the slightest face at all. Criminals never want to see anyone again. Only outstanding contributions can be taken down, and rich rewards will be given to eliminate names. However, if it is committed again, the moral ring level will increase, and the conditions for taking it down will also be doubled. There are many more regulations like this. After the revision, it is already midnight. But none of these people feel sleepy. There is only excitement. Because, they can already foresee the restoration of order in this trade port area, and those refugees, their happy days are coming to an end. Do you think I'm a little too cruel? Xia Zhiqing took a sip of water, looked at these excited people, and asked. Hey, there is indeed a point. The person who handed the scroll earlier, with a guilty conscience, grabbed his head and smiled. Then he added, however, this is more effective. Xia Zhiqing nodded, then sighed and said, I thought that my kindness would allow these people to settle down in this trade port area, and then do things honestly, everyone and live a peaceful life. But, having said this, Xia Zhiqing's tone suddenly became cold. The temperature in the whole house dropped a lot all of a sudden, which made these people shudder. Not everyone is so conscious, but they think I'm a bully, relying on loopholes in the law to act recklessly. Running domineering, bullying the market, bullying men and women, everything you see is a rebellion of refugees, and the good people have suffered for a long time. My hard work has been messed up. Since they don't give face, don't blame me for not giving face. Print and distribute the bill as soon as possible, and it will be publicized within 2 days to collect public opinion. If there is little objection, it will be implemented immediately. At the same time, all criminal case files will be reviewed for judgment. It's time for a bolt from the blue in this day in Hamashima. Otherwise, it is not enough to deter Xiao Xiao, and it is not enough to convince the quartet. The normal market order requires not only bills, but also powerful means of thunder. If there is a big objection, the case files of these crimes will be printed out. Let everyone see clearly what the meaning of this bill is. Whose interests are being protected. After these remarks, the murderous intent was awe-inspiring, the blood of these people was boiling, their faces were flushed, and they were extremely excited. Yes. They left. Each one seemed to have lost more than 10 kilograms, and the wind was blowing under their feet. Such a little girl, you can also go down and be violent. An LT, P and GT. So lonely grandma, you have the heart to hurt. With such a good market order, you want to disrupt the collection of protection fees, do you really take my kindness as weakness? Since you didn't pay attention to me, let you all pay attention to me this time. Shajirching looked at the night sky in the distance, his eyes narrowed, and there was a sharp light inside. This time, Shajirching was really angry. He originally thought that it was just a lot of refugees, which slightly affected the order here. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. Where he visited unannounced, every step of the way was startling. Chapter 657 Revenge. What happened? However, there must be someone behind the scenes, otherwise, the refugees alone would not be able to become such a big climate. Who is it? Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I will let you understand the consequences of provoking me. Shajirching most hope that no one is behind this. Of course, if someone instructs him, he will have no choice but to retaliate. Shajirching has never been a loser. Another place not far from this commercial port area. Sir, do you really want to keep doing this? That's the Thunder Ninja Shajirching, who kills without blinking an eye. If we let him know that we are behind the scenes, he will not let us go. A man who looked like a servant said to the old man in Chinese clothes sitting on the futon. HMPH, he has encroached on so many of my interests, shouldn't I be allowed to fight back? He is so stupid. Since he must treat the refugees like relatives, how can I waste a piece of his kindness? Isn't it good to sit and watch him lose money? Even the people are struggling and resentment overflowing. He has caused so much damage to our country of water. You don't see the name of the country of water. Do you think I did a good job? I have a big name to protect me. I'm afraid of what he will do. Could it be that he can rush to the door and teach me a lesson? HMPH, he wouldn't dare even if I borrow 10 courage from him. The old man in Chinese clothes snorted coldly, and his face was full of arrogance and contempt. That's right, the villain is short-sighted. This time, the person quickly nodded and admitted his mistake, and then backed out. HMPH, the sovereignty of our country of water has been turbulent, and they have been humiliated as a semi-colonial. What's wrong with taking revenge on you? In addition, you are still such a virgin, and I feel sorry for your kindness if I don't make you do it. Hum, I want to see how long your trading port can last. The sinister issue of the old man in Chinese clothes. Those refugees already occupy 4/5 of the total population. The natives of the land of water, as well as the people of the land of fire you emigrated, are completely at a disadvantage. When they are also completely disappointed in you, your trading port can be closed, and at the same time, your reputation will be completely wiped out. Of course, if you can make up your mind and disregard the name of mercy, you can fix them. But in that case, it will inevitably cause a lot of dissatisfaction, and then there will really be a good show to watch. I'm looking forward to whether you can withstand the danger of being beaten by chickens and eggs and ruin your reputation and rectify the order. Hamashima. The next day, millions of people living on this place were suddenly gathered on the major squares. Then, I heard the content of the management bill after the reform. Many people were immediately excited, and even burst into tears. They suddenly had a sense of relief that the haze over their heads had been swept away. But of course there are also objections. The objection is nothing more than too harsh, inhumane, and will lead to contradictions. Some people even clamored that this bill will not let people live, and it is obvious that it will force people to rebel. Those who said this were instantly captured and imprisoned. Then, all those who objected were given a piece of paper and a pen, allowing them to write down the reasons for their objection, as well as their suggestions, and sign them. If the signature is wrong, the opinion is invalid. Finally, after these opinions were accepted, they were told, everyone who raises objections must be responsible for their own words, and if it is found that the person has committed a crime, the crime will be added. Chapter 658 I am an executioner. Immediately, many people directly changed their minds and agreed to the implementation of the bill. But there are also people who see that something is wrong and want to escape from Hamashima and get away with impunity. But all the exits have already been blocked by Shajirching. Everyone can't get out. At this point, If there are still people who have not responded that something is wrong, then it is really a waste of life. In the end, after 5 days of public opinion collection, the bill was approved by 1.21 million people and passed. Once the bill was passed, all kinds of people who had committed crimes suddenly became restless. They all clamored, without the consent of Xia Zhiqing, they can't touch them. Saying that this is a bill that has not been approved by Xia Zhiqing cannot be counted. They were lucky and felt that this was definitely not what Xia Zhiqing meant. How could Xia Zhiqing treat them like this? Xia Zhiqing is so easy to bully. As long as the time comes to intercede with Xia Zhiqing, the wicked will sue first. With Xia Zhiqing's benevolent and generous character, and because he didn't understand the situation when he first arrived, he would definitely ask for a postponement. In this way, they have enough time to operate, and when the time comes, they can say that the white is also black. But unfortunately, this time their wishful thinking will come to nothing. Not long after they thought about it, Xia Zhiqing responded directly to them, "You don't need to look for him. This management bill was authorized to be revised by him. If you have any questions, you can ask him to respond. But the implementation of the bill cannot be delayed, and no one should use any excuse to hinder the promulgation of the bill." Xia Zhiqing's appearance made all the interested people suddenly have no excuses. They are resentful, angry. Therefore, Xia Zhiqing was called the most ignorant manager of all time by these angry and resentful people. Those good reputations accumulated before have all been destroyed. But Xia Zhiqing didn't care. Is he a benevolent man? No. Does he care about his reputation? Not give a damn about. As long as he doesn't steal or rob, or commit adultery or prostitution, whatever others say. He goes his way, let others say go. Of course, if someone deliberately slandered him, don't blame him for being rude. For a long time, his reputation for being kind and peaceful has made many people forget that he is a executioner, ninja who kills without blinking an eye. Will his heart be kind? Bullshit, isn't it? Under Xia Zhiqing's terrifying reputation, there are also means prepared in advance, and those who want to do things have no chance. The Second Generation Management Act was successfully promulgated and implemented. Since the promulgation and implementation of the new Management Act, the order of the entire trade court area has suddenly become much better. Those refugees suddenly became very well behaved. For fear that someone would make trouble for them, they were so afraid. The local people all applauded. Xia Zhiqing's second generation bill came at such a good time. Just solved their biggest difficulty. The miserable people who were bullied by those refugees finally had a feeling of turning over and being the master. They finally felt that the owner of this commercial port was them. Not those refugees. Before, these refugees were like parasites on this trading port. Relying on the benefits given by the act, they are arrogant and domineering and bully the market. Let them, locals are about to die. Well now, Xia Zhiqing finally heard their intentions, and as soon as he made a move, it was a thunder crit. Take these arrogant refugees and rectify them all at once. Chapter 659. Where is the mercy? Watching those evil gangs who shouted, "This is the first time for me, let me go, I know I was wrong, I will definitely try to correct it, I will never dare again," and other words were beheaded. The whole business, the people in the port area are all excited. No one will pity them. If I knew today, why was it in the first place? When they did evil in the first place, they had thought about what would happen today. The bloody case has deterred more people with dissent, and the atmosphere of the entire trade port area is very solemn. The chaotic and desperate atmosphere before has become clear and peaceful. Management. Lord Xia Zhiqing, you are really amazing. Now everyone is praising you for being a big blue sky. All the representatives touted Xia Zhiqing, their faces were full of admiration. Okay, you know I don't do this. Besides, this matter was originally my fault, and I have the obligation and responsibility to handle this matter well. Xia Zhiqing waved his hand, indicating that these people don't need to be so kind. He believed that any one of them could do it. They can do better. It's just that he doesn't necessarily have the strong determination and confidence of Xia Zhiqing. Besides, his intention to call these people here today was not to listen to them boasting about himself. Okay, this thing is over. Let's talk about the next thing. Xia Zhiqing said. His expression suddenly became extremely serious, and said, I understand your thoughts and feelings about the rapid development of the trade port area. First of all, praise, these representatives can't help but sink in their hearts. They are all human beings, and they all understand what awaits them next. Want to suppress first. Come to think of it, the next thing waiting for them is Xia Zhiqing's problem. They couldn't help sitting up straight, and their breathing suddenly slowed down a lot. Development can be done, but environmental safety must also be taken into account, but I only see development in you, and I don't see the slightest idea of taking care of the environment. Why, you guys forgot my philosophy so quickly. When it came to this, Xia Zhiqing was already full of gloomy expressions, and a chilling murderous intent swept across their necks, causing them to shudder. Gollum. Hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, these people seemed to have been suddenly poured into a basin of icy cold water in June, and their bodies were extremely cold. Cold sweat, wet all over the body at once. I want both gold and silver mountains, but also clear water and green mountains. I think it should be forgotten so soon. Xia Zhiqing glanced at them gloomily, but why do I see serious pollution, vegetation being destroyed, fertile fields being engulfed by seawater, etc., which should not occur? I still remember that I set up funds for this. In theory, these things would not have happened, but now they are, so that means the money is gone. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Xia Zhiqing's mouth, but these people were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground, their teeth chattering. Can I doubt that you have embezzled the money? These words are light and without any emotion. But the murderous intent contained in it can be heard by anyone. As we all know, Xia Zhiqing has a smile on the corner of his mouth, which means that he has murderous intentions, or he is very satisfied. And now, apparently not satisfied. Chapter 660. You are so timely. Xia Zhiqing's current aura is so powerful that these people can't even speak clearly. The more they can't explain clearly, the more panic they are, the more panic they get, the colder they sweat. The more I sweat, the less energy I have to speak. If you don't have the strength to speak, the more you can't speak. Such a cycle simply makes them feel hopeless and want to die. Xia Zhiqing spoke at this time, interrupting their thoughts. Give you a week to restore funds. In a month, I want to see the results. If not, then go talk to the Kono of the Kingdom of Fire. Xia Zhiqing's unquestionable voice made them all feel like they were being forgiven. They hurriedly kowtowed and assured, it must be sure. Xia Zhiqing waved his hand, indicating that they can leave. They immediately fled the scene as if they were crawling. Xia Zhiqing walked out of the management department. On the street. Lord Xia Zhiqing is mighty. Lord Xia Zhiqing, you are really great. This bill was promulgated too timely. That's what I want. Otherwise, those people always think they are guests and can go wild. After Xia Zhiqing appeared on the street, he immediately received a lot of praise. Hearing what they said, Xia Zhiqing nodded, but blushed a little, and walked all the way through. Of course, not everyone welcomed Xia Zhiqing. There are complex expressions and resentment. But no one dared to be presumptuous in front of Xia Zhiqing. This time, after Xia Zhiqing has strengthened the management of household registration, he will be punished terribly if he wants to be presumptuous. That kind of punishment is enough to deter people. Xia Zhiqing, you bastard, why are you doing this to us? Isn't it just hiring some people to collect some protection fees? As for the heavy sentence, is it 20 years in prison? Damn, I don't accept it. When did I commit such a big crime? You are taking personal revenge, I don't accept it. Ah, Xia Zhiqing, you have to die. Words like this are constantly coming out from the mouths of various judgments. In the entire management area, there are servants who take people. Those who have committed crimes, all of them are in a state of fear all day long, and they all have their tails tucked in their heads. One by one is terrifying. There are those who want to abscond, those who can't stand the pressure and surrender themselves to reduce their punishment, and those who resist and die. In the entire management area, tranquility and turmoil coexist. You can see all kinds of samurai everywhere, soldiers on duty. Under the deployment of Xia Zhiqing, it was orderly. This rectification campaign, which lasted for a week, is basically over. Under the leadership of Xia Zhiqing, no one dared to mess around. And those places with problems have also begun to step into the track of correction. In particular, environmental problems are rapidly entering the process of improvement. But those who are dissatisfied are even more dissatisfied. But under the shock of Xia Zhiqing, no one dared to move. Moreover, under the continuous pressure of Xia Zhiqing, these people's life is getting worse and worse. They can't help but start planning their way back. After all, if it goes on like this, they really have no way out. It was at this time that their people suddenly brought a piece of news that was very interesting to them. Wealthy Port, the land of water, is vigorously recruiting new talents. As long as you pay 100,000 yen, you can get all kinds of easy and high-paying jobs. And become all kinds of talents, respected, status, beauty all have. Moreover, it seems to know that some people will not believe it. Chapter 661 Kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, the person who spread this news also brought several representatives who had already held high positions in the country of water and lived a very rich life to explain the specific process to them. When they heard this kind of news, they were already very moved. When these representatives said it, they were completely moved. Never thought that this would be a trap. For them, it doesn't matter whether it is a trap or not. It's important that they get out of here quickly. They've had enough here. But everyone who just had this idea, when they think of the defense of the current trade port area, Hamishima, can't help but start to back off. But the delegates lined up to assure them that if they couldn't figure it out, they didn't want the money. This guarantee made them even more excited. Also more convinced of these representatives. So, after the representative told them the corresponding method. On a dark and windy night, under the leadership of the representatives, a group of them left Hamishima safely. Ha ha ha, it's finally out. Damn Xia Zhiqing, you wait for me, wait until the labor and capital develop, and see how I kill you. As soon as they walked out of the frontier gate of Hamishima, these people suddenly became excited, and they all cursed aloud. As if to vent all the anger in his heart. But their voices were probably too loud, and they immediately caught the attention of the border guards. That representative quickly left with everyone. From a distance, you could hear the screams of the frontier guards coming from behind. Let these desperate people in Hamishima feel more and more that the representatives who lead them to a great future are really capable. Hamishima Management Department. Isn't it inappropriate to just let them go? A consortium representative looked at Xia Zhiqing with his hands on his back, and asked a little apprehensively. It doesn't matter, I have already arranged everything. The worst result is that they will be wiped out, and it will not cause much trouble. Xia Zhiqing said without looking back, calm and confident. After dealing with these matters in Hamishima, Xia Zhiqing asked people to investigate the troubles of the bastards. Then, I found the figure of the person in charge of the wealthy port of the country of water. After learning the news, Xia Zhiqing immediately came up with a way to kill with a knife. Being calculated by others and not taking revenge is not his style. First of all, send all the stubborn members of Hamishima to Fugi Port to solve the unstable factors within Hamishima. Then, use them to bring down those in power in Fugigang. In the end, for those stubborn elements who have no use value, even if the land of water does not kill them, Xia Zhiqing will not let them go. Their unstable factors are a scourge to keep. Don't worry, you won't fail, trust me. Hearing Xia Zhiqing say this, the representatives naturally have no opinion. Probably these people wouldn't have thought that they were just chess pieces from beginning to end, and they were the ones who threw themselves into the sea of fire. The representative of the Sasaki consortium had an inexplicable expression on his face. When they get there, if they find out they have been deceived, there is no way they can leave there. And, after the situation will get worse, it will probably collapse directly. Another representative of a consortium took a sip of tea with a playful smile on his face. Chapter 662 Earn Money Together. They are dead, and they are only dead. Rebelling against Lord Shajirching and harming the interests of Bangdao, did they think they can still be safe? He is another representative of a consortium, but his murderous intent is awe-inspiring. The land of water, the rich port. Ha ha ha, I know how powerful Shajirching is. It turned out to be just a paper tiger with a stubbornness, and it just looks scary. It's a shame that we have been frightened by this paper tiger for so long. But it doesn't matter, starting today, we are about to start our new life. Yes, a new life is waiting for us. When the time comes, when you and I are both rich and successful, we will invest in the country of fire and apply to go to Hamashima. Ha ha ha, I can come as I want, and what about him, Shajirching? He can only hold his nose and admit it, and let me do whatever I want. Although the people are full of dust, their spirits are abnormally high and passionate. It's as if each of them will become a great person in the future. As for the 100,000 yen that needs to be paid, they don't care at all. Who doesn't have a 100,000 yen fortune? Besides, this kind of thing is so difficult, isn't it normal to spend 100,000 yen? They even felt that 100,000 yen was too little. It's just that the representative told them that if you have money, everyone will make it together. Therefore, I gave them a lot of discounts, so that what originally required 1 million to do became 100,000. And this makes these people more convinced of these representatives. After these people landed and registered their names, they all entered Fugi Harbor. No one noticed that after they had completely entered, 2 soldiers at the gate of the city nodded to each other, and a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes. Brothers, the certificates we issued are sometimes disapproved by some officials of the land of water, or they make things difficult. Then what should we do at this time? There is no other way, that is to make trouble, organize a parade to make trouble. Only by drawing attention can those officials be forced to realize the seriousness of the matter. Only we'll give up making things difficult for us, don't recognize it, and successfully get the job. Also, don't be afraid that you won't be able to clean up after the trouble, we are behind you. If it's a big deal, let's go to the fire country daimyo together. I believe that the water country daimyo will not want to offend the fire country daimyo. Do you think so? In some big room, someone who looks very shrewd is teaching these people a lesson. Yes, that's right. That's it. That's right. When these people heard it, they were excited, and their hearts were right. They are the best at things like demonstrations. Then, the shrewd man told them many things. After talking for a full afternoon, these people have reached an unprecedented new height of excitement. After that, the shrewd men signed their respective appointment letters for them one by one. Then, tell them to go to various high-paying places in Fugigang early tomorrow morning to devote themselves to it. These people take it for granted. After a good night of tossing, these people fell asleep beautifully, and even some people were so excited that they couldn't sleep at all. They didn't find out, it was right next door to them. Those representatives, as well as that shrewd man, all had cat and mouse smiles on their faces at the moment. Chapter 663 Murder with a Knife. One of them said in a low voice, as expected of Mr. Shajirching, the means are indeed brilliant. It is wonderful to use a knife to kill people. The man in the middle grinned Isho. Next, let's see the news of the second team. When they gave the information to the person in charge of the wealthy port and the name of the land of water, I wonder how they would react. It's really exciting. The person in power who wants to come to Fugigang is going to have bad luck. The man on the right said with a face full of schadenfreude, What's more, there are these idiots who are blocking him. The man in the middle, hey, when the time comes, these people will be found to have forged appointment letters. No matter how quibble they make, they will be dead. And, I believe, the person in power in Fugaigang will not hope that these people are still living under his nose. After all, this is the biggest witness. It represents the irrefutable proof that he once destroyed the Order of Hamishima. But it is too late for him to destroy the evidence. We have already obtained the specific personnel transfer evidence and the content of the negotiation. The accusation of the person in charge of Fugaigang disrupting the Order of Hamishima will eventually fall on him, and he cannot escape. The so-called misfortunes are drawn to the east, and the use of a knife to kill is probably this feeling. They are all very excited. Don't look at how simple this scheme is. Behind the scenes, these elite guards received orders from Shajircheng. But it took several days non-stop to master the key evidence. Then, the entire chain of evidence was perfected, and this is what it is today. But they also have to admire that this rich and noble person in power is really cunning enough. Because the people he invited to disrupt the Order of Hamishima came from all over the country of water. There are in Fugaigang, and there are in other places. This looks quite real and will not be easily targeted. Moreover, he never appeared in person from beginning to end. It has always been handed over to some Ronin to convey it. If their guards were not attentive enough, there might not have been a chance to get the plan to destroy the Order of Hamishima, and the correspondence between him and the Ronin. And these are all key evidences. Without these, it is simply not enough to make the rich and powerful people in Hong Kong die. Fortunately, everything went well. The next day. The fact is, as they planned to develop. Those who held the fake appointment letter were rejected, and they started to demonstrate according to the method handed to them by the guards. The demonstrations have indeed increased their attention. But this concern is not benign, on the contrary, it is a poison that directly pushes them into the abyss. Because they are suspected of forging appointment letters and intending to occupy the public resources of the country of water, they have already caused a certain degree of damage to the order of the country of water. Therefore, they were taken to prison, waiting for hair to fall. Not a single one fell. Now, it's these people's turn to be dumbfounded. They never imagined that things would turn out like this in the end. Doesn't it mean that demonstrations can solve the problem, and then occupy a high position and eat spicy food? Why was he suddenly arrested? This is not right. This is not the same as negotiating. At this time, they didn't realize that they were deceived. And the person in charge of Fugaigang now only feels cold all over. Looking at the information in front of him, his body couldn't help trembling, his face was pale, and he was sweating constantly. He was terrified. Chapter 664 Bunch of Idiots. This document describes in detail the whole process of how he deliberately sent people to Hamishima to disrupt the Order of Hamishima and cause turmoil. The chain of evidence is complete and fits perfectly. It's as real as you see it with your own eyes. He knew very well that if this kind of thing was stabbed out, he would be dead. A hat that destroys the country's economic and friendly exchanges and tries to cause a war in the ninja world will definitely fall on him. For such a big crime, even if he has 9 heads, it is not enough to chop off. He doesn't want to die, so the best thing he should do now is to execute those caught in it. In this way, at least he is dead here without proof. And Hamishima, even if those people say that there is such a thing, he can quibble that it is the enemy's slander. Therefore, without any hesitation, this person in power named De Quankang immediately signed the order to execute those people. Shajircheng, you are too cruel. De Quankang's eyes were full of panic, and he gritted his teeth. If this matter had nothing to do with Shajircheng, he would write his name upside down. He believes that if this content can appear in him, it will definitely appear in the daimyo. If the daimyo finds out about this kind of thing, and he is caught on the spot again, he will be finished. However, what frightened De Quankang was that he told him that those people were rescued. At that time, His legs were so frightened that his face was bloodless. What is a thunderbolt? This is. It's just that I can't wait for him to react. The special messenger from the land of water daimyo is here. He was controlled on the spot, and he was charged with the major crime of destroying the friendly cooperation and exchanges between the two countries, and affecting world peace, and took him away like this. And those few people, after being rescued by their representatives, learned that De Kwankiang was going to kill them. Immediately, he was even more angry. They vowed to fight De Kwankiang to the end. They want De Kwankiang to pay the price. It's okay to slander them for forging appointment letters, and kill them. Are they really bullying? But I never thought that they had only left for a few minutes before being surrounded by people from the land of water. Then, those representatives were all helpless, and just like that, they were all captured. Then, they were all brought to the land of water. After some testimony, De Kwankiang was completely planted, deprived of all his freedom, and a slave all his life. And those few people thought that they and others could testify in meritorious deeds, plus they could get some rewards for being wronged. In this way, they can justifiably ask the country of water to admit their appointment letter, cancel their forgery letter of appointment, charge, and let them embark on a wonderful journey of eating and drinking. But the words of the Minister of Officials sent them directly into the abyss. Stupid thing, don't you know that you are being played as a chess piece by now? Being cheated of money and counting money, I have never seen you stupid people. Originally, it can still be seen for the sake of your testimonies, and you will not be held accountable. But since you are so stupid that you have to admit it yourself, then I have no choice, just wait to die. After listening to these words, if they haven't realized that they have been deceived, they are really stupid. Sha Zhiqing. They thought of Sha Zhiqing in an instant. Only then did they understand why they were able to escape from Hamashima so smoothly. It turned out that all this was arranged by Sha Zhiqing. Too bad it's too late now. Chapter 665 Jasmine is attacked. Hamashima. The things that should be dealt with have been dealt with almost, then the next things will be handed over to you. I'm just bothering you guys. After Sha Zhiqing gave a few simple instructions, he left Konoha village. This guy Sha Zhiqing really can stir up the storm no matter where he is. This method is really terrible. Naturally, Namikaze Minato also knows about the relationship between Hamashima and Fugaigang. Thinking of such a person, he is still in the high level of Konoha. Moreover, with strong strength, strong power, and amazing financial resources, he felt a little panic inexplicably. During the time that Sha Zhiqing left the village, he really felt an unprecedented peace. But as soon as Sha Zhiqing came back, that feeling was gone. It will only turn into a deep worry. He was worried that Sha Zhiqing would become the next Danzo. Sha Zhiqing's threat is more than that of Danzo. Fortunately, the existence of Jiraiya gave him a lot of peace of mind. Moreover, the existence of Jasmine also gave him a lot of confidence. At least, Jasmine's heart is towards Konoha and Hokage. With this relationship, the relationship with Sha Zhiqing should be able to ease a lot. It's just that sometimes I'm afraid of what to do. Lord Naruto, the medical ninja who helped Konoha in the village of Sandy Inn, was attacked on his way back to the country of ghosts. Anbu brought such a very bad news to Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato knew too well how important Jasmine was to Sha Zhiqing. She was attacked, which was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. The ghost knows how furious Sha Zhiqing will be when he finds out about this. If Sha Zhiqing is angry, the whole Konoha may be implicated. Hurry up and send someone to support. Namikaze Minato didn't even think about it, and quickly made a decision. But Jiraiya-sama who went to support was also hit hard. This Anbu once again brought a thunderbolt to Minato Namikaze. What did he hear? Jiraiya was also hit hard. Etc. Namikaze Minato suddenly reacted and asked hastily, "That means, this news is already a few days ago, right?" Anbu nodded. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Jiraiya has been hit hard. How strong is the attacker? Moreover, since it was a few days ago, then, what is the current situation of Jasmine? There is absolutely no way to know. If Jasmine had 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, he wouldn't even know how to explain it to Shajirching. He couldn't guarantee what Shajirching would do when he was angry. Shajirching's anger has never been quelled by only Jasmine. The identity of his Hokage is completely unusable. Who is the enemy? Minato Namikaze now needs to figure out where his enemies are coming from so he can make a decision. It is said that the man called himself a sprite. Anbu replied aloud, extremely brief. A sprite. Hearing this answer, Minato Namikaze couldn't help falling into deep thought. This enemy, he has never heard of it. This made him frown. Don't think about it, Hokage-sama, this is a monster that existed in ancient times. Only the first Hokage Senju Hashirama played against him back then. This matter, the 3 generations of Hokage should have told you, but I never thought that his old man was unfortunately killed. So, you don't know about it now. Chapter 666 _ The Origin of Sprites. Okay, don't bother you anymore, I can go there myself. Since everyone is looking for trouble to find me, and I don't come forward to deal with it, wouldn't it make people laugh at me shrinking my head? Shajirching's voice came from outside the door, not tepid and indifferent. But Namikaze Minato heard a hint of dissatisfaction. Looking at Shajirching who pushed in the door, Minato smiled helplessly. This matter, I can only trouble you. It has to be said that although Minato Namikaze is afraid that Shajirching will become an existence like Danzo with a big tail. But when Shajirching really stood in front of him, he had a feeling that his thoughts might be wrong. Is this man who looks righteous and has made outstanding contributions to the development of Konoha, that kind of person? Give me a few passes. Shajirching said in a succinct manner. Namikaze Minato didn't ask Shajirching why he needed more than 1 pass, so he quickly took out 4. He knew who Shajirching would bring. Shajirching unexpectedly glanced at Minato, and then, after accepting it, he walked out of the Hokage office. Alas! After Shajirching left, Minato couldn't help but sigh. His Hokage, in front of Shajirching's advisor, has no majesty at all. It's a bit of a failure. Just this sprite, what the hell is it? Namikaze Minato couldn't help frowning and came to the Konoha archives. Since the 3 generations of Hokage know about this, it must be able to inquire here. But why does he know about sprites? What is his origin? Namikaze Minato was very curious. Where did Shajirching know about the Sphinx? How did Shajirching know something that Naruto didn't even know about him? This guy is really mysterious, but it is because of this that I am even more afraid of you. No one wants to have someone under their control that they can't control. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Even if the integrity is like a wave of wind and water, there are several times that he can't help but think about it. Because Namikaze Minato is completely unpredictable, will Shajirching cause damage to Konoha? Even if he is very beneficial to Konoha now. Shajirching is here. When he came to the gate of the wood industry, the 3 of Anmura Nobumi were already waiting for him. After Shajirching set off, he took them away from Konoha. This time, our mission target is the Land of Ghosts. For specific information, wait until the Kingdom of Ghosts to find out. At present, there is only one enemy that can be identified. Shajirching briefly introduced the situation. What's the origin of this sprite? Nobuo Miyasen asked aloud. The sprite, it is said to be a super strong monster in ancient times, born of the energy of evil thoughts in people's hearts. In the former Sengoku era, I once fought against the first Hokage Senju, but was defeated and escaped, and was later sealed by the first witch of the Land of Ghosts. The last time the sprite escaped was more than 10 years ago. It was sealed by Maitreya, the old witch in the Land of Ghosts. I didn't expect that he would break the seal so quickly. Shajirching introduced a little knowledge in his head to Anmara Shinmi and the others. He was thinking in his heart. According to the plot in the original book, the sprite should have been released in Konoha's 63rd year. Why is it 7 years earlier? No one could answer Shajirching's doubts. Chapter 667 You Are a Scourge. Konoha Village. The Undead Army. The Millennium Empire. Is this the sprite? It's really powerful with overwhelming strength. No wonder Master Jiraiya failed. Namikaze Minato finally found the origin of the Sphinx on the knowledge scroll. Looking at the Hydra-like monster on the scroll in front of him, Minato Minamikaze couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Then why are you attacking the convoy where Jasmine is? How can these medical ninjas be attracted to them? Place. Quote. Namikaze Minato's question is also Shajirching's question. Jiraiya's kind of powerhouse didn't arrest him after being severely wounded, so why did he arrest his elder sister Jasmine? Is there anything about Jasmine that attracts that sprite? Spider, you'd better make sure my sister Jasmine is okay, otherwise, you'll just die. A strong murderous intent flashed in Shajirching's eyes. I want your undead monster to become a real dead thing. Millennium Empire. It's a good idea. Shajirching can only say that she really thinks too much about this idea. Millennium Empire. To underestimate the ability of human growth. Even if he succeeds, even if all human beings become weak chickens, it will only take a few hundred years to kill him. Not to mention today's ninja world, there are outstanding people everywhere. Ghost Country. Ha ha ha, Shion, I didn't expect that at such a time, I would break the seal. It's really thanks to this body, the life energy is sufficient, and it also has the pure young attribute chakra that is not one in millions. This kind of thing is a big tonic for me. A certain woman with an evil face looked at the terrified little girl in front of her and said proudly. Look closely, isn't this demonic woman's face the same as Jasmine? Spider, how could you appear at such a time? Shouldn't you be sealed? An LT, P and GT. This little girl, the witch of the Ghost Country generation, Shion looked at Jasmine in front of her, and was incomparably horrified. Ha ha ha, it's really thanks to someone under you who released the felon Huang Quan. Otherwise, how could I possibly have a chance to see the sun again? Jasmine, who was possessed, said with excitement on her face. Yellow Spring. Hearing Ji Jin's answer, Ziyuan and the people behind her couldn't help looking angrily at the pale man behind Ji Jin who looked like a sick patient, gnashing his teeth. Why do you look at me like this? Shion, I do this just to make the land of ghosts run by more capable people. Do you think that with your ability, you can revive the country of ghosts? Look at the outside world. The 5 major countries have begun to nibble and divide up a small country like ours. Every time I see you at such a critical juncture, yet still clinging to the crises, standing still and watching them divide up, indifferent, I get angry. Trash like you doesn't deserve to sit in that position at all, so, in order not to let you miss the country, I had to come by myself. Next, I will cooperate with Lord Sphinx to build a large army of undead. Then, destroy all the forces that oppose us and rule the world. Huang Quan said with a frenzied expression. You fart, people like you will only bring disaster to the country of ghosts. The chaos of 10 years ago has already proved your wolf ambition. Chapter 668 Sprite, you are dead. Don't try to deceive your highness the witch, after all, you Huang Quan is just a self-righteous idiot and a megalomaniac. Just you want to rule the world, you can't. You can't have that ability. Your existence is a scourge, and Maitreya Miko should have killed you more than 10 years ago. A man dressed as a priest guarding Shion yelled angrily. It's been so many years, Toichiro, you're still so stubborn. But what if you are against it now? Can you stop me? Not only you, but also the witch, must die today. Huang Quan's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of hideousness. Then, he ordered the massacre to the people behind him. Die. A group of people who couldn't wait for a long time, immediately rushed to the witch Shion. Protect your highness the Miko. Wadichiro and the others watched this scene and hurried forward. But with a few of them, how could it be possible to stop Huang Quan's wolf-like subordinates? But in a few seconds, with the screams, Wadichiro and the others all fell into a pool of blood, and Xian was also exposed to the cold blade. Am I going to die? Ziyuan was not afraid at all, but looked relieved. For her, death is a good destination instead. Otherwise, seeing some mortal people die in front of her every day, but she can do nothing, is really a maddening thing. But she didn't know that there was someone more crazy than him. Sprite. A roar, accompanied by a monstrous domineering aura, rolled over and even burst the windows. Boom boom boom. The group of people I saw who had already slashed their swords towards Ziyuan turned their eyes away and fell to the ground. Even Huang Quan couldn't help but his face turned pale, and he snorted, a little unable to bear this power. I saw a young man with a face full of murderous intent, hunting in his robes, exuding unimaginable murderous intent, coming. Behind him, 3 young people also appeared one after another. After seeing the situation at the scene, they couldn't help but be startled. How could this happen? Lord Jasmine, why? One of the girls in white looked at all this in front of her with shock on her face. It's Yasunami Nobuomi. And that young man with a face full of murderous intent, besides Shajirqing, who else could it be? Oh yo, Shajirqing, are you finally here? It's a pity, you came too late, your sister has no hope. Looking at Shajirqing with a face full of murderous intentions, the spry was not in a hurry. Spider, you are very good, my sister, you dare to move. Shajirqing raised his head and saw that his eyes turned from black to scarlet, and the 3 hook jades spun very fast. The sprite was shocked to see this scene. Then, the breath of Shajirqing strengthened again, and rolling chakra was injected into Shajirqing's head. The 3 hook jade finally merged into a pattern with an outer circle and an inner diamond. It turned out to be a kaleidoscope. Shajirqing's eyes turned from 3 go jade to a kaleidoscope. The coercion on his body has been strengthened several times again. How could you have such a thing? Spooky pointed at Shajirqing in surprise. He never thought that Shajirqing would have a writing wheel. And, it's a kaleidoscope. This made some bad memories pop up in his mind. Back then, there was also a person who had such ruthless and indifferent scarlet eyes. That person once pressed the sprite on the ground and rubbed it. Chapter 669. You have only one dead end. Then there is no need to tell you. All I know is that you are dead today. Shajirqing grinned Isho, extremely ferocious, with murderous intent on his body. Everyone at the scene of direct oppression all groaned and stepped back. This kind of oppression that even the air is blurred and trembling is really terrifying. It was as if everything around him had become an asura hell, a scarlet, killing every step of the way. As strong as Anmura Nobuomi, she couldn't help but be full of despair. There is absolutely no heart to resist. Ha ha ha, I'm dead. Shajirqing, do you dare to attack your sister? Hearing Shajirqing's words, the sprout laughed, and the laughter was extraordinarily arrogant. Humph, do you think you can escape by hiding in my sister's body? Shajirqing's extremely gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind the sprite. Shajirqing couldn't help but be startled. She turned around and saw Shajirqing forming a seal at a very high speed, and pressing her 5 fingers on the chest of Jasmine's corpse with flaming flames. Dharma seal of dispelling evils. Shajirqing roared, and a heavy and repressed force burst out. As soon as I heard a scream, a black-blue energy body flew out of Jasmine's body. A piece of black text spread like ants on Jasmine's body. Finally, on her chest and her heart, they were connected to each other, forming a word, chi, wrapped in a circle. How is it possible that you can directly strip me from the human body without destroying the hostage's body structure at all? Shajirqing looked at Shajirqing and made an unbelievable voice. There are so many things you can't believe. Sprite, use your life to make amends for my sister. Shajirqing rushed in front of the sprite, and slashed out with a sword. Ah! The sprite couldn't dodge in time, so a section of his body was cut off, and he screamed suddenly. You guy, even planted a ban on the sword. The sprite shouted in a panic, and then everyone saw that the long sword in Shajirqing's hand was also wrapped with a layer of black text. In order to deal with you without a body, this works. You without a body are nothing to me. Shajirqing had already bullied himself to the front of the sprite, and the long sword was swung out, and the cove light was like light. Just above the sprite's soul body again, a long opening was torn open. Even if it has an entity, the strength of the sprite is only equal to that of the 9 tails. What's more, there is no entity now, and the face is still the kaleidoscope Shajirqing. He can't have a chance. Ah, the sprite screamed again, and he drank angrily. Bastard, do you really think I am easy to bully? Undead Legion, come out. As an ancient monster, an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, the strength is naturally good. After a powerful wave, the armored warrior made of mud broke the floor and rose from the ground. PFF'd. But these warriors had just appeared, and their bodies were directly cut off. Then, a phantom flew out from Shajirqing's sleeve and landed everywhere. But I saw a piece of kunai with a talisman inscribed with incantations. Spider, pay the price for your behavior. Shajirqing's hands quickly formed a seal, and a phantom-like incantation quickly came out, and then, it became an area. The sprite suddenly seemed to realize something and wanted to leave the area shrouded in kunai. Chapter 670 Roller Level Victory. But I'm thinking about leaving now, it's too late, sprite. Shajirqing gave a loud shout, and chakra burst out. The incantation area that I saw suddenly glowed, and it turned into a bright pattern and rose up, turning it into a cover to trap the sprite inside. Ah! The sprite slammed into it and made a burning sound. He even screamed and suffered heavy injuries. Spirit catching array, success. Shajirqing's eyes were cold as he looked at the sprite and said this. This look made Shiji shudder. He wanted to escape, but found that no matter where he was, he couldn't escape. No matter how he collided, how much movement it caused. Even if the ground bursts and the air twists, no matter how fierce his might or how terrifying his chakra power is, he can't break free from this hood. Despair has come. Huang Quan, when will you and your subordinates see you? Helpless, sprite can only put the last hope on Huang Quan. Yes, spooky big. Huang Quan was about to rush forward when he heard the words, when a thunder gun suddenly shot out of his chest, piercing through it with a bang. Ah! The manic thunderbolt instantly snatched Huang Quan's action, causing him to collapse to the ground with support. Boom! And Huang Quan's 4 subordinates were also stopped by Ankyun Nobuomi, and they said, you can't let you spoil the good deeds of teacher Shajirqing. And the witch, Xian, looked at Shajirqing like a god. That is the monster that their witch clan needs to use their lives to seal for generations. It was like this, easily cleaned up by Shajirqing. Too strong. Just like a god. Spider, next, I'll let you understand what pain and despair are. Shajirqing flew out a seal scroll with a big seal on it, and there was a circle of gossip patterns around it, and a depressing breath that made the scalp numb came out. Receive. He shouted, and the word, seal, on the scroll suddenly lit up. Then, a strong suction force erupted, and the trapped scorpion was sucked in. No. The sprites resisted and shouted in panic, but it didn't work. From beginning to end, there was absolutely no room for resistance. It was put into the scroll. And Huang Quan's 3 subordinates have also been subdued. From beginning to end, there is no splash. Nico Xian, could you please lend me a room for me? When Shajirqing turned around, her eyes had returned to normal. She looked at Ziyuan with a spring breeze, and asked. Can. And Ziyuan obviously hasn't gotten out of Shajirqing's heroic posture just now, and she feels a little stupid. But Shajirqing didn't have time to care about his expression, and ordered the 3 of Ankyun Nobume to bring Huang Quan and some of his subordinates here, and then isolated Ziyuan and his guards. Nico-sama, this guy is too rude. Looking at Shajirqing's behavior, the guard who rushed over said to Ziyuan with great dissatisfaction. It's okay, anyway, he is the one who saved me. However, Ziyuan shook his head, with a trace of inexplicable affection flashing in his eyes, and said indifferently. In the room. Writing wheel eyes and eliminating memory. Shazherqing directly turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and launched an illusion that could read memory. Huang Quan's sudden release from prison ahead of schedule is really weird. Chapter 671 Danzo's Ambition. He wanted to see if there was anything unusual in this guy's memory. Not to mention, after this investigation, Shazherqing's face instantly turned gloomy. He really found it. Very good, very good. Since you are courting death, don't blame me. Shazherqing conducted a memory search on Huang Quan's 4 subordinates in turn, and then got another very useful news. Let me just say, how could Huang Quan be suddenly released from the prison in the country of ghosts? It turns out that you're making a fool of yourself, Danzo. Very good, you're courting death, I'll fulfill you. Shazherqing dropped the few people who had rolled their eyes and drooled, and their faces had become extremely gloomy. Coupled with his scarlet eyes, it is really a killing god alive, and his power is like a prison, unfathomable. Teacher Shazherqing, you said this matter has something to do with that guy in Danzo. When Anmura Nobumi heard Shazherqing's words, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Who else could it be except him? I didn't expect that, instead of provoke him, he would provoke me instead. Well, this time, I will let him remember forever and provoke my end. Shazherqing gave a very positive answer and asked Majoro to take Huang Quan away, then pushed the door and walked out. The moment he went out, he had returned to his normal state. He expressed his gratitude to the shrine maiden Xian, then picked up Jasmine's body and left. The spooky incident in the land of ghosts is solved like this. Teacher Shazherqing, this doesn't seem to be going back to Konoha. On the way, looking at the direction where Shazherqing was going, Fujino Ling couldn't help but ask in doubt. Of course it's not going back to Konoha. There are some old friends waiting for us. Why don't we go and see you? It's a shame to keep them waiting so long. Shazherqing grinned, revealing an extremely cold smile, saying. Seeing the smile on the corner of Shazherqing's mouth, everyone couldn't help shivering. Konoha Village. Shazherqing, you should have been fighting with sprites by this time. You must never have imagined that this matter was planned by me, and it was also my idea that Jasmine was kidnapped. Of course my goal can't be the stupid woman Jasmine, but to use her to attract you. Danzo sat upright in the position of the former leader of the Root organization, with a terrifying light and killing intent in his eyes. He said in a low voice, when you arrive in the country of ghosts, Huang Quan and sprites will have a fierce battle with you. The strength of sprites is also rare in the world, so you can't gain the upper hand soon. In this way, he will draw you into the trap set by those who ambushing me according to my plan. At that time, all your chakras will be sealed. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and he was extremely proud. At that time, you were just a lamb to be slaughtered, and you could only be slaughtered by sprites. With such a good body as Shazherqing, I must be quite satisfied. That way, I'll be able to achieve my goals too. His eyes were full of madness. According to the agreement, he will help me eliminate all opposition forces in Konoha, help me become Hokage, build a 1,000-year empire with him, and rule the world together. However, just in case, my people will set up a seal technique to control the soul while imprisoning Chakra, the Minister of Summer. In this way, whether it is Spooky or Shazherqing, you are all in my bag. This world will become my plaything in the palm of my hand. Chapter 672 It's dark under Danzo's lights. If Namikaze Minato knew about Danzo's idea, he would definitely kill Danzo in the cradle at any cost. But unfortunately, he doesn't know. He also thought that Danzang had seen it recently, so he had been quiet and inactive, not doing anything. Therefore, I don't pay so much attention to Danzo. This gave Danzo the opportunity to operate, black under the lights. But no matter what, if this plan of Danzo is really realized, the consequences are really unimaginable. Shajirqing's body, coupled with the ghost's soul, how strong its strength is, maybe Shajirqing himself doesn't know. But what Danzo may not know is that the sprite will be defeated so quickly by Shajirqing. He also wouldn't know that the sprite was not possessed by Huang Quan. Instead, it was possessed by Jasmine, who was supposed to be a hostage, but had no effect. This also led to his plan, which did not go according to plan from the beginning. Moreover, he also did not expect that Shajirqing would have the ability to write and read and write memory. So, when he thought everything was going according to his plan, everything has changed hands. The initiative of this action is already firmly in Shajirqing's hands. What awaits Danzo will be death. Shajirqing is here. He suddenly released a firework. Then, amid the dazed expressions of Anmura Nobuomi and the others, they started to form seals again, and the chakra aura on his body boiled extremely fast. But the next second, they will understand. Just the second after Shajirqing released the fireworks, a group of shadows rushed out and surrounded Shajirqing. However, when they saw that there was only Shajirqing alone, and Huang Quan was still half dead, they were shocked. They suddenly realized that something was wrong, and they wanted to run away. But, since you're here, why do you have to leave? It's a pity that you have finally escaped with some witnesses. Shajirqing grinned Isho, and then said coldly, Thunderbolt, Chidori. Ah! Suddenly there was a scream. All the men in black who rushed out were all wrapped in by thunder and lightning, and then instantly lost their combat effectiveness. All mobility has been stripped away. Shinmei, seal them all up, don't let them move at all. Shajirqing ordered Enkyu Nobume to seal up these people. Yes, Anmura Nobumi responded, took out a scroll from her waist, threw it out, and said in a seal the magic circle, seal. Suddenly, a sealing bandage flew out and wrapped all these people in. Then, the next step is to go back. Shajirqing looked in the direction of Konoha, showing an extremely cold smile. It's just that behind Shajirqing, who didn't pay attention, there was a man in black who was looking at Shajirqing and the others nervously, and didn't dare to come out for half a breath. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief until he was sure that Shajirqing and the others had left. Then, I took out a scroll, quickly wrote a line on it, and summoned a ninja and let it take it away. After doing all this, the man in black wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and was about to get up and leave. Behind him, Shajirqing's voice suddenly came. This little brother, is it too late to leave now? Chapter 673. Aren't you supposed to be dead? This man couldn't help being terrified, his whole body exploded. The pupils shrunk into needle-like shapes in an instant, completely unbelievable. PFF'd. Before he could react, a cold light pierced his chest and took his life. Before he fell down, he saw the bird he had just released, shot down by a thunder gun. The note above was also obtained by Shajirqing. This time, the evidence is almost complete. Before his consciousness disappeared, he heard Shajirqing's words. It's heartbreaking. Shajirqing is so terrifying. Simply unpredictable. Looking at the dead man lying on the ground, Fujino Ling couldn't help laughing, and said with some contempt, don't you know that what teacher Shajirqing is best at is exploration? Under the eyes of teacher Shajirqing, I also want to mess around, you are afraid that you are dreaming. Then, Anmura Nobume sealed this person and took him away. Konoha village. What's the matter? Why does the old man suddenly feel an inexplicable feeling of panic? How is this possible? How could the old man feel this way? Did the plan go wrong? Impossible, my plan is flawless this time, and it can't go wrong. Tuanzang frowned, feeling a faint unease in his heart. And, as time went on, the unease got stronger and stronger. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. This kind of feeling is something he has never had before, and he is very uncomfortable. But, if nothing goes wrong, where does this uneasy feeling come from? After Danzo denied his guess, he couldn't think of where this uneasy feeling came from. Could it be that my plan was seen through by Shajirqing? Danzo suddenly thought this way. Only Shajirqing can make Danzo feel like me. Because he is Shajirqing, anything is possible. No, even if he is Shajirqing, this time, the old man has the confidence to take him down. This old man will definitely succeed, he will definitely lose. The defeat is a crushing defeat. Because Jasmine is a hostage, he can only obediently admit defeat. Danzo said so comfortingly to himself. But at this moment, he suddenly felt an unimaginable sharpness strike, which made him feel cold, and his hairs exploded. He couldn't help but change color, and hurriedly avoided it. Bah! The next moment, where he stood just now, was torn apart by a sharp light. Boom! This ray of light has terrifying destructive power, tearing everything along the way. No matter what it is, nothing can stop the invasion of this light. The entire root organization is thus divided into two. The light from the outside also projected in, bringing a ray of sunshine to this dark and damp root tissue. Who is it? Dare to attack Konoha consultant? Danzo roared hysterically. This kind of thing is just crazy provocation of His Majesty. Do you think that he is now in power, so it's good to bully him? It's me, Danzo. Immediately, a crisp and cold voice entered Danzo's ears. This voice made Danzang's eyes widen instantly, and the anger on his face suddenly turned into shock. He said in disbelief, Shajirqing, you are not. It's not supposed to be dead, it's occupied by sprites, right? Shajirqing interrupted him and said everything he wanted to say. Chapter 674. The purpose is obvious, to kill. HMPH, what nonsense are you talking about? How could the old man say such a thing? Danzo quickly calmed down and snorted coldly, pretending to be irrelevant. And such a big movement naturally attracted a lot of people all at once. But when they saw that the initiator of all these movements turned out to be the great hero Shajirqing in their minds, many people couldn't help but feel a little stunned. I don't know what happened to Shajirqing. Even those Anbu who heard the news were a little hesitant. It was not until a group of high-level officials came here that things became clear that Vivi had calmed down a bit. Shajirqing, you are. Namikaze Minato looked at Shajirqing with an unsightly expression, with a questioning look on his face. Obviously, kill. Shajirqing cast a glance at Minato, but said something disgusting. You, Namikaze Minato was shocked when he heard the words. But he was interrupted by Shajirqing before he finished speaking. Lord Hokage, don't be so excited, I'm just here to take revenge. As he spoke, he put Jasmine's body down and said to Minato Namaifeng, please, Lord Hokage, if I have evidence that my sister Jasmine's death is directly related to Danzo, should he kill him? PNGT. Seeing Shajirqing's face full of smiles, Minato Namikaze's heart sank. Of course, if revenge can't make you make up your mind, then, is the charge of colluding with foreign enemies and intending to murder Konoha enough to kill him? I think it should be enough. After finishing speaking, Shajirqing had disappeared in place, and rushed directly to Danzang. Hi. Seeing Shajirqing disappearing in place, Tuanzang's soul was scared away. He dared to murder Shajirqing, but that didn't mean he really dared to face Shajirqing. In front of Shajirqing, he could not see the slightest possibility that he could escape. But this blow, before it fell on him, was stopped by someone. Bang! A specially made kunai stood in front of Shajirqing. It was Namikaze Minato. He said solemnly, Shajirqing, this matter still needs to be investigated to know the result, you can't kill him now. There are too many details in it, you can't just rely on your opinion to determine the facts. Furthermore, the crime of collusion with foreign enemies is too big to draw a conclusion without definite evidence. Even if there is evidence, you can't make a conclusion by yourself before it is confirmed to be true, but you can only come to a conclusion after a high-level discussion. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove that your sister's death is related to Danzo. Maybe this is the enemy's conspiracy. Hearing this, Shajir-Ching smiled, with an extremely cold smile. Oh, Lord Hokage, are you doubting me? This is normal procedure. Shajir-Ching, calm down. I know you are very excited about the death of your sister Jasmine, but now is not the time to be excited to solve the problem. It's about your excellency Danzo, it's a big deal, so you can't be so rash. Minato Namikaze was rather bitter. Haha, can I understand that my sister Jasmine's death is trivial? You don't intend to spend more time on this matter. Nor do you intend to let me kill Danzo to avenge her. Shajir-Ching's expression was extremely cold, and every word was murderous. Chapter 675 My sister's life is not life. Danzo-sama is after all the old man of Konoha, you can't mess around like this. It's also Konoha's law to kill him, you can't do it without permission. Minato Namaifung insisted. This sentence completely ignited Shajir-Ching's anger. With the identity of Elder Konoha, can you have privileges? Danzang killed so many people back then and conducted human experiments. When did the senior management agree? Now that he wants to kill Danzo, he needs the approval of the high-level meeting. What a joke, it won't work here with Shajir-Ching. Danzo's dog's life is life, isn't Jasmine's life not life, is it lower than Danzo's life? No way. Ha ha ha, such a good old Konoha, good one can't mess around. Namaifung Minato, you are very good. Shajir-Ching couldn't stop laughing, but the chakra aura on his body was constantly rising and rising. A terrifying oppression, murderous intent came out recklessly, suppressing a radius of several kilometers. Quote. Aha. Everyone only felt that their bodies suddenly became much heavier, and the scene in front of them became a sea of corpses and blood. Namaifung Minato, I have brought you all the evidence, believe it or not. Danzo's life is his life, and my sister Jasmine's life is also my life. Minato, I hope you will always remember this for me. I want to see, if you can't stop me today, can you protect the wicked and ulterior motives of Danzo? Of course, Namikaze Minato, I hope you can also bear the consequences of the battle. I hope you can say the same thing in Daimyo. Hey, I think the Daimyo of the Land of Fire should have seen the plan from Danzo by now. You said that if he knew that Danzo planned to unite with foreign enemies and rule the entire ninja world, what would he think? Seeing that Minato Namimo's face changed suddenly, Shajir-Ching smiled, and a thunder gun stabbed Danzo who was planning to escape. Wind escape vacuum jade. In the end, it is a group, and the strength is still there. This blow was blocked by him, and he rushed to the outside, shouting at the same time, he is a slander, this is what he constructed to frame me. You can't trust him, he is the scourge of Konoha, you trust him, Konoha will end sooner or later. But there was a hint of hesitation on the faces of everyone. Danzo's character, they are quite suspicious. Therefore, few people believe the truth of what he said. When his human experiment was discovered, he once swore that he didn't get involved, and he was slapped in the face. Therefore, few people believe him. Conservation Danzo consultant. Seeing this, Xiaochun couldn't help frowning when he turned to bed, and ordered the members of Anbu to say, Kakashi, you all go too. Jiraiya also instructed Kakashi and the others behind him. Although they all know Danzo's character. However, Shajir-Ching's behavior is even worse. When can Konoha kill anyone casually? Moreover, the target is the veteran of Konoha like Danzo. As soon as this ethos emerges, if it is not killed at the beginning of the source, what will the ethos of Konoha look like in the future? Wouldn't the village be in chaos? In Konoha, follow the rules of Konoha. Besides, Jiraiya and Xiaochun were equally skeptical about Shajir-Ching's words. Shajir-Ching's methods are unfathomable, and the ghost knows whether he deliberately framed Danzo to achieve some of his goals. Chapter 676 I don't want to play now. As for the evidence, it is not impossible to forge. Especially for a master like Shajir-Ching. In Jiraiya's eyes, Shajir-Ching is in the high-level Konoha, and in the country of fire, and there is no shortage of talents around him. If you want to create some evidence, it is also possible to think about it. No way, don't blame Zilai for being so indiscriminate. It was because of Shajur-Ching's existence that it was like an uncontrollable double-edged sword. Because it is uncontrollable, you must always be on guard. Just in case Shajur-Ching did something unexpected to Konoha. Therefore, if Shajur-Ching does anything, Jirai will also feel that he has no deep meaning. Not to mention such a thing. He immediately felt that this was a method used by Shajur-Ching in order to eradicate dissidents. Even if Danzo really killed Jasmine, he would never let Shajur-Ching kill Danzo. Because he still wants to keep Danzo to check and balance Shajur-Ching. Although it is really mean to do so. But Jiraiya must do the same. For Konoha, he had to do this. No matter how beautiful the reality was, Jasmine's life was indeed inferior to Danzo in Jiraiya's heart. Because their values are completely different. If possible, Jiraiya really wanted to thank Shajur-Ching for everything he did for Konoha, and he really thanked Shajur-Ching. It's even possible to take his life. As long as Shajur-Ching doesn't hurt Konoha's interests. But unfortunately, all of this is based on the fact that Shajur-Ching can be understood. But the reality is that Shajur-Ching has always been mysterious, and even Jirai has never seen through him. Therefore, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and others, who are committed to safeguarding the interests of the Will of Fire, are destined to be someone who is as powerful as Shajur-Ching, but has never shown the same Will of Fire. And, irreconcilable. Aside from all this, Namikaze Minato can still be the great fourth Hokage who sacrificed for the village in the original book. Jiraiya, it could also be that Tota Mortal, who gave Naruto warmth. Finally, in order to help Konoha to explore the information of Pen's 6 paths and give up hope of escape, the romantic madman who drowned in the sea. Unfortunately, he forgot. If Jasmine doesn't die, Shajur-Ching will never be able to be detrimental to Konoha. Affection is always stronger than means. But just like Jirai didn't trust Shajur-Ching either. Shajur-Ching couldn't trust the senior officials of Konoha either. Especially when dealing with Danzo. Deep 3 generations of appeasement policy, their favorite way to play is to compromise and reconcile as much as possible. And people like Danzo have a very high value of harmony. Therefore, Shajur-Ching can almost guess what kind of result will be obtained when Danzo is handed over to Konoha's high-level management. There is about an 80% chance that the evidence will be destroyed by an inexplicable flame, and then Danzo will be imprisoned due to insufficient evidence. Danzo will not be executed. He may even be reinstated by an official one day. This kind of thing does not need to be practiced, and Shajur-Ching can know it. He doesn't need practice either. He is a low-key person, which does not mean that he really has to be a humiliated person, and must always be like a Konoha ninja and abide by the rules of this Konoha. He has enough strength to ignore the rules, why should he abandon his feet? Originally settled in Konoha, he just played. And now, he doesn't want to play. Whoosh! Shajur-Ching appeared in front of Jiraiya and the others. Looking at Danzo, who was being protected by Kakashi and a group of Anbu members, and showed a complacent look, Shajur-Ching looked at Jiraiya mockingly. Chapter 677 Chilling, You White-Eyed Wolves. Your Majesty Jiraiya, I respect you from the bottom of my heart. So, to give you this high-level position, I have been doing my best to complete the tasks that I should have. Help the big family of Konoha to do what they can. It's better to quell the Nine Tails Rebellion, retreat from the invasion of Yun Ninja, retreat into the joint attack of the 3 major ninja villages, or help the economic development of Konoha. I have no regrets, and I am willing to be treated as a sword by you to clear all obstacles. Shajur-Ching looked at Jiraiya and said with a firm expression, I ask you, have I ever failed you, Konoha? Zilai was also silent, with a complicated expression. He was completely unable to answer this question. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Shajur-Ching laughed and sneered, but in the end, you Konoha are prosperous. Is this how you treat me? Is this how you repay my hero? Shajur gritted his teeth. Murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and said coldly, in the face of the bloody reality, in the face of conclusive evidence, you still want to make me feel uncomfortable, do things that hurt my relatives and make my enemies happy. Could it be that I, Shajur, are full of blood and feed the dogs? Shajur roared, like a wounded lone wolf, roaring in the wilderness. Do you know what elder sister Jasmine means to me? She was the first person who gave me warmth, and she gave me a home. Without her, at this moment I may be the one who destroyed Konoha. Believe me, I have that ability. But now, Danzang. Shajur pointed at Danzang, and a cold lightning shot in his eyes. He personally destroyed everything for me. Don't you allow me to take revenge. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and all of you, tell me. Should I take revenge for this? I'll give you time to think about the 3 numbers. After 3 numbers, it's heaven or hell, you choose. Shajur stroked the flowing fire sword with the palm of his hand, and the words he said made everyone in the crowd look horrified. 1. 2. Shajur icy voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone can feel the cold murderous intent in Shajur tone, as well as the unresolved hatred. 3. When the 3 numbers were exhausted, he looked at the crowd and said, come on, tell me your answers. Jiraiya's face was full of struggles, and in the end, he never issued an order to let Kakashi and others leave. This made Danzo, who was extremely nervous, heaving a sigh of relief. He looked at Shajur again provocatively, as if to say, what if you are angry, it's not like you can't do anything to me. Behind Shajur Namikaze Minato is even more ready for battle. Okay, this is your answer. If so, don't blame me for being rude. Nobuyumi Yasunori, stay out of the way. There are other students of mine, if you don't want to be embarrassed, just stay out of the way. Next, those who stand in front of me will all be my enemies. The long sword in my hand, the next one will not recognize people. When the words fell, more than a dozen people flashed out. Their faces were all determined, and they never hesitated. Then let the killing begin. Let me see if you can protect the people I want to kill now. Shajur squinted Isho, and the person has disappeared in place. Chapter 678 Peerless Force. Bang! He swiftly appeared in front of Kakashi, waiting for him to do anything. A fist of thunderlight blasted in all directions, violently blasting him out, directly smashing his sternum. Seeing this, Matekai wanted to rush up, but when Shajur knew about the illusion, he froze in place. Then, he was slashed with a knife and seriously injured. Then, his body released a strong lightning current, which paralyzed Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi and others who had no time to escape. Overlord's spiritual shock. After breaking through the defenses of Kakashi and the others, a group of Anbu rushed forward. Shajur blasted out a conqueror haki, and in an instant, the 4 sides became quiet, and then, half of the people fell unconscious. Danzo, where do you want to escape? Seeing that Danzo was in a bad situation, he wanted to run away. How could Shajur make him do what he wanted? Spiral pills. But Namikaze Minato reappeared and blocked the blow. In this case, I can only capture you. Jiraiya's voice also came from behind Shajur. I saw that he quickly formed the seal, and when he was about to release the ninjutsu, he saw that Shajur had turned around and swung a terrifying sword wave with one knife, which made him can't help but retreat. Hey! Namikaze Minato appeared behind Shajur again, and pressed a spiral pill. Chidori. Shajur suddenly turned around, and the speed was so fast that even Minato Namaifung could not have expected it, and he collided with Shajur blow. But he soon felt the difficulty. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely be injured by Shajur, so he wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to leave. But how could these little actions of his be concealed from Ching? Don't forget, Shajur reaction speed is faster than his. Illusion gold binding. Minato Namikaze's action was stagnant for a while. He shouted badly, and quickly used the nine-tailed chakra to break through the illusion and wanted to evacuate. However, Shajurching would not give him such a chance. Chidori's sharp gun. Shajurching stabbed Minato Nagamo in the chest with a shot, and the thunderbolt of the thunderbolt suddenly made Minato scream out in agony. The other hand, but it has already emerged with a rolling power, rumbled out of the sky, Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 king's spear. Bang! Namikaze Minato finally understands the taste of the 9 tails back then. PFF'd. This punch seems to contain the power to destroy everything. That terrifying and destructive power is simply not something that Minato Namikaze can compete with. The chest was completely sunken, chakra was completely disorganized, almost lost consciousness, and was hit hard in an instant. His flying thunder god second rank, and the power of the 9 tails didn't have time to use at all, so there was no chance. Shajurching, you have too many flaws in your back, let me die. Danzang actually appeared behind Shajurching, holding a sword of wind exuding a sharp breath, and stabbed Shajurching. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Anmura Nobumi and the others couldn't help being shocked, and hurriedly reminded them. But in front of Shajurching, Jiraiya appeared again, holding a big jade spiral pill in his hand, forcing Shajurching not to take care of both ends. He actually wanted to cooperate with Tuanzang to severely damage Shajurching. Desperate, surrounded Shajurching. No. Seeing this scene, Nobumi Anmura could not help but let out a shrill cry. But the next moment, her voice stopped in summer. Chapter 679 Endless Grace. Bang! The Shajurching that I saw was completely unavoidable, and did not even make any confrontation. Just covering the surface of the body with a layer of lightning armor, it resisted the attack of the two. He himself was unscathed, and his expression was calm. How is it possible? Not to mention Danzo, even Jiraiya can't help but feel numb in the scalp. Directly against the Daiyu spiral pill, what a freak. The defense is too terrifying. Why, surprised, Shajurching raised her head and grinned Isho at Jiraiya, but Jiraiya's heart was cold. Fire escape. He wanted to release the attack, but Shajurching's eyes lit up, and a magic shackle technique was trapped. PFF'd. PFF'd. 2 piercing sounds came. However, Jiraiya, who was made by illusion, and Danzo, who was in bad shape behind Shajurching, were pierced in their chests at the same time. Jiraiya was also pierced by the fire sword, and Danzo was pierced by the Chidori sharp spear. Seeing this, the surrounding ninjas all rushed over, trying to stop Shajurching. Shish. Faced with this situation, Shajurching pulled out the flaming fire sword, and several sword waves raged out, forcing them all to evade and retreat. And he, instantly deceived himself, came to the paralyzed Danzo, and smiled proudly. The person Shajurching wants to kill, even God can't protect, pay for my sister Jasmine's life. No. Danzo screamed in horror, but to no avail, the long sword turned into a cold light and cut off his head. The terrified look on his face solidified like this, and blood spattered into the sky. Then, Shajurching lifted the bandage on his body, and he was relieved after confirming that he had not transplanted the writing wheel. Then he came to Jiraiya and said, Lord Jiraiya, you really disappointed me. I thought you could at least argue between black and white, but now it seems that it's my wishful thinking. Forget it, since I missed it, goodbye. See you next time, it's the enemy. Shajurching squinted his eyes, full of mockery. Oh, by the way, you might as well interrogate these lackeys and see what's in their minds, will it be interesting? And these evidences, whether I forged them, let's see what happened. After checking it out, let's see if it's me being lawless and wanton. Or some people are deceiving people too much. Shajurching glanced at Anmura Nobuomi, who immediately threw a scroll to Jiraiya. Inside, there are the bodies of Huang Quan and others, as well as the bodies of members of the Root organization. And some other epistolary evidence. If you want to go with me, just follow me. If you don't want to go, just stay in Konoha. I won't force you. Shajirching turned her back to Anmara Nabume and the others, and said indifferently. We will go wherever Mr. Shajirching goes. The three said without the slightest hesitation, and left behind Shajirching. The three of them knew very well that without Shajirching, they would not be where they are today. Besides, after what happened today, they couldn't stay in Konoha any longer. Teacher Shajirching, please bring us too. Several of those ninjas who had been taught by Shajirching also gritted their teeth and left with Shajirching. Of course, there are others who haven't left. He just lowered his head in shame, not daring to look at Shajirching. Chapter 680 Konoha Those Things. Don't be ashamed, you all have your scruples, I'm just going my way. Everyone meets by chance, and no one owes anyone anything. As if he knew what these people were thinking, Shajirching said something like this. Work hard to prove your worth, this world is cruel. The last sentence, I don't know if it is a warning or an exhortation, but it does make people fall into deep thought. Shajirching, do you have to be like this? Since you have evidence, why can't we wait until we confirm the evidence and determine Danzo's guilt before making a decision? When the time comes, it's not that we can't let you do it with your own hands. Why is there such a commotion? Zilai also asked with a bitter face. I'll ask you, can you really make up your mind to kill Danzo? Your Excellency Jiraiya. Shajirching turned around and asked sarcastically. Jilai was also at a loss for words. His answer was of course, no. His choice will probably make big things small and small things. Because he wants to keep Danzo to check and balance Shajirching. Shajirching laughed even more sarcastically, and said, since you won't kill Danzo, what else is there to say? Besides, you Konoha executives have done this not once or twice. For the so-called checks and balances and unwarranted suspicions, a lot of people have been sacrificed. White Fang back then, my sister today, go further, the Uchiha clan, go a little further, Uchiha Madara. Shajirching sneered. If you didn't suspect Uchiha Madara back then, your Hashima village chief would not have died early, and your Konoha could prosper for decades. Of course, I may be wrong about this, but about White Fang, it must be. Just because of his high power, you forced him to commit suicide. You guys are too embarrassed and have the heart. A group of white-eyed wolves, it's really sad that White Fang died. Is it wrong to save a companion? People who don't pay attention to their companions are not as good as trash. Others didn't respond much to this sentence, but Kakashi was struck by lightning, and then tears blurred his vision. In his heart, there are even more mixed flavors. It turned out that what his father did was right. Shajirching continued to speak, and the Uchiha family, why are you always worried that others will rebel? Just relying on the Nine Tails Rebellion, you can be sure that this matter is related to them. So, indiscriminately, they drove them to the border, and let them do the work of the most offending guard force. Instead, it is not good for your high-level Konoha, employer. Wake up, you treat all of them as Madara Uchiha, play the Nine Tails as a monkey, and control if you want. At that time, why didn't I see you talking about evidence? Why, you guys like double standards so much? Shajirching sneered. I don't understand, do you have any misunderstandings about me, a mere Konoha, do you really think I like it? Defend me like a thief all day, but when it's my job, I can't wait to drain me. I'm curious, where did you guys come from, and think I should dedicate to you Konoha? Shajirching said contemptuously, tell you guys, I've watched you fight and intrigue all day long. I want to laugh and even want to vomit. If I had a plan against Konoha, did you stop it? Did he stop it?